All of you, this is your last awakening ceremony. If you still fail to awaken, prepare to live the rest of your life as an ordinary human and attend a normal university. You can also try to improve your cultivation in these last few months to increase your chances of entering an academy. The teacher's voice echoed across the room as several students stood before him, listening attentively, their expressions a mix of anxiety and hope. Among these students was Michael. Michael was not from this world. He had arrived in this body just 3 weeks ago, a body that coincidentally shared his name. Unlike his original world, in this one, everyone between the ages of 16 and 18 had a chance to awaken a class. More than 200 years ago, the apocalypse descended upon this world, bringing spatial rifts that spawned countless monsters and unleashed chaos. Fortunately, following the apocalypse, the world became digitized for a select few who would later be known as Awakeners. Thanks to these Awakeners, whose classes granted them incredible powers, the apocalypse ended after decades, and humanity finally reclaimed their land. When peace returned, as expected, Awakeners became figures of importance, and it became a dream for young people aged 16 to 18 to become one. However, becoming an Awakener was a privilege granted to only a few, and for this group of 18-year-old students, this was their last chance. Michael was nervous too. Though he had only been in this world for 3 weeks, he understood the significance of this ceremony. While it wasn't as though all hope would be lost if he failed to awaken, it was undeniable that no path held more promise than becoming an Awakener. Under the nervous gaze of nearly 100 students below the podium, the teacher picked up a file from the table in front of him and began to call out names. Lillian Stone. Why, yes, sir. The first student called was a young woman. Upon hearing her name, she immediately walked toward the podium, but perhaps due to her nervousness, she stumbled and fell. However, no one laughed or made fun of her. On any other occasion, they might have, but today, they weren't sure they would perform any better than the student who had fallen. The teacher, seemingly accustomed to such mishaps, waited patiently for her to get back on her feet and approach him. When she finally reached him, he wasted no time and gestured toward the transparent orb on the table. This is your 3rd time here, so you know what to do. Just place your hand on the awakening orb. If there's a reaction, it means you've successfully awakened. If there isn't. The teacher left his sentence unfinished, but it made the hearts of the students on the podium sink. Michael felt it too, though he handled it better than the others. Thanks to his mental age and the challenges he'd faced before he died from cancer in his previous life, he could keep his composure. Michael's eyes were drawn to the awakening orb on the table between the teacher and the female student. From what they had been taught in school, every Awakener, aside from gaining a class that granted them supernatural powers, also had the ability to connect their consciousness to another world, a world filled with treasures and capable of quickly enhancing their prowess. It was said that this world really resembled a game, though, in many ways, it was not. The awakening orb itself originated from that mysterious world. Just as the teacher had said, the girl didn't require any assistance. With a familiarity that made the corner of Michael's eyes twitch slightly, she placed both hands on the awakening orb and waited. A few seconds passed, and just as the teacher was preparing to dismiss the disappointed girl, who looked like she might burst into tears at any moment, a white light suddenly shone from the orb. Following that, a manifestation in the form of twin swords appeared on her back before disappearing. Lillian Stone has successfully awakened a class, martial artist, the teacher announced, his voice filled with surprise, and his previously expressionless face showing clear astonishment. For this group of 18-year-olds, he hadn't expected any of them to awaken. But to think that the very first student called up would do so filled him with considerable surprise. It was well known that the best age to awaken a class was 16, as that was when the chances were highest. The older one got, the less likely awakening became. When the students heard the teacher's announcement, the previously quiet hall erupted with noise. Wow, Lillian actually awakened. First come, first served. TSK, to think the fourth to the last dumbest person in all of Class 3 would awaken. You do know that awakening successfully doesn't necessarily have anything to do with intelligence, right? Shut up. Of course, I know. Can't I just be bitter for a minute? What happened to my freedom to be negative? Like his fellow classmates, Michael was pleasantly surprised that the first student to step onto the podium had awakened. It was common knowledge that their group had almost no hope of awakening, so seeing someone succeed lifted everyone's spirits and filled them with a renewed sense of hope. However, that newly lit hope was quickly shattered. Mia Keem, awakening failed. Bruce Lane, awakening failed. Then the fourth, the fifth, all the way up to the 48th, every student who stepped up to the podium failed to awaken, except for the first female student. The entire hall felt as silent as a graveyard, save for the quiet sobs of those who had failed their awakening. Michael tried his best to ignore the cries of his fellow classmates around him. Failing to awaken in this world was not like failing a college exam on Earth. In the latter case, you could keep trying, and many alternatives weren't considered worse than attending college. But here, failing to awaken had no equivalent alternative. It was like a poor man, burdened with the responsibility of caring for his two chronically ill parents while also supporting a younger sibling through school, betting on 3 different games with a chance to win $1 million each, and losing everything. In such a situation, breaking down and crying wouldn't be unusual. The scene around Michael now was eerily similar. Most of the students at Woodstone Public School No. 3 came from families living near or below the poverty line. For them, successfully awakening was like having $100 million land in their lap. But for these sobbing students, that distant hope of drastically changing their lives had slipped through their fingers 3 times in a row. It was no wonder that some of them broke down in tears immediately. Michael tried not to let the dark atmosphere surrounding him affect his mindset and attempted to stay positive. His situation wasn't any better than those around him, if not worse. In this world, the original owner of this body was an orphan living with his aunt, a widow with a child of her own to care for. Together, the family of 3 barely survived on the limited funds his aunt managed to earn. For Michael, successfully awakening was the fastest way to change his family's fate, but his chance of awakening was less than 1 fan tram. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness. Though he was grateful for the chance to live again, especially in a healthy body, it would be painful to live a life of mediocrity. Yet, there was nothing he could do about his slim chance of awakening. All he could do was hope for the best. Michael continued to watch as more students stepped up to the podium, only to fail in their attempts to awaken. There were only a total of 86 students in the hall, so Michael's turn was approaching quickly. Since the teacher hadn't assigned a cue and called names at random, Michael could only wait for his turn. Just when the teacher in charge of the awakenings thought that this batch of students would only produce 1 awakener, the awakening orb in front of him suddenly emitted light. The cause of the reaction was a male student standing before him. Just like the female student who had first awakened, a manifestation appeared, standard for new awakeners. The male student's body glowed red, and a staff made of fire appeared in his hands before promptly disappearing. Brian Lien has successfully awakened a class, Fire Mage, the teacher announced. As with the first awakening, an uproar erupted in the hall, but this time it was even more intense. Damn. Brian actually awakened. The heavens really aren't fair. I know, right? He's already one of the few students who managed to ignite their life seeds before the college exams, something rare even in big cities, and now he's lucky enough to awaken too. That's not all. His night breathing technique happens to align with the fire attribute, and now that he's awakened as a fire mage, the two will complement each other perfectly. Like his classmates, Michael also had an impression of Brian. At Woodstone Public High School No. 3, Brian Lien was one of the few outstanding students who could hold his own against those from private schools with better resources, despite his humble background. His reputation extended beyond the school. He was even somewhat known throughout Woodstone City. This fame wasn't because of his academic achievements, but rather due to his exceptional talent in cultivation. The Awakening Orb wasn't the only piece of technology that Awakeners had brought back from the mysterious realm known as the Land of Origins. They introduced other technologies that significantly boosted the real world's advancement. The Land of Origins wasn't exclusive to humans, many other civilizations of various races existed there. In fact, humans here could be considered newcomers to that world. These civilizations had already used the Land of Origins to significantly advance their own societies. Using their methods, Awakeners managed to bring something back to this world: cultivation. Cultivation offered a method for ordinary people to gain supernatural powers, although they couldn't progress as quickly as Awakeners, be as powerful as them, or enter the Land of Origins. Brian practiced the breathing technique of the night cultivation system and had considerable talent in cultivation, so even if he failed to awaken, he still had a bright future. Just as Awakeners were respected and needed in this world, cultivators were too. Awakeners were held in the highest regard, making them incomparable in terms of status and power, yet the societal need for both was equally vital. Well, according to what had been told to Michael, the world changed when the apocalypse descended. It was no longer just a planet but a realm. Planet Aurora became the Aurora realm. Some of the cracks that brought monsters into the world remained, with new ones occasionally appearing. Some were filled with monsters, while others served as passages to other realms. Awakeners were few in number, so cultivators were needed to handle these realms. Awakeners advanced society, while cultivators kept it safe. This was something that had been taught to Michael and other children from a young age. Becoming an Awakener was more desirable, though. Cultivating required resources, and they weren't cheap, with costs only increasing as one progressed. This alone had already cut off more than half of the population's ability to walk on this path. Generally, only the talented or the wealthy had a significant chance of achieving great success in cultivation. The teacher, who hadn't even smiled much when Lillian Stone awakened, now had a wide grin as he addressed Brian. "Come stand here and wait," he said, pointing to the spot beside him where Lillian Stone also stood. He was thrilled that a genius from the school had just become even more exceptional, a super genius. After settling that, the teacher continued with the awakening ceremony, but he was met with disappointment as no other student managed to awaken, not even those with talent in cultivation. This wasn't unexpected. Just because a student had talent in cultivation didn't mean they would awaken a class, especially not at the age of 18. However, the teacher remained quite pleased, as the school now had 2 more Awakeners to its name. The awakening ceremony continued, and soon it was time for the 80th student to step up to the podium, Michael. Michael Norman. "Yes, sir." Hearing his name called, Michael nervously made his way up to the podium. Since the previous owner of this body didn't have much presence at school, he didn't have anyone cheering for him. Soon, Michael reached the podium, and under the teacher's guidance, he placed his hands, now unknowingly sweating, on the awakening orb, filled with anticipation. Seconds ticked by, and Michael could almost hear his own heartbeat pounding in his chest. Each student was allocated 30 seconds with the awakening orb. Any more time was pointless, as it had been proven over the years. 10 seconds passed. 15 seconds. 20 seconds. 25 seconds. Just as the teacher prepared to dismiss Michael, whose heart had already sunk into bitterness, the awakening orb under Michael's hands suddenly emitted a bright light. Instantly, Michael felt a warm sensation coursing through his body. His mind seemed to clear, and a surge of strength flowed through him. The manifestation that accompanied every new awakener soon appeared. A black, gloomy energy swirled around Michael, coating his body, while a dark staff briefly materialized in his hand before everything vanished. Michael was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, but the voice of the equally surprised teacher brought him back to reality. "Michael Norman has successfully awakened a class, Necromancer," the teacher announced. "Another one. Necromancer, huh?" That sounds powerful and maybe a little bit evil. Be more confident in your speech, brother. It's evil as fuck. Yeah, but as long as I can awaken a class, I wouldn't even mind if it involved selling my body. Just say you're horny, bro. As before, an uproar erupted in the hall, but it was more subdued than the previous 2 times. It couldn't be helped. Unlike the excitement over Lillian Stone's unexpected awakening or the amazement at Brian Leon's transformation into a super genius, Michael didn't have much of a presence in the school. But that wasn't the case anymore. Also, only a few of his classmates from Class 3, Section N8, were in the hall, and he recognized even fewer of them. He didn't personally know any of them. Good, 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 the teacher in charge of the ceremony said, repeating the word 3 times in delight. It wasn't that he knew Michael personally, but rather because a ceremony he had expected to yield no awakeners had surprisingly produced 3. If none had awakened, he wouldn't have been surprised. Such outcomes were common. Come stand beside me and wait. The teacher gestured for Michael to join the other 2 awakeners. Yes, teacher. Michael nodded, still in a daze, and complied. Seeing a new comrade, Lillian and Brian both gave him a nod of acknowledgement, which Michael returned. In truth, Michael's attention was no longer fully on his surroundings. He could catch bits of what his classmates whispered about him, but he was too preoccupied to care. His attention was on what had just appeared before his eyes. A blue, transparent panel floated in front of Michael. Name, Michael Norman. Race, human. Class, Necromancer Apprentice. EXP, 0 Fan 100. Strength, 1, 3. Agility, 1, 4. Constitution, 1, 2. Intelligence, 4, 5. Attribute points, 0. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 0 Fan 2. Gift, Mark of Origin. Michael's mind wasn't focused on the details displayed on the panel. It was only now that he fully grasped what had just happened. He had awakened. He had really awakened. A surge of happiness rushed through him, and his tense shoulders finally relaxed. While this was only the beginning, the most important thing was that he had awakened. No matter what came next, his future now held new possibilities. Michael let out a deep sigh of relief and turned his attention back to the rest of the awakening ceremony. Only 6 students remained, and in about 4 minutes, the ceremony would conclude. Each student would soon return home, left to ponder their future based on the outcome of their awakening. Now that he no longer felt nervous, Michael's mind was free to think of other things. The most important realization was that he had awakened a class, the Necromancer class. In truth, Michael knew little about Awakeners and their classes beyond what he had learned in school and from hearsay. What he did know was that classes were generally categorized into 3 types: combat, support, and lifestyle. His Necromancer class seemed like a mix of both combat and support, but Michael wasn't entirely sure. Aside from the Knight and Mage classes that were so influential in this world, he knew little about other classes. The school only taught general knowledge about Awakeners, without going into much depth. Perhaps the higher-ups felt that students who were unlikely to awaken didn't need to know more and could better use their time studying or cultivating. It's also said that if one cultivated before awakening and had talent in it, they could activate a secondary class. Thus, cultivation was generally viewed favorably. Michael wasn't sure if limited information was unique to Woodstone Public High School No. 3, but he did know one thing for certain: there was no discrimination between classes. There was no such thing as an overly weak class, as all classes theoretically had no limits. Power depended on the Awakeners themselves. According to the teachers, this even applied to lifestyle classes like tailors. Michael wasn't sure how true this was, but he figured he'd find out soon enough. After all, he was now an Awakener, someone who should be valued by the government. Just as Michael sorted out his thoughts and was about to check the panel that had appeared in his mind earlier, the voice of the teacher in charge of the awakening ceremony caught his attention. "Okay, that's it for today. For those of you who failed to awaken, remember that failing to become an awakener doesn't mean your futures are bleak. During the early days of the apocalypse, at least half of our ancestors who played a crucial role in our survival and advancement were ordinary people. So what if you didn't awaken? The sad students below the podium heard this, and a wave of motivation surged through them. Even Michael couldn't help but be impressed by the teacher's words. However, he knew that once they left the hall, the harsh reality would soon catch up to them. Perhaps some of the students already understood this, but they needed something to make them feel better at the moment. One must know that while this world was technically more advanced than Michael's previous one, it wasn't all sunshine for the average person. For example, bankers had long become a thing of the past, along with many other jobs. Only a few establishments still employed people for tasks that machines could do, either because they were too poor or wanted to be classy, like some upscale hotels. Most people in this world live in poverty, barely scraping by with the few jobs available to them. It was only after arriving in this world that Michael truly understood a saying from his old life: technology can be both a blessing and a curse. This desperation to escape their current circumstances was one of the reasons why these students so desperately wanted to become awakeners. If Michael hadn't awakened, he would have been on the receiving end of the teacher's encouragement too. He knew he was truly lucky. Seeing that his words had resonated with the students, the teacher nodded slightly in satisfaction before speaking again. The college exams for both regular colleges and cultivation academies are in 3 months, so make sure to prepare seriously during this time. Just because you don't need to come to school again after today doesn't mean you should slack off, okay? Yes, sir, the students, including Michael and the 2 other new awakeners, responded loudly. All right, you're dismissed. As the students made their way out of the hall, the teacher turned to Michael, Lillian, and Brian. With a smile, he said, "You 3, follow me to the principal's office." The moment the teacher in charge of the awakening ceremony left the hall with Michael and the 2 other new awakeners, they encountered 2 teachers, a male and a female, on their way to the principal's office. Following the male teacher was a young girl, who seemed to be around 17 or 18 years old. Behind the female teacher were 5 younger-looking students, 2 boys and 3 girls. From the brief conversation between the 3 teachers, Michael learned that the students accompanying them had successfully awakened as well. The girl following the male teacher was also from Class 3, though Michael didn't recognize her. That wasn't surprising. After all, Woodstone was a public school with over 600 students in Class 3 alone. There were 9 sections in Class 3, each accommodating up to 100 students per teacher. Although the classes rarely reached full capacity, since that would make even the large classrooms feel cramped, there were usually no fewer than 60 students per class. As for the 5 students behind the female teacher, they were from Class 1. Michael had guessed this due to their younger appearance, but he was still shocked by the number of awakeners in that class. In fact, he was surprised by how many students had successfully awakened this year in general. Including the students from Class 3, a total of 9 students had awakened. While this might seem small compared to Woodstone's overall student population, it was actually significant. Even Class 1, which consisted of 16-year-olds, the age group most likely to awaken, rarely had this many awakeners in a single year. In all the years Michael had been in senior high, the total number of students who had successfully awakened, from his own cohorts in Class 1 through Class 3, and even including older students, barely exceeded 12. And most of those awakeners had been from Class 1. This year, not a single student from Class 2, where most students were 17 years old, had awakened. Therefore, the number of awakeners at Woodstone Public High School this year was unusually high, and Class 3's success, in particular, was downright abnormal for reasons unknown. As Michael mused over his thoughts, they soon reached the principal's office. Upon reaching the door, the only female teacher among them took the initiative to knock. "Principal," she called out. "Come in," a voice responded from within the office. With permission granted, the female teacher took the lead and entered the room. Inside, a middle-aged man sat behind a desk. Michael recognized him. He was the principal of Woodstone Public High School No. 3, Mike Bill. It was rumored that he was a powerful knight, though Michael wasn't sure, as he had never seen the man in action. Setting aside the document he had been focused on, Principal Mike turned to smile at the newcomers. 9 Awakeners this year. Heavens must really favor our school, the principal remarked, pleasantly surprised by the number of students in his office. It was customary for new Awakeners to meet with the principal accompanied by their teachers, so he was confident he hadn't made a mistake. Seeing no one contradict his statement, he knew his assumption was correct. With this confirmation, the smile on Principal Mike's face grew even brighter. I believe your teachers have already informed you why you're here, yes? Principal Mike asked, glancing at Michael and the other students in his office. Yes, sir, they replied in unison. Haha, there's no need to be nervous. What I'm about to tell you is probably something you already know, but I'll still say it, the principal said with a light chuckle. Michael and the other students subconsciously straightened their backs. The principal paid no mind to this and continued. As you know, as Awakeners, your life and future are now different from those of ordinary people. Power and wealth are within your grasp, if you're wise enough to seize them. If you had failed to awaken, you would be preparing to enter an ordinary university to further your education. If you had decent talent in cultivation, you'd try to enter a cultivation academy. But you all have successfully awakened. So instead of attending a cultivation academy or an ordinary university, you'll be going to an awakened university, where you'll learn everything you need to know about being an awakener. You might think that going to an academy is unnecessary since you could just enter the land of origin on your own, like our ancestors, and make things work. While that's possible, anyone with good sense wouldn't do that. Why make things harder for yourself? So, right now, aside from entering the land of origin, which you'll soon have access to, getting into an awakened university should be your next main focus. As for learning more about your new identity as an awakener, you'll need to visit the Supers Association to register after this. The association will provide you with the necessary information. The principal then went on to mention a few other points. Some of these, Michael and the others already knew, while others provided new insights. After saying what he needed to, Principal Mike dismissed the students and teachers, asking Brian to stay behind. After being dismissed from the principal's office, the teacher responsible for overseeing Michael's awakening spoke up. As new awakeners, you must register with the Supers Association within 3 days. Failing to do so is considered a crime. Though you have some time, I recommend you register immediately if you're free today. As the principal mentioned, you also need to take the upcoming college exams seriously. Just because you're Awakeners doesn't exempt you from academic testing. While it may not be as strict as for regular university students due to your status, it's still important depending on the academy you plan to attend. Anyway, the Supers Association will have more details on this, so make sure you register quickly. For those who aren't in their 3rd year, the teacher addressed the students from Class 1, you can also attempt the college exams if you think you're up for it, as the Federation and most academies do not oppose it. However, most Awakeners who manage to awaken before their 3rd year prefer to opt for home studies while honing their skills as Awakeners, aiming for a higher score when they're ready to enter the academy. After offering this advice, and with 2 other teachers sharing their own advice, they left the 9 students and returned to the teacher's office. There was no need to flatter the new Awakeners. These were no longer the apocalyptic days. Although the teachers were softer with them compared to before, it wasn't to the point of bowing at their feet, but they certainly didn't want to offend them either. With the rise of cultivation, Awakeners were no longer the only powerful people in the world. Ordinary individuals could reach similar levels of strength, though Awakeners were a rarer breed. Veteran teachers like these knew that leaving a good impression was enough, as they had no hidden agendas. The students felt a little lost after the teachers left, but not Michael. He already knew what he needed to do next. The most important task was to register at the Supers Association, and the second was to inform his aunt about his awakening. Michael was already familiar with the Supers Association. Even before he transmigrated into this world, the original owner of his body had a basic understanding of it. This was common knowledge among the natives. The Supers Association was an organization under the Federation, the new government established after the apocalypse. The world now had only one ruling authority, the Federation, under which were countries, states, and cities. The Supers Association managed all supernatural beings in the Aurora realm. Ordinary humans had to be a rank 1 cultivator before they could register, whereas Awakeners were required to register immediately upon awakening, as they became supernatural beings the moment they awakened. The purpose of the Supers Association was to protect the general public, manage supernatural beings, and provide them with various benefits. Michael made his way out of the school compound. As soon as he stepped outside, he hailed an empty taxi that happened to be passing by. "To the Supers Association," he said. "That'll be $1, the driver replied. The Supers Association was a little far from Woodstone Public School. On foot, it would take Michael about 35 minutes, but by taxi, it would take no more than 20. Settling into the passenger seat, Michael pulled his phone from his pocket. Normally, if school were still in session, his phone would have been in his backpack. But with college exams approaching and no real need to attend classes, he had approached the day casually, wearing his school uniform but carrying only essentials. Every senior high student who came to school today did so primarily for the awakening ceremony. After today, the school would feel noticeably emptier. Though the technology in this world was more advanced than Earth's, familiar technology still existed. The rich used floating cars, while the less well-off relied on vehicles with wheels. The wealthy had watches that projected holographic displays as substitutes for phones, while others were content with traditional phones. The world was a mix of old and new technology, but somehow it all blended into a strange yet harmonious system that didn't seem out of place. Michael decided to text his aunt instead of calling her. She worked as a cook at a relatively upscale restaurant, so she was likely still busy. Michael sent a short message saying he had succeeded in his awakening. Just as he was about to put his phone aside, an incoming call flashed on the screen. It was his aunt. Michael immediately answered the call. "Aunt, aren't you at work?" Michael immediately inquired. It was rare for his aunt to answer so quickly, even on her days off. "I'm still at work. I just happened to be on a short break when your message came in," his aunt, Aunt Mia, replied. Michael believed her, as he could hear the noise in the background. "Mia." Michael smiled, already guessing what was on her mind. He understood her disbelief. Most parents were shocked when their children awakened on their first try, let alone Michael, who had even less of a chance. "Your message," Aunt Mia began slowly, pausing before continuing, "is it true?" "It is, Aunt Mia." "Today's my lucky day, haha," Michael chuckled in response. Aunt Mia let out a small squeak of joy, clearly trying to contain her excitement. Knowing she was still at work, Michael decided to end the conversation so she could get back to her duties. "I'm on my way to the Supers Association, Aunt. I'll talk to you when you get home." Okay. I'll transfer some money to you now. Get yourself something to eat and save a little for Lily when she gets back from school. I might be home a little late today." "Yes, Aunt." After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Michael let out a sigh as happiness surged through him. Though he was originally from Earth, he had fully embraced his role as Michael in this world and cared deeply for his family here. Perhaps it had something to do with losing his parents early in life back on Earth. In a way, both Michaels had experienced particularly difficult childhoods. After ending the call, Michael closed his eyes to rest, ignoring the driver's gaze, who seemed like he had something to ask. Only now did he realize how tense he had been in the awakening hall, leaving his spirit weary. It had only been a few minutes since Michael decided to rest when he felt a nudge from the driver. "We're here," the driver said. Michael weakly opened his eyes, still a bit dazed, but when he saw the two-story building not far from him, his mind cleared, and he quickly sat up. "Your code, please," Michael requested. "Here," the driver complied, showing Michael a code on his phone, which Michael then scanned with his own phone, transferring the fare to the driver's account. "Thanks for the ride," Michael said. "No problem. Congratulations on your awakening, by the way." Watching the driver drive away and hearing his last words, a smile appeared on Michael's face. If the driver hadn't been certain after overhearing Michael's conversation with his aunt, he definitely was now, especially after seeing Michael's focused gaze on the Supers Association branch as he got out of the car. Michael shook his head and refocused. Taking a deep breath, he made his way toward the entrance of the Supers Association. The inside of the Supers Association branch was a bit noisy, which surprised Michael greatly. Outside, he hadn't heard much sound, so he expected the building to be quiet, but it wasn't. There were actually quite a lot of people, most of them appearing very young. Michael didn't need to think much to realize that these people were probably new Awakeners, just like him. With only 2 Supers Association branches in Woodstone City, it wasn't surprising to see many Awakeners despite their rarity. Since all schools nationwide had chosen today for the awakening ceremony this year, most of the young people in the Supers Association building were likely the new Awakeners from Woodstone City. After today, the number of new Awakeners registering over the next 2 days should be low. Michael glanced around, and a rough count suggested there were at least 30 students present. This was quite a number, considering they all came from the 9 public and private schools in Woodstone City. As he took in his surroundings, Michael lined up behind one of the shorter queues leading to the reception table. He wasn't sure what to expect when he reached the front, but seeing others his age, likely fellow new Awakeners, gave him some idea. Fortunately, Michael didn't have to wait long. 28 minutes later, he was near the front, with only one person ahead of him. Behind him, more people had joined the line. As Michael waited, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw a new message. $300 has been transferred to your account 2778, XXXX Bank International, from Mia Grace. Your current account balance is $461. $300. That's quite a lot. Michael felt a little uncomfortable seeing how much his aunt had sent. Aunt Mia's monthly salary was only about $3,000, excluding occasional bonuses, and she had just transferred a tenth of it. Considering it was mid-June and Mia's salary typically arrived at the beginning of the month, this $300 could very well be a quarter of what she had left. Even back on Earth, $3,000 wasn't much for a family to live on. The $161 balance he had before was what remained from the $300 monthly allowance Aunt Mia gave him. Though Michael was concerned, he couldn't help but feel a warm sensation in his chest. He was truly loved in this world, something he had rarely felt back on Earth, where he had even faced his battle with cancer alone, with no one to care for him. As he thought of his family, Michael secretly clenched his fist, silently vowing once again to change their lives and take care of them. However, a wave of uncertainty washed over him. Is becoming an Awakener truly life-changing for the average person? To be honest, everyone had been raised to believe that becoming an Awakener was a one-way ticket to the top. But beyond the power it brought, the exact reasons and ways it transformed a life remained a mystery to most. It was common knowledge that power brought wealth, though. Michael, who had barely lived his adult years, was well aware of this. As various thoughts flashed through his mind, it was soon Michael's turn at the reception table. "Good day, sir. What can I do for you?" the lady behind the counter asked. She seemed to be in her late 20s and wore a professional smile. Her calm demeanor eased Michael's troubled mind a little, allowing him to reply calmly, "I'm here to register." As the lady inquired, glancing down at his school uniform. Usually, there were only two types of students who came to register: new Awakeners or Rank 1 cultivators who were still in school. Today was the National Awakening Ceremony Day, but she didn't want to jump to conclusions. "Yes, I'm here to register as an Awakener," Michael confirmed. "Oh, I see," the lady replied, not appearing surprised by his response. After confirming his purpose, she began asking Michael a few questions. Most were about his personal details, like his name, age, and address. She even asked for his bank account number for some reason, which Michael provided without hesitation. Thankfully, the process was quick and surprisingly straightforward. "Aren't you going to ask about my class?" Michael asked, curious. "There's no need for that, Mr. Michael. Your school will provide that information to us," the lady replied with her signature smile. "Ah, I see," Michael said, understanding now. "I thought she might have forgotten to ask, but it makes sense. Even if the Supers Association had a way to verify one's class, doing it for every new registrant would take too much time." After pressing his fingerprint on a tool the lady provided and signing his name on a freshly printed document, she addressed him again, this time in a more formal tone. "Congratulations on your awakening, Mr. Michael. As of today, you are now a proud warrior of the Federation, the people, and the Aurora realm. As a new Awakener of the Federation, a set of military cultivation techniques and martial techniques will be sent to your email. A link to a specially designed platform for supernaturals will also be provided. The password is your full name written in all caps, followed by this year's number, 228, with no spaces in between. Also, as a new Awakener, you are eligible for a monthly payment of $15,000. This amount will be reduced by half if you fail to reach Rank 1 within 6 months and will be revoked if you fail to become a Rank 2 Awakener within a year. Of course, the monthly payment will also increase alongside your advancement." Michael was a little overwhelmed by the sudden information dump, but one thing immediately caught his attention: money. It wasn't just the money, other benefits came with it too. Though the conditions seemed strict, it didn't change the fact that he was soon going to have a significant income. Michael's heart quickened a little, but before he could sink deeper into his thoughts, the lady behind the counter spoke again. "Is there anything else you'd like to ask about, Mr. Michael?" He was about to reflexively say no, since he had grasped most of what she said when he remembered something. Feeling suddenly bashful, with a red face, he inquired in a low tone, "When will the monthly benefit arrive, miss?" Ah, the lady was visibly taken aback, but after regaining her composure, her smile grew even brighter, and it seemed she was struggling to hold back a laugh. Her reaction made Michael feel even more embarrassed, but thankfully, she didn't dwell on it. "It should arrive within an hour at most, sir," she replied. Michael nodded slightly, thanking the woman behind the counter before quickly making his way out of the Supers Association building. Though he didn't regret asking about the money, he couldn't help but feel a little self-conscious, worried it might have come across as if he cared more about the money than anything else, though, in truth, he kind of did. Anyway, with this, the household shouldn't be short on funds in a few months. Aunt won't have to work so hard anymore, and she and Lily can take better care of themselves now. Michael was filled with joy, but he didn't let his happiness blind him. He knew nothing came free in this world. Even as an Awakener, the Federation wouldn't just hand out money without expecting something in return. Though it seems complicated, according to that lady, all I have to do to retain the benefits, and even improve them, is to get stronger. Michael had a clear goal now, to increase his strength quickly and make life better for himself and his family. Successfully awakening was just the beginning. But before anything else, he needed to get home and study more about Awakeners once the Supers Association sent him the information. The journey back home required Michael to take another taxi, which he didn't hesitate to pay for. Though he felt his body had gotten stronger since his awakening, it didn't mean he had to push himself unnecessarily. His home was nowhere close to the Supers Association. From his school to his house was a 30-minute walk, and with the Supers Association's location added in, it would take him at least an hour and a half to get home. Now that he had money in his account and was soon going to receive much more, Michael didn't see any reason to be frugal. While in the taxi, he sent his aunt a message letting her know he was done registering at the Supers Association and was on his way home. It was also around this time that a bank notification arrived, informing him that $15,000 had been transferred to his account. I'm rich. I'm rich. Though Michael had seen larger sums in his previous life, it was easy to forget that he was currently playing the role of an 18-year-old, something he had fully embraced. Unlike earlier, when Aunt Mia had responded immediately, there was no quick reply this time, which didn't surprise Michael. He had considered sending Aunt Mia a portion of the money he received, but knowing her, she would probably panic and it might affect her work. Since there was no need to rush, he decided to wait until she got back home. Michael didn't have the taxi drop him directly at his house, but rather at a mall near the community where his house was located. He hadn't forgotten his aunt's request to buy something for himself and his cousin, though he decided to use the money he received from the government instead of the amount she had given him. When his aunt returned later in the evening, he planned to return her money, along with extra. By the time Michael left the mall, he was carrying several bags. This round of shopping had cost him about $500. It might seem excessive to spend money like this, but Michael didn't regret it. For now, it was time for his family to enjoy life a little more. After all, what was the point of having money if not to spend it on oneself and loved ones? Of course, Michael had a limit to how much he would spend. He didn't know much yet, but he suspected that the government didn't provide benefits to new Awakeners purely out of goodwill. He had a feeling that part of the money was meant to be a resource for growth. There's no need to overthink it. I'll understand better once I check the emails from the Supers Association. By the time Michael finally got home, the sun had already set. The awakening ceremony had been held at 12:30 in the afternoon, and now it was a little past 4 p.m. Lily will be back from school soon. Let me use this time to get things in order. And Michael did just that. He put the food products in their respective places and organized the rest of his purchases accordingly. I'm so tired. By the time Michael was done, he was famished. He had only had a light breakfast that morning, so he decided to cook something for himself using some of the ingredients he had bought from the mall. Meat was on the menu, too. Thanks to living with an aunt who was a chef, Michael's cooking skills weren't bad at all. He made rice and fried meat, and just as he finished, his cousin, Lily, arrived home. Lily, like her mom, had black hair, blue eyes, and a short stature. Michael, on the other hand, stood out in their family with his blonde hair, green eyes, and tall build. It wasn't surprising to the family of three, as they knew he wasn't an immediate relative, but it often puzzled outsiders who assumed they were directly related, at least until they heard their different surnames. "Good evening, Brother Michael," Lily greeted as she poked her head through the kitchen door. "What are you cooking? Is that meat? It smells so good." Watching his cousin drool, Michael smiled helplessly. "Go wash up first before you think of eating. I'll serve you a plate in the meantime." "Okay, Brother Michael." The foodie immediately turned to leave without saying anything else. However, she came back a few seconds later and stared at Michael hesitantly. "What happened?" Michael asked, confused. "Brother Michael," Lily began, her hands behind her back and her head lowered, "how was the awakening ceremony?" "Oh, so that's what this is about." Michael sighed at how similar the mother-daughter duo was. They didn't want to hurt his feelings, yet they didn't pretend to ignore them. Lily heard Michael sigh and thought it was because he had failed to awaken. "Don't be too sad, Brother Michael. Even if you fail to awaken, it's not like the world has ended. I believe you can also become a powerful cultivator and enter those mysterious realms, even if you can't access the land of origin. The future is still bright." Michael was speechless when he heard this. When did I say I failed to awaken? What's going on in this 15-year-old's mind? However, soon Michael burst into laughter, clearly amused. Lily was stunned when she saw Michael laugh until tears formed in his eyes. She wondered if he had gone mad from sadness. Maybe that explained why he had been so unusually calm earlier. Michael couldn't bear to see the increasingly worried look on his cousin's face, so he addressed her. Who said I failed to awaken, silly? Why do you think we're having meat if there wasn't a special occasion? Michael then gave her a brief summary of the events that happened that afternoon. He didn't go into much detail about the Supers Association but did mention the money. Wow. Brother Michael, you're rich. What are you thinking? Stop looking at me like that. Brother Michael, hey. Give me some money. Michael spent some time getting his sister's focus off his account balance with a few promises. Watching her hum and skip away in happiness, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Though it seemed like she was more excited about the money, he knew she was genuinely happy about his successful awakening. Michael took a deep breath and steeled himself before carrying a plate of food to his room. He had delayed for long enough. It was time to finally learn more about this awakening business. Michael's family lived in a rented 2-bedroom apartment on the second floor of a 6-story building, with 4 apartments on each floor. The living conditions and environment could be described as passable. Michael figured that once he had more money in the future, he would move his family to a better place. The young man was filled with dreams and plans for the future. Among the 2 bedrooms, one belonged to Michael, while the other was shared by his cousin and aunt. Michael always felt guilty about this arrangement, and this feeling carried over after his transmigration. Regardless of whatever ties they shared, it didn't change the fact that he wasn't their immediate family member. But perhaps it was like a saying he had heard on Earth, family isn't decided by blood. After entering his relatively empty room, Michael sat on a chair next to a desk filled with books and placed his plate on the table. Taking a mouthful of rice with his spoon, he brought out his phone and opened his email. There, he found several messages from the Supers Association. The first message he saw was a congratulatory note on his awakening, with a file containing the set of military standard cultivation techniques that the lady at the counter had mentioned. The file contained a breathing technique that had no specific attribute and a meditative technique that was purely aimed at increasing his mana pool, also without any elemental attribute. Michael knew what breathing and meditative techniques were. After all, he had also practiced the free breathing technique provided by the Federation to its citizens, though he had no noticeable talent for cultivation. However, this was where his confusion began. Though Michael had not yet taken the time to study the panel in his mind, he knew he wasn't mistaken when he saw a level-up system there. One piece of information he knew about Awakeners was that they could level up in the land of origin. This was why Awakeners grew stronger more quickly, and the land of origin was often said to resemble a game. So this begged the question, since he could level up, why bother cultivating? Though there were rumors that cultivation could grant someone a second class, none of the teachers in school dared to confirm it. Thankfully, there was a note in the file that soon cleared up Michael's confusion. So that's what it is. After reading the note in the file, Michael realized that just because Awakeners could level up, which in turn made them stronger, didn't mean that cultivating was useless to them. What happens when one can't level up in the short term and still wants to grow stronger? Cultivation could help fill that gap. It turned out that, aside from leveling up, Awakeners could actively enhance their strength through other means. The 2 techniques sent by the Supers Association belonged to the Knight Cultivation System and the Mage Cultivation System, respectively. Michael was more familiar with the former than the latter. It was said that the cultivation systems and methods originated from the land of origin. For the Knight Cultivation System, one had to push their human body to its theoretical limit and light up a life seed within them to step onto the path of the supernatural, but this was no easy task. The theoretical limit of a human body was twice the strength and capabilities of an average human. Even good athletes were typically only about half as strong as this threshold. To become a rank 1 knight, a person needed to push their body to twice the capabilities of an average human. This was very difficult to achieve under normal circumstances, but with a breathing technique, one could use it as a catalyst to reach their human limit. After lighting up a life seed, they would gain a new upper limit and could continue to polish their life seed, thereby continually increasing their body's limits and becoming stronger. This method was primarily for ordinary humans, but Awakeners could also use breathing techniques to enhance their physical strength. The difference, however, was that they couldn't light up a life seed since, as Awakeners, they no longer had limits. However, the note in the file revealed something that surprised Michael: the existence of dual classes. According to the note, if one could light up a life seed before they awakened, as long as there was no conflict with the class they eventually awakened into and it wasn't the same, there was a high chance of acquiring a secondary class. This potential applied specifically to the Knight cultivation system, which could awaken a secondary class, the Knight class. Michael didn't know much about the mage system, and the note didn't elaborate on it. No wonder the principal and teachers kept mentioning that after registering with the Supers Association, we'd eventually learn what we needed to know. And this isn't even the only email I received. There's still that mysterious supernatural platform. Michael suddenly felt enlightened. Things that had been unclear to him before now made much more sense. The note that came with the techniques was really helpful. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to become a knight before awakening, so he missed out on the chance for a dual class. HHMM. Is this why the principal specifically told Brian to stay back? I don't know much about dual classes, but if one class can make someone stronger, it makes sense that having two would be even better. If that's the case, then Brian is indeed special. Even among Awakeners. Michael didn't feel envious of this, though. He wasn't in competition with anyone. He was already happy just to have been fortunate enough to awaken. Michael continued to read through the note, and once he finished, he closed it. There was no need to rush into cultivation. He still had something else to do. Feeling excited, Michael turned to the other emails sent by the Supers Association. This email contained a link, which, according to the lady who attended to him at the Supers Association, was his access to a platform made for all registered supernatural beings within the Federation. Without hesitation, Michael tapped the link, which led him to a browser page with a simple design. The page was simple, with a white background, the Supers Association's logo, and 2 empty bars for inputting an email and password. There wasn't anything particularly interesting to observe on this page, so Michael quickly entered his email and password according to the instructions given by the lady at the Supers Association. He felt a sense of anticipation. After all, this was a platform exclusively for supernatural beings, something he never could have imagined accessing in both his lives. Somehow, it feels like I've been invited into a secret organization. After inputting his details, Michael signed in. Soon, he was taken to a new page. Unlike the somewhat bland appearance of the login page, this one was more vibrant and lively. It looked like a forum. A lot seemed to be happening, but unfortunately, there wasn't any instruction manual. Not that one was needed. At first glance, the Supers Association forum didn't seem too different from a regular forum, aside from its content. Does anyone know the weakness of a swamp wyvern? Oi. Seems like we have a big shot in the house. Father, if I recall correctly, wyverns are usually above level 30, right? That's a teenage wyvern, not exactly strong. It's the nonchalance of subtly calling a wyvern weak for me. Newbie cultivator here, how strong is a wyvern for us cultivators? A level 30 should be a commander rank beast for you guys, so yeah, you'll need a knight commander or mage commander to take on a wyvern. Dude, just say a rank 3 cultivator. It's not my fault, brother. Awakeners and cultivators' power systems can be confusing at times. That was the kind of content in the forum. Michael could only read in awe, unable to fully grasp most of it. Once again, the Supers Association delivered essential information right to his fingertips, not in the form of step-by-step guidance, but through an interactive platform. Since it was a forum, Michael could search for whatever information he needed or ask directly, which he did without hesitation. Though some of the posts on the homepage had intriguing titles, Michael stayed focused. Reading random posts wouldn't help him, he couldn't even understand much of what they discussed yet. Michael dove into a spree of information seeking, and the gaps in his understanding slowly began to fill. By the time he was done, it had already grown dark outside, but he hardly noticed. Reading through various posts on the forum had opened Michael's eyes wide. What shocked him most was the sheer power hidden within this world. We've always heard about cultivators and awakeners, but aside from a few basics about cultivators, like life seeds and the ranks that follow, everything else is shrouded in mystery. Information about awakeners is even more elusive. Michael felt a mix of shock, enlightenment, and excitement. It's my fault for underestimating the people of this world. In fact, it wasn't just Michael who had these misconceptions, even the original citizens of this world felt similarly. After all, it had only been a little over 200 years since Aurora first came into contact with Mana. How advanced could their civilization have become in such a short time? However, they were all wrong, very wrong. The truly powerful beings of this world were astonishingly strong. For example, Michael finally learned more about the power system of cultivators. There were 7 ranks in total, from rank 1 to 7, known respectively as Apprentice, Elite, Commander, Master, King, Emperor, and Demigod. At first, Michael thought he had misread, but after checking 3 times and even watching a video of a demigod effortlessly defeating a 100-meter-tall monster with a casual slap, he was left speechless. He didn't know exactly how strong that monster was, but he was certain that a mere sneeze from it would have been enough to end his life. Even if such powerful beings were rare, there shouldn't be too few of them. If there were, the Federation and the Supers Association would likely have kept information about them under tight wraps. The Supers Association forum truly expanded Michael's perspective, and he found himself exhilarated by what he had learned. Power, power. I must have it. If before, becoming an Awakener was mainly about improving his and his family's life, with living a fulfilling life as a secondary goal, now Michael's heart burned with a fierce desire for power. It took a while for Michael to calm down from the surge of excitement. He had also learned a lot about Awakeners, particularly regarding the mysterious Land of Origin. The Land of Origin was a mystical realm that only Awakeners could access. It was said to resemble a game world, complete with levels, quests, and more. But one should never mistake it for a game, or they would come to regret it deeply. What linked the Land of Origin to an Awakener was the Mark of Origin. Michael glanced down at the back of his right hand, where a flower-like tattoo lay. This hadn't been there before, Michael had never gotten a tattoo. It only appeared after his awakening, this mysterious tattoo following him ever since. The mark would only show if he wanted it to. Name, Michael Norman, race, human, class, Necromancer Apprentice, EXP, 0 Fan 100, Strength, 1, 3, Agility, 1, 4, Constitution, 1, 2, Intelligence, 4, 5, Attribute Points, 0, Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 0 Fan 2, Gift, Mark of Origin. The Mark of Origin had 2 primary functions. First, it served as a key to connect an Awakener's consciousness with the Land of Origin. Second, it acted as a miniature spatial space. Yes, like a spatial storage ring. Michael had already checked off one of the must-haves on any transmigrator's list with this discovery. However, Michael was curious about what a gift meant, as his Mark of Origin was labeled as one. Yet, he couldn't find any information about it in the forum. This seemed implausible. Surely, all the Awakeners in the Supers Association would be interested in this topic. So, there could only be one explanation: the information was restricted. It likely meant he wasn't yet authorized to access such knowledge. Michael felt he was on the right track with his guess, especially since, right next to the profile they created for him, Level 1 member was clearly displayed in bold. This only made Michael more curious about what a gift was. If information about demigods could be accessed by a Level 1 member like him, even if it wasn't particularly in-depth, then the fact that details about gifts were hidden suggested that this subject was considered more important than even a demigod. Perhaps it held the same weight as matters concerning a god. Though the forum didn't have any direct mentions of gods, Michael couldn't help but suspect that they might exist in this world. It was only after exploring the forum that he realized just how deep the mysteries of this world ran. Fortunately, he could still investigate other information about the panel in his head, turning his attention to the next most intriguing aspect, his talent. According to what he found on the forum, talents could be seen as innate skills that could be used without the need for mana. They were akin to high-level skills, except that they were rare, even among Awakeners. There were two ways Awakeners could obtain a talent. One was through pure luck during the awakening ceremony, and the other was by seizing certain opportunities in the land of origin. It was clear that something extraordinary had landed in Michael's lap. However, he felt that his talent was a bit peculiar. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Evolution Points, 1, 16 hours, 9 minutes, 23 seconds. Aside from the fact that something called evolution points would appear and accumulate every 24 hours, this talent seemed to be currently useless. Despite this, Michael was still pleased to have a talent. Even though he didn't understand its use yet, he was confident it would prove valuable in the future. From its name, Infinite Evolution, he held high expectations for what it might become. Michael also read a few things about classes and races, and he had something to say to his teacher who had claimed, "There's no discrimination between classes." Bullshit. In reality, there wasn't any outright discrimination against classes from what Michael could see. However, unlike how his teacher had portrayed it, there was indeed a clear division between classes. "There are no weak classes, only weak awakeners" was a phrase Michael frequently encountered in the forum during his searches. But from what he had just read, it was undeniable that some classes held certain advantages over others. At least the school got one thing right: the classification of classes into combat, support, and lifestyle roles. Now, thanks to the Supers Association forum, Michael also discovered that there were actually 5 types of classes: general class, rare class, special class, hidden class, and unique class. General classes are the most commonly seen classes among Awakeners. A large percentage of Awakeners possess these classes, which is why they are considered common. These classes are also easily recognizable, as they provide only 2 attribute points per level up. Rare classes are a step above general classes, offering 4 attribute points per level up. These classes can utilize magic or other special abilities. However, a class does not necessarily need to focus on magic to be categorized as rare, like the Berserker class, for example. Special classes are somewhat unique and unconventional, which makes them difficult to categorize strictly as either general or rare. For instance, the Chef class provides 3 attribute points per level up, while a Barb class might only grant 2 attribute points, despite both being special classes. The term special refers more to their unconventional nature and niche focus. These classes can be considered rarer than rare classes, but their unique nature makes them versatile in how they are grouped. Hidden classes are inheritance-type classes that very few people can have simultaneously. Similar to special classes, they are rare, but they have an added layer of exclusivity. Hidden classes cannot be naturally awakened but can only be obtained through special means, which makes them particularly elusive. Unique classes are the rarest of all, with only one person able to possess a particular unique class at any given time. There wasn't much information about unique classes on the forum, but Michael didn't think that was actually the case. He read somewhere that the number of Awakeners in Aurora was a bit more than 70,000, and he found it hard to believe that no one had any information about unique classes. If they truly knew nothing, it wouldn't even be recognized as a legitimate class type. Michael believed it wasn't that information about unique classes didn't exist on the forum, rather, it was that his authority level wasn't high enough to access such information. It seems authority level isn't just for show. I should try my best to raise it, Michael thought with a subtle smile on his face. Even though it felt like his head might explode from all this new information, it was as if a fascinating new world had opened up to him, and he couldn't get enough of it. This world. These worlds are truly interesting with a lot to offer. Something else that surprised Michael was that even one's race could influence the benefits they received when leveling up. This revelation opened another world to Michael. From what he read, each level up as a human race granted 0. 2 in all stats, 0. 5 in intelligence, and 2 attribute points. Michael wasn't sure if this was low or not, but it seemed significant. Since they say the land of origin is like a game world, I wonder if it's possible to change races, Michael mused. Out of curiosity, he tried searching for information on the possibility in the forum, but like in the cases of gifts and unique classes, he found nothing. As before, this either meant the information didn't exist or his authority level wasn't high enough. Michael, already used to this, decided to move on. He also read about his class, the Necromancer, which, pleasantly surprising, turned out to be a rare class. Races weren't the only things that provided benefits as one leveled up, classes did too. Aside from the attribute points they provided based on their grade, certain stats would be boosted depending on the class's specialty. The Necromancer class, for instance, granted 0. 1 points to strength and constitution, 0. 3 in agility, and 0. 5 in intelligence, along with 4 attribute points. Necromancers are basically paper defenses. A punch from a similar level warrior class could probably take out more than half my health, Michael thought immediately. He also began to understand why people in the forum kept emphasizing that power ultimately depended on the Awakener themselves. Classes, race, cultivation, resources that could raise stats, stats themselves, and attribute points. If one utilized these things wisely, even an Awakener with a Tailor class could become deadly. The more Michael read, the more excited he became about the future. He couldn't wait to enter the land of origin, but he knew he couldn't rush in without making proper preparations. Yes, preparations. As an Awakener, he was naturally bound to enter the land of origin, but according to the forum, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows there, especially for new Awakeners. In a Tips for Newbies forum post, which was even starred by the Supers Association, Michael learned that when an Awakener entered the land of origin for the first time, their initial location was random. It could be near an active volcano, a frozen wasteland, or even in a monster's nest. However, there was a balance. According to the post, it would be something a new Awakener should be able to handle theoretically, and Michael didn't like the sound of that, hence his need to prepare. Even the experienced commenters in the post emphasized the importance of preparation. Thanks to the post, Michael also understood why the Supers Association provided such generous funds. It was indeed meant for resources. In the Supers Association platform, aside from the main forum, there was also a store section. Michael saw a myriad of goods there that left him in awe. Refined iron dagger. Price, $230, refined iron spear. Price, $285, health potion. Price, $500, leather pants. Leather shoes. Leather upper body armor. Michael searched for items recommended for newbies and picked the ones he liked. The store had 2 delivery methods, picking up at the Supers Association or opting for home delivery. Michael decisively chose the latter. If he could avoid leaving home, why should he move? Plus, compared to the total cost of the items he bought, the delivery fee was cheaper. Including the delivery fee, Michael spent a total of $4,328. Just like that, a third of the $15,000 the Supers Association had given him was gone. The Supers Association is really scummy. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Michael pouted in pain as he connected his account to the Supers Association platform and watched his money disappear. Michael did not regret buying the items, though. Even though death in the land of origin wasn't real death, if he could prevent it, why shouldn't he? The penalty for dying was harsh, losing 10 Fantram of all stats permanently for each death. The dead Awakener would also be unable to re-enter the land of origin for a while. Perhaps this penalty wouldn't be as severe for new Awakeners, but it was a big deal for the real powerhouses. Imagine having 100 points in all stats and watching 10 permanently disappear. It was a pretty harsh punishment for the top-tier Awakeners. After all, the stronger one was, the harder it was to increase a stat. It wasn't just numbers at that point. A 1-point stat increase for a level 100 Awakener could very well be the equivalent of 10 points for Michael. After placing his order, the Supers Association platform confirmed that his items would be delivered before noon the next day, which Michael was quite satisfied with. It's not too late to enter the land of origin tomorrow anyway. It's even better. I'm too exhausted to do anything now. Michael was also very hungry. He had learned a lot of information, which significantly filled the gaps in his understanding. Anything else he needed to know could be searched for slowly in the future. For now, Michael just wanted to sleep and wait for the new day to arrive before entering the land of origin. He was excited, but he had his priorities straight. Michael put aside his phone and was just about to carry the plate he'd used earlier when a knock came at his door. "Come in," he said reflexively. When he saw who was on the other side, he was surprised. Yes, it was indeed Aunt Mia. Michael had been so engrossed in the Supers Association forum that he hadn't noticed anyone entering the house. "Seems like our new Awakener has been busy," Aunt Mia teased as she made her way to Michael's bed and made herself comfortable. "Aunt Mia," Michael said, a little embarrassed by the title, but a happy smile bloomed on his face. He could see a smile on Aunt Mia's face, too, one that was threatening to widen, and hidden within, he could also see that she was proud of him. One must know that both Michaels, from Earth and Aurora, had only experienced true parental love from one person, and that was Aunt Mia. Both had become orphans at a very young age, and Aunt Mia was a mother figure to them, especially to the Michael originally from this world. Though Aunt Mia had a short stature, her blue eyes held the gaze of a mother looking at her child. Michael greeted her respectfully, and he was happy that she was happy. Before he could speak, Aunt Mia beat him to it. "Lily told me about your little adventure today." Michael silently clicked his tongue in annoyance. Perhaps he shouldn't have told Lily anything at all, now the news he should have delivered himself had come through someone else. But, since it was all family, it didn't really matter. "The amount of money the association gave you is really big, but be careful with it, Michael," Aunt Mia said anxiously. In her eyes, Michael was still a young boy. She had no interest in his money, but she was worried about his spending habits. Though Michael's past record of handling money reassured her, this time the amount was so much larger, and she couldn't help but worry that he might waste it. "And don't mind your silly cousin. There's no need." "Aunt Mia," Michael called out, his tone serious, cutting her off before she could continue. He already knew what she wanted to say, but he didn't want to hear it. His family was his motivation, his drive. Now that he could finally provide for them, how could she refuse? Michael felt dissatisfied. "Aunt Mia, the money the association gave me, well, a big chunk of it is for my well-being, so you don't have to worry about anything." As he spoke, Michael had already pulled out his phone, ready to transfer a portion of the funds to her. "Michael!" Aunt Mia exclaimed anxiously. She didn't entirely believe his words and feared he was going to inconvenience himself for her. In fact, she was right. But did Michael care? No, he didn't. This was likely a stupid decision, but for once, Michael wanted to satisfy his selfish desire. And also, if he ended up broke, He could wait for more funds to come in next month, all the while working hard in other areas. Michael wasn't afraid of hard work. Ironically, hard work was what had killed the Michael in this world. The hopeful fool had seen a rumor online that if one trained hard enough to come close to becoming a knight, the chance of awakening would be higher. The original Michael knew this was nonsense, but feeling unlucky and with many responsibilities on his shoulders, he pushed himself too hard. In the end, he died, allowing Michael from Earth to take his place. It's okay, Aunt Mia. You don't know this, but the Supers Association is still going to give me more resources soon, Michael said, lying with a straight face. It was, of course, impossible. The association wasn't going to do more for him, they weren't his family, and even some families couldn't always provide that much. Are you lying to me? Aunt Mia asked, a little uncertain. You know I'd never lie to you, Aunt Mia, he said, delivering another lie with an innocent face. This time, he felt a slight pang of guilt but didn't let it show. Aunt Mia looked conflicted, her expression reflecting her mixed feelings. Michael noticed her hesitation and knew he had to strike while the iron was hot. Also, since becoming an Awakener, I can feel my appetite slowly increasing. We'll need more food at home, Aunt Mia. Michael spoke with a feigned look of seriousness, but just in time, his stomach rumbled, adding authenticity to his words. This convinced Aunt Mia a little. What made her trust his words even more was his status as an Awakener. As an Awakener, he should be valued by the Federation, right? She thought. Like most adults, she knew of the Federation's admiration for Awakeners, though she didn't know that while they valued Awakeners, they weren't exactly looking to pamper them. Finally, Aunt Mia chose to believe Michael. Okay, she agreed. Happy, Michael immediately transferred some money to her. Feel free to use it as you like, Aunt Mia. And please, get a few things that Lily enjoys too, he added with confidence, like a rich man. Just then, Aunt Mia's phone buzzed, showing a bank notification of a $5,000 credit. Aunt Mia was speechless and was about to scold Michael when he spoke again. Trust me, Aunt Mia. This money is nothing to me now. Didn't Lily mention that I'll be getting money every month? Aunt Mia nodded reluctantly. If he was telling the truth, her little Michael could indeed afford to spend money like this. However, she decided that, while she'd use some of the money for the family's well-being, she'd save the rest until she could confirm his words. Seeing that he'd successfully convinced his aunt, Michael secretly sighed in relief as a smile appeared on his face. You're hungry, right? I brought some cake and snacks on my way back. Want some? Aunt Mia asked, remembering the thunder that had erupted from his stomach earlier. Yes, I'd love some, Aunt Mia. After confirming, Aunt Mia took the plate Michael had planned to carry out earlier and left the room, returning shortly with some snacks. They shared a few more words before Aunt Mia left, and Michael's room finally fell quiet. Soon, the soft sound of his snores filled the room. Michael slept with a smile on his face that night. Today had been the best day of his life, even if it was just as stressful. The next morning, Michael woke up feeling refreshed. Although his mind felt clearer after his awakening, the mental exhaustion wasn't so easy to shake off. Fortunately, a good night's sleep was the perfect remedy. Michael didn't immediately get up from his bed but sat on the edge, reminiscing about the events of the previous day. It's amazing how quickly life can change, Michael thought happily. He couldn't have asked for a better turn of events. And the best part was still yet to come. Today's the day I enter the land of origin. I wonder what I'll encounter. Michael's excitement grew as he thought about the new day ahead. After shaking off the lingering drowsiness from waking up, Michael stood up and opened the shades of his windows, letting the morning light flood into his room. It's quite bright. What time is it now? He walked over to his desk, picked up his phone, and saw that it was just past 8 in the morning. He really had gotten a good night's sleep. Aunt Mia should have gone to work by now. Lily should also be in school. With that thought, Michael left his room to check if anyone else was still in the house, but as he had expected, it was empty except for him. Although it was still a while until noon when his delivery from the Supers Association was due to arrive, Michael decided to freshen up and wait. After all, the delivery was supposed to arrive before noon, which meant there was a chance it could come earlier. And he didn't want to leave the apartment without bathing. Besides, once he received his order, he planned to enter the land of origin immediately. He really couldn't wait any longer. Since he had some time, Michael decided to clean up the house. My classmates would probably never believe that even an Awakener still has to clean, Michael mused. Awakeners were like celebrities here, even though little was known about them except for a few clips of them in action. Just like celebrities back on Earth, there were some overzealous fans who probably couldn't imagine their favorite person doing something as mundane as using the toilet. As a few mischievous thoughts crossed his mind, a smile appeared on Michael's face as he happily cleaned up whatever he could around the house. After finishing his chores, Michael brushed his teeth, took a bath, and got dressed. Since the delivery still hadn't arrived, he served himself some leftover rice from the previous day and browsed the Supers Association forum on his phone while eating. Never in either of Michael's lives had he been so interested in studying. It was understandable though, while the information was important and somewhat complicated, it felt like it had been pulled straight out of a fantasy novel, making it far more immersive than academic subjects. Time passed like this, and a little past 11 in the morning, Michael received a phone call from an unknown number. Curious and a bit wary, Michael picked up the call. "Is this Mr. Norman?" a voice came through the phone. Hearing the question, Michael immediately guessed who was on the other end. "Yes, I am," Michael replied as he stood up. "That's great. Mr. Norman, I'm here with your delivery. I'm currently in front of your apartment building, but I don't know which floor you live on. Don't worry, I'll meet you there." "Please wait for me," Michael said, already stepping outside his apartment and closing the door behind him. Perhaps because the apartment building was old, or maybe because the owner was too cheap, there was no elevator. Residents had to use the stairs to reach their floors. It was probably for the best, since if there was an elevator, the rent would likely be higher, and many residents wouldn't be able to afford living here. Luckily, Michael's apartment was on the second floor, so it didn't take long for him to meet up with the delivery man who had brought his goods from the Supers Association. When Michael saw the appearance of the delivery man, he was a little taken aback. The man seemed to be in his late 30s and had a huge physique, but that wasn't what caught Michael's attention. What drew his eye was the mechanical limb the man had in place of his right hand. This world was advanced enough that losing a limb wasn't considered a serious issue anymore. One could easily get a mechanical replacement that functioned almost like the real thing, except for lacking a sense of touch, and, of course, being expensive. However, most people with mechanical limbs also purchased artificial skin to cover them, which was both realistic and far cheaper than the limb itself. There were generally only two types of people who went without artificial skin on their mechanical limbs: those who couldn't afford it and those with a particular sense of style. Seeing as the delivery man wore clothing that deliberately exposed his mechanical arm, he was probably the latter. However, Michael couldn't deny that the man looked quite cool with the exposed mechanical arm, almost heroic, even. "Are you Mr. Norman?" the delivery man politely asked as he saw Michael approaching. "Yes, I am. I assume you have my order." Michael replied, nodding in response to the greeting from the delivery man's partner, who was still in the van. After confirming Michael's identity, the delivery man quickly began offloading Michael's order from the van. There were quite a few items, and even with his improved stats from Awakening, Michael knew he'd be left sweating after transporting everything to his apartment. Thankfully, the delivery man with the mechanical limb offered to help, which Michael greatly appreciated. Back in the living room of his apartment, Michael stared at the packages on the ground in front of him, feeling a twinge of pain. $4,000. $4,000. Every time he repeated it, it felt like a knife stabbing into his heart, even as his hands eagerly opened the boxes. Michael hadn't gone overboard just because he had some money in his account when he ordered from the Supers Association store. He had simply followed the recommended list of items for entering the land of origin for the first time and selected those he liked. Half an hour later, Michael had opened all his deliveries and placed their contents into the storage space within his mark of origin. New Awakeners usually didn't have large spatial spaces in their marks, but it was more than enough for Michael's current needs. He didn't change into any of the leather armor he bought or equip himself with any weapons because, according to the forum, nothing on the Awakener follows them into the land of origin. Only items stored in the mark of origin could be brought in, so everything Michael thought he needed was already stored there. Taking several deep breaths, Michael made his way into his room, feeling anticipation, excitement, and a bit of nervousness. According to the forum, connecting one's consciousness with the land of origin meant leaving it behind in the real world, so his body had to be placed in a suitable position before leaving. Michael decided to lie down on his bed. Let's do this. He concentrated on the mark on his hand, trying to connect his consciousness with the land of origin. Since it was his first time, it wasn't easy, but thankfully, the land of origin was an innate part of every Awakener. It didn't take long for him to finally succeed. Michael's right hand, which was raised in the real world, slowly fell as his body began to softly snore. New chosen detected. Chosen identity confirmed. You have gained a new skill, detect. After reading more about the land of origin, Michael often wondered where his initial location would be. Would it be in the middle of a forest? An open plain? Or maybe dangerously close to a monster nest? There were endless possibilities, and Michael's imagination ran wild. He hoped that as long as it wasn't anywhere near monsters, he'd be fine. But when Michael opened his eyes, he found himself in a dark room with black brick walls covered in moss. If not for the holes in the roof allowing in some sunlight, the room would have been pitch black. A foul odor filled the air, making Michael gag in disgust. What is this smell? Rotting garbage. Or worse. No, that's not important right now. Where on earth am I? If he hadn't registered with the Supers Association and gained access to information about the land of origin, he might have panicked. However, though Michael knew each Awakener's initial location was random, he wasn't exactly thrilled. The problem wasn't the location itself but the disgusting smell. Though he wanted to leave immediately, Michael resisted the urge to move. His current location wasn't the worst, at least there were no monsters or erupting volcanoes nearby. But he knew it was better to proceed with caution until he learned more about his surroundings. This wasn't just his own hunch. Experienced Awakeners had emphasized caution multiple times in the Tips for New Awakeners forum post. First step, observe your surroundings. Michael turned to inspect the wall beside him. A wall made of old, weathered bricks. Figures, Michael thought sarcastically as he read the description. He wasn't surprised by its sudden appearance, having expected it. This information was thanks to a new skill he had gained, actually, one that every Awakener received upon entering the land of origin for the first time, detect. Much like in games, the detect skill allowed the user to gather information about specific objects they focused on. It was an essential skill for both new and experienced Awakeners alike. However, detect had its limitations. For one, it couldn't reveal information about living beings significantly stronger than the user. If the target was more than 20 levels above the user, detect simply wouldn't work. Conversely, the skill provided more detailed information when the user's level was significantly higher than that of the target. Detect could also improve over time, providing more details as the user's knowledge grew. Shifting his focus away from the room's wall, Michael took a moment to observe his own body in this world. As expected, nothing from Aurora had followed him, not even his clothes. Thankfully, he wasn't naked. He was dressed in simple clothing similar to what commoners wore in the medieval ages on Earth. Aside from the clothing, there was nothing else of note on him. Now that he had a basic understanding of his surroundings, Michael decided it was time to explore. But before leaving the room, he decided to arm himself, just in case. There was no sign of monsters outside, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Michael had read plenty of stories on the forum about the unfortunate fates of new Awakeners, and he had no intention of dying on his first day. The first thing Michael retrieved from his storage space was the leather armor he had bought from the association. While better armor existed, those options were either too expensive or impractical for him at this stage. Enduring the urge to gag from the foul smell around him, Michael quickly but quietly donned his leather armor. Time to arm myself. Michael had purchased 3 types of weapons from the association, 2 melee weapons and 1 firearm. He had been surprised he could get the latter without any complications. Apparently, his status as an Awakener was all the license he needed. Guns were effective in the land of origin, so he decided to bring one along. Compared to the spear and dagger he'd purchased, he felt much safer with a firearm. Though he'd never held a gun in either of his lives, let alone fired one, it offered a few clear advantages over melee weapons. For one, he could attack from a distance, and even if he missed, he could fire additional shots quickly. Of course, guns also had their drawbacks. For instance, the noise could attract unwanted attention, like nearby monsters. Michael had considered this and even read about it on the forum, so he also bought a silencer for his gun. Guns are one of the best tools to have in the early stages, but they quickly become obsolete as one grows stronger. Like the experienced Awakeners in the forum said, personal strength is still the most important thing here. After loading his gun and removing the safety, he relaxed his tense shoulders and made his way out of the dark room. Even if his first impression of the land of origin wasn't what he had expected, Michael's excitement about this new world remained undiminished. Besides civilizations like Aurora, which are connected to the land of origin through Awakeners, there are also native civilizations. This building seems to be a remnant of the past, now abandoned, Michael observed. After leaving the dark room where he first appeared, he found himself in a wide corridor that was dimly lit, saved only by holes in the distant ceiling. If the roof weren't so far out of reach, he would have tried breaking out rather than wandering around as he was now. Thanks to the ventilation provided by the holes in the ceiling, Michael's movements did not cause an echo. As he moved further, Michael also identified the source of the foul odor filling the air. These magical creatures looked like harmless, solidified liquid, but they were far from it, secreting acid with a stench just as terrible. Slimes moved by crawling and could hop to attack. The foul smell he'd encountered came from a slime trail left outside the room he'd started in. Michael wasn't sure if the same slime was nearby, but after a while of exploring this vast, seemingly empty building, he encountered one. Acid Slime LV, 4, rank, common, a harmless-looking slime that shoots acid. Devious enough, he thought. Slimes happened to be one of the creatures Michael had read about in a forum post titled Common Monsters in the Land of Origin while waiting for his delivery. Interestingly, the post's author was the same person behind tips for new Awakeners, a level 5 member of the Supers Association. Michael wasn't sure what being a level 5 member meant, but he thought it sounded impressive. In Common Monsters in the Land of Origin, creatures like slimes and goblins were described with pictures attached, so even before using Detect on the acid slime, Michael already knew what it was. What he hadn't expected was for something like the acid slime to exist. It looked vastly different from the cute, blue slime he'd seen in the post, but since the Awakener had mentioned there were many slime variants, he wasn't too surprised in the end. A 2-star common rank monster. Guess that says a lot about its freakish nature. Michael didn't know if it was the acid slime's slightly grotesque appearance, the terrible stench, or its ability to shoot acid that bothered him most. In the Land of Origin, there were 7 known ranks for monsters, from low to high: common, rare, extraordinary, epic, legendary, mythical, and demigod. Each rank had 3 mini-grades called stars, like 1-star common, 2-star common, 2-star rare, and so on. Both monsters and items followed this ranking system. For items, the stars indicated efficiency and quality, while for monsters, they represented potential. Every star in a monster's rank allowed up to 7 levels, so a 2-star common rank acid slime, like the one in front of Michael, could potentially reach level 14. A rank 1, level 4 slime that shoots acid. Sure enough, this slime is too freakish. Whatever happened to being just cute, huh? Though Michael's thoughts seemed scattered, he was actually weighing whether to confront the acid slime or retreat. Although the slime was over 3 levels above him, slimes were considered some of the weakest monsters, making them relatively easy to kill if one prepared well. Michael hadn't forgotten his main goal, shared by all Awakeners entering the land of origin, to get stronger, and the quickest way to do that was leveling up. And as a Necromancer, he'd eventually need undead summons, so he would have to kill something, or he'd be a fake Necromancer at the end of the day. Leveling up allowed for custom stat allocation, which meant Michael could technically build himself like a warrior, but ignoring his class's strengths would make him mediocre. There was no reset button for Awakeners who carelessly wasted their potential. Too bad slimes don't leave a body behind, or I could have finally used my class skills to revive something. Of course, he wasn't entirely serious. Even if the slime did leave a body, he wouldn't be eager to contract such a smelly creature unless he was desperate. In a way, encountering a slime first wasn't bad news. Any other monster might have been a significant challenge, while slimes, especially acid slimes, were known for their slow movement. Still, he couldn't let his guard down. A leather armor alone wouldn't be enough to protect him from an acid shot. After a moment's thought, Michael finally decided to see if he could turn this acid slime into experience points, or end up as its food. Let's do this. Suppressing the urge to take a deep breath to steady his nerves, he rushed out from his hiding spot and began firing at the football-sized green monster about 10 meters away. 3 shots, and he missed every one. The acid slime finally seemed to notice him, turning to look at him, vibrating in a way that seemed almost angry, or so Michael thought. He hadn't expected his aim to be this poor, even at a distance of 10 meters. Sure, the slime's small size made it a tricky target, but why were his bullets missing entirely? Michael wanted to blame the recoil, but his enhanced Awakener body made that excuse weak. My aim is truly terrible, he thought, frowning. He readied himself to shoot again, but before he could, the slime fired a jet of acid straight at him. Shit. Michael dodged hurriedly, but a drop of acid managed to hit his unarmored arm. Ah! He stifled a scream as a burning pain shot through him. In that moment, he realized he'd heavily underestimated the acid slime. But there was no time to dwell on the pain. The slime launched another acid shot, which Michael dodged successfully this time, but his confidence was wavering. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he struggled to ignore the searing pain in his arm, his left hand now useless as he aimed with just his right. The second attack had finally angered him. Accuracy be damned, he started shooting wildly in the slime's direction. Most shots missed, but his burst of frustration began to inflict some damage, even if only a little. Soon, all 30 bullets in Michael's gun were exhausted. As he fled from the acid slime, now slightly smaller but still hopping after him, he followed the marks he'd made with his dagger on several walls to avoid getting lost in the vast, abandoned building. He tried to reload, but the pain in his left arm made it difficult, causing him to drop several clips. The worst part was that the slime's hopping speed was only slightly slower than his own, keeping him within its attack range. Though his leather armor protected his back and legs, he could still feel the heat closing in. After several failed attempts, Michael finally managed to reload and resumed a frantic shooting spree at the slime. This process repeated a few more times until, with a lucky shot, he damaged the core inside the slime, finally killing it. You killed a common LV4 acid slime, you've gained 45 experience points. You killed a monster 3 levels higher than your own, earning a 4x experience multiplier. You've gained 180 experience points. Level up. You have leveled up to level 2. You have learned the skill, Basic Shot. On his first day in the land of origin, Michael had almost been taken down by one of the weakest monsters, a slime. You've leveled up to level 2 human. You've gained 2 stat points in strength, agility, and constitution. You've gained 5 stat points in intelligence. You have gained 2 attribute points. You've leveled up to level 2 Necromancer Apprentice. You've gained 1 stat points in strength and constitution, 3 stat points in agility, and 5 stat points in intelligence. You have gained 4 attribute points. Michael hardly registered the notifications. It felt like he was about to die, his whole body burning as if it were engulfed in flames. A section of his left arm looked mutilated, horrifying to even glance at. Suppressing the urge to scream, Michael took out one of the health potions he'd bought from the Supers Association store. He hadn't imagined he'd needed less than 2 hours after first stepping into the land of origin. Despite the warnings about not treating the land of origin like a game, part of him still had. It fueled his excitement, filling him with visions of leveling up like the protagonist in some cheap novel, rising to the peak of this world and beyond. Perhaps it was his teenage optimism that kept him hopeful, or maybe he was unconsciously slipping into the role of an 18-year-old despite already being an adult back on Earth. With shaky hands, Michael poured half of the health potion over his injured arm and drank the rest. Gradually, the pain began to fade. The potion worked like magic, and Michael watched in awe as new flesh formed over his wounds. A scar remained, likely due to the potion's grade, but he didn't care. As long as the terrible pain was gone, he could deal with the rest later. I almost died, Michael thought. Death in the land of origin wasn't permanent, but he'd undeniably come close, against one of the weakest monsters here, no less. I'm pathetic. Too naive, too inexperienced, too reckless. If I'd just kept my distance from that acid slime, I wouldn't be in this mess. What Michael didn't realize was that his performance, while far from perfect, would have impressed most veteran Awakeners. He had not only succeeded in killing a monster on his first encounter but had also taken down an opponent several levels higher than him. Despite being just a slime, it was still superior to him. Michael also misunderstood that, though slimes were among the weakest monsters in the land of origin, that reputation applied only from a certain perspective. The writer of the post calling slimes weak was already a powerful being qualified to look down on slimes. For many, especially new Awakeners, slimes were no joke, and underestimating them had been Michael's first mistake. Both the Michael from Earth and the one from Aurora shared a tendency to be unrelenting with themselves. Growing up as an orphan had forced him to mature quickly and shoulder responsibilities, leaving him with little patience for his own mistakes. This same trait made him feel little sense of accomplishment at defeating the slime he subconsciously disdained as weak. After sitting in silence for a long while, Michael's messy emotions finally calmed, and he began to focus on other things. This scar won't follow me to the real world, right? Michael glanced uncertainly at the ugly scar on his left arm. Something remarkable about the bodies of Awakeners in the land of origin was how closely they mirrored those in the real world. They could be considered perfect clones in sync with their counterparts. This replication was so complete that even pain was experienced just as intensely here as in reality. Recalling his recent encounter with the acid slime sent a shiver down Michael's spine. I hope I don't develop PTSD over slimes. That would be too pathetic. After examining the scar a bit longer, Michael decided it was unlikely to follow him back to reality. The primary function of this body was to synchronize any strength he gained here with his real body. However, it seemed he'd have to bear the scar here until he died. According to posts on the Supers Association forum, an Awakener's body in the land of origin functioned much like a real one, independent from the original, requiring food and other sustenance. It wasn't just data like in a game. This was also why death here only counted if the entire body or major organs were destroyed. Losing a limb wouldn't kill him, but it would leave him crippled in this world. To regain a fully functional body, his current one would have to be destroyed so a new one could reconstruct the next time his consciousness entered the land of origin. To put it simply, one could reconstruct a body they didn't like by killing themselves. However, aside from the fact that many were not sick enough to consider this, even seasoned Awakeners would rather be crippled than end their own lives. This was because death in this world, while not permanent, still resulted in a 10% permanent reduction in all stats. Not many could afford that loss. So, even though death wasn't truly final here, most Awakeners took their lives seriously. By now, Michael had recovered from his life and death battle with the acid slime and could finally focus on something he'd been putting off. I leveled up. Though his performance against the acid slime left much to be desired, Michael wouldn't turn down the experience points. He had a problem with the slime, not with its generous experience reward. Name: Michael Norman. Class: Necromancer Apprentice. Level: 2, 1 carat, EXP, 80 fan 250, Strength: 1, 6, 0, 3 carat, Agility: 1, 9, 0, 5 carat. Constitution: 1, 4, 0, 3 carat, Intelligence: 5, 5, 1, 0 carat, Attribute points: 6, Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, New. Talent: Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 0 fan 4, Gift, Mark of Origin. Compared to how it looked when he first awakened, Michael's status screen now appeared significantly different. The first thing he noticed wasn't the change in his level or stats, but his skills section. Aside from the 2 class skills he'd had since awakening, entering the land of origin had granted him 2 more, which stood out. Michael already knew the function of his first 3 skills: Undead Summoning, a primary skill that allowed him to summon and dismiss undead at will; Undead Revival, his true core skill, enabling him to create undead summons in the first place; and Detect, a basic scouting skill used for gathering information. Now, there was a new addition. Basic Shot, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0, 6 fan tram, fires a single, accurate shot at the target with standard damage. Seems like something that belongs to the Archer class, Michael thought. Michael was, in fact, correct. Basic Shot wasn't just any ordinary skill for the Archer class, it was one of its core skills, akin to how Undead Revival was for him. But since this was an Archer class skill, how and why could Michael learn it? Class skills were called class skills not because only one class could learn them, but because specific classes could maximize their potential. For example, Undead Revival was a skill other classes could technically learn, but non-necromancers couldn't make full use of it. Even if another Awakener learned Undead Revival and Undead Summoning, the number of undead summons they could control would be limited, unlike necromancers like Michael, who unlocked extra slots with each level up. Interestingly, contract slots were also used to gauge talent for classes like necromancers and beast tamers. Just because 2 individuals awakened the same class didn't mean they were on equal footing, especially when it came to contract slots. For instance, Michael had 2 starting contract slots, gaining 2 more with each level. However, there were rare individuals with 5 starting slots, meaning that by level 10, while Michael would have 20 slots, they would have 50. This was one way classes reliant on contracts were graded. Returning to class skills weren't exclusive to specific classes but were optimized by them. When non-necromancer classes learned Undead Revival, they would start at Basic Mastery, and raising proficiency would be challenging. In contrast, necromancers like Michael would start at Intermediate Mastery for skills like Undead Revival or any necromancer-centric ability. This applied to other class systems as well. Michael successfully learned Basic Shot, but his mastery began at Basic Mastery, whereas archers would automatically start at Intermediate Mastery for this skill, whether they received it at awakening or learned it later. This skill should make up for my terrible shooting a bit, Michael thought happily. He had no intention of avoiding more monsters just because of his experience with the acid slime. Though he didn't enjoy pain, who would? He wasn't a coward. Shifting his focus away from his new skill, Michael began to examine the changes that had occurred after leveling up. Name: Michael Norman. Class: Necromancer Apprentice. Level: 2, 1 carat, EXP, 80 fan 250, Strength: 1, 6, 0, 3 carat, Agility: 1, 9, 0, 5 carat, Constitution: 1, 4, 0, 3 carat, Intelligence: 5, 5, 1, 0 carat, Attribute points: 6, Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, New. Talent: Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 0 fan 4, Gift, Mark of Origin, My stats have increased, was the first thing Michael noticed. He hadn't felt anything earlier, which made sense, as pain had been all-consuming. But after seeing the digital representation of his stat increase, Michael paid attention to his body and finally noticed it. He stood up and tried a few movements to gauge how much his stats had risen. So this is what it means to level up, he thought in awe. Since his awakening, this was only the second time Michael felt his body was different. He figured it would only become more pronounced as he leveled up. Now he was only level 2, but what about when he reached levels like 50? By then, even his less relevant stats for his class, like Strength and Constitution, would likely reach superhuman levels. Among his stats, Michael noticed that Intelligence had increased the most. However, it was currently useless, as he had no way to use mana yet. The Intelligence stat didn't make one smarter, it simply represented an Awakener's total mana and their ability to learn things quickly, like spells. Thanks to his Human Race and Necromancer class, which each provided 0.5 stat points in Intelligence, Michael now had almost 6 times the average intelligence of a typical human. The stat system for Awakeners factored in their race to determine their strengths. Even before awakening, Michael had known races like elves existed in the land of origin, and some of these elves weren't native but from civilizations like Aurora, where Awakeners also resided. For example, an elf with a strength stat of 1 would have it scaled according to their natural physique. So, if elves were naturally stronger than humans, a single point increase in their strength stat might equate to what would be 2 points for humans. This system reminded Michael of the class system, where some classes had inherent advantages over others. However, all these differences were meaningless to him now, as he was still lost in the middle of nowhere. The next biggest boost went to his agility stat, with the mage-type Necromancer class surprisingly contributing the most points. Agility affects movement speed, reaction time, dodge ability, and attack speed. Michael wondered what a mage class like Necromancer would benefit from agility, but he made a note to research it later. After Intelligence and Agility, Strength and Constitution received the lowest enhancements. Strength impacted physical power, melee attack damage, carrying capacity, and physical feats. Constitution affected health, endurance, resistance to physical and elemental damage, and environmental factors. Michael knew these stats would have been even lower without the boosts from leveling up as a human. If his stats depended solely on his Necromancer class, his mana pool might be vast, but even a lower-level physical class could probably take him down with a single punch. Despite the seemingly small gains, he felt his overall performance had improved by at least 30 fantram. And this is only from one level up. I need more experience. The surge in power was addicting. Despite the ordeal with the slime, Michael had no intention of shying away. Ever since seeing that video of a demigod cultivator in action, he'd vowed to reach a similar level of strength. A single, bad encounter with a slime wasn't going to change that. However, the experience had taught him to be more cautious. If he were to face slimes again, he'd either have to use his brains or suppress them with power. He didn't consider himself dumb, but he wouldn't exactly call himself smart either. After all, an intelligent person wouldn't have just attacked a level 4 monster, regardless of its species, with the desperation of an experience-hungry dog, and he'd been just that. But if he wanted to use power to suppress any slimes he encountered, Michael's gaze drifted to his attribute points on the panel. Maybe, just maybe, they could help him. Attribute points, 6. Michael wouldn't claim to know much about his new reality just because he spent a few hours on the Supers Association forum. But thanks to those hours of studying, he could say he knew much more about Awakeners now than before. Aside from a few other things, there was one thing all Awakeners wanted regardless of race: attribute points. With each point representing the entire power of an average individual of their respective race, an instant boost. And right now, Michael had 6 of these points he could use to instantly strengthen himself. Which stat would maximize these points and help me most right now? Michael wondered. At this moment, he needed something to boost his survivability and strength, and apart from external items, only these attribute points could help. Michael examined his stats, considering which of the 4 would best support him in his current situation. Strength, 1, 6, Agility, 1, 9, Constitution, 1, 4, Intelligence, 5, 5, Attribute points, 6. Michael's initial location could be described as odd. At first glance, it didn't seem particularly dangerous, but it also couldn't be called safe. It might be a stretch to label it dangerous because of a single slime, but that slime, a genuine monster, also made this place questionable. What if there were more monsters? And what if they weren't slimes? Michael didn't like slimes, but he felt they were probably the best kind of monster he could currently handle solo. If the acid slime had a stat system, it would likely have allocated 90 fan-tram of its stats to intelligence, 8 fan-tram to agility, and the remaining 2 fan-tram split between strength and constitution, just enough to live. This is a rough estimation, but it was obvious that, despite being an acid slime, its constitution was minimal. Even with gun and bullet technology refined over 200 years, he shouldn't have been able to kill the slime by destroying its core embedded within its acidic body. It was only now, as Michael had time to think, that he realized just how incredibly lucky he'd been. If he had encountered any other monster, like a wolf, with 90 fan-tram of its stats and agility, he'd probably be at home right now, cooking something for his cousin. Monsters were supernatural beings, so even a wolf's speed would be terrifying. A normal wolf is already faster than an average human, so a wolf monster would be a nightmare to escape. A slime, in contrast, was manageable. With a long-range weapon, it could be defeated without risking close contact. But without one, getting close enough to kill an acid slime was almost suicidal. Just one wrong step could lead to excruciating pain, a worse deterrent than even the consequences of death. I really hope there's no monster other than slimes in this building, Michael thought. As for hoping for no monsters at all, that wasn't his wish. He was greedy for the experience points. Okay, it's decided. I'll choose agility and constitution. For a necromancer to choose these stats seemed wasteful, but Michael had no choice. Right now, he was a fake necromancer without a single undead summon or spell to cast. Although intelligence was his most important stat, it felt useless at the moment. Ironically, investing in it felt like a waste. As for why he chose agility and constitution, the reasoning was simple, the latter to boost his health and endurance so he could survive longer, and the former so he could run from anything he couldn't defeat, or at least stay out of reach. He planned to put more points into agility between the two. I'm really a disgrace to necromancers. After a moment's thought, Michael stopped hesitating and began to increase his stats. He first placed 2 points into Constitution. Constitution, 3, 4. After increasing his Constitution by 2 points, Michael immediately felt different. A warm sensation spread through his body, leaving him with a subtle sense of increased health. The change was hard to pinpoint, but the most noticeable effect was on his mutilated left arm. Now, with 3 times the constitution of an average human, the scar there seemed to fade slightly, not disappearing, but looking older, as though it had been healing for years. This implied that future scars wouldn't vanish either. Increasing constitution would only make them appear healed. Even though I haven't ascended to rank 1 yet, with 3 times the constitution of an average human, my lifespan should be pretty long, right? Michael wondered. He was uncertain but felt he was on the right track. Awakeners had incredibly long lifespans. Rank 1 Awakeners could live up to 200 years, so what about the higher ranks? Beyond offering great power, the Land of Origin presented another alluring gift, immortality. Michael suspected that for many, immortality was the real prize, power was just a desirable convenience. After adjusting to his enhanced constitution, Michael then allocated points to his agility stat. Agility, 4/9. Compared to constitution, the effects of increasing agility were immediate. When Michael tried to move his hands, the newfound flexibility and speed made him stumble and almost flip himself over. Though in an awkward position, his heart was filled with excitement. Boosting his agility felt like breaking free from invisible chains that had weighed him down. 4 times the average human speed. I'm practically a mini superhuman in the eyes of ordinary people now. And this is just level 2. When I advance to the first rank, the stat increase will be even more impressive. Michael was thrilled with his growth, eager to get even stronger. Now, he didn't fear acid slimes hurting him, he feared not finding any to fight. Before diving into exploring the abandoned building, though, he took a few minutes to adjust to his newfound agility. After testing his movement, he was stunned. The average human speed is about 100 meters in 10 seconds. I just tried running, and I'm hitting around 80 meters per second. And I think it's only this fast because I still need better control of my body. This is just the strength of an unranked Awakener at level 2. No wonder only a few cultivators dare challenge the arrogant Awakeners in the forums. But more than anything, Michael was overjoyed. He was lucky to have awakened. Like cultivators, before truly stepping into the supernatural path, Awakeners below rank 1 were also referred to as apprentices, which even showed on their status panel. But considering his current strength, even a new rank 1 knight might not necessarily be as strong as he was now, right? Are cultivators really that weak? No. I can't think like that. Michael quickly scolded himself, sensing a hint of arrogance. That wasn't a good path, lest he become conceited. The waters of this world run deep. I'm not qualified to look down on anything yet. After calming down, Michael also recognized that his distribution of attribute points as a necromancer was clearly off. It was better to excel in one thing than to be mediocre in everything. But the issue was, he didn't have a choice. Right now, strength mattered most for leveling up, and more importantly, survival. As for necromancy, since he'd need to kill a monster first to have an undead summon, he could only hope that, if he did encounter one, it wouldn't be too strong. There's nothing I can do about it now. I'll leave it to fate. First, let's see if the slime dropped anything valuable. Excited, Michael made his way over to the corpse of the acid slime. As for the last attribute point, he decided to keep it in reserve for emergencies. Just like loot in games, the Land of Origin had its own version. The difference was that you couldn't simply touch a monster's corpse, shout loot, and watch materials burst out. While occasionally a monster corpse might burst out some loot, most of the time, the corpse itself was the loot, and you had to manually dismantle it to get what you wanted. However, there was one common type of loot that usually appeared from dead monsters. Unranked Spirit Crystal. I actually got a Spirit Crystal on my first kill. So lucky. Michael picked up the transparent crystal, which contained a bright, solidified liquid. Spirit crystals, said to be superior to mana crystals, the advanced version of mana stones, were highly valuable. They were materials that could only be found in abundance in the Land of Origin. Mana stones were cultivation resources that both cultivators and awakeners could use for their growth. A mana stone could increase cultivation speed by up to 3 times. This meant that using a mana stone for 1 month of cultivation was equivalent to 3 months of normal cultivation. The value of a mana stone was clear. Then there was the advanced version, the magic crystal, which could boost cultivation speed by up to 5 times. 5 times the cultivation speed meant that 1 month of cultivating with a mana crystal was equivalent to 5 months of normal cultivation. Given how valuable mana crystals were, just imagine the value of spirit crystals, which were placed above them. The two could hardly be compared. A spirit crystal could boost cultivation speed by up to 10 times. 10 times meant that 1 month of cultivation with a spirit crystal was almost a full year of normal cultivation. However, something as valuable as a spirit crystal was rare and in short supply. But what really excited Michael about the appearance of this spirit crystal wasn't because of its cultivation benefits. Like most Awakeners, Michael wasn't too focused on the strength brought from cultivation. The real reason he was thrilled about the spirit crystal was its value. For someone like Michael, red-eyed with poverty, the money-making potential of being an Awakener was a big motivation. One way he planned to make a profit was by selling loot to the Supers Association. As a common loot dropping from every 3 to 4 kills, or sometimes even less out of every 10 kills, Michael paid close attention after learning of its existence. In the Supers Association store, a mana stone was priced at $1,000, while a mana crystal sold for $5,000 due to its rarity and ease of absorption. Outside the association, these prices were even higher. A spirit crystal, thanks to its rarity and the pure, easily absorbed mana it contained, was valued at a whopping $20,000. $20,000. Though the selling price would differ from the store price, Michael estimated he could still get over $15,000 for it. It was clear why he was so thrilled with this find. To think I'd make my monthly allowance from the Supers Association on my first outing. Truly, being an Awakener was a fast track to riches. Michael was pleased, but he grew a bit conflicted upon remembering another use for the spirit crystal. Aside from boosting cultivation speed, mana stones, mana crystals, and spirit crystals could also help recover exhausted mana, though this was often seen as wasteful. However, certain energies, like soul energy, couldn't be replenished by mana stones or crystals. He had seen some posts on the Supers Association forum mentioning souls, but the topic felt distant and complex. Michael figured such topics would be covered in an Awakener Academy, if he ever managed to get into one. Though Michael didn't think much about the topic of souls, he knew soul energy was tied to something he possessed, a talent. Talents were considered an advanced form of spells but were more powerful, as most skills couldn't match their capabilities. Talents didn't require mana to use. Instead, they needed soul energy, a resource no Awakener could ever have enough of, making talents a sort of pseudo-trump card. Since soul energy wasn't the same as mana, it couldn't be restored by mana stones or crystals. If an Awakener didn't want to wait for soul energy to recover slowly on its own, a spirit crystal could be used to replenish it. This made spirit crystals especially valuable to supernaturals who relied on soul energy, not just Awakeners or talent holders. Michael had a talent, which was why he felt conflicted about using the spirit crystal, even though he'd never actually used his talent. Talents were powerful abilities, and though Michael tried not to be bothered by his current inability to access his, he couldn't shake a sense of discomfort. Would I be able to finally use my talent if I absorbed this spirit crystal? Michael was uncertain. This hesitation made him take a while to decide. Michael, look at the bigger picture. Money is good, but strength is better. If I can get one spirit crystal, I can get another. It's better to use this spirit crystal if there's even a chance of using my talent. With more strength, I'll be able to hunt more monsters and earn more spirit crystals. Gritting his teeth, Michael finally chose to absorb the spirit crystal. After absorbing the spirit crystal, Michael didn't feel any immediate changes. It was when he checked his status to see his talent, he was finally able to see one. Talent, infinite evolution, evolution points, 3. The evolution points increased. Michael's eyebrows raised slightly in surprise. There was still a bit more than an hour left since his awakening yesterday, meaning the daily evolution points would arrive soon, bringing his total to 4. Though I guess it's a good thing that the evolution points are increasing, but why haven't I felt any changes yet? Do these points need to accumulate to a certain level before I can use my talent? Michael speculated. He also had another suspicion about his talent. Maybe my talent is linked to my class for activation. From what I read on the forum, that's a common issue. Perhaps I need an undead summon first before I can use my talent. Michael sighed as he thought about it. He wanted an undead summon too. But unless he encountered another easy monster like the slime in this building, which he didn't think was likely, he couldn't do much. For now, he would just have to go with the flow. Maybe the Supers Association forum has a solution. I'll make sure to research it after I'm done here. Even though he had used the precious spirit crystal and still couldn't use his talent, Michael tried not to feel bad about it. At least he had gained something in return, even if it wasn't usable yet. Shifting his focus away from his talent, Michael turned to the other loot from the acid slime's corpse. It was the slime's core. The core was scattered a bit on the ground, likely from the shot that killed it. I don't know if this is worth anything, but I'll take it just in case. Not willing to throw anything potentially valuable away, Michael gathered the acid slime's core, which was about the size of a ping-pong ball, and placed it into his mark of origin. Afterward, he retraced his steps back to where he first encountered the slime, following the trail it had left behind. Michael did this to gather the bullet casings he had dropped while trying to distance himself from the slime's acid shots. Unfortunately, some bullets had been destroyed by the acid slime during the chase, though a few managed to survive intact. Of course, just because the casings were damaged didn't mean Michael was letting go of the intact bullets inside. Every bullet was worth money, and he wasn't about to be generous and leave them to nature. After gathering all the casings he had dropped, Michael returned to scanning his surroundings. At first, I wasn't sure, but after so many turns, I think this place might be a dormitory or at least a place where a large number of people once lived, judging by the large rooms and structure of the building. Michael was still unsure, as he had only explored a small part of the building and couldn't make an accurate guess yet. Let's keep exploring and see if there are any more monsters in this building. Hopefully, there'll be slimes, preferably nothing too freakish. It wasn't that Michael was afraid of other types of monsters. His experience told him that slimes were the only creatures he could handle in his current state. Only rabbits could come close. Had he been closer to civilization, he might have even received a quest to hunt such creatures. However, his starting point was far from any village or town, unlike some new Awakeners. As for why he felt sure about only being able to handle slimes now was because of his combat prowess. There was a reason guns became useless to Awakeners after a while. The forums didn't explain it clearly, only hinting that monster skin grew thicker or that they developed skills making projectiles like bullets ineffective. However, after raising some of his stats, particularly his constitution, Michael started to understand a little. Strength, 1, 6, agility, 4, 9, constitution, 3, 4, intelligence, 5, 5, attribute points, 1, with nearly 4 times the constitution of an average human. Michael's enhanced constitution affected his health, endurance, and resistance to both physical and elemental damage, as well as environmental factors. He suspected that even a bullet shot at him might not cause serious harm. He might not even bleed due to the increased toughness of his skin. Just as a lighter wouldn't harm an average person, with his constitution now 3 times that of a typical human, Michael had reason to believe he'd be much harder to kill with ordinary weapons. If this was true for him, then what about monsters? Though attribute points gave Awakeners a substantial, almost unfair advantage, just like a cheat, making them stronger than most monsters at the same level, there were still higher-level monsters that demanded caution. Some of these could have a constitution equal to or even greater than his, depending on their species, monster rank, and number of stars. Compared to those stronger monsters, creatures with relatively weak bodies, like acid slimes, were indeed the safer opponents for a newbie like him. Michael didn't dwell on these thoughts for long. Shortly after moving through the large building he suspected had once been a residential area, he encountered his second monster. However, he was conflicted by the sight in front of him. Should I be happy or not? Acid Slime LV, 7, rank, common, a harmless-looking slime that shoots acid. Just as Michael had hoped, he encountered another monster. It was another slime, just as he wished. However, this slime had a higher level than him. While Awakeners shouldn't be judged solely by their level, thanks to attribute points, there's a reason the saying "fight according to your level" exists. Although a level 7 acid slime didn't necessarily mean it would be much harder to kill due to a slime's naturally weak constitution, its acid would likely be more potent than the previous one. With my current constitution and speed, could I actually take on this slime head-on? Michael wondered. Monsters didn't have attribute points like Awakeners, so any increase they got as they leveled up was purely based on their race. If Michael relied solely on the stat increases his human race naturally provided, 0. 2 in all stats and 0. 5 in intelligence per level, he'd only gain 1. 8 in strength, agility, and constitution, and 4. 5 in intelligence by level 10. He'd be stronger than other humans, but nowhere near as powerful as he was now with his attribute points. This was why attribute points felt like cheats. With attribute points, even a level 7 monster shouldn't be too tough for Michael if he planned well. For the acid slime, avoiding its acid shots would lower the danger significantly. Of course, Michael only considered this. Until his gun proved ineffective, he preferred long-range combat with monsters. It wasn't that he lacked close combat skills. By the time students left high school in the real world, most had basic combat training. Due to the combat-oriented nature of Awakener and Cultivator professions they could potentially have in the future. Though he wasn't the top in his class, Michael had learned some close combat skills. But knowing how to fight didn't mean he could automatically apply it well in a real encounter. Michael stared at the acid slime, about 20 meters away and slowly crawling further. If it had been farther, his detect skill wouldn't have worked, as unranked Awakeners could only use it within such a limited range. I wonder if basic shot will be effective at this distance, Michael thought, uncertain. Unlike detect, which was arguably unique, other skills, even class skills, had clear limitations and mastery levels. Detect had its own limitations, but notably, it didn't have a mastery level. Unlike other skills, which started from basic mastery, or class skills from intermediate mastery, detect had no mastery rank. One unique feature was that, like a talent, it didn't use mana, yet unlike talents, it also didn't require soul energy. The only valuable information he found in his research was that detect could be considered a passive skill, a rare type that required no mana to activate and functioned constantly. Active skills, in contrast, needed to be manually activated using energy. Yet, despite this classification, detect still didn't quite feel like a typical passive skill. Michael was intrigued by the nature of the detect skill, but when he searched the forums, he found only basic information, with no mention of its unique properties. His first thought was that this was due to his authority level in the Supers Association, which was only level 1. If detect required a higher authority to learn more about, it confirmed its unique nature. Perhaps, he thought, it might even have something to do with the uniqueness of the land of origin itself, rather than just the skill's effects. Other skills, however, were generally more straightforward once one became familiar with them. Most skills didn't mean immediate effect upon activation. Just because an Awakener had the Fireball skill, for instance, didn't mean a fireball would instantly appear upon activation. Instead, activating a skill provided the caster with knowledge and an instinctual feel for its workings, making it easier to use. The higher the skills, mastery, the deeper the knowledge and ease of use. Take Basic Shot, the skill Michael acquired. Activating it wouldn't immediately fire a bullet. Instead, it would instinctively guide him on how to hold the gun, aim, and shoot, an improvement over his earlier, more random attempts. As his mastery improves, the more the skill would feel like second nature to him. As thoughts raced through Michael's mind, he raised his gun, aiming at the distant acid slime. Michael quietly activated his skill. Basic Shot. Immediately, he felt an instinctive awareness. His grip was wrong, his aim was off, his posture needed adjusting. Step by step, Michael made each correction, guided by the skill's influence, while keeping his focus on the unaware slime in the distance. Despite the skill's assistance, it took Michael about 20 seconds to make these adjustments. He could still sense more room for improvement, a result of his low mastery of Basic Shot. With higher mastery, aiming and shooting would feel like second nature. He'd be faster, more precise, without needing to think. The miraculous effect of his skill left Michael speechless. For the first time, handling a gun felt natural. Though the skill hints I could improve even further, this is already leagues beyond my earlier fumbling. All I need is to raise my skill's proficiency and mastery. No wonder the Federation wants Awakeners. We really are like cheats, quick power-ups, instantly mastering skills that should take years to learn. As a Necromancer, if I were an archer, wouldn't I already be a sharpshooter? How can ordinary people compete with this? Sure, both are powerful, but the teachers were really wrong to say Awakeners and cultivators were equal. It's not surprising, though, since the world barely understands these two professions in the first place. Is this a deliberate concealment by the Federation, or is there a bigger picture here? Despite the whirlwind of thoughts, Michael's focus never wavered from the acid slime. As soon as he locked onto the monster with a steady aim, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. A soft sound echoed through the long hall. The gunshot wasn't loud, thanks to the silencer. Unlike his first encounter with an acid slime, where he missed every shot, this time Michael's first bullet struck true. It didn't kill the slime, but the hole close to its core showed it was a near hit. Basic Shot is so powerful. Michael praised in his mind as he began to retreat. Though close, the shot hadn't reached the core, and now the slime was aware of him. No eyes or ears, yet it still senses. Truly a freak of nature, Michael thought, revealing his dislike for slimes. But it's slow. Even though monsters didn't have attribute points, Michael expected the level 7 acid slime to be stronger. However, aside from the intensity and range of its acid attacks, its speed was barely different from the last one. If it's this slow, then there's nothing to fear. This didn't mean Michael would be reckless. Despite his increasing confidence, Michael knew little about slimes and their potential abilities. However, seeing the slime's slow pace, Michael figured he could potentially finish it off with his refined spear from the Supers Association store. But Michael decided against it. For now, the slime couldn't reach him, while he could still land shots from a safe distance. With this strategy, he could continue leveling up until his bullets ran out or his gun became ineffective. Then, he'd consider close combat. After circling around, following his previous path back to the room he'd first arrived in, avoiding unexplored areas to prevent running into more monsters, Michael finally managed to bring down the acid slime. You killed a common LV7 acid slime, you've gained 103 experience points. You killed a monster 5 levels higher than your own, earning a 6x experience multiplier. You've gained 618 experience points. Level up. You have leveled up to level 3. Level up. You have leveled up to level 4. You've leveled up to level 4 human. You've gained 0 for stat points in strength, agility, and constitution. You've gained 0 stat points in intelligence. You have gained 4 attribute points. You've leveled up to level 4 Necromancer Apprentice. You've gained 0 2 stat points in strength and constitution, 0, 6 stat points in agility, and 1, 0 stat points in intelligence. You have gained 8 attribute points. After the acid slime died, Michael felt a surge of power flood through him. His mind sharpened, his strength increased, his defense tightened, and his speed quickened. I leveled up. Michael thought happily. Unlike the previous level up, where he only felt pain, this time he could clearly sense the changes that came with leveling up. And since he leveled up twice in a row, the boost in strength was even more pronounced. Excited, Michael immediately checked his status to see the results. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Necromancer Apprentice. Level, 4, 2 carat, EXP, 48 fan 600, Strength, 2, 2, 0, 6 carat, Agility, 5, 9, 1, 0 carat, Constitution, 4, 0, 0, 6 carat, Intelligence, 7, 5, 2, 0 carat, Attribute points, 13, Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 0 fan 8, Gift, Mark of Origin. Seeing his newly updated status, Michael felt a surge of emotion. In just a little over an hour in the land of origin, he had transformed into someone monstrous by human standards. What thrilled Michael most was the increase in his attribute points, the foundation of his power. The sight of 13 attribute points filled him with joy. 13 attribute points. Including the one I saved from my previous level up, I gained 6 from leveling up to level 3 and another 6 from reaching level 4. Should I use them now? Michael was a bit conflicted, like having a sudden windfall without knowing where to spend it, even though the possibilities were endless. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Considering how he might leverage these points for another power boost, Michael paid attention to his stats. My strength is now twice that of an average human. Even though it's my weakest stat, it's still very strong. For now, I don't need to increase it since I haven't felt the need. Strength wasn't a priority for a necromancer, but without any undead under his command, Michael was still essentially operating as a fake one. Then, there was his agility. It increased by an entire point, bringing my agility to nearly 6 times that of an average human. I'm probably not inferior in speed to most level 8 to 10 monsters, unless they're specialized in agility. Michael felt confident in his assessment. Since monsters lacked attribute points and relied solely on their race for stat boosts, even a level 5 monster specialized in speed might barely edge him out in agility, if at all. For one, I haven't seen any monsters other than slimes in this building. For now, I don't need to increase my speed since it's already sufficient, Michael thought, moving on to the next stat, his constitution. Without hesitation, he added 1 point to his constitution, raising it to 5 times that of an average human. The reasoning was simple: more vitality meant he'd be harder to kill. Plus, seeing his attribute points at even numbers was visually satisfying. There wasn't much to say about his intelligence stat. For now, it remained largely useless. One intriguing aspect of stats was that, when a stat related to one's class reached increments of 20 points, there was a 50 fan tram chance of gaining a new skill. Sometimes, one could even gain skills related to other, unrelated stats for every 20-point increase. However, a 50 fan tram chance didn't guarantee a skill every 40 points. One could potentially accumulate 100 points in a stat without receiving any skill. With his 13 attribute points, Michael could have invested in intelligence to try unlocking a skill, but it would be a risky gamble. If he failed, there'd be no undoing it. Even though Necromancer Awakeners are rare, I doubt I'm the first whose starting location has made it inconvenient to have an undead. There should be a solution on the Supers Association forum. I'll check it out once I'm back. Ultimately, Michael decided to save his attribute points for later when he'd truly need them. His current strength was already sufficient. Closing his panel, he approached the corpse of the acid slime. Unfortunately, the only loot he found was the acid slime core, no spirit crystal this time. Michael wasn't too disappointed, he'd anticipated it. If spirit crystals were common, they wouldn't be so precious. Stashing the acid slime core in his mark of origin, Michael set off in search of more monsters. 2 hours later. After thoroughly searching the abandoned building, Michael managed to kill 13 more slimes and leveled up. Unfortunately, even with this number, the experience he gained wasn't enough to raise his level by more than 1. As his level increased, it began to match that of the slimes in the building. The extra bonus experience points he earned from defeating higher-level monsters had little impact, as the strongest slime he encountered was only level 7. Most of the slimes Michael fought ranged from level 4 to level 5. Still, Michael wasn't discouraged. At least he wasn't in significant danger while leveling up. It was well known that as one's level increased, it became progressively harder to advance. There were 2 main reasons for this. 1. The risk factor. Fighting stronger monsters carried greater risks. Most Awakeners avoided recklessly endangering their lives and instead preferred steady, gradual growth. After all, they had time and no inherent bottlenecks. Sooner or later, their accumulated experience would lead to leveling up. 2. Scaling challenges. As Awakeners grew stronger, so did the monsters. The advantage provided by attribute points diminished over time. For instance, common-grade monsters could only reach a maximum of level 21 with 3 stars. Any monster that could reach above level 21 was a rare-grade monster species, and the difficulty only escalated as their levels increased. While attribute points could allow Awakeners to compete with rare-grade monsters, they became insufficient against higher-grade foes. Of course, none of this had much relevance to Michael at the moment. He was satisfied that he had managed to reach level 5. The slimes also provided him with 4 spirit crystals and a good haul of slime cores. But these weren't his greatest gains. After killing the final slime, Michael finally discovered the exit to the building he was trapped in. The exit was wide open, revealing more abandoned buildings in the distance. Some of these structures had partially crumbled into dust, while others were overgrown with thick grass. Roots sprouted from the walls, similar to the building Michael was currently in. It was clear these buildings had been abandoned for a long time. Despite the temptation to leave, Michael didn't take a single step toward the exit. No, he didn't even dare approach it. Outside the exit was a staircase, and at the base of it stood a statue that blended seamlessly with the environment. If not for his caution and curiosity prompting him to detect, on the statue, Michael might have overlooked its peculiarity. No, more likely, he would have died. Gargoyle LV. 21, rank, rare, an old gargoyle, weakened after years of neglect. A gargoyle. A creature once thought to exist only in fiction back in his previous world now stood just 20 meters away from him. However, this one was wingless, but that was the least of Michael's concerns. I'm cooked, he thought bitterly. His experience in the land of origin seemed cursed enough to rank among the top 100 most unfortunate starts for new Awakeners this year. First, he nearly died to a slime. And now, it turned out the slimes were merely appetizers for the main course. Trapped in what he assumed was an abandoned dormitory, Michael's options were limited. He considered making the holes in the roof bigger and climbing his way out. With his current strength, he could likely jump high enough to reach the roof. But this plan had its risks. For one, the noise could attract attention. Perhaps the gargoyle outside had noticed him but refrained from attacking because he was already inside the building it guarded. Even if he escaped unnoticed, what guarantee did he have that there weren't other monsters, possibly even stronger ones, lurking nearby? A rank 1, level 11 monster like the gargoyle was already far beyond him. Adding more threats to the mix wasn't a gamble he wanted to take. I want my slimes back. Michael wanted to scream in frustration but held back, mindful of the gargoyle outside the building. Though he suspected the gargoyle might not come after him, he'd been in this building for hours, occasionally making noise. It wasn't a risk worth taking. Despite the dire situation, Michael wasn't in complete despair. At least he was still alive, and as long as that remained true, he could devise a way out. As thoughts raced through his mind, Michael made his way back to the spot where he'd first appeared. For some reason, this location always gave him a faint sense of comfort and security. Time to go back home. After several hours of running around, even though he was much stronger now, Michael was both physically and mentally drained. He carefully scanned his surroundings, ensuring no threats lurked nearby that could ambush his defenseless body. Only then did he sit down in a corner, taking out an energy nutrient from the Supers Association store. Ugh. Tastes awful. But at least you won't starve, buddy, he muttered, patting himself as he swallowed the bitter liquid. Time to go back and look for solutions to my unwanted problems. Once ready, Michael disconnected his consciousness from the land of origin. Back in Aurora, his eyes slowly opened. Michael felt conflicted about his first day in the land of origin. On one hand, it had been exciting. He had narrowly survived being killed by a slime, escaping disfigurement by sheer luck. On the other hand, it was downright terrible. His first battle had been a life-and-death struggle against one of the weakest species, a slime, and just as things seemed to improve, he encountered an even bigger boss. Is this what they mean by being at the gate of heaven yet unable to enter? He muttered, still lying on his bed, staring at the ceiling in silence. But despite the chaos, Michael couldn't deny one thing. However, it wasn't like there weren't any gains. Though his first experience in the other world left much to be desired, it gave him what he sought, strength. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Necromancer Apprentice. Level, 5, 4 carat, EXP, 114 Fan 800. Strength, 2, 5, 1, 2 carat, Agility, 6, 4, 5. 0 carat, Constitution, 4, 3, 3, 1 carat, Intelligence, 8, 5, 4, 0 carat, Attribute points, 18, Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, New, Basic Shot, New. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 0 Fan 10, Gift, Mark of Origin. Michael had only been in the land of origin for about 3 hours, yet compared to yesterday, when he first awakened, his growth was astonishing. Those seniors on the forum were so right. The land of origin is no game, even though it looks like one, but it's truly an amazing place, he muttered in awe. A second later, his mood dipped into depression. Yet, even with all this growth, I still don't have any undead as a necromancer. My supposed highest stat, intelligence, is about to be overtaken by agility. Am I really a necromancer, or am I becoming an assassin instead? Pausing, he chuckled bitterly. No, scratch that. I should be an archer. My only working skill is basic shot, and it doesn't even use mana. It's a physical skill fueled by stamina. Michael mockingly shook his head in helplessness as he stood and stretched his stiff muscles. Afterward, he grabbed his phone from the desk. 3:07, he read. That's roughly 3 hours spent in the land of origin. I left here a little after noon, and it was approaching noon there before I left. Aurora's time is probably 3 to 4 hours ahead. Of course, the time zones of Aurora and the land of origin were unrelated, being completely different worlds. Still, Michael used the time difference as an estimate. With that thought lingering, Michael sat in the chair by his desk and logged into the Supers Association forum on his phone. This time, he wasn't just searching for answers. He planned to ask directly. Michael had too many uncertainties, and searching blindly for solutions without even knowing the right terms felt like trying to find a rumored treasure in the middle of an ocean. Conflicting first day in the land of origin, Michael began by detailing his experiences, his initial location, the eerie ruins, and how, as a necromancer, His environment didn't offer any way to have an undead. He also explained the challenge posed by the rank 1 monster blocking his path and sought advice on what to do next. The Supers Association reportedly had over 70,000 Awakeners. Though Michael wasn't sure how many were online, the forum currently showed 10,000 active users. Surely, among them, someone, Awakener or even Cultivator, would have advice for his predicament. As Michael waited for his post to be verified, he browsed the forum to pass the time. He had barely reached the homepage when a trending topic caught his attention. Changes in the Federation, huh? What's this? Michael muttered, intrigued. Changes in the Federation, he repeated thoughtfully, recalling something he had pondered back in the land of origin. The Federation's focus on Awakeners had always seemed odd to him. Most people, especially younger generations, only knew that the Federation valued Awakeners. The exact reasons remained unclear. They were also made to believe that cultivators were comparable to Awakeners, with the primary distinction being cultivation speed. However, as a new Awakener, Michael already knew this was inaccurate. He didn't claim to be an expert on cultivators, but access to the forum had expanded his understanding. For instance, a rank 2 Knight Elite, supposedly 10 times stronger than the average human, could easily be matched by a level 5 Awakener who hadn't even advanced yet. In his view, cultivators were barely comparable to Awakeners if they refrained from using attribute points. This was an undeniable gap, yet the public was deliberately led to believe otherwise. Michael suspected this misinformation served a purpose. Perhaps it was to prevent despair among those who failed to awaken, or maybe it aimed to avoid creating an intense social divide between Awakeners and cultivators. This social divide was evident on the forum, but in the real world, most people likely saw Awakeners and cultivators as only slightly different, both possessing great powers but nothing vastly superior. All of this seemed suspicious, and Michael felt certain only the Federation knew the truth. Now, staring at the trending topic, curiosity got the better of him. He tapped the post. The post's author was a level 2 member of the Supers Association, one rank above Michael. It had also been published just a day ago, taking that time to gain enough traction to trend on the forum. Changes in the Federation, name, Billy Stormman, date published, Thursday, 18th of the 7th month, year 228 of the new era, 1 day ago. I'm a mage commander studying at the Moonstone Cultivation Academy. A week ago, I returned home for vacation. Normally, when the academy grants a break to prepare for incoming college exams, we older students usually choose one of two options: spend some time with our families before resuming training or head straight to the dimensional cracks for training. However, this post isn't about that. Since I have 3 months of vacation, I decided to spend some of it with my family, given I missed the opportunity last year. But to my surprise, when I got home, I noticed something strange. Whenever I come back, my younger siblings typically ask me ignorant questions about Awakeners and cultivators. This time, however, they seemed to know more than I did before entering the academy. At first, I worried they had been dabbling in illegal channels to access classified information. But I quickly learned that their school had started teaching them this new knowledge. Curious, I asked some of my schoolmates who also went home for the break. They reported similar changes in their sibling schools, though it seemed this was happening mainly in big cities, for now. I'm confused. Wasn't the Federation the one restricting information about supernatural professions, especially for children? Why are they suddenly releasing it now? If you check iTube, you'll find videos containing information we couldn't access in high school. I'm not personally affected, but I'm curious, does anyone know what's going on? After reading the post, Michael's heart grew slightly heavy. The content of the post touched on something he had considered before. Seeing that others seemed to share his suspicions, or at least that his doubts were partially validated, left Michael deep in thought. Even the mention of the Moonstone Cultivation Academy, the first time he had encountered the name of a supernatural institute, failed to hold much of Michael's attention. In a way, This highlighted how severely information about the supernatural had been suppressed in this world. For students who began cultivating at a young age to remain unaware of the names of colleges they could potentially attend was telling. This kind of reminds me of those cultivation novels I read back on Earth, Michael thought. In those worlds, mortals knew of the existence of immortals, but anything beyond that was treated as forbidden or rare knowledge. The Federation has been suppressing information about Awakeners and cultivators for so long, so why are they changing now? As a transmigrator, Michael had spent some time reflecting on the nature of this world, despite having been here for just over 3 weeks. Since his awakening, Michael had often wondered, Awakeners and cultivators were supposedly respected members of society, yet strangely little was known about them or their way of life. Occasionally, there were glimpses, videos, for instance, but even those were superficial. From Michael's current perspective, they appeared designed to mislead the public rather than inform them. The information taught in schools about Awakeners and cultivators was even more lacking than he initially imagined. What was provided was the barest minimum, and while it might have seemed like a lot to the former Michael, the awakened Michael now saw how insignificant it truly was. If Michael had transmigrated as an adult without memories of this world, he might have initially thought it was simply a technologically advanced version of Earth. This realization underscored how, despite being a driving force in society, Awakeners and cultivators were almost invisible. Perhaps this felt normal to most people in this world since it had always been this way for them. However, as a transmigrator, Michael's perspective was different. Initially, he hadn't bothered much about the situation since he wasn't even sure if he'd be able to awaken a class. If he had failed to awaken, and the Federation continued the way it did, the Federation's suppression of information would have ensured he remained ignorant about the supernatural, just like the majority of citizens. This was why the post he had just read struck Michael so deeply. He had 2 pressing questions. 1. Why had information about Awakeners and cultivators been suppressed for so long? 2. Why was information being released now? What is happening in the Federation? As several thoughts flashed through Michael's mind, he scrolled to the comment section under the post. I knew something like this was going to happen sooner or later. Though I get the Federation's point of view due to the tragic events of the past, they need to remember that they're raising humans, people, not animals in a cage. Those dogs have been in power for so long that it's gone to their heads. I agree with Senior's words, though I wouldn't dare to be as blunt, haha. New cultivator here. What were the tragic events that happened in the past? Are they the reason the Federation suppresses news about us? One particular comment caught Michael's attention. First, it was the audacity of the writer that stood out, though Michael decided to wisely ignore it, as it came from a level 5 member. Second, it was the content that truly intrigued him. Tragic events. What events could have possibly made the Federation so determined to suppress news about us? Curious, Michael continued reading the thread with heightened focus. After the new cultivator asked for guidance, another level 5 member stepped in to reply. Before I answer, let me ask you this. What happens when you put poor and rich people together in the same space? A social structure forms, Senior. And this social structure, who does it benefit? The rich, Senior. Exactly. To put it simply, the rich oppress the poor, directly or indirectly, and this is for something as mundane as wealth. Now, what do you think happens when you put people with supernatural powers alongside ordinary humans who depend on them to survive? Back in the Dark Ages, a year after the dimensional cracks appeared and unleashed monsters, humanity's population plummeted to just 100 million. This and a few other things are what the kids nowadays are aware of. In truth, they know nothing at all. It was at the point of close extinction that hope came. The arrival of Awakeners gave humanity a fighting chance, and years later, the cultivators followed. This was the turning point when humans began to fight back. During those desperate times, survival was the priority, and there was little concern for status. However, as the situation improved, things changed. Ordinary humans idolized the supernaturals, and the supernaturals began to see themselves as superior. This mindset grew stronger as humanity stabilized. Awakeners and cultivators began treating ordinary humans as lesser beings, and ordinary humans, in turn, accepted this dynamic. It wasn't uncommon back then for a cultivator to kill an ordinary human out of anger, and both sides would see it as normal. Over time, things worsened. Some supernaturals turned into demonic beings, demonic cultivators or awakeners. One powerful mage once sacrificed 1,000,000 lives, and that was among the lesser tragedies. Others committed far worse atrocities. Oh, you might curse those demonic supernaturals, but remember, before they fell to darkness, they were once humans too. Even you can't deny that, with your powers, you've started to see yourself as superior to others. Reading this made Michael's heart heavy. The senior was right. Slowly but surely, he had begun to see himself as superior, not to humans but to cultivators. Yet, if he viewed himself as above cultivators, who were already higher than ordinary humans, wasn't he essentially agreeing that ordinary people were beneath him? With a heavy heart, Michael continued reading. He now knew what the previous level 5 member meant by tragic events of the past. Yet, this still didn't fully explain why the Federation suppressed knowledge about Awakeners and cultivators. When demonic cultivators grew more rampant, the powerful figures in the government stepped in to suppress them. But here's the brutal truth: we are indeed superior to ordinary humans. Denying this would be hypocrisy. And because of this superiority, the Federation decided to prevent another crisis by isolating ordinary humans from supernatural matters while creating a separate space for us. They suppressed news about supernatural's powers so ordinary people wouldn't realize the vast difference between them and subconsciously consider themselves inferior, just as in the Dark Ages. At the same time, they worked to redirect supernatural's focus away from meddling in ordinary people's lives. This led to the creation of two worlds, one for supernaturals and another for ordinary humans. Even cultivator trainees below college level are taught only how to cultivate, with martial discipline imposed on them much like ordinary humans. This created a sense of equality, and the method worked for decades, preventing the rise of demonic supernaturals. But alas, it also made us weaker as a whole. Billy Stormman, thanks for answering, seniors. We were taught about this in school, but I'm still confused. How does suppressing information about us make us weaker overall? And what does this have to do with the Federation releasing bits of information now? After reading the senior level 5 member's words, Michael fell into deep thought. It was only after a while that he snapped out of it. Demonic Awakeners and cultivators, the Dark Age, and the Federation's actions. I'm truly ignorant of the world I'm in. Michael's heart felt heavy. The senior's words revealed that he was surrounded by a fog of ignorance. Fortunately, as an awakener, he could slowly clear this fog and learn more about the truth of the world. Turning his attention back to the comments, Michael couldn't help but reflect. Though we were taught about the Dark Age in school, it was definitely not as revealing as this. The saying that history is written by the victors is true. Who knows how much of what we were taught as history is actually the truth? The more he discovered about the public's ignorance of the world they lived in, the heavier his heart grew. To some extent, he could relate to the senior's frustration. While he understood the Federation's desire to avoid creating an obvious social structure between supernaturals and ordinary humans, it also felt like they were treating humans like livestock. This realization left Michael conflicted. The Federation, which once seemed like the good guys, now felt much more ambiguous. Demonic cultivators. The senior said they were suppressed, not eradicated. Could they still exist somewhere in this world? The sense of security Michael once felt in the real world began to crumble. The waters of this world are indeed too deep. Aside from this revelation, Michael felt an even greater need to become stronger. My greatest strength is my class, so I can't leave the matter of undead unattended for long. My leveling speed is still too slow. And then there's the college exams to prepare for. Though I question the authenticity of these institutions after learning about the Federation's actions, Billy's comment under the seniors' post shows there's still much to learn from them. But compared to my peers who awakened 2 years ago, and even those who awakened last year, I'm far behind. With only 3 months of preparation, there's little to no time. Michael clenched his fists, determination welling up within him. I must get stronger. As several thoughts flashed through Michael's mind, he turned his attention back to the comment section. There was something the senior had said that left him confused. We're weaker overall. Thankfully, Billy, the author of the post, had asked the same question, and another individual, though not a level 5 member this time but a level 3, responded. By saying we're weak overall, what the senior meant is that the public no longer has a strong drive for strength. You might think they do, but they don't. What happens in a world where the poor don't feel much different from the rich? Will they strive for wealth as a goal, or simply for convenience? I've visited the martial arts cultivator world before, and the commoners there are deeply oppressed by those in power. But compared to people in our world, those so-called commoners hunger for power with an intensity that moved me. Unlike here, where an 18-year-old who has failed their awakening will give up on gaining strength and settle for getting by in society. I agree with the senior. If the public truly knew the extent of Awakeners and cultivators' power, and felt it, they'd hunger for it. That hunger would, in turn, boost our national strength. But in recent years, the number of new cultivators has been steadily declining. Perhaps the Federation can no longer ignore this and is being forced to take action, reminding the public of the supernatural elements available in their world. Our world is not as safe as the public believes. You, as a student of an academy, should know this better than anyone. Use every moment to grow stronger, for yourself, your loved ones, and our people. May the will of Aurora prevail for 1,000,000 years. Billy Stormman, thank you for your advice. May the will of Aurora prevail for 1,000,000 years. May the will of Aurora prevail for 1,000,000 years. The sentence felt like a slogan, stirring something deep within Michael. Even the revelation of the level 3 member traveling to another world didn't catch much of his attention. In school, they were taught that some dimensional cracks from the Dark Age still remained. While most led to places filled with monsters, a few opened gateways to other realms like Aurora. They had also been told that these monsters were a significant reason why cultivators and awakeners were vital to society. Yet, the seriousness of it all had eluded him back then, as the topic was presented in a light, almost casual manner. Even combat classes felt more like physical education than actual preparation for life-threatening situations. Reading the comment section under Billy's post, however, shattered that illusion. Michael realized that reality was far harsher than what they were taught. Aurora wasn't safe. Whether the threat came from monsters, demonic supernaturals, or something else entirely, he didn't know. But one thing was clear, he needed strength. Whatever the Federation's motives were for gradually unveiling the truth to the public, Michael understood that he had to be ready for whatever followed. He tried to dig deeper into the comments, hoping to find more insights about the Federation's actions, but nothing else was as informative as the comments from the seniors. Most were either empty speculations or cheap imitations of what had already been said. Realizing he wouldn't find anything more useful, Michael dismissed the post. Curious about the truth of the world he lived in, Michael began searching for topics he had never considered before. His first search focused on the Dark Age, but the information available mirrored what he had been taught in school. However, when he searched for demonic supernaturals, he discovered new insights. Thankfully, his level 1 membership granted him access to this information. For one, his suspicion that demonic supernaturals still existed was confirmed. Michael learned that both the Federation and students from Cultivation and Awakener academies occasionally hunted them. However, details about their recent actions or larger operations remained inaccessible to him. Still, knowing they were still a threat made his heart grow heavier. Next, Michael delved into dimensional cracks. Beyond the simplified descriptions given in school, where they were portrayed as harmless as neighboring countries, he discovered that the reality was much grimmer. It wasn't the monster-filled cracks that posed the greatest danger to Aurora, but those leading to other realms. These cracks introduced him to a new term: invader invasions. Michael learned that some civilizations on the other side of these cracks sought to expand their control over Aurora, resulting in ongoing wars. This revelation shocked him. Despite the end of the Dark Age, Aurora was far from safe. The public's ignorance was protected by the sacrifices of others, who fought wars that few could properly appreciate. Unfortunately, Michael's low authority level once again restricted his access to more information. Still, he gleaned enough to know that Academy students like himself were regarded as reserve soldiers for the Federation, tasked with defending Aurora from both internal and external threats alongside the military. Having frequently encountered references to supernatural academies in his searches, Michael made them his next research topic. In a few minutes, he learned more about his world than he had in all his years at school. This world isn't safe. I need strength to protect myself and my family. The Federation seems to have reached a dead end. I can only rely on myself. In the end, it all comes down to strength. With strength, the road ahead will be clearer. But even now, there are things I can and must do. Michael listed his priorities. First, I need to start fully utilizing my class advantages. Necromancers are known for having one of the fastest leveling speeds, as they earn a percentage of the experience from enemies killed by their summons. My class is also one of the strongest, capable of functioning as a one-man army, much like a beast tamer in the later stages. Wasting this potential would be foolish. Having an undead could also be the turning point for me to finally make use of my talent. I really hope it is. Then there's the college exam. With my current strength, getting into a top Awakener academy is a pipe dream. Only cultivation academies might accept me due to my identity as an Awakener. But since this directly impacts my growth and access to information, I have to take it seriously. Lastly, I need to find a solution for the ruins I'm trapped in within the land of origin. If I don't, my growth will be even slower. After setting these goals, Michael finally turned his attention to his present situation. The Super Association system had notified him minutes ago that his post was approved, but he had been too engrossed in his research to check it. He hadn't expected immediate responses anyway and decided to wait. Returning to his post, Michael was shocked to find it had garnered over 30 comments and a surprising amount of traction, more than 30,000 views in just half an hour. The unexpected popularity stunned him. I hope I can find something useful, Michael muttered as he opened the comments section, only to be taken aback again. To his surprise, nearly no one seemed concerned about his struggles as a necromancer. Instead, the majority were fixated on his initial location, ignoring the topic of his post entirely. I don't know if I should call you lucky or unlucky. Lucky because you somehow stumbled into a ruin every Awakener prays for, and unlucky because you're too weak to explore it, stopped by a mere level 21 monster. A level 21 monster, weak. Oi. That's a rank 1 monster close to the limit. Michael thought, feeling both attacked and embarrassed. Despite the sting, the comment made him pause. Michael had read novels back on Earth where such places brimmed with treasures. But back in the land of origin, he hadn't been thinking about ruins. His focus had been on scouring dorm rooms for mist slimes, not the ancient significance of his surroundings. Curious, Michael continued reading other comments. Gargoyles are artificially created monsters, so it's almost certain you're in a ruin. As 3-star rare-grade monsters, their weakest are usually around level 20. Given your description of the ruin, it's clearly very old. Gargoyles don't lose levels even after 50 years, so the ruin you're in is at least 200 years old. The older the ruin, the more valuable its treasures. I'd say you're lucky, kid. Just don't die there before enhancing your strength by leveling up in real life. This comment, far more informative, caught Michael's attention. Checking the commenter's profile, he saw they were a level 4 member. Michael's curiosity deepened. He had recently searched for the meaning behind the Super Association's member levels and now understood their significance. Level 1 members, unranked to rank 1 Awakeners, and rank 1 to 2 Cultivators, Apprentice, and Elite. Level 2 members, rank 2 Awakeners, and rank 3 to 4 Cultivators, Commander and Master. Level 3 members, rank 3 Awakeners, and rank 5 Cultivators, King level. Level 4 members, rank 4 Awakeners, and rank 6 Cultivators, Emperor level. Level 5 members, rank 5 Awakeners, and rank 7 Cultivators, Demigod level. Realizing this, Michael felt a newfound respect for the seniors in the forum. Those level 5 members were akin to demigods in strength. They truly deserved to be addressed with such reverence. With his current power, Michael couldn't even begin to fathom the strength of a being addressed as a demigod. He also noticed a distinct pattern. Starting from rank 5 in the cultivation power system, King level, the gap between Awakeners and Cultivators began to narrow. An Awakener rank was no longer comparable to 2 Cultivator ranks, at least on the surface. Perhaps Cultivators experienced a significant boost at King level, but Michael wasn't worried. Awakeners wouldn't stagnate either. They grew stronger with each rank advancement. Of course, a King-level cultivator was still far beyond Michael's reach and deserving of respect. The Awakener who responded to his post was a level 4 member, making them comparable to an Emperor-level cultivator, just below the demigod rank. As an Awakener, they might even stand a chance against a demigod. It was clear this level 4 member was a senior as well. Michael hurriedly gave his thanks. Fortunately, I wasn't desperate enough to do something reckless. I might have missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Michael thought. Dying in the land of origin came with heavy consequences. Not only did one lose 10 fan tram of their stats permanently, but their location also changed. If Michael died in the ruin, he could kiss it goodbye. The senior's advice also reminded him of something he'd read earlier about dimensional cracks. These cracks were under Federation supervision, and gaining access required either Supers Association membership or Academy enrollment. While Michael wasn't an Academy student, his Supers Association membership granted him access to cracks within his member level's limit. This realization gave him hope. Now that he had clarity on his location, Michael shifted focus to the next issue. Fortunately, someone among these ruin-obsessed Awakeners remembered I'm a Necromancer in distress. Hey bro, fellow Undead user here, haha. Funny thing is, I ended up in a situation just like yours, stuck in a location where I couldn't even get an Undead. It was near the outskirts of a kingdom's capital, right where the headquarters of a massive religion and their pope reside. I'd have been deader than dead if I tried summoning an Undead there. Honestly, your situation isn't that bad. Just head to the Supers Association and buy a monster corpse. It's not even that expensive, the cheapest ones go for about 3,000 at least, so it's pretty affordable. Since I had the funds, I bought several level 10 monster corpses, haha. You can also check out the monster breeding centers in your area, but they usually sell corpses for way more than the Supers Association does. Michael checked the name of the commenter. Leovanni Lorenzio. The name was quite fancy. Leovanni was also a level 1 member, just like Michael. From the tone and first sentence of Leovanni's comment, Michael deduced this bro was likely a peer, a fellow new Awakener. Whether this bro was 16, 17, or perhaps even his exact age was unknown to Michael, though he couldn't care less. What mattered most was the comment's helpfulness. Why didn't I think of this? Michael muttered, tapping his forehead. Of course, the Supers Association would be a good solution for getting an Undead. He shook his head, feeling helpless that such an obvious solution hadn't occurred to him before. While Michael didn't know that the Supers Association sold corpses, as it wasn't something listed in their forum store, they could undoubtedly grant him access to places where acquiring a monster corpse wouldn't be an issue, such as dimensional cracks. With their access to dimensional cracks, it also made sense that the association would have access to monster corpses. As for breeding centers, though unfamiliar with them, Michael wasn't surprised by their existence. Almost every teenager under 18 aspired to either become an awakener or a cultivator. However, most were realistic enough to understand that awakening was left to fate, making cultivation the hot choice. As a result, nearly all students practiced some form of cultivation. Though the Federation suppressed information about awakeners and cultivators, a few videos still leaked. While they didn't reveal the full extent of their powers, the fact that the strongest unofficial cultivation apprentices were twice as strong as the average human was enough to inspire young people. Maybe if they knew there were strong cultivators who could crush monsters 100 feet tall, they'd take cultivation more seriously, Michael thought. But with the Federation now releasing more information about supernaturals, perhaps more students would grow interested in cultivation and take it seriously under the allure of supreme power. Returning to the topic of breeding centers, Michael wasn't shocked by their existence. In city malls, beast meat, a cultivation resource for apprentices, was openly sold, clearly sourced from monsters. If such products were available, it stood to reason that breeding centers for monsters existed too. Still, Michael was more familiar with the Supers Association than breeding centers. Until now, he hadn't even been aware breeding centers existed. Like most people, he had assumed beast meat came from dead monsters, not ones bred like livestock. After all, to the general public, monsters were nothing more than enemies. Are monster corpses really this expensive? Michael muttered, his eyes twitching slightly. At $3,000 per corpse, he questioned whether the $15,000 monthly benefit he received would even be enough to buy 5. Worse still, with intermediate mastery of Undead Revival only offering a 50 fan tram success rate, there was a significant chance that a large chunk of his money could be wasted. This is a bit too rich for me, he sighed. For someone born and raised in poverty, Leovanni was wealthy in Michael's eyes. A level 10 monster corpse wasn't going to be cheap, yet this rich guy had bought 10 at once and called it affordable. It was clear that this bro was some sort of young master. Even so, Michael was grateful for Leovanni's advice. The comment had helped him clear his thoughts significantly. Leovanni was also the only person, aside from the senior who had advised him about the ruins, to offer practical help. After sending his thanks to Leovanni, Michael logged out of the Supers Association forum and leaned back in his chair. Somehow, I feel like I forgot something, Michael thought, though he dismissed the feeling after a few seconds. If it was important, it would come back to him later. His head was still buzzing from everything he had learned on the forum, leaving no room for minor distractions. Michael rested for about 10 minutes before getting up. It was close to 4 p.m., a perfect time to still head out. Now that he knew how to solve his undead summoning issue, he felt impatient. Deciding to freshen up to wash away some of the mental exhaustion from the land of origin, Michael prepared to visit the local Supers Association branch. I should sell some of my loot while I'm there. I'm broke. So broke. After leaving his apartment, Michael was fortunate to find a cab quickly to take him to the Supers Association. While waiting briefly for transportation, he had an impulsive thought, to run to the association at full speed and play superhero, recreating the Flash in this world. However, laziness won out in the end. That, and the very real possibility of injuring someone along the way. Michael didn't want the Federation breathing down his neck. Perhaps that was why other Awakeners also kept a low profile, as there were no reports of anyone openly showing off their powers in public. Still, he wondered if things might change once the Federation released more information about Awakeners and cultivators. Perhaps they might have their rights improved, and maybe he could even use a mount-type undead in broad daylight one day. The journey to the Supers Association was uneventful. However, Michael found himself growing paranoid due to his newfound knowledge of demonic supernaturals. Before entering the cab, he even used detect on the driver. The result was almost the same as with every other person he scanned along the way. Level 1 human, it was unsurprising, as non-awakeners lacked attribute points and were likely judged solely by their race. Michael recalled that a human level up granted +0. 2 to all stats and +0. 5 to intelligence. By level 11, a human's average stats would match those of a new official Night Cultivator, roughly twice as strong as the average person. Coincidentally, this corresponded with the first rank in the Night Cultivator system. However, Michael wasn't entirely certain about the level representation of non-awakeners when using detect. It was possible that a level 10 human was more than just a human leveling up 9 times. Until confirmed, it wouldn't be wise to assume someone's prowess solely based on the level displayed. Michael was also lucky to even encounter a middle-aged man in his late 30s, the only level 11 human he met during the trip. He remembered reading on the forum when he read about members' level that only Awakeners and official cultivators under the age of 20, with rare exceptions above that age, had access to the Supers Association forum. It was noted in bold that individuals in their 30s rarely had access. It was evident that those lacking cultivation talent were left to live average lives. The Federation likely saw no benefit in sharing core supernatural knowledge with them, avoiding unnecessary risks. From this perspective, Michael found himself agreeing with the Federation's approach. He could easily imagine how panicked his aunt, who had lived her entire life in ignorance, would feel upon learning the truth about the world at her age. Would it be the crushing realization of her lack of talent that devastated her? Or the fear that her children might become entangled in dangerous circumstances if they awakened or proved talented in cultivation? Michael's vivid imagination even suggested that such despair could be exploited by demonic cultivators to recruit fresh blood. Humans, after all, were complex beings capable of compromising their morals to fulfill their desires. Yet, Michael also recognized another side to the issue. If people like his aunt had been exposed to these truths earlier in life, while still young enough to adapt, they might have grown accustomed to it, just as those who lived through the Dark Age had learned to endure suppression under the supernaturals. Slowly, Michael began to understand the seniors who sighed at Aurora's current state. It was becoming increasingly clear that over 90 fan tram of its residents were delicate greenhorns, fragile enough to crumble under the slightest pressure. In this regard, Earth had an edge over Aurora. Back on Earth, even young children were aware of the world's harsh realities. In emergencies, widespread panic was less likely to erupt among Earth's population. But Michael wasn't as confident about Aurora. If the truth was revealed or a crisis arose, it might lead to an increase in demonic supernaturals instead. It wasn't impossible. While some people might be inspired to work harder after witnessing part of the full extent of a cultivator's power, potentially increasing the nation's strength and reducing pressure on the front lines, which was likely the Federation's goal, others, especially the less talented, could succumb to desperation. Demonic cultivators might exploit this desperation, offering forbidden methods to gain strength and seducing the vulnerable into their ranks. It wasn't impossible. How many people back on Earth had committed terrible acts due to poverty? If the absence of wealth could drive such actions, the lack of supernatural power could potentially lead to even worse outcomes. Anyway, the future was currently none of Michael's business. With his strength, he wasn't qualified to worry about it. If the sky fell, there were stronger people than him to hold it up. "Thanks for the ride," Michael said, paying his fare after scanning the payment code. "You're welcome," the driver replied politely. Without looking back, Michael made his way into the Supers Association. This was his second time personally entering the building. Just like yesterday, the exterior appeared quiet, but the interior was bustling with activity. Is it soundproofing magic or something? Michael wondered. Also, like yesterday, he noticed several young faces, likely new Awakeners who had come to register today. As expected, there were fewer than yesterday. The notable difference was that most were casually dressed, unlike Michael and the others who had shown up in their uniforms the previous day. As he observed his surroundings, Michael lined up at the same queue leading to the receptionist who had assisted him during registration. Though they weren't particularly familiar, Michael preferred speaking with a familiar face about his matters. The queue wasn't long, so in about 20 minutes, he reached the receptionist. "Good evening," Michael greeted as they made eye contact. "Good evening, sir. How may I assist you today?" the lady replied with a professional yet slightly more genuine smile, indicating she recognized him. Michael didn't waste time and went straight to the point. "Are there any monster corpses available at the association? Also, I'd like to sell something," he said. While purchases could be made directly from the store in the forum, items were often available for immediate pickup at the association itself. However, selling could only be done in person at the association. "We do have monster corpses here, sir, but this isn't the right spot to inquire about them," the receptionist replied calmly, her expression showing no sign of surprise at the question. "Ah, I see. My apologies. Where should I go?" Michael asked softly, feeling a bit embarrassed for wasting her time. With a sweet smile, the receptionist pointed in a specific direction and provided clear instructions. "You'll find a counter with a sign that says Trade Center. That's where you can buy and sell whatever you need." "Thank you," Michael said sincerely. The receptionist nodded in acknowledgement, and Michael immediately headed toward the Trade Center. The Supers Association branch building was quite large, but it wasn't difficult to locate the area. The Trade Center resembled a shop, with a wide window counter behind which sat a middle-aged man reading a book. The man's face bore a long, hideous scar, instantly sparking Michael's curiosity. Subconsciously, Michael activated Detect as soon as he came within 10 meters, half of the skill's current range limit. Level: Human, huh? Michael froze in surprise. As if sensing something, the scarred man suddenly looked up and locked eyes with him. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, Michael's heart trembled. Who is this? Did he notice I used Detect on him? Michael's heart pounded in shock, but he forced himself to remain calm as he continued toward the Trade Center. He couldn't be sure if the scarred man had sensed his use of Detect, but one thing was clear: this man was no ordinary individual. It wasn't just a matter of being 20 levels stronger. Even a rank 2 cultivator shouldn't evoke such an overwhelming reaction from him. Michael hadn't yet encountered a rank 2 cultivator face-to-face, but he doubted they could instill this level of unease. Another realization struck him: Detect's limitations seemed to extend to cultivators as well. Okay, maybe I'm getting too cocky. 20 levels above me is still 20 levels above me. As Michael reached the counter and opened his mouth to speak, the scarred man beat him to it. It's quite rude to spy on others, young lad, the man said calmly, his piercing gaze fixed on Michael. I don't mind, but others with a shorter temper might have taught you a lesson by now. Michael's heart jolted again. So he did sense it. Michael's emotions were anything but calm. He had suspected the man might have noticed, but hearing it confirmed sent chills down his spine. I'm sorry, sir, Michael said sincerely, bowing slightly. He didn't feel wronged or insulted by the reprimand. It was indeed rude to spy on others. This interaction also raised questions. Just how strong was this man? Detect didn't rely on any form of energy, so it shouldn't have been easy to notice. Truly, even without the same potential as Awakeners, cultivators are strong beings, Michael thought, silently chastising himself. He recalled using Detect on nearly everyone he encountered this evening, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Had he used it on someone with malicious intent who noticed him, he could have landed himself in serious trouble. Awakeners might possess great potential, but without actual strength, potential alone meant little. At level 5, Michael was still far too weak. It's okay, Just be careful, the man said, waving dismissively. Then, in a businesslike tone, he added, so, what do you want? Michael felt relief at the man's indifference and quickly complied, eager to move on. I'd like a monster corpse, please, and I have something to sell as well, Michael said, reaching into his storage space and producing a spirit crystal. After purchasing items from the Supers Association store and giving his aunt $5,000, Michael had less than $5,000 left in his account. If he bought a monster corpse at $3,000 as Leovanni suggested, he could only afford one. Had he not given his aunt the money, he could have bought at least two. Still, Michael didn't regret helping Aunt Mia. After all, there was no guarantee that the money spent on an extra corpse would yield an undead. His Undead Revival, at Intermediate Mastery, only provided a 50 fan tram success rate, with up to 3 attempts per corpse. Even then, success wasn't assured. Perhaps this reasoning was a way to justify his decision, but it wasn't entirely false. Oh. You're an Awakener. No wonder, only your type spies like thieves, the middle-aged man said expressionlessly. Actually holding a grudge, huh? Michael thought, his eyelid twitching. He chose not to respond. The man's words revealed a lack of respect for Awakeners, unlike the admiration they often received on the forum. This suggested two possibilities: either he despised them, or he was incredibly powerful. Either way, Michael decided it wasn't his concern. Unranked Spirit Crystal. The man examined the crystal briefly before adding, this one's a bit stronger than usual. I'll offer you $17,500 for it. What do you think? Yes, please. Michael replied instantly. He was surprised by the man's ability to discern the crystal's energy level so easily. It had come from a level 7 slime, making it superior to lower-level crystals in the same rank. Michael had singled it out on a hunch, hoping to get a higher price, and his gamble paid off. Okay. Should I transfer the money to your account, or do you want to use it now to buy monster corpses? The man asked as he placed the crystal into a box from beneath the counter. I'll use it all, Michael replied without hesitation. Buying one corpse wasn't going to be enough. Except it was special. Despite parting with the money again, Michael felt satisfied with the straightforward transaction and the unexpected profit. All right. Go through that entrance, the man said, pointing to an open doorway beside the shop. Michael had noticed the entrance earlier but assumed it led somewhere unrelated to the trade center. However, being within the Supers Association, Michael wasn't too concerned and followed the man's instructions. Apparently, the trade center had an exit leading to the corridor the doorway entrance led into, as Michael found himself following the scarred man after stepping through the doorway and walking forward a bit. After closing the trade center door, the man said nothing and simply led Michael further down the corridor. Michael wondered why the man wasn't concerned about leaving the trade center unattended, considering the goods like potions stored there. Soon, he dismissed the thought. Anyone brazen enough to steal within the association's territory deserved some respect. The corridor had several doors leading to unknown areas, likely storage rooms for other items. Eventually, they stopped in front of a door exuding a cold chill, reminiscent of a cold storage facility. The scarred man pressed his thumb against the doorknob, unlocking it. Inside was indeed a cold room with smaller compartments branching off. Breaking the silence since leaving the trade center, the scarred man finally spoke. Woodstone City only has 3-dimensional cracks, 2 level 1 cracks and 1 level 2 crack, so we only stock level 1 and level 2 monster corpses. Which do you want? What level 1 monsters do you have? Michael asked. Thanks to the Supers Association forum and his search this evening, Michael was a little knowledgeable about dimensional cracks now. He recalled that level 1 dimensional cracks only produced monsters at most equivalent to a peak rank 1 cultivator, while level 2 cracks produced monsters up to peak rank 2. Given his limited funds, Michael opted for the more affordable level 1 corpses. For level 1, we have forest wolves at $4,000 each and goblins at $1,000 each. Why are goblins so cheap? Goblins are weak, trash monsters with little value, the scarred man replied bluntly. Michael refrained from commenting, already growing accustomed to the man's bluntness. Can I choose the bodies myself? Michael asked, hoping to select corpses with higher star ratings, which meant higher level limits. Fortunately, the scarred man nodded in agreement. What monster do you want to start with? Let's start with the forest wolves. Though the storage room was cold, Michael's constitution allowed him to endure it without much discomfort. The scarred man led Michael to a compartment containing the corpses of forest wolves. They were stored on bunked shelves, 2 bodies per shelf, with 6 rows in total, 12 corpses altogether. Michael wasn't sure if this was a large or small number, but it felt like the latter. He briefly wondered why the association kept monster corpses in the first place, but the scarred man's cold demeanor dissuaded him from asking. Eager to finally get his hands on material for creating his undead, Michael began using Detect on the forest wolf corpses. Forest Wolf LV, 2, rank, common, Forest Wolf LV, 4, rank, common, Forest Wolf LV, 5, rank, common, Forest Wolf LV, 2, rank, common. Michael's requirements weren't high. He simply needed a monster above 1 star. A 1-star common rank monster had a maximum level of 7, which was too weak, offering little advantage over his current strength. A 2-star common rank monster could reach rank 1 level 4, level 14, which was barely acceptable in his eyes. Michael hoped to find a 3-star corpse. However, while it would allow for growth to level 21, he knew that a level 21 common rank monster would be inferior to a 3-star rare rank monster of the same level like the gargoyle back in the land of origin. Rank wasn't just about potential but also reflected racial superiority. Even within the same species, bloodlines could vary in nobility and strength. This was evident in the difference between harmless 1-star slimes and 2-star acid slimes. Michael didn't need a powerful 3-star rare-grade monster like the gargoyle that had halted his exploration in the land of origin. Not to mention his inability to kill one, rare-grade monsters were rarely unranked, and even if they were said to rival Awakeners, even factoring in the advantage of attribute points. He doubted he could even afford one if the option existed. In his opinion, a few 1-star rare-grade monsters at the peak of rank 1, level 25, or in rank 2, above level 25, paired with several 3-star common grade undead at level 21, rank 1, level 11, should be enough to overwhelm the gargoyle, provided he planned well. Unfortunately, no 3-star forest wolf corpses were available, and even the 2-star corpses he found didn't exceed 3. In the end, Michael purchased the 3 2-star forest wolf corpses and stored them in his mark of origin. As for the goblins, Michael didn't even bother. According to a post that mentioned slimes, goblins were grouped in the same category. Goblins were barely better than slimes, excelling only in reproduction. Michael had no interest in wasting money on such weak monsters. What he didn't expect, however, was how his opinion about goblins, or any so-called weak species, was about to change. After leaving the storage room, Michael provided his account details to collect the remaining $5,500, which would raise his balance back above $10,000 once transferred. He decided not to sell the other 3 spirit crystals he had. They might prove useful after creating an undead, assuming his talent demonstrates something, or for replenishing mana during the revival process, which consumes a significant amount. Spirit crystals were a better option for recovery than waiting for natural regeneration or relying on mana stones, crystals, or potions. Michael also remembered the slime cores he'd collected and decided to check if they could be sold. Surprisingly, the association accepted them. While slime cores weren't particularly valuable, selling for $100 each, Michael managed to earn $1,500 by selling 15 cores. As for why he hadn't sold them earlier alongside the spirit crystal, the reason was simple: he'd forgotten. The earlier event caused by him using detect on the scarred man, followed by their rapid exchange, had shifted his focus. Unlike spirit crystals, he never considered slime cores important. After exchanging farewells, though the scarred man only responded with a nod, Michael quickly exited the association building and hailed a cab home. This time, unlike his earlier trip, Michael refrained from using detect on everyone he encountered, now more cautious about his actions. Nearly an hour later, with no traffic, Michael arrived home faster than expected. After paying the cab fare, he hurried to his apartment, eager to enter the land of origin and finally summon an undead. Inside, he noticed his cousin Lily was back from school. She gave him a bewildered look as he greeted her in passing, clearly in a rush. Michael offered no explanation and quickly retreated to his room. Lying on his bed, he connected his consciousness to the land of origin. A moment later, a pair of eyes opened. "I'm back." An hour had passed since Michael left the land of origin, and the surroundings seemed a little brighter. It's probably approaching noon, he thought, standing up. Cautiously, he stepped out of the room. Only after scanning his surroundings and confirming there was no danger did he relax. The land of origin was the only place Michael felt safe enough to create an undead. Attempting such a thing at home felt unwise, and he remained wary of anything supernatural in the real world. Here, he could afford to take risks since there was no true death, unlike in reality. This was why he hadn't dared to enter dimensional cracks himself to hunt monsters and instead opted to buy their corpses. Michael felt his current strength wasn't enough for such risks. Finding a wide, clear space in the abandoned dorms, Michael took a deep breath and released a forest wolf corpse from his storage space. For the first time since his awakening, he was one step closer to creating an undead. I hope my luck isn't too bad. With his Undead Revival at Intermediate Mastery, Michael had only 9 chances, 3 attempts per corpse, to create an undead. He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. The effect of Undead Revival was straightforward. It revived a corpse as an undead. However, reviving a corpse could fail in 3 scenarios. First was the mastery of the skill. The success rate of Undead Revival depended heavily on its mastery level. Basic Mastery was 20 fan-tram success rate. Intermediate Mastery was 50 fan-tram success rate. Advanced Mastery was 80 fan-tram success rate. Perfect Mastery rarely fails. At Perfect Mastery, effects of a skill were said to evolve, but Michael was far from that level. With his Intermediate Mastery, Michael's chances of success were only 50 fan-tram. Second was the strength difference. Reviving a corpse also depended on the difference in strength between the Necromancer and the corpse. The mastery level of Undead Revival wasn't everything. If the strength difference was too great, reviving a corpse was likely to fail. Forcing the process could even result in a backlash against the Necromancer, as creating a contract with an undead required sacrificing a part of their soul. This sacrificed fragment served as the link between the Necromancer and the undead if the revival succeeded. That fragment was represented as a contract slot on the Awakener panel. The contract slot was essentially a representation of the Necromancer's soul strength. As the Necromancer grew stronger, their soul also became more powerful, creating additional contract slots. A Necromancer capable of gaining 5 extra slots per level had an exceptionally strong soul, which was a testament to their talent. However, it wasn't as though individuals from other classes lacked strong souls. They did, which allowed them to create undead as well. But this was where the uniqueness of classes came into play. Everyone could cook, but a non-chef could rarely match the skills of a master chef whose life revolved around cooking. Or, as people said on Earth, it came down to a skill issue. The third factor was mana, which was directly tied to the strength of the corpse being used to create an undead. Reviving a lion would require far more mana than reviving a rabbit, where the consumption might be barely noticeable. Without sufficient mana, even the highest skill level would result in failure. The stronger the corpse, the higher the mana consumption. This was one of the reasons Necromancers were an intelligence-based class, alongside their role as a variant of mages. This was why Michael always referred to himself as a fake Necromancer. Of course, the most important factor at the end of the day was the completeness of the corpse. You couldn't create an effective undead from just the torso or fragmented remains. Attempting to do so would result in a defective undead. Fortunately, the corpses Michael obtained from the association were all intact, bearing only the scars of the battles that had brought them down. Michael stared at the first forest wolf corpse in front of him. Its green body was massive, even for its level. At only level 2, it stood almost a meter tall if upright. Michael had brought 3 forest wolf corpses, all common rank 2 stars, with the highest being level 7. That one looked like it could stand as tall as him, Michael being quite tall at 5 feet 9 inches. Fortunately, it wasn't an ironclad rule that stronger monsters always had larger bodies. If unranked monsters were already his height, Michael couldn't imagine the size of higher-ranked ones. Of course, this didn't mean there were no colossal strong monsters. Michael remembered logging into the Supers Association forum for the first time and watching a demigod cultivator take down a 100-meter-tall beast. Michael cleared all distracting thoughts from his mind and took a deep breath to steady his nerves. Once ready, he fixed his gaze on the forest wolf corpse before him and spoke in a firm, steady voice. Undead Revival. Just like whenever he used Basic Shot, Michael immediately felt an instinctive awareness after casting Undead Revival, and both his hands began to move in midair. Mana gathered at the tip of his fingers, forming a greenish-black light. This was Michael's mana signature. While mana itself was colorless, everyone had a unique signature that appeared when they used it. Michael's was the eerie greenish-black light emitting from his fingertips. Though surprised by the sight, as this was his first time casting a magic skill, which was, in fact, a spell, he focused on the awareness that accompanied Undead Revival and followed the movements it guided him to. His hands moved swiftly in midair, and a greenish magic circle, filled with strange symbols, formed in front of him. As the circle neared completion, Michael could feel his mana draining, but it remained manageable for now, as he hadn't reached the main part of the ritual yet. Suddenly, the magic circle shrunk and shot into the body of the forest wolf. A greenish-black gas started to emit from its corpse. Immediately, Michael felt his mana draining rapidly. The consumption only stopped after about 30 fantram of his mana was used up. I failed. Reviving the forest wolf corpse as an undead had failed. Though disappointed, Michael wasn't too downhearted. He had expected this outcome, which was why he had started with the level 2 forest wolf corpse. While necromancers could level up their undead, if he had started with the level 7 forest wolf and failed 3 times, reviving the level 2 one would take more time to reach the same level. Of course, simply placing the level 7 corpse last wouldn't guarantee success. But now that he had cast the skill for the first time, Michael had gained experience. He didn't check his skill panel, but he was sure his proficiency level had improved slightly. I still have mana, so let's continue. But Undead Revival really drains mana, and this is only for a level 2 corpse. Michael silently decided that after this, he'd raise his intelligence stat. He had 18 attribute points now, so it should be enough. After resting for a while, Michael continued. Undead Revival. A while later, Michael finally succeeded. Though he was panting slightly from mana exhaustion, Michael gazed at the standing forest wolf in front of him with an excited smile. Its eyes were completely white, and its once green fur was now a pale, sickly grayish green. Feeling the connection with the undead, Michael commanded it to perform basic actions. As he did so, he called up his panel in his mind. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Necromancer Apprentice, EXP, 114 Fan 800, Strength, 2, 5, Agility, 6, 4, Constitution, 4, 3, Intelligence, 8. 5. Attribute points, 18, Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 1 Fan 10, Gift, Mark of Origin. Sure enough, a contract slot was now taken. I finally have an undead, Michael exclaimed, a wide grin spreading across his face. Bye-bye, fake old me. Michael was gleeful. Fortunately, it only took him 2 tries to create an undead, and he hadn't wasted $4,000. But not even a few seconds later, Michael calmed down, his eyes drawn to another section in his panel. I wonder if there's a change now, Michael muttered as he turned his focus to view his talent. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Evolution Points, for Undead Forest Wolf LV, 2, sufficient evolution points, can be evolved, It took a second for Michael to fully react. It really did need me to have an undead before it works. Michael roared in laughter, excited as he examined what his talent could do. Talents were said to be incredibly useful, and Michael was especially hopeful considering the dominating name of his own. Undead Forest Wolf Level 2. Isn't this my undead? Michael confirmed, turning to look at the forest wolf in front of him. Undead Forest Wolf LV, 2, rank, common, as expected, Michael muttered before returning his focus to the panel. Sufficient evolution points to evolve my undead. What does this mean? As soon as Michael thought about it, the content on the panel shifted. Undead Forest Wolf LV, 2, rank, common, evolve to common for 1 evolution point. Wait, hold up. Michael could almost hear his own heartbeat pounding in excitement as he stared at the content on the panel before him. He didn't dare believe it at first. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. My talent can enhance the potential of my undead. It sounded almost impossible. Perhaps there were methods to do this elsewhere, but Michael had never heard of them, and frankly, he couldn't care at the moment. Trembling with excitement, Michael decided to test his talent immediately. He practically shouted, his voice echoing in the empty space. As soon as the command was given, Michael saw his accumulated points reduced to 3. Immediately, the undead forest wolf's body began to emit a gray light, and it howled, a sound that sent a shiver down Michael's spine. Despite being undead, its body still retained certain traits from when it was alive. An undead, after all, is a creature reanimated through supernatural or magical means. While it lacks biological functions, it is sustained by necromantic energy or other unnatural forces. Undead beings are alive, but only in the sense of being animated by supernatural power, not true life. The wolf's howl seemed filled with pain as its body started to change, slowly expanding in size. An undead feeling pain wasn't something that made sense, but so was the sense in front of Michael. Michael watched the transformation intently, his eyes glued to every detail. Moments later, the gray light faded, and the wolf's form became fully visible. Its appearance hadn't changed much, aside from growing slightly larger, now almost as tall as Michael, comparable to the level 7 corpse he had purchased. But Michael's focus wasn't on its size. Undead Forest Wolf LV, 3, rank, common, the wolf's potential had increased to 3 stars, and it had even leveled up. Ha ha. Michael roared with laughter, until he abruptly choked, his excitement momentarily overwhelming him. But this didn't dampen his mood at all. His talent was incredibly powerful. Though it was called Infinite Evolution, Michael hadn't dared to imagine it would be anything like this. Still, there was one more thing he needed to confirm, to truly test the extent of his ability. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Evolution Points, 3 Undead Forest Wolf LV, 3, insufficient evolution points, can't be evolved, it can still be evolved. Michael's hands shook with excitement. Though the panel didn't state it outright, it hinted that he could enhance the potential of his undead again, provided he had sufficient points. Without hesitation, Michael retrieved a spirit crystal from his mark of origin and began absorbing its energy. A short while later, his evolution points increased. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Evolution Points, 6 Undead Forest Wolf LV, 3, Sufficient Evolution Points, can be evolved. The Spirit Crystal had given him 3 evolution points, but that wasn't Michael's focus. Just as he had suspected, the only thing he lacked to evolve his undead further was more evolution points. The Forest Wolf is currently a 3-star common rank monster. Above this, Michael's voice trembled. It will become a rare rank monster. His body shook at the thought. Can my talent really be so heaven-defying? If his suspicions were correct, Michael's path to power would be far smoother than that of any ordinary Necromancer. The Necromancer class thrived on numbers, but stronger monsters were incredibly powerful and difficult to kill. This often forced even high-level Necromancers to rely on a few elite undead, with the rest of their armies made up of weaker, cannon-fodder creatures. But with infinite evolution, Michael envisioned a terrifying future. While others would risk their lives or pay exorbitant prices to strengthen their undead armies, Michael's talent seemed to erase those limitations entirely. High-rank monsters weren't just defined by their strength, they were also defined by their rarity. Most Necromancers, even at level 100, wouldn't command many undead with high rank, as there weren't a lot as one would imagine in the first place. But what about Michael? If his talent truly lived up to its name, infinite evolution, and allowed him to endlessly evolve his undead, wasn't it possible for all of his creatures to one day reach the demigod rank? There were 7 known ranks for monsters, from low to high: common, rare, extraordinary, epic, legendary, mythical, and demigod. Each rank had 3 mini-grades called stars, like 1-star common, 2-star common, 2-star rare, and so on. The mere thought made Michael feel like he was dreaming, his hopes soaring dangerously high. But there was only one way to confirm it. And that was to continue evolving. Come on, infinite evolution. Show me your limit. Undead Forest Wolf LV, 3, rank, common, evolved to rare for 5 evolution point. The Undead Forest Wolf's body shone with a brilliant gray light, so intense that Michael had to squint. Despite the brightness, his determination to witness the changes kept his gaze fixed on the evolving creature. Like before, the undead wolf howled in pain, its cries echoing through the quiet surroundings. Its body grew larger and larger, eventually towering half a meter above Michael. But this time, the changes went far beyond mere size. Beneath the glowing gray light, Michael noticed moss and vines sprouting across the wolf's grayish-green skin. Thick vines burst from the ground beneath its feet, writhing as if they had a life of their own. The undead wolf was transforming into something entirely new. Its aura grew so powerful that Michael struggled to breathe, the oppressive energy pressing down on him. Minutes later, the blinding gray light faded, and the transformation stopped. Before Michael could fully process the visual changes in his undead, several notification panels popped up before him. Your common undead forest wolf has evolved to rare undead verdant wolf. Your undead verdant wolf has advanced to rank 1, level 11. Your undead verdant wolf has gained the skill, plant control. You have received feedback from your undead verdant wolf's rank advancement. Your strength stat has increased significantly. Your agility stat has increased significantly. Your constitution stat has increased significantly. Your intelligence stat has increased significantly. Immediately, Michael felt a powerful surge of energy coursing through his body. For classes like Beast Tamers and Necromancers, the advantage wasn't just the contract slots allowing them to command minions as part of their strength. Another noticeable benefit of these classes was the feedback they received as their minions grew stronger. For Beast Tamers, although they had fewer contract slots than Necromancers, gaining only additional slots every 5 levels, their main advantage lay in the feedback. As their tamed beasts grew stronger, the Tamers themselves received boosts, not just from rank advancements but also from level ups. Necromancers, on the other hand, didn't receive feedback for each level up of their undead but only from rank advancements. However, they compensated with a significantly larger number of contract slots. This meant that, while the feedback per level up didn't exist, the overall feedback from numerous rank advancements often surpassed that of beast tamers. Of course, there was a balance. The stronger the tamer or necromancer, the weaker the feedback they received from their minions. Conversely, weaker tamers or necromancers gained more noticeable feedback from their growing minions. Though Michael had learned this through various forum posts, which, in all honesty, were completely random, he was still stunned by the surge of power he felt from evolving his undead. No, what shocked him even more was that evolving his undead also caused it to rank up. He knew it was rare to find rare rank monsters below rank 1, as adult forms were typically rank 2 and far stronger than rank 1 creatures. Yet, the fact that this applied to his undead took him completely by surprise. After all, his talent was anything but conventional. The race has changed too, Michael observed. After some consideration, he didn't find this surprising. Rank and stars weren't just about determining the limit of a creature. They were, in a sense, tied to its very identity. Most forest wolves could only ever reach level 7 at best, with a rare few surpassing that and stepping into rank 1. Even this was considered the extreme limit of their race. Anything beyond that would already exceed the natural capacity of their species. Perhaps this is the true meaning of evolution, to break free from the limits imposed on the self. Michael mused, reflecting on his talent. From what he'd seen so far, his talent wasn't merely about raising the level cap of his undead. It seemed far more profound than that. Michael briefly entertained the possibility that his talent could affect more than just his undead. But with his limited knowledge, this thought remained just that, a fleeting idea Michael couldn't fully explore yet. The next major change Michael noticed was in his own body. Feeling the newfound strength coursing through him, his eyes lit up with pure delight. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Necromancer Apprentice, EXP, 114 Fan 800, Strength, 4, 5, Agility, 9, 4, Constitution, 6, 3, Intelligence, 10, 5, Attribute Points, 18, Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 1 Fan 10, Gift, Mark of Origin. All his stats, aside from Agility, increased by 2 points, while Agility increased by 3. A total gain of 9 stat points. This incredible boost was entirely due to the feedback from his undead's rank advancement. Isn't this increase a bit too much? Michael reasoned that his weakness likely amplified the feedback, but the effect being comparable to a level up felt excessive. Is it because it's a rare rank species? Michael suspected this was the primary cause. Rare rank creatures were known to rival Awakeners in strength, even with attribute points accounted for. In contrast, common rank monsters couldn't measure up, so it made sense that a stronger creature would naturally yield a stronger feedback. Also, perhaps due to the wolf's nature, Agility received the highest boost. Once again, Agility was catching up to Michael's intelligence stat for the top spot. As for the newly gained skill, Plant Control, it seemed less shocking compared to the race change and rank advancement, making it easier for Michael to process. Verdant Wolf LV, 11, Name, None. EXP, 0 Fan 2500, Rank, Rare, Skills, Bite, Plant Control, New. Master, Michael Norman. This was the information panel of his undead, something Michael, as its master, normally had access to. Though the newly gained skill didn't shock him as much as the other surprises, Michael's curiosity was piqued. Plant Control, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0, 2 Fan Tram, a racial ability of the verdant wolf species. Plant Control allows them to manipulate plants within their surroundings and use mana to influence growth or movement. At its current mastery, the skill had a range of 10 meters. A racial skill, Michael muttered. This wasn't something he had anticipated. Initially, he thought the skill was a result of evolution, but realizing it was tied to the species itself opened new possibilities. If I evolve the other 2 forest wolf corpses in my storage, they'll likely gain the same skill. But before creating more undead, Michael had a pressing question. Can the verdant wolf still be evolved? Without hesitation, he focused on his talent panel to find out. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Evolution Points, 1 Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 11, Insufficient Evolution Points, can't be evolved, it can still be evolved. Another surge of excitement rushed through Michael. However, a moment later, his mood soured slightly. My evolution points are still too few. At the moment, Michael only knew of 2 ways to gain evolution points. Daily refresh and by absorbing spirit crystals. The latter was far too expensive, while the former was too slow. Unranked spirit crystals also seemed to offer very little in terms of evolution points. As Michael dwelled on his lack of points, his gaze subconsciously shifted to his panel, and he was immediately taken aback by a change he hadn't noticed before. Somehow, at some point, his talent that was supposed to grant only 1 evolution point per day had changed to 2. What happened? Michael frowned. Had this been before he discovered his talent's ability, he might not have thought much of it, but things were different now. His talent was likely going to become the cornerstone of his strength in both the land of origin and Aurora, so anything related to it had to be taken seriously. After thinking for a moment, a suspicion he couldn't shake came to mind. Is it because of my undead? The Supers Association forum didn't provide much information on talents, leaving Michael with few speculations. However, there was something he could do to confirm his earlier suspicion: create more undead. Sending out the rank 1 verdant wolf, which he named Lucky, partially due to it being his first undead and the reason for discovering the ability of his talent, he instructed it to guard the room while he made space. Michael then brought another forest wolf corpse from his mark of origin, ready to test his theory. Thanks to the feedback from Lucky's advancement, Michael's exhausted mana was partially replenished. As 1 stats improved, the changes became qualitative rather than additive, like 1 + 1 equaling 3 instead of 2. Though the 2-point increase in intelligence didn't fully restore his mana, it at least kept him from panting like before. With his experience from reviving Lucky, Michael rested briefly to reach an optimal state before attempting Undead Revival on the 2nd forest wolf corpse. The first attempt. The second attempt. Also failed. After 2 consecutive failures, Michael didn't immediately try again. Each corpse allowed only 3 revival attempts, and failure on the 3rd would result in losing $4,000 and an undead that could potentially give him evolution points. Previously, losing $4,000 would have made his heart ache, but now, evolution points were far more valuable, worth more than $40,000 in his eyes. Resting wouldn't guarantee success in the next attempt, but it was wise to recover since his mana had dropped significantly. As he rested, Michael opened his status screen, gazing at his stats with a thoughtful expression. Strength, 4, 5, Agility, 9, 4, Constitution, 6, 3, Intelligence, 10. 5. Attribute points, 18. Unlike before, when the intelligence stat was nearly useless to Michael, the situation had shifted. As he grew stronger, the corpses required to create undead would also increase in strength, demanding more mana. This meant Michael had to accept the reality of the typical necromancer's glass cannon physique. Yet, he didn't feel disappointed. Was brute strength better than commanding several demigod-level undead minions? Absolutely not. One was a brute, and the other was a boss. That said, Michael wouldn't be physically weak. Being a rare-class necromancer, he would grow stronger through feedback from his undead as they advanced between ranks. While he couldn't match pure physical classes, he could certainly dominate pure mages. With these thoughts in mind, Michael glanced at his accumulated attribute points. Now at level 5, he hadn't used any attribute points since leveling to 2 to handle the slimes in this place. Earning 6 attribute points per level, 4 from his class and 2 from his race, he had saved a total of 18 points. It was a considerable number, capable of providing an instant boost to his stats. Thanks to his talent, Michael was now willing to commit to the pure Necromancer path. If I'm going to be a proper mage, I might as well go all out. Necromancers were variant mages, making intelligence their primary stat. Michael remembered that for every 20 points in a key stat, there was a chance to gain a skill related to that stat in class. His intelligence stat was currently at 10. 5. With 10 attribute points, he could push it to 20 points. Though there was no guarantee he'd gain a skill upon reaching 20 intelligence, it wouldn't be a loss. More mana was invaluable for any mage, and intelligence also increased learning speed, making it easier to master spells. While intelligence didn't make someone smarter or wiser, it provided a significant edge in areas like spellcraft, which would prove invaluable once he joined an academy. Although Awakeners academies had strict requirements which he wasn't sure of entering, Michael was confident he could at least enter a cultivation academy from what he had read in the forum. While the latter wasn't ideal for someone like him, it was a backup option. The more he thought about it, the more he felt compelled to invest in intelligence. After a moment's consideration, Michael finally decided to let loose on this stat for the first time. Intelligence. Show me your limit. Strength, 4, 5, Agility, 9, 4, Constitution, 6, 3, Intelligence, 25, attribute points, 8. Immediately after allocating the attribute points to intelligence, Michael felt his mind clear as if a fog had been lifted. His senses became sharper, though this wasn't like the perceptual boost from agility points. This time, he started to pick up on something entirely different. It was all around him, invisible yet palpable. Having encountered it briefly before, it didn't take long for Michael to recognize the sensation. But just as he was about to immerse himself in this newfound awareness, a notification appeared before him: your mana is overflowing. You have gained the skill, Share Senses. Share Senses, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0, 0 Fan Tram, Share Senses with your Undead. Current Mastery allows linking with 2 Undead at a time. Current range is 100 meters. The skill can be used in different ways based on personal understanding. I lucked out, Michael exclaimed, his excitement clear. Although he had told himself he wouldn't be upset if he didn't awaken a skill, he had secretly hoped he would. Now, not only had his wish come true, but the skill was incredibly useful. Currently, his connection to his undead relied on the soul link via the contract slot, which allowed commands and telepathy within a limited range. With Share Senses, his options expanded significantly. For starters, Michael could now have his undead scout dangerous areas while he monitored from a safe distance, a crucial advantage for someone as cautious as him. Beyond scouting, the skill also opened up new ways to better utilize his undead, which pleased Michael immensely. But he couldn't dwell on it for too long. With his mana now fully replenished, and even greater than before, Michael decided it was time to attempt another revival. Thanks to his previous experiences in using Undead Revival, Michael finally understood the importance of agility for a Necromancer. He had always wondered why agility received the second highest increase whenever he leveled up. At first glance, it seemed counterintuitive for a class focused on magic and intelligence. However, his casting experience shed light on the matter. Higher agility meant better flexibility and faster movement speed, both of which played a crucial role in spellcasting. For a Necromancer, agility wasn't about physical speed but casting speed. If one's movements during spellcasting were too slow, it could lead to critical issues, such as spell failure or vulnerability to enemy attacks. Of course, Michael also liked that agility was a prioritized stat for Necromancers. At least he could run away fast at the first glance of danger. Though Michael's improved agility didn't significantly increase the success rate of Undead Revival, it did enhance his casting process, which may or may not have contributed to Michael's success in creating his second Undead. Despite his curiosity about whether having undead affected the rate at which he gained evolution points, Michael didn't pause to investigate. With only one corpse remaining, he decided to try creating another undead in one go. This time, luck was on his side, and he succeeded in reviving the third undead on his first attempt. Undead Forest Wolf LV 7, rank Common. Undead Forest Wolf LV 5, rank Common. Out of the 3 corpses he had brought from the association, Michael was fortunate enough to create an undead from each one. Happy with the growing number of his undead, Michael eagerly turned to his talent to check the rate at which he earned evolution points daily. To his delight, he saw it had increased to 4. So having undead really does give me more points. The discovery filled him with excitement but also sparked a train of thought. While it was good news that his evolution points were increasing, it was a bit frustrating not knowing why. Michael speculated that this phenomenon might have something to do with the contract, or rather, the soul link, between him and his undead. Talents didn't rely on mana, they typically used soul energy. Yet, unlike other talents that actively drew soul energy when used, Michael felt nothing, even when evolving Lucky. This led him to a theory. Perhaps his talent wasn't an active type but a passive one. Instead of actively consuming soul energy, it passively absorbed it, accumulating until it reached a threshold and formed an evolution point. If his theory was correct, then it made sense why having more undead increased his evolution points. Maybe his talent treated the soul link between him and his undead as an extension of his own soul and drew energy from them as well. After all, the undead created by Undead Revival had their own souls, which sustained their existence. While undead creatures weren't truly alive, this magically artificial soul acted as their life and energy reserve. Michael wasn't currently concerned about the energy reserves of his undead. His focus was on the connection between their souls and the increase in his evolution points. If that's the case, Michael concluded, then the plan is simple. I need to level up to unlock more contract slots and fill them with undead. That should increase my evolution points even further. Unlike other necromancers who had to carefully consider how they filled their contract slots, since canceling a contract caused backlash, Michael didn't share this concern. While others worried about the potential of their undead, it wasn't an issue for him. If a creature's potential was too low, he could simply evolve it. Michael's cautious nature made him even prefer weaker creatures if they came from the real world for safety reasons. After all, in the real world, one only had a single life. Some might see his caution as cowardice, but that wasn't entirely true. If he were a true coward, he wouldn't have had the guts to confront the acid slime after being mutilated by its attack and enduring excruciating pain. Most people would have given up in his situation or lacked the willpower to survive such an ordeal. While it was true that being in the land of origin gave him more guts, it didn't diminish the fact that many other Awakeners wouldn't have lasted in his shoes. After reflecting on his talent, Michael concluded that whether or not more undead truly increased the rate of evolution points, it was undeniably good news for him. If his speculation was correct, filling his remaining 7 contract slots would allow him to gain 11 evolution points every 24 hours, enough to evolve 2 3-star common undead into rare rank each day. Reaching the demigod rank for all his undead was a distant goal, but achieving rare rank for them seemed well within reach. Rare rank undead would also begin at rank 1, ensuring they wouldn't be too weak, even initially. The more Michael thought about it, the more he craved additional undead. Though cautious by nature, even the most risk-averse person would be tempted by the promise of greater power, and Michael was no exception. What was a little risk compared to the potential for more strength? However, despite his growing eagerness to explore the dimensional cracks he had previously avoided, Michael knew there were still a few matters to address in the land of origin first. 1. Starting with evolving another undead. Currently back to square one with only a single evolution point, Michael decided to absorb the 2 spirit crystals he had left. The first gave him 2 points, and the second added 3 more. Combined with the 1 evolution point he already had, he now had 6. just enough to evolve another undead to rare rank. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Evolution Points, 6 Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 11, Insufficient Evolution Points, can't be evolved, Undead Forest Wolf LV, 7, Sufficient Evolution Points, can be evolved, Undead Forest Wolf LV. 5. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved, as expected, Lucky couldn't be evolved again. Michael wondered how many evolution points would be required for Lucky's next evolution. At the common rank, evolving had only cost 1 point, but advancing to the next rank required 5 times the previous amount. Michael still knew little about his talent and its evolution point distribution. To uncover the full pattern, he needed more undead under his command. Evolving Lucky is off the table, but these two are still viable. The question is, do I raise both to their peak potential in the common rank or concentrate all my evolution points on one and evolve it to rare rank? This was Michael's current dilemma. If he focused all his points on one undead, it would require all 6 evolution points to achieve rare rank. Alternatively, evolving both to 3-star common rank would only cost 2 points per undead. However, after a moment of reflection, Michael felt foolish. Why am I even debating this? A rank 1 rare rank undead is leagues above a 3-star common rank undead. It's not even a comparison. To Michael, what he needed most now were strong undead to ensure his plans for both the land of origin and the real world proceeded smoothly, and, most importantly, safely. Michael had already resolved to fill his contract slots using the real world due to his situation in the land of origin and level up before his talent showed its ability. But now that it did, he was filled with even more enthusiasm. A rank 1 rare rank monster, equivalent in strength to what most Awakeners could only match with heavy use of attribute points, was immensely powerful. With 2 such undead, Michael would gain an unprecedented advantage. Dimensional cracks in the real world were categorized based on the cultivation power system. With his current attribute points, Michael could already boost himself to the strength of an all-rounder peak rank 1 knight. If he hadn't invested in intelligence earlier, he might not match a peak rank 2 cultivator, but he would still be stronger than a new rank 2 knight. If Michael was this capable, what about a rank 1 rare rank undead? Surely, it could fight against peak rank 2 cultivators without much difficulty. The highest-rated dimensional crack in Woodstone City only reached level 2. With 2 rank 1 rare rank undead, Michael could dominate such a crack with ease. That said, he wasn't planning to rush into a level 2 crack immediately. Michael's strategy was simple: develop steadily. He would start with weak monsters, turn them into undead, and use the evolution points gained from them to strengthen his forces. With this cycle, Michael envisioned himself creating an army of rank 1 rare rank undead monsters, ensuring his future growth was both stable and unstoppable. Even though Michael was naturally cautious, the power he wielded now was enough to embolden him. Of course, this newfound confidence hinged on whether he had the strength to back it up. Michael didn't feel that just 1 rank 1 undead could sustain his boldness. 2 were barely enough. For now, one of the undead would have to wait until later to evolve. It wouldn't be long, though. Michael planned to visit a dimensional crack soon, though he hadn't decided which one yet. With more undead at his command, the forest wolf would be able to evolve, and this applied to all the undead that would follow. After making a decision, Michael stared at the level 7 undead forest wolf in front of him. It was the last undead he had revived, so it was currently the only one in the room with him. The other undead was outside guarding with Lucky. Since evolving wasn't like casting a skill, Michael immediately got to work. First, he spent an evolution point to evolve the undead forest wolf to a 3-star common rank undead. After waiting a few seconds after the change, he immediately spent the last 5 points to evolve the 3-star common rank forest wolf to a rank 1 rare rank undead. Like Lucky, its body changed. It grew moss and vines on its grayish-green body. Its aura strengthened as it advanced to rank 1 as a 1-star rare rank level 1 verdant wolf, making Michael very happy. However, it was half a head shorter than Lucky, which made Michael aware that even within the same rank, there were differences. A few seconds later, the feedback Michael had been waiting for arrived. The feedback from his undead ranking up. Your common undead forest wolf has evolved to rare undead verdant wolf. Your undead verdant wolf has advanced to rank 1, level 11. Your undead verdant wolf has gained the skill, plant control. You have received feedback from your undead verdant wolf's rank advancement. Your strength stat has increased significantly. Your agility stat has increased significantly. Your constitution stat has increased significantly. Your intelligence stat has increased significantly. Ignoring the familiar notification after a brief glance, Michael turned to inspect his increase in power through his stat panel. Strength, 6, 1, 1, 6 carat, agility, 11, 1, 1, 7 carat, constitution, 7, 7, 1, 4 carat, intelligence, 22, 3, 1. 8 carat, attribute points, 8. Michael's stats received another significant boost from his undead's advancement. However, it was slightly less than what Lucky had granted him. Michael wondered if it was due to his own body being stronger now, or if this undead's personal talent was weaker than Lucky's. It could be both. What surprised Michael the most was that his intelligence still saw a significant increase. Intelligence was now his highest stat, so he wouldn't have been surprised if it hadn't increased. But it actually went up by nearly 2 points, just like Lucky's. It seemed that all verdant wolves had a natural talent for magic. Rare-grade monsters were truly something. Michael dismissed the panel and turned to gaze at his transformed undead, now radiating an intimidating aura. "Since you're my second evolved undead, I'll give you a name too," he said. "Let's call you Prince." He paused, then added, "Though you're second in my team, you're royalty now, an infinitely evolvable being." Michael cringed a little at his words but found no fault in them. With his talent, all his undead were indeed special. Calling them privileged was no exaggeration. He also didn't see anything wrong with naming his undead. The stronger an undead became, the more developed its consciousness would be, though the extent depended on its innate talent or the Necromancer's efforts. Thanks to his talent, Michael was certain his undead would eventually surpass normal limits, awakening full consciousness sooner or later. In fact, it might not take long at all since his undead weren't going to be ordinary. Prince, still a newly created undead, hadn't shown signs yet, but Lucky was already exhibiting early traces of awareness. Michael had caught the verdant wolf chewing moss off a wall, only to spit it out and tilt its head in clear confusion. It likely couldn't taste anything. As for why a wolf would eat something plant-related, perhaps it was a lingering habit from its previous consciousness. Lucky, like all undead creatures, would retain faint traces of its former self despite the transformation. While its memories and personality were erased, certain instincts and habits could persist. Or maybe Lucky might be innately stupid. Michael hoped not. Then again, perhaps it had something to do with the nature of verdant wolves themselves. Perhaps verdant wolves were omnivores. Either way, the behavior confirmed that Lucky's consciousness had begun to awaken, and it was stronger than Michael had expected. If this was due to its rank, then all his undead would gain awareness eventually, making naming them more meaningful. However, Michael knew naming every undead wasn't practical. By level 10, he'd have at least 20 undead, and by level 100, potentially 200 or more. He wasn't good with names and would likely resort to numbering if he tried naming them all. So, Michael decided. Only the first 2 undead from each race would receive names. Any others would be exceptions, named only if they were special in some way. Of course, his undead still needed to be identified in some way, but that was a problem for another time. Once I'm done here, I should figure out how to access the dimensional cracks in Woodstone City. That shouldn't be an issue, Michael muttered to himself. Despite his eagerness to leave the land of origin, there was still one thing left to do: using his second-class skill, Undead Summoning. Unless Michael wanted to carry his undead everywhere in the cramped space of his Mark of Origin, Undead Summoning was essential. The skill functioned similarly to Undead Revival, with its success rate tied to Mastery level, except it had no attempt limits. However, it consumed far more mana. The cost reduced only after the skill succeeded. At its current, intermediate mastery, Michael had a 50 fan tram success rate. But what exactly did success mean? Undead Summoning allowed Michael to summon contracted undead anywhere and dismiss them at will. This required forming a contract between the undead and a subspace known as the Netherworld, the home of the dead. By channeling his mana, Michael attempted to take his undead to the Netherworld, enabling them to inhabit it when not summoned. The Netherworld was an excellent environment for undead, but it came with an annoying drawback: its resistance. Every failed attempt to send an undead to the Netherworld increased the retry cost by 50 fan tram. This compounding penalty reflected the Netherworld's growing rejection of non-native creatures. The situation was even worse for stronger undead, as they required more mana to be contracted initially, and exponentially more if retries were necessary. This was why the Necromancer class relied heavily on intelligence. Mana was truly their lifeline. Currently, Michael still has an abundant mana pool, bolstered by his recent stat increases. Without delay, he activated Undead Summoning and began the process. Prince stood before him, ready to be the first test subject for Undead Summoning. The casting process felt similar to Undead Revival, but with a crucial difference: 2 additional magic circles formed during the spell. Instead of shrinking and merging into the undead's body as with Revival, these circles expanded outward, pulling more mana from Michael as they enveloped Prince. They emitted a greenish-black light as they slid beneath him, causing Prince's body to glow faintly. Michael's mana rapidly drained. Unfortunately, despite consuming 15 fan tram of his total mana, the spell failed. A frown appeared on Michael's face. The mana consumption is a bit too much. The implications dawned on him quickly. At rank 1, Prince's strength likely demanded significantly more mana to form the contract with the Netherworld. If 15 fan tram of his mana failed on the first attempt, the second attempt would cost roughly 22 fan tram, and subsequent retries would only worsen the situation. This is too much. Michael's expression further darkened. In his rush to evolve his undead, he had overlooked a crucial detail. The stronger an undead was, the higher the initial mana cost to contract it with the Netherworld. He didn't know this initially, but he should have thought of it after evolving Lucky. By evolving Prince to rare grade before attempting the summoning ritual, Michael had unintentionally made the process much harder for himself. If he'd prioritized sending his undead into the Netherworld while they were still common grade, it would have been far more efficient. Now, his undead strength, an extension of his strength, had temporarily become a frustrating obstacle. "I'll have to be more careful about how I evolve my undead in the future," Michael muttered. This realization brought another insight. Perhaps the reason powerful necromancers didn't always fill their contract slots wasn't just because they sought undead with better potential. It might also be because they couldn't find weak ones with enough potential. Sure, a necromancer could forego undead summoning and keep powerful undead roaming in the real world, but Michael doubted that was practical in most situations. The Netherworld provided a far more efficient solution for housing his undead. "I really didn't think this through," he admitted, frustrated. Fortunately, his current undead weren't too large to fit in his Mark of Origin storage space. While the storage couldn't accommodate living beings, undead were technically not alive, making it a temporary workaround. However, this wasn't a permanent solution. For now, Michael decided to leave that problem for his future self to handle. To be safe, Michael dismissed Prince outside the room and called Lucky back in. Between the two, Lucky seemed the stronger choice to gamble on for Undead Summoning success. Michael resolved to bet everything on Lucky. Determined, he used all his accumulated attribute points on intelligence, pushing the stat to 30. Lucky, you better hope your name brings you actual luck. Michael muttered nervously. With no time to waste, he began casting Undead Summoning on Lucky. For now, he could still use his storage space to transport his undead to the real world, but what would happen if they grew bigger as they became stronger? Or as their numbers grew? The way things were looking now, it seems his overall power was going to be divided in both worlds, making him significantly weaker as he grew stronger. It seems that, for now, I need monsters weaker than level 5 if I want to avoid shooting myself in the foot with the disgusting netherworld system and that scam of Undead Summoning skill, Michael grumbled. Unfortunately, weaker monsters didn't guarantee success either. Once again, the worries of the future piled higher. Of course, this didn't mean Michael wouldn't try to fill his contract slots and evolve his undead. The process could be delayed but never compromised. At worst, he would keep most of his undead situated in the land of origin, focusing more on those he could summon and dismiss at will. These select undead would become his main ones, and he would prioritize their growth and evolution. Also, he didn't believe other necromancers hadn't thought about the disgusting nature of the netherworld and undead summoning to not think of something. Michael stared at Lucky in front of him, a faint smile playing on his lips, tinged with a hint of resentment. He steadied his heavy breathing before speaking. Lucky, we might have to change your name soon. You're a scam, buddy. With 30 points in intelligence, 30 times the amount of an average human, Michael had expected far better results. Yet, it had taken all his mana to barely send Lucky to the netherworld. The Lucky before him now was the one he had just summoned back after some rest. Michael had to admit, the effects of Undead Summoning were impressive. Once the contract was set, he could summon any number of undead instantly, as long as his mana could sustain it. However, the cost of activating the skill weighed heavily on him. 30 points in intelligence weren't a simple linear boost. The qualitative change was immense, yet it had taken more than 2 attempts to send Lucky to the netherworld, depleting his mana reserves. It sounded little, but it wasn't. Lucky was indeed stronger than Prince. The first attempt to send him to the netherworld consumed 20 Fantram of Michael's total mana reserve, assuming it had been full. The next attempt drained 30 Fantram, and the one after that took a staggering 45 Fantram. This was on top of the 15 Fantram consumed by his initial attempt with Prince. If Michael hadn't rested for nearly an hour, a forced sleep brought on by sheer exhaustion, he wouldn't have had enough mana to make the final attempt. Michael had really gone all out. Through some quick calculations, Michael realized that, under ideal conditions, his current mana could allow him to revive close to 20 undead successfully if he succeeded on the first attempt every time. However, the repeated casting of Undead Summoning was far more exhausting than Undead Revival due to its steep mana consumption. Even so, the benefits of the skill couldn't be ignored. With his current storage space, Michael could barely fit 4 undead the size of Lucky, while the rest would have to remain in the land of origin. This limitation significantly weakened his combat strength in the real world. If only Undead Summoning weren't such a scam. With his undead connected to the netherworld, Michael could theoretically summon all of them simultaneously in both the land of origin and Aurora, if his mana reserves allowed it. Though dissatisfied, Michael was still happy he had succeeded in the end. As long as his undead could enter and leave the netherworld at will, the situation wouldn't change, even if he continued to evolve them. This was because the contract with the netherworld was tied to the souls of the undead, not their race or physical bodies. Perhaps evolution also strengthened their souls, but the foundation remained the same, and that was what truly mattered. If Michael could summon and dismiss at least 10 monsters from the netherworld, even if his forces were divided, it wouldn't be a bad situation. Those 10 undead, capable of traversing the netherworld, would become the focus of his efforts to evolve them. Even with just 10, a force of 10 rare-rank undead would be formidable, wouldn't it? And if rare rank wasn't enough, then what about 10 extraordinary rank undead? If even that failed, what about 10 epic rank undead? Moreover, it wasn't as if he wouldn't try undead summoning on his other undead. If he managed to expand his roster beyond 10, so much the better. Even if he couldn't, he'd still have divided undead from his forces, and Aurora he could also evolve to serve as his backup. I'll need to check the forums later to see if there's anything useful for this, Michael muttered. He paused, deep in thought. It looks like I'll need to revise the naming system as well. Only special undead should be given names to distinguish them, with priority for those that have access to the netherworld. Several plans began to form in his mind as he dismissed Lucky back to the netherworld. He placed Prince in his storage space while leaving the last undead, his still unevolved undead, to guard him. After consuming another energy supplement, Michael disconnected his consciousness from the land of origin. I'm back. Michael sank into the soft embrace of his bed, the lingering headache from mana exhaustion easing slightly as if melting away. Let me rest for a bit, Michael murmured, closing his eyes. But he didn't fully realize just how drained he was. While his body had grown much stronger than before, mental exhaustion couldn't be soothed as easily, even with an increase in his stats. Ever since he first entered the land of origin at noon, he had been on the move, from one task to another. Even after returning to Aurora, he barely had time to catch his breath before heading to the association to buy corpses and returning to the land of origin to revive undead. In between, he had undertaken taxing tasks, so it wasn't surprising that exhaustion had caught up with him. Michael was so worn out that barely a minute after closing his eyes, he slipped into sleep. Soon, soft snores filled the room. Today marked the second day since Michael had become an Awakener. While it hadn't been what he'd imagined, obstacles seeming to rise wherever he looked, deep down, Michael felt a sense of happiness. Whether it was his past life on Earth or the original owner of this body, this was the first time in both lives that Michael felt truly alive. And it was all thanks to his awakening. He was, truly, lucky. A loud, thunderous growl from Michael's stomach woke him up. Ugh, he groaned, placing a hand over his stomach as he sat up slowly, using his other hand for support. What time is it? Why is it so bright? Michael muttered in confusion, only for realization to hit him. I overslept. He glanced around the room, noticing the curtains were drawn back to let in sunlight. The lights which he always left on were now off. Someone had also covered him with a blanket. It could only have been Aunt Mia or Lily. After surveying the room and recalling yesterday's events, Michael reluctantly accepted he had fallen asleep. It made sense after everything he had been through. Thankfully, though he had slept stressed, Michael woke up fully refreshed. Evidently, his strong body played a role in helping him recover so quickly. After stretching on the bed, Michael got up and grabbed his phone from his desk to check the time. Noticing it was plugged in, he figured someone had been in the room while he slept. Michael was surprised. Though the sunlight suggested it was late, Michael hadn't expected it to be this late. Michael retraced his steps from the previous day. After returning from the land of origin, he went to the association to buy monster corpses. By the time he arrived home, it had been past 5 or 6 p.m. He remembered meeting Lily, with the evening sky already darkening. In the land of origin, which was 3 to 4 hours behind Aurora's time zone, it had been evening when he arrived back. From reviving his undead to attempting to send them to the netherworld, Michael estimated another 2 hours had passed. I probably returned from Aurora by 9 p.m. So I slept 12 hours. That was a long time, but it hadn't caused any problems. Even better, Michael concluded. Since I was planning to visit the dimensional cracks, I can go early and still get back at a decent time. Plans were already forming in Michael's head. But Michael's thoughts were interrupted by the thunderous growl of his stomach, reminding him he hadn't eaten. Now that I think about it, I didn't eat anything yesterday, did I? Michael was stunned. Had he been so preoccupied with becoming an awakener that he forgot something as basic as eating? Perhaps it was because his stronger body could endure hunger for longer, or maybe it was the nutrients he consumed in the land of origin with his other body that made him subconsciously believe he had eaten. It wasn't impossible. After all, whenever he switched between the land of origin and Aurora, it was only his body that changed, not his consciousness. This is serious. If I'm not careful, I might develop an identity crisis. Before Michael could sink further into his thoughts, a knock at his door interrupted him. "Brother Michael," a soft voice called out. It wasn't loud, but with his enhanced senses, Michael heard it loud and clear. It was his cousin, Lily. In fact, he realized he had already been hearing faint noises outside his door but subconsciously ignored them since they weren't chaotic or attention-grabbing enough to warrant his focus. "Come in," Michael replied calmly. The door opened, and Lily stepped inside. "You're awake," she said with a smile before greeting him properly. "Good morning, Brother Michael." "Good morning to you too, Lily," Michael replied. Then, remembering the time, he asked, confused, "Aren't you going to school today?" To his surprise, Lily laughed, leaving him even more confused. Suspicious, Michael unlocked his phone to check the date. "Oh, it's the weekend," he muttered, his eyelids twitching. The day before yesterday had been Thursday, his awakening day, and yesterday was Friday. However, ever since becoming an awakener, Michael's sense of time had become skewed. With his mind constantly occupied, every day felt the same. The fact that he no longer had to worry about school only made it worse. "Yes, it's the weekend, Brother Michael," Lily said, still amused, before getting to the point. "Mom told me to check if you were awake. She's preparing to head to the mall to buy groceries and wanted to know if you needed anything. She just stepped out a while ago to grab something nearby, so she's not home right now." For some reason, Lily's eyes sparkled with expectation as she spoke. How could Michael not know what this little sister of his wanted after spending years with her? "What do you want?" Michael asked with a chuckle, setting his phone aside. "Beast meat," Lily said hesitantly, her voice soft but hopeful. "It's been so long since we've had it. Since we have a bit of money now, I was wondering. But it's okay if we can't." Hearing this, a look of realization appeared on Michael's face. Beast meat was a cultivation resource prized by cultivator apprentices. It activated the body's growth potential, making cultivation more effective. Even for ordinary people, consistent consumption brought physical benefits. Most importantly, it was delicious. However, the price of beast meat made it a luxury. A palm-sized piece of the cheapest beast meat cost about $400, too expensive for most middle-class families, let alone those below. Still, Lily's request made Michael tempted to taste it again. He thought it over. Now that he had money and the ability to earn more through his newfound powers, they could afford to indulge. Besides, beast meat would provide the nutrients his body needed. Normal food wasn't enough. Michael knew he'd need 5 portions of a regular meal just to feel satisfied. It would also be good for Lily to have more access to cultivation resources, even if her talent wasn't great just like his. Almost non-existent. "Okay," Michael finally said. "Tell Aunt Mia when she gets back that I'd love to have beast meat in my food. She should make plenty since my appetite's huge now. I'll send her $1,000 to buy and stock up on it. I want it in every meal from now on. Also, if I'm not here when she's back, let her know I have some business with the Supers Association." "Okay, Brother Michael," Lily replied cheerfully before skipping out of the room, forgetting to close the door behind her. Shaking his head in amusement, Michael took a deep breath. He reached out mentally, focusing on his connection with Lucky. Michael could faintly sense the undead's presence and knew he could summon Lucky to the real world immediately if he wanted. Unfortunately, it was inconvenient to do so in his current location. Reluctantly, he pushed the thought aside and shifted his focus to Prince, who remained motionless in his storage space. One disadvantage of placing undead in storage was the severed connection. While it didn't destroy the contract, Michael couldn't feel anything from them until they were brought out. And with time frozen inside the space, they stayed in stasis indefinitely. Looking at his rank 1 rare undead filled Michael with anticipation. He didn't know why, but he had a strong feeling today would be a great day. Taking another deep breath, Michael began preparing to head out. Michael didn't bathe immediately after brushing his teeth, his stomach wouldn't allow it. Aunt Mia seemed to have cooked a huge meal last night, likely remembering his words about his appetite. Unfortunately, he'd been too far gone to enjoy it fresh. Still, food was food. With his hungry stomach growling, Michael wouldn't even care if it was a day old as long as it was edible. He devoured half the pot of rice, leaving Lily staring at him, stunned, as though he had a wormhole in his stomach. Only then did Michael feel half full. After satisfying himself, he finally went to bathe. Unfortunately, by the time he finished, Aunt Mia still hadn't returned. Michael had to leave without speaking to her. He could have waited, but there was no time. The day before, when Michael discovered that having more undead increased his daily evolution points, he realized he needed to contract more before 2 p.m., when the points refreshed. Missing that window would mean waiting another day. It was a little after 10 a.m. now, leaving him roughly 4 hours. With transportation to the association taking an hour, Michael had only 3 hours left, and that didn't include the distance to the dimensional cracks in Woodstone City. Unfortunately, Michael had no information about their exact locations or the necessary permissions to access them. Otherwise, he'd have gone straight there instead of to the association. He briefly considered writing Prince to the association. The idea was thrilling, but he didn't have the guts to try it. Maybe once the Federation releases more information about supernaturals and it's widely accepted, using powers in public will be fine, Michael mused, watching the taxi he was in drive past buildings. Knowing he still had some time before reaching the association, Michael relaxed in the back seat and pulled out his phone. It was the perfect time to log into the forums and scout for more information. Nothing concerned Michael more right now than the issue of his undead. The thought of having his forces divided between the land of origin and reality, without the ability to summon or dismiss them at will, left him deeply unsettled. How do other necromancers deal with this? Michael wondered. For the next 30 minutes, he absorbed another dose of knowledge. As he suspected, other necromancers faced similar challenges, but the situation wasn't as dire as he initially thought. If anything, it seemed Michael was the greedy one for wanting all his undead stored conveniently in the netherworld. But could anyone blame him? He was human, greed was part of the package. Just as the real world was crucial to Awakeners, the land of origin held even greater importance to many. However, Michael, having faced nothing but obstacles there with no opportunities gained yet, didn't fully share this sentiment. According to forum posts, necromancers and beast tamers, who, like Michael, struggled to store their undead or tamed beasts, could use a ritual to grant access to a subspace for their companions. Rituals were similar to casting spells, but instead of relying solely on one's internal energy, they required the use of external materials. Unfortunately, the methods for such rituals weren't easily available. Access required connections and resources, typically found in 2 places, Awakener academies and guilds. Yes, guilds. Due to the game-like nature of the land of origin and the world of Awakeners, terms like guilds were standard. These groups united individuals with common goals, pooling resources and knowledge. But Michael wasn't part of either. He hadn't been accepted into an Awakener academy, and this was the first time he'd even heard of guilds. The posts were direct. Having the right connections and resources, which weren't cheap, could easily resolve his issue of placing undead in the netherworld. However, these resources were tightly controlled by influential groups, requiring one to join them first. There was good news. Michael now had a potential solution. The bad news. He wasn't even qualified to approach the gates of an Awakener Academy. Though specific names of Awakener Academies weren't revealed on the forum, it was clear from the posts that the minimum requirement to be a student of an Awakener Academy was to be a Rank 2 Awakener. Had this been a year or two ago when he was 16 and had awakened, this wouldn't have been as much of an issue for Michael. The principal of his school truly didn't know what he was saying when he claimed that 16-year-old Awakeners could easily prepare for an Awakener Academy in just 3 months. It was like how an Awakener had claimed in the first post Michael read, a Rank 3 cultivator could handle a Rank 2 rare rank wyvern. Michael suspected that particular Awakener held a grudge against cultivators and was simply trolling them. Sure, Awakeners could grow stronger quickly by leveling up, but it wasn't as simple as it sounded. For one, leveling became progressively harder as one grew stronger, and so did the monsters. However, this wasn't Michael's immediate issue. As long as there were monsters he could kill, he could handle that. The real obstacle was the time limit, 3 months to reach Rank 2. While Michael was confident about reaching Rank 1, Rank 2 was an entirely different matter. He'd also read about special recruitment for students with exceptional talent, but unless he was willing to expose his talent, he could forget about such an opportunity. Whatever, I'll just do what I can. Even if he didn't manage to enter an Awakener Academy, Michael didn't believe he'd be any worse than those who did, not with his talent. At most, he'd follow the path described in the forum posts, like most necromancers, dividing his forces between both worlds to maintain a balance of power without crippling his combat prowess. It seemed like as long as it was in a space where supernaturals lived, it wasn't rare to have his undead out. Michael didn't know why the Federation or the Supers Association weren't mentioned as potential sources of knowledge or resources for rituals, but he figured there was a reason. He just wasn't qualified to know yet. Since there was still time before he reached the association, Michael continued reading the forum posts, steadily increasing his understanding of the supernatural world he had stepped into. Still intrigued by the topic of necromancers, Michael continued reading about them. He learned more about their limitations, their strengths, and how they related to him. Michael also realized a significant issue with his current knowledge of the supernaturals in this world. While the Supers Association forum had expanded his understanding considerably over the past 2 days, more than he had in the previous 18 years, his knowledge was scattered and unorganized. Without a structured foundation, there were gaps everywhere, making him prone to mixing things up. This realization only strengthened his resolve to enter an academy, if possible. For example, Michael had initially thought that the inability to place an undead inside the netherworld would cripple necromancers, considering it a serious issue. However, he learned that it was more nuanced. The problem wasn't as dire as he'd imagined. Necromancers with connections didn't suffer the same limitations. They could place most of their undead, or even all of them, inside the netherworld, depending on their capabilities. This meant that only weaker necromancers were forced to divide their forces between the land of origin and the netherworld. The truly powerful ones likely didn't face this restriction. Dividing their forces was a choice to them. It wasn't the necromancer's true limitation, but rather a challenge for the less capable. After scraping together what he could about the ritual for placing undead into the netherworld, Michael couldn't help but agree with what he'd read. The ritual involved using materials imbued with negative energies and a strong connection to the land of the dead. As long as one wasn't overly unlucky, they could successfully summon and dismiss their undead after performing the ritual. The effect of the ritual was comparable to the advanced mastery of undead summoning. With this newfound understanding, the problem didn't seem as difficult anymore. Michael's heart relaxed slightly, but it was also filled with a renewed determination to rank up so he could enter an academy. At least now, he no longer felt burdened about evolving his undead. Their evolution was part of his strength. The stronger they were, the stronger he became. Fueled by the same intense drive he'd felt when trying to place Lucky in the netherworld the day before, Michael decided to go all out. 3 months. If he spent every day fighting monsters, especially those above his level to maximize his experience points with the multiplier he'd get, he didn't believe it would be impossible to get close to his goal. If the real world couldn't offer him enough monsters, he'd head into the land of origin and smash that damn gargoyle to dust. For power, even the normally cautious Michael couldn't help but feel a trace of madness. Time was too short. He had to go all out. The land of origin was incredibly important to Awakeners because it offered resources and opportunities that the real world could never match. Although Michael hadn't yet reached the point where real-world resources were insufficient and didn't fully share the sentiment, he still understood it. For example, the ruins he had found himself in upon his initial arrival were a significant opportunity for Awakeners, one that could not exist in the real world. This made sense when considering the difference in histories. The civilization history of the land of origin was hundreds, if not thousands, of years old, while Aurora, the real world, barely had 300 years of history since the start of the Dark Age. When you really thought about it, it was easy to see why the land of origin was so cherished. Michael suspected that if Awakeners couldn't die in the real world, they would likely care little for it and fully embrace their other identity in the land of origin. It was also the land of origin that explained why, contrary to his initial thoughts, Necromancers weren't unsettled by the need to divide their forces between both worlds. While not stated directly, Michael noticed that most Awakeners preferred to develop themselves in the land of origin, and for Necromancers, undead summoning was primarily a convenience. It was annoying not to have it at their disposal, but it wasn't as crippling. Of course, this depended heavily on the type of Necromancer. There were actually different types of Necromancers, just as there were various types of beast tamers, their most comparable class. Michael could only find 3 types of Necromancers that were commonly discussed: Commander Necromancers, Horde Necromancers, and Specialist Necromancers. Commander Necromancers focus on commanding a smaller group of high-tier undead, valuing the strength and potential of each individual. This group prioritizes quality over quantity. For example, at rank 1, the highest number of undead they would contract would not exceed 10, with each undead being at least 3 stars, common rank. As they advance to rank 2, the same approach applies, but with rare rank monsters. The cycle continues, with the undead growing stronger. Although their standards slightly loosen, especially for lower rank undead as they grow in strength, this group remains focused on quality. Michael suspected that the truly capable Commander Necromancers, if not all, could summon all their undead from the netherworld, thanks to their low numbers and steady strength increase. Horde Necromancers, on the other hand, are a group specialized in overwhelming enemies with sheer numbers, typical bullies. They focus on commanding vast swarms of undead, using all their contract slots as soon as possible, with the quality of their undead only improving as their rank increases. This was a group Michael wanted to show he was part of, except he wasn't the type to bully with low-rank undead, but with demigods. Of course, it was a future thing, but the potential was there. Also, Michael figured this group would likely struggle the most with the netherworld, as they relied on having a vast number of undead at their disposal. However, if they could summon and dismiss all their undead at will from the netherworld, they would be a terrifying force, truly the representative group for Necromancers, to be called a one-man army. The last was the Specialist Necromancers, who focused on specific types of undead, such as mages, tanks, or assassins, to create powerful synergies within their forces. This type emphasized specialization and tactical advantages over brute strength or sheer numbers. Michael read with interest, and before he knew it, he arrived at the association. Looking at the beautiful receptionist in front of him, who could barely maintain her professional smile, Michael couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I'm not really good with new faces, so I prefer to talk with familiar people," Michael tried to explain. "I understand," the receptionist replied, then added with a teasing tone, "I'm just a little taken aback to see you 3 days in a row, sir." She emphasized 3 days in a row. Michael could only continue to smile bitterly. The receptionist was the same one he had interacted with over the past 3 days. He knew she was subtly teasing him. Perhaps if she weren't older than him and he hadn't come strictly for business, women with imaginative minds might have spun some quality taboo novels from their interactions. Of course, in reality, the receptionist was just surprised. As a professional, she wasn't supposed to be overly casual with clients, but their brief exchanges had made her a bit more familiar with Michael. From her observations, she knew he wouldn't mind. "May I ask what your purpose for coming here today is, sir?" she asked, resuming her professional tone. Michael got back to business as well. "I'd like to know if there are any available cracks I can enter right now," he said seriously. Maintaining her composure, the receptionist responded, "Since it's only been a few days since you've awakened, I believe you're still a level 1 member, correct? Then, as a level 1 member, you only have access to level 1 and level 2 dimensional cracks, which coincidentally are the only ones we have here in Woodstone City. All which are also corrupted cracks. Can I ask which one is closest?" Michael inquired, his main concern showing. He only had about 3 hours left before his daily evolution points refreshed. If he wanted to accumulate more than 4 a day without waiting another day, he needed to contract more undead within this time frame. As long as the closest crack wasn't the level 2 dimensional crack he'd heard about, which still bore a certain risk, he would prefer to avoid unnecessary risks, even with Lucky and Prince by his side. The closest dimensional crack to the association is the Goblin World, a corrupted type crack located about a 30-minute drive from here at Sun Park, the receptionist informed him. It seems to have been reserved. Oh, it looks like the party won't be coming after all. That means you don't need to apply for the team slot. Would you like to enter the crack alone, or would you prefer to wait while I try to arrange a team for you from other parties that have reserved the crack later today? No need. I'll go in myself. Okay. Please wait a moment, sir, while I upload your application to the database so the other side is aware of your entry. Once it's done, you'll just need to confirm your identity with your fingerprint there. Thank you. Michael was quite satisfied with the results he'd received. Before coming to the association, he already understood how dimensional cracks were managed. Similar to booking a hotel, entering a crack required an application. Monsters within the association's jurisdiction were considered renewable resources, but they didn't respawn instantly like in games. Well, they did, but the process was more complex than games depicted. There were 2 types of dimensional cracks, realm type and corrupted type. Realm type cracks were where other civilizations resided. It was a realm with its own natives like Aurora. Corrupted type cracks, on the other hand, were formed when chaotic mana gathered in areas rich with negative emotions. These cracks didn't form in empty places but instead thrived near populations, using absorbed negativity to generate chaotic creatures, the monsters. The reason corrupted cracks were considered renewable was their ability to continuously spawn monsters. But how could creatures appear from nothing? The answer was simple: negative energy. Humans, no matter how optimistic, couldn't entirely avoid negativity. It was an inherent part of their existence. What about isolating people from corrupted cracks to stop their growth? First, the absorption range of corrupted cracks was vast. If it were small, a city like Woodstone City with at least 2 million people would have far more than 3 corrupted cracks. Second, relocating everyone would lead to disasters, making such a move impractical. Lastly, corrupted cracks weren't without benefits. The monsters they produced, and more importantly, their corpses, were invaluable resources. With such renewable resources, it was no wonder the Federation didn't shy away from corrupted cracks, but instead embraced them. This realization also explained why the association stored monster corpses. In hindsight, Michael admitted he'd been slow to connect the dots. This should have been obvious. As for the limited number of corpses in the storage facility the scarred man had shown him, Michael concluded it must have been the publicly available stock, not the association's entire reserve. After all, they had their own uses for the corpses. Where else would potions and equipment come from? It also explained why the association bought monster corpses from awakeners and cultivators or gave them access to hunt in corrupted cracks. They were essentially hiring hunters indirectly. But there was more to corrupted cracks than just this. Why did entering require an application? Was it just a formality? Partly, but the primary reason was scheduling. Applications ensured awakeners and cultivators could enter cracks at designated times, leaving other periods for monster respawns. But did monsters really respawn that quickly? You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. In fact, they did, and it was due to a unique property of dimensional cracks, time dilation. The smaller the crack space, the faster time flowed inside. Corrupted cracks usually had limited spatial dimensions, so time moved much faster. An hour in the real world could equal 10 hours inside the crack, allowing monsters to respawn rapidly. When Michael first learned about this, he was stunned. Wasn't this a pocket dimension? As several thoughts flashed through his mind, he watched the receptionist work on her computer, occasionally asking him a few questions. After several minutes, the questioning stopped, and the receptionist handed Michael a freshly printed piece of paper. "Here you go, sir," the receptionist said as she handed Michael the printed paper before continuing. "When you get to the person in charge, please hand them this document. An email will also be sent to you with a list of things to look out for in the crack, ensuring you don't miss any opportunities. If you find items you don't need and wish to sell to the association, the email will include a list of items we're interested in, along with their prices. The exact location of the crack is written on the paper, so please refer to it when needed. Lastly, please remember that the inner workings of the association and most supernatural-related matters shouldn't be shared with the public, as stated in the email you received on the day you registered." There was something like that. Michael muttered to himself in confusion. "Sir." The receptionist called out, her smile suddenly feeling sharp and unsettling. Haha, I was joking. Of course, I know this. It doesn't even need to be written down for me. Anyway, thank you for your time." Michael stammered as he quickly brushed it off and walked away. He could still feel the receptionist's suspicious gaze on his back. Only when it faded did he wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. As for what she mentioned being attached to his awakening email, Michael had no clue. It couldn't have been the one with the link to the Supers Association forum, as that was the only content contained, so it must have been part of the email containing the breathing and meditation techniques, something Michael admitted he hadn't been too interested in. No wonder he missed it. Then again, it wasn't like he even had the time to share what he'd learned over the past few days. With the way he had been darting between the land of origin and the real world, even a bee would be impressed. As Michael made his way out of the association building, he glanced at the paper in his hands. He skipped over the irrelevant details after quickly scanning them and focused on the section containing the crack's location. The receptionist had mentioned Sun Park, and Michael was familiar with the area, having visited it several times as a child. However, discovering that a corrupted crack existed, there was something he never would have expected. Sun Park wasn't just a park, it was a landmark in Woodstone City. Its fame also wasn't due to the park itself, but rather the establishments dominating the area. Known as the Clinic Market, 7 out of every 10 buildings in the vicinity were medical facilities. While unsettling, most residents of Woodstone City had grown used to the peculiar nickname. However, knowing there was a corrupted crack in the area made Michael pause. Corrupted cracks relied on negative energy to sustain themselves. Were better to absorb such energy than clinics or hospitals, where despair, pain, and grief often lingered. The Federation must have done this on purpose. Michael doubted the Federation would risk the public safety without reason. After all, leaving a crack unattended for too long risked a monster outbreak, reminiscent of the chaos during the Dark Age, when cracks even gave no warning. The more negative energy the crack absorbs, the faster it can regenerate monsters. Maybe the part balances things out, as positive energy can neutralize negative. Still, too much positivity would defeat the purpose of maximizing the crack's value. If his assumptions were correct, Michael couldn't help but admire the strategic brilliance behind the decision. Yet, a sense of conflict stirred within him. The Federation wasn't the heroic entity he had envisioned growing up. Their actions were pragmatic, even calculated. While he could understand the necessity of such measures, it didn't sit well with him. Even so, Michael didn't hate the Federation. It was clear their efforts ultimately benefited the public, and that deserved respect. Still, he was shocked that a crack had existed unnoticed beneath so many people's noses for years. Or perhaps it wasn't entirely unnoticed. Some older residents might have figured it out, but likely not many. What surprised Michael more, though, was the crack's exact location, inside a pharmacy. According to the receptionist, all he had to do was hand the paper directly to the person in charge. More and more, it feels like I belong to some secret organization. Which isn't too far from the truth, Michael muttered. To be honest, the thought was a little exciting to him. As he walked out of the association, anticipation and anxiety swirled within him despite the power he held and his strong lineup of Lucky and Prince. But then, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. For a moment, he stood still before his expression darkened. Damn it. I'm an idiot. Michael wanted to scream at himself as a sudden realization hit him. Why was he heading to a corrupted crack in the first place? Wasn't it because of the monsters it held? And why was he interested in the monsters? It was because he wanted to turn them into his undead army. And why did he feel so pressed to contract more undead right now? It was because his daily evolution points would soon refresh. If he didn't increase the number of his undead within the next 3 hours, he'd miss out on a potential number of 11 evolution points and have to settle with 4. Contracting undead took time and mana, and failed attempts were always a possibility. If he rested between summons, 3 hours should be enough, but if he still had to hunt the monsters first, that would eat up precious time. Michael knew he was. Every human was. Michael couldn't stand the idea of losing a good 24 hours of progress. Then it hit him. Didn't the association sell goblin corpses? Instead of wasting time hunting in the crack, he could simply buy what he could afford. Once he reached the crack, he could start using Undead Revival immediately. After all, leveling up could wait. His main concern was maximizing his evolution points. This was working smarter, not harder. As Michael stood near the entrance of the association, lost in thought, the vibration of his phone in his pocket snapped him back to reality. He pulled out his phone and saw that it was an email from the association, the notification causing his phone to buzz. Michael unlocked his phone and opened the email. It contained a lot of information, including the location and details of the crack he was about to enter, far more detailed than the paper he held in his hand. Additionally, there was a list attached to the email. This is pretty user-friendly, Michael noted. Since the email is solely about the Goblin World corrupted crack, it's likely I'll receive similar emails in the future when I want to visit other cracks for the first time. However, his attention quickly shifted to the attached list, particularly the very first item, 1, Goblin Corpse, $500. This is even better, he muttered. I can earn back whatever money I spend here. Though, I'd have to kill 2 goblins just to make up the cost of buying 1 goblin corpse. And it even specifies that the price can go up, not that $500 is a fixed amount. TSK, the association is as greedy as it is selfish. Having already made up his mind about his next steps, Michael turned away from the entrance and headed toward the trade center to purchase monster corpses. Upon reaching the trade center, Michael noticed a different face behind the counter. It wasn't the scarred man he'd seen yesterday. Though he briefly wondered why the other man wasn't there, he quickly brushed the thought aside. It wasn't something worth dwelling on as he and the scarred man weren't close. Good morning, Michael greeted the middle-aged man at the counter. Good morning to you too. How may I help you? The man replied with a warm smile. Do you still have monster corpses here? Yes, we do. Are you looking to purchase some? Yes, please. Compared to the cold demeanor of the scarred man from yesterday, this middle-aged man was like a ray of sunshine in winter. They were like two completely different species. After explaining what he needed, Michael was once again led to the cold storage area where he'd been the day before. However, this time, he wasn't here for forest wolves. Why? Because they were far too expensive for him. At $4,000 per corpse, they were entirely out of Michael's current budget. His bank account balance was only enough to buy 3 again, which wasn't a sustainable option. Had Michael known about the abilities of his talent earlier, he wouldn't have wasted $12,000 on forest wolf corpses yesterday. Instead, he would have spent the entire amount on goblin corpses. Sure, goblins had trashy base stats, and their inherent weaknesses might carry over even after evolving, potentially making them weaker than forest wolves of the same rank. But that didn't matter. Michael had identified himself as a horde-type necromancer. His strategy was simple: overwhelm his enemies with numbers. He fought to dominate by sheer force of numbers, bullying his way to victory. Having a few high-quality undead was great, but not as great as having multiple quality undead. In any case, his undead could always evolve, so their weaknesses wouldn't remain constant forever. Unfortunately, Michael, unaware of the ability of his talent, had been more focused on getting the most value out of his previous purchases. Though he felt his earlier decisions had been a waste, Michael didn't regret them. At the very least, he had acquired Lucky and Prince, 2 strong rank 1 undead. It would have been the same case had he bought goblin corpses too, as his evolution points yesterday could only evolve on monsters so far. It might have even cost more mana, but Michael was still unsure. Did evolving a common rank undead by 1 star cost 1 evolution point each time, or did it raise a 1-star undead directly to 3 stars, regardless of its starting point? Now that he had several goblin corpses, all at 1 star, he would soon be able to figure it out. Unlike his cautious approach to buying forest wolves yesterday, Michael didn't even glance at the ranks of the monster corpses this time. He simply purchased 10 with the highest levels available. He currently had only 7 open slots left for summoning undead, but considering the risk of failure, he bought 3 extras. Hopefully, his luck wouldn't betray him. These corpses were all providers of evolution points, after all. The purchase cost him $10,000, nearly reducing him to the same broke state he'd been in before awakening. The pain of parting with such an amount was sharper than the sting of his first heartbreak back on Earth. Still, Michael wasn't too downhearted. At most, the goblins he was about to hunt would cover the damages. After completing his purchase and making the payment, Michael wasted no time leaving the association. He quickly hailed a taxi to Sun Park, the designated location for entering the crack. His allotted time in the Goblin World Corrupted Crack was from 11:45 a.m. to 1 p.m., and the clock currently read 11:20 a.m. Fortunately, there was still time. Michael wasn't in a frantic rush to enter the crack. As long as he arrived and checked in, he would be fine. That said, he still hurried to get there. Seated in the taxi, Michael used the time to reread the email the association had sent him about the Goblin World Crack. The email's content wasn't extensive, so within 10 minutes, he was done reading and left with nothing else to do except stare out the car window. He could have browsed the Supers Association forum, but Michael preferred to do that in a calm state of mind. Right now, he was far too preoccupied. After the taxi dropped Michael off in front of Sun Park, he quickly asked for directions to the pharmacy where the Goblin World Corrupted Type Dimensional Crack was located. Since he was in a rush, Michael didn't take the time to observe his surroundings and made his way to the designated pharmacy with haste. The pharmacy wasn't far from Sun Park, and with quick strides, Michael arrived in less than 5 minutes. Contrary to his expectations, the pharmacy looked exactly like an ordinary establishment, just slightly larger than usual. From the outside, Michael could see that there were no customers inside. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and entered. Immediately, his eyes fell on an elderly man standing behind the counter. The man had gray hair, but his body exuded a youthful vitality rarely seen even in younger individuals. Suppressing the urge to use detect on the old man, Michael approached him to start a conversation. "Good morning," Michael greeted politely. His words revealed that he was still on time. It wasn't noon yet, at least, not for another 5 minutes. The old man behind the counter smiled warmly and responded, "Good morning, boy. Is there anything you need?" "Yes, sir. The association sent me here." Michael got straight to the point, though he remained cautious not to reveal what association in case he was in the wrong place. Fortunately, it seemed he wasn't mistaken. "Oh, do you have the application paper with you?" the old man asked while retrieving a fingerprint scanner from underneath the counter. Seeing this, Michael was reassured that he had come to the right place. Wasting no time, he pulled the document the association's receptionist had given him out of his pocket. Though the paper looked a bit crumpled, it was still legible and neat. Michael hadn't been provided with anything to store it in, so he could only carry it as it was. Luckily, the old man made no comment about the paper's condition. Instead, he calmly read through its contents without issue. "Okay, place your right thumb here," the old man, who appeared to be in his late 50s, instructed, pointing at the scanner on the counter. The scanner looked similar to the one the receptionist had used when registering Michael on the day of his awakening. Perhaps this was the Federation's standard scanner, Michael thought as his mind briefly wandered. Shaking off his thoughts, Michael complied and placed his thumb on the scanner. 2 seconds later, it emitted a green light. "Good, your identity has been confirmed." "Follow me," the old man said, returning the scanner to its original place before gesturing for Michael to come around the counter. Michael hurried to comply. They passed through rows of neatly arranged medicine shelves before arriving at a sturdy-looking door. The old man placed his palm on a panel to unlock it. Beyond this door was another, secured by a password that he entered quickly. Michael couldn't help but be impressed by the security measures, though he still felt they were a bit lacking, depending on the circumstances. Of course, much of the defense likely relied on the old man himself. Although the man didn't exude the overwhelming, oppressive aura of the scarred man Michael had encountered at the trade center, there was something subtly dangerous about him. Michael's senses, while still developing, could pick up on a faint, underlying threat. This seemingly kind old man was far more dangerous than he appeared. After the second sturdy metal door was unlocked, Michael finally stood before the entrance of a dimensional crack for the first time. True to its name, it resembled a tear in empty space. Within the jagged opening was a swirling mass of black, chaotic mana. Even without knowing it was a corrupted-type dimensional crack, Michael could tell at a glance that it wasn't anything good. The ominous feeling it gave made him sweat slightly. For a moment, he felt as though something might erupt from the crack at any second. Why didn't I feel anything outside? Is it because of the door? Michael wondered, but he quickly dismissed the thought. When he focused on the walls flanking the crack in the floor beneath his feet, he could faintly sense an intricate network of magic circles surrounding him. Though invisible to the naked eye, he could feel their presence, almost as if they were etched into the air itself. Is this the magic formation they mentioned in the forums? Michael's thoughts didn't have the chance to go much deeper before the old man beside him spoke, snapping him back to reality. Your information says you're an Awakener, which should be obvious since you're entering a crack without carrying any kind of storage, the old man said. Michael could detect a slight trace of envy in his voice. Unlike the disdain he'd felt from the scarred man at the Association Trade Center yesterday, this reaction made sense to him. Being an Awakener was, after all, an enviable status. Be mindful of your surroundings once you're inside, the old man continued. While it's unlikely that you'll land in a monster stronghold upon entry, there have been cases where it's happened. Stay alert. Michael was startled and opened his mouth to respond, but the old man cut him off. That's all. You should have read the email the association sends to anyone visiting a dimensional crack, so I won't repeat the basics. Since you came here alone, I'll assume you're confident in your abilities, which is good. Just be cautious. The old man glanced at his watch. It's 12 now, so you must be back before 1 p.m. The time difference between the real world and the crack is 10 to 1. 10 hours in the crack is equivalent to 1 hour here. Don't spend more than 10 hours inside, or you'll risk penalties. Once you're out, press the button behind the door, and I'll open it for you. He gestured towards the crack impatiently. That's all. Enter quickly, I have other things to attend to. Michael blinked at the old man's brusque attitude but decided not to comment. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. Determination flashed across his face as a gun materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, Michael leaped into the crack. Michael felt his vision blur as he entered the crack. For a moment, all he saw was chaotic darkness. The next instant, he found himself in the middle of a vast forest. Lucky, he called out. Without taking time to observe his surroundings, Michael gripped his gun tightly and summoned Lucky from the netherworld. A greenish-black circle materialized on the ground in front of him, and the silhouette of a massive wolf leapt out. It was Lucky. At the same time, Michael retrieved Prince from his storage space to guard his back. While Prince's mind remained frozen in time, unable to develop consciousness, Lucky was already alert. Sensing his master's unease through their link, Lucky immediately assumed a combat stance upon arrival. Fortunately, after a tense few seconds, nothing attacked. Michael finally let out a sigh of relief. While keeping the two on high alert, Michael finally took the time to survey his surroundings. Tall trees stretched high into the sky. Wide crowns formed a leafy canopy, allowing golden rays of sunlight to filter through. The forest floor, carpeted in moss and scattered leaves, glowed softly under the shifting light. The air was alive with the faint rustle of leaves. The sight was breathtaking. Though I've read about cracks containing entire worlds, seeing it in person is amazing. There was even a sun. As for wondering how many cracks might have their own individual sun like Aurora, he quickly brushed the thought aside. Still, something about this world unsettled him. The mana in this space feels scattered. No, it feels incomplete. It was hard to describe, but there was an odd sensation, a fragility, a weakness he hadn't felt in Aurora or the land of origin. He couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, but there was no time to dwell on it. Prince, stay here with me and guard. Lucky, scout the surroundings and kill anything that moves. The moment he gave the command, Lucky vanished in a blur, leaving behind a gust of wind and a cloud of dirt. Cough, cough. That stupid wolf. Do you think feeding your master dirt is funny? I'll start feeding you grass. Michael paused, remembering the time Lucky had tried to eat moss off a wall in the land of origin. Actually, he might enjoy that, Michael muttered, shaking his head to dismiss the ridiculous thought. Michael was genuinely surprised by the movement caused by Lucky's incredible speed. The speed itself was astonishing, leaving behind an afterimage as Lucky vanished from sight. Since rare-rank creatures were said to rival Awakeners who used attribute points, Lucky's stats had to far exceed 20 points for a human. Being a wolf, its speed should be even more terrifying. The strength of his undead truly satisfied Michael, but it also left him suspicious. Although he hadn't tested Lucky's speed in the real world or the land of origin yet, he doubted it would be strong enough to generate such a massive gust of wind. Michael suspected it might have something to do with the nature of this world, but he couldn't confirm it without running tests in the other worlds. Just as he was about to continue inspecting his surroundings, several notification panels appeared before his eyes. Your undead, Lucky, has killed a level 3 goblin and gained 35 EXP. You've received feedback from your undead, Lucky, and gained 10 EXP. Your undead, Lucky, has killed a level 1 goblin and gained 14 EXP. You've received feedback from your undead, Lucky, and gained 4 EXP. Your undead, Lucky, has killed a level 5 goblin and gained 48 EXP. You've received feedback from your undead, Lucky, and gained 14 EXP. The notifications continued 4 more times before finally stopping. Did Lucky just wipe out an entire goblin group? Michael was both alarmed and stunned. He quickly focused on their link to sense Lucky's rough location. Noticing he could still pinpoint it, Michael deduced Lucky was within 100 meters. Unranked Awakeners, whose souls don't undergo significant upgrades until they advance in rank, could only command and sense their undead within roughly 100 meters. This range varied slightly depending on talent but generally stayed consistent at this distance. Coincidentally, this also matched the current range of Share Senses, a skill Michael gained when his intelligence stat hit 20 points. Share Senses, Michael muttered as he activated the skill and stepped closer to Prince. He didn't bother recalling Lucky, there was no need. Goblins posed no threat to Lucky, though Michael himself couldn't afford to be careless. Deciding to stay cautious, he used the skill to check on Lucky's situation. Immediately, his vision shifted. From a vibrant world of colors, it turned to stark black and white. Is this how the world looks to the undead? Michael murmured, momentarily intrigued. Lucky was standing amidst the mangled corpses of the goblins he had just slain. Even with the monochrome view, Michael easily recognized the grotesque forms of the creatures. He had a few in his storage space after all. The sight, however, caused Michael's heart to ache. Lucky, you idiot. Stop wasting money, those corpses could feed you and your siblings. Panicking, Michael sent a mental command for Lucky to stay put, fearing the wolf would kill more goblins and waste precious resources. As for feeding his undead, Michael wasn't exaggerating. While undead didn't need to eat and had infinite stamina, there were indeed substances they could digest that provided benefits or simply appealed to their preferences. Michael was about to run to Lucky's location with Prince when he suddenly stopped and glanced at his other undead. Prince, what do you think about letting Daddy ride you? Prince stared at Michael, confusion evident in his newly awakened consciousness. As Michael addressed his undead, he turned to check how many experience points he had left to level up. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Necromancer Apprentice. EXP, 208 Fan 800. Strength, 6, 1. Agility, 11, 1. Constitution, 7, 7. Intelligence, 33. Attribute points, 0. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 3 Fan 10, Gift, Mark of Origin. Michael knew his main priority now was creating more undead within the next 2 hours, but Lucky's actions of killing goblins sparked an idea. He had almost forgotten that when an undead killed the target, a portion of the gained experience points was transferred to the Necromancer. At first glance, this might seem like a loss, as the Necromancer would have earned more experience points by killing the target personally. However, Necromancers were never meant to be front-line warriors. Their strength lay in commanding their undead minions to do the fighting for them. Moreover, the strength of an undead was directly tied to the strength of its master. Investing in the growth of his minions wasn't a waste, it was a strategic move. With his undead gaining experience and growing stronger, Michael could avoid putting himself in unnecessary danger while still gradually accumulating experience points to level up. This indirect approach to combat was the essence of a Necromancer's playstyle, and it suited Michael perfectly. As someone who was particularly cautious about his safety, especially in the real world, Michael found this method of fighting to be both efficient and reassuring. Should I just wait until I fill my contract slots, or have Lucky kill monsters for me while Prince guards me? Michael muttered to himself. However, he soon shook his head at the thought. If someone's going to guard me, I'd rather it be Lucky. Weird as it is, Lucky is far more flexible and should be able to protect me better than Prince, whose intelligence is still lacking. Prince, who stood loyally by his master's side, couldn't help but feel that his master was thinking poorly of him. No. His master must be thinking ill of him. Why else would he look at him with that faint expression of disdain? It's something to think about, Michael continued, oblivious to Prince's thoughts. But for now, having more undead is the priority. Anyway, I have 10 hours here, so I can always level up later. If there are enough goblins, that is. Still, I could try killing a few goblins myself to level up faster and unlock more undead slots. Evolution points are crucial. I don't see myself being strong enough to personally face that gargoyle anytime soon, but with enough evolution points, my undead might. Michael doubted evolving Lucky to a 3-star undead would make it rank up to rank 2, it might only gain a few levels at most. However, evolving it to an extraordinary rank might do the trick, though the evolution points required would be significant. It had been barely 3 days since his awakening, and while he hadn't gained much from the land of origin to obsess over it, the restriction on exploring still frustrated him. Yet, given the opportunity presented by the suspected ruins at his initial location, he didn't want to risk rushing in and dying before reaping any benefits. Aside from not wanting to lose potential rewards in the ruins, Michael was already at the point where the 10 Fantram permanent loss of all stats upon death felt painful, especially for his intelligence stat. With that, Michael stopped mulling over the issue and hopped onto Prince's back. Head in this direction, boy. Let's go meet that wastrel called your older brother. For a brief moment, Prince wondered what his purpose in life was. The ride was incredibly short. It felt like only a second passed before Michael found himself standing in front of his first named undead, Lucky. It was thrilling, nonetheless. The gust of wind from the run had almost thrown Michael off Prince's back. For some reason, Michael felt as though the action had been deliberate. However, thinking about how his undead only had love for him, Michael dismissed the thought. How could they not love him? After all, he was their evolution plug. Surprisingly, despite the blood splattered everywhere from the goblins Lucky had slain, Michael wasn't disgusted by the sight or smell. Perhaps it was because goblins had green blood, and their form, while humanoid, was so far removed from humans that it didn't bother him, aside from the initial disgust. However, it could also be that nothing could disgust him more than the acid slime from the land of origin. The smell of those things was so vile it could make even a fresh corpse gag in disgust. These are heavy losses, Michael muttered in pain, gazing at the mutilated remains of the goblins scattered around. He no longer blamed Lucky. He had, after all, ordered Lucky to kill whatever moved in the crack but hadn't specified how. Lucky, while not acting in line with Michael's unspoken expectations, had followed the order to the letter. Whatever. This should still fetch something at the trade center, but it's better to have intact corpses like the ones I brought to maximize profits. Michael dismounted Prince and began gathering the goblins' corpses and scattered body parts, placing them into his storage space. Once done, he made his way to Lucky and hopped onto his back. Sure enough, riding you feels more majestic, Michael said with a pleased smile. Lucky's taller, more imposing appearance compared to Prince satisfied his vanity. Let's move. The smell might attract more goblins, Michael ordered. Within moments, he and his undead left the area, searching for a more secluded spot. Killing monsters and gaining experience was great, but collecting evolution points, that was the real priority. Michael had his goals straight. Unfortunately, all Michael found was an endless expanse of forest and more goblins along the way, which Prince attended to with ease. This time, the method of killing was straightforward. A swipe of Prince's tail sent the goblins sprawling, and Michael finished them off with his gun, earning a steady stream of experience points. Afterward, Prince carefully lifted the goblin corpses with his mouth so Michael could place them into his storage space. Michael hadn't bothered to restock his limited bullets, knowing they would soon become useless. He had originally brought them for self-protection as part of his preparation for entering the land of origin. However, with Prince and Lucky by his side, his reliance on them had diminished and would only continue to do so. For now, though, the few rounds he had left were sufficient. Lucky also joined the fight, utilizing his racial skill, plant control, instead. It was Michael's first time seeing the skill in action, and it proved highly effective. The skill's binding effect was exceptional, preventing many of the goblins from escaping. Unfortunately, Lucky wasn't fully accustomed to the ability yet. If he were, he could have trapped the entire goblin group from the start, leaving Michael free to finish them all with his gun using basic shot. As time ticked away, Michael grew frustrated and decided to start creating undead on the spot. He reasoned that if a goblin interrupted his skill, the worst outcome would be some mana loss. Also, he reflected on his earlier hesitation. He realized he had been overly cautious. Before any goblin could even reach him, they would likely be dead. With this thought in mind, Michael finally set aside his worries. He took out a relatively intact corpse he had obtained from the trade center and used Undead Revival on it. Including the goblins he had killed and the corpses brought from the association, Michael now had 24 usable materials for creating undead. This ensured that even if a revival attempt failed, he still had plenty of corpses to use, as long as he had enough mana. For the next 2 hours, Michael focused solely on casting Undead Revival on the goblin corpses, while Lucky and Prince, his 2 rank 1 undead, guarded him against any sneaky or ambushing goblins. For corpses that failed to revive after 3 attempts, Michael set them aside in a specific section of his storage space for easy identification. He planned to sell these failed corpses to the association, ensuring they knew they could no longer be used for revival. This way, he could avoid any penalties because of accusations of fraud. The price would be dirt cheap though, but extra money nevertheless. As for the undead he successfully revived, Michael kept them close, adding them to the defensive formation alongside Lucky and Prince. In the end, just as there were 3 minutes left before he received his daily evolution points, Michael finally managed to fill his remaining 7 open contract slots, going through a total of 15 monster corpses. Although he had hoped for a better outcome, this wasn't bad. Out of 15 attempts, he succeeded in reviving 7 undead. Essentially, he succeeded once every 2 tries. Michael was satisfied with the result. If his last attempt hadn't succeeded, he would have been left with only 6 undead due to his now depleted mana. For that, he was grateful. As the final 3 minutes ticked down to 10 seconds, Michael sat on the ground amidst his undead, waiting patiently. Your daily evolution points have arrived. 11 evolution points gained. After the notifications appeared, Michael quickly dismissed them and opened his talent panel to check his updated points. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Evolution Points, 11 Lucky, Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 11, Insufficient Evolution Points, Can't Be Evolved, Prince Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 11, Insufficient Evolution Points, Can't Be Evolved, Undead Forest Wolf LV, 5, Sufficient Evolution Points, Can Be Evolved, Undead Goblin LV, 5, Sufficient Evolution Points, Can Be Evolved, Undead Goblin LV, 5, Sufficient Evolution Points, Can Be Evolved, Undead Goblin LV, 4, Sufficient Evolution Points, Can Be Evolved. There were 10 undead listed in total. As expected, the number of contract undead he had at the time of his daily evolution points refresh determined how many points he would receive. Michael was pleased to have his evolution points replenished again. This method of gaining points was far superior to relying on spirit crystals. Spirit crystals were not only rare and expensive, especially for an awakener in his situation, but they also had other critical uses that made exchanging them for evolution points less practical. Of course, if Michael had any spirit crystals right now, they would already have been traded for points. All things considered, his daily refresh was proving to be an excellent and consistent source. The main limitation now was his lack of contract slots, which was tied to his level. More levels meant more slots, enabling him to raise additional undead. While Michael didn't expect to rank up within the Goblin World crack, it was simply impossible. He did think leveling up a few more times here was achievable. Goblins were prolific breeders, reaching adulthood in mere days and hitting their 1-star common rank limit quickly. With time flowing 10 times faster in this space compared to the outside world, these creatures had plenty of opportunities to multiply and develop. Although Michael had already wiped out 3 goblin groups, it likely accounted for less than 1% of the total population here. If that was the case, this crack was an excellent place to level up. Though Michael was excited about his newly refreshed evolution points and tempted to evolve his new undead race to see its rare rank look, he decided to hold off for now. He planned to follow the same approach as the previous day, evolve his undead in the land of origin while resting his original body back at home. Now that he had evolution points, there was no need to rush. It was more efficient to spend his time in the crack leveling up, aiming to increase his level by at least 1. This would free up more contract slots, allowing him to summon additional undead and generate even more evolution points tomorrow. Michael had already noticed that even with 11 evolution points, it wasn't enough to increase Lucky's or Prince's potential. This made acquiring more points an urgent priority. While evolving his main force was essential, neglecting his other undead wasn't an option either. Ultimately, it all came back to one critical goal: more evolution points. With determination surging through every fiber of his being, Michael transported his undead and the collected corpses to the land of origin via his storage space. Once ready, he set out with Lucky and Prince to hunt more goblins. Having already spent 2 hours in the crack, he had less than 8 hours left before risking a penalty from the association. For the next several hours, Michael did nothing but kill goblins, store their corpses in the land of origin, and repeat. In the first hour, he leveled up to level 6. 2 hours later, he reached level 8. 3 hours after that, with less than 2 hours remaining, Michael leveled up to level 9. Name: Michael Norman. Class: Necromancer Apprentice. EXP: 112 Fan 2000. Strength: 7, 3, 1, 2 carat. Agility: 13, 1, 2, 0 carat. Constitution: 8, 9, 1, 2 carat. Intelligence: 34, 3, 4, 0 carat. Attribute points: 24. Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 10 Fan 18, Gift, Mark of Origin. Though goblins were among the weakest monsters, with even less potential than slimes, yes, slimes, and provided less experience compared to some monsters of the same level, their sheer numbers made up for it. In just 6 hours, Michael ran through the majority of the crack space, clearing all the goblins he encountered with Lucky and Prince. The gains were significant. For one, he gained 4 levels, bringing him to level 9. Additionally, he stored numerous monster corpses in the land of origin, where his other body and new undead were stationed. Selling them should bring him good profit. Another noteworthy achievement was his first taste of close combat. With his bullets finally depleted, Michael used the iron-refined spear he had bought from the Super Association's online store. The result: close combat isn't so scary after all, Michael thought, growing more confident. However, despite hours of fighting with the spear, the skill, spearmanship, never appeared. On one of his aimless strolls through the forum, Michael learned that weapons could have their own skills to guide mastery levels. It made sense since weapon-related classes also had class skills. For example, a swordsman's swordsmanship skill would start at intermediate mastery, which could instantly turn a novice into a veteran. Even after failing to gain a spear-related skill, Michael wasn't discouraged. While he didn't plan to change his combat style, having the skill would boost his personal strength. He resolved to dedicate more time to spear training when possible. If weapon-related skills existed, it was likely that veteran Awakeners from decades ago, regardless of their class, had mastered weapon skills, giving them an undeniable edge. Perhaps even a tailor could secretly be a sword expert. The world inside the crack is really big, Michael thought as he made his way toward the crack's exit, which had opened after he killed all the goblins in this corrupted-type crack. He estimated the crack size to be comparable to a very large town. Fortunately, one only needed to kill a third of the monsters within a corrupted crack for the exit to appear. However, if it wasn't entered within 10 minutes, it would disappear and reappear only after another third of the monsters were killed, repeating until all the creatures were eliminated. Only then will the exit not disappear. Michael, however, had been merciless, killing all the goblins instead. Michael was drenched in green blood, not his own, but that of the countless goblins he had slain. His green eyes gleamed with a murderous intent, tainted by the eerie necromantic energy that had corrupted his once clean aura. This was a consequence of repeatedly casting necromancy spells in the real world using his original body. He had killed hundreds of goblins, accumulating more than 4,000 EXP in 6 hours. Leveling up had been demanding. Level 6 required 800 EXP, Level 7 needed 1,000, Level 8 required 1,200, and Level 9 demanded 1,500. A place like the Goblin World, teeming with monsters, was perfect for such rapid progression. The intoxicating pace of improvement filled Michael with a hunger for more. Yet, he understood that this fast leveling was only possible in the early stages. As he progressed, the grind would become exponentially harder. Even now, as an unranked Awakener, it had taken killing hundreds of goblins to achieve just 4 levels. At least Michael had managed to level up. Lucky and Prince's experience progress wasn't even halfway to their next level. This was largely because Michael had secured most of the kills, while Lucky and Prince mainly used their skills to trap the goblins. However, even if one of them had hunted all the monsters in the crack alone, the experience would have barely been enough for a single level up. Hundreds of lives were needed just to level up once, and reaching rank 2 at level 26 was still over 10 levels away. If he continued hunting only goblins, how many lives would he need to take to reach that milestone? Seems like I'll need to visit that level 2 crack and apply for more crack entries, Michael planned. His mindset was shifting. After fighting and killing goblins, watching their blood spill, Michael had shed some of his caution and was now more willing to take risks for greater rewards. Level 2 cracks could contain at most a peak rank 2 creature, which either Lucky or Prince should handle alone or together without much trouble. At the very least, with their combined abilities, escaping from danger wouldn't be a problem. Leveling up had also made Michael stronger. If he allocated his attribute points to his physical stats, he might be able to handle most rank 2 creatures or escape if necessary. However, now that he was a true necromancer, he wouldn't waste his potential on such a basic approach. A smarter way to grow stronger was to increase his intelligence, contract more undead, and gain more evolution points. These would allow him to evolve his undead to the rare rank, advancing them to rank 1 and granting feedback that would boost his own stats. However, all of this would have to wait until after he left the crack. Michael glanced at his blood-soaked body and hoped the pharmacy would have a place for him to clean up. He hadn't really considered the practical issues of entering a crack. There was going to be fighting, but he hadn't even packed a spare set of clothes. There was also something that confused him. Michael had killed over 300 goblins, and 1/3 of that would be a little more than 100. Other people would typically kill around 100 goblins to make the exit appear, but how did they transport the bodies? Outside the crack was a pharmacy, and beyond that was the world of ordinary people. Supernaturals were still warned not to reveal anything to the public, so how did others transport their kills? For some reason, a part of Michael felt that his identity as an Awakener made his approach to these situations different from the common sense of other supernaturals due to his unique abilities. In simpler terms, he was a little dense. But this was due to his lacking knowledge. One couldn't forget that Michael was still just an ordinary human whose life had changed drastically in barely 3 days. Compared to how most people would react to such a change, he was adapting well. Perhaps it was due to his original body's temperament or his past life mental strength, but he was only in his early 20s on Earth. It could very well be a combination of both. As several thoughts and plans raced through Michael's mind, he stepped into the crack. Michael returned to a familiar, dimly lit room. Well, not exactly familiar, just the confined space that held the crack leading to the goblin world. Turning to look behind him, Michael noticed the crack still had its chaotic appearance but seemed tamer than before. It was still chaotic, just not as overwhelmingly so as it had been 6 hours ago, or rather, less than an hour in the real world. Cracks, if controlled, could be treasures. One could train inside for 10 years, while only a year passed in the real world. Perhaps the Federation had already harnessed such a capability, though Michael wasn't qualified to know yet. As for the crack's reduced chaotic energy, he figured it was likely due to his complete extermination of the monster population within it, leading it to enter a state of recovery. Monsters and corrupted-type cracks were born from concentrated negative energy and bred quickly as the cracks accelerated their growth. Even with regular cleanups, there had still been over 300 goblins. Usually, no one wiped out all the monsters in a crack, not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't. Despite their weakness, goblins were still rank 1 monsters in the cultivation system. Cleanup efforts were often limited to earning rewards while preventing crack outbreaks, where monsters spilled into the real world, causing harm to the general population. While goblins seemed weak from Michael's perspective, they were deadly threats to ordinary people. Even new Awakeners or early-stage rank 1 cultivators weren't exempt. For newly ascended rank 1 cultivators, goblins were especially challenging. Goblins often moved in groups, with the weakest being as strong as a full-grown adult. Without skills or proper training, newly awakened individuals were no better off than those novice cultivators. Michael shifted his gaze from the crack and headed for the door of the room. Recalling the instructions, he pressed the button behind the door as the old man had told him earlier. After pressing it, he waited. 5 minutes later, there was movement from the other side, and the door finally opened. The old pharmacist appeared, but before Michael could ask if there was a place to clean up, the man's expression shifted. His face tightened into a frown as his eyes locked on Michael. "Why is the chaotic energy less intense than before?" the old man asked, his voice cold and sharp. As he spoke, a threatening aura radiated from him, suffocating the air in the room. Gone was the kind, gentle demeanor of the elderly man from the pharmacy. What stood before Michael now was an old predator, exuding the presence of someone who had just awakened from a dormant state. I don't know, Michael stammered, trying to form a response. For one, he truly didn't know why the crack had appeared tamer. He suspected it was linked to wiping out all the monsters, but he wasn't certain. Secondly, the old man's overwhelming aura was far stronger than Michael had anticipated. It didn't just rival Lucky's, it surpassed it. Are all old men so powerful nowadays? Michael thought, the image of the scarred old man from the land of origin flashing across his mind. He was just about to steady himself and share his suspicions when the suffocating aura suddenly vanished, replaced by the old man's warm and kind smile. "Oh, did you kill all the monsters in the crack, boy?" the old man asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Yes," Michael replied. "Ah, no wonder it's less intense now. The crack is probably trying to recover by creating new babies," the old man chuckled lightly. How does his face change so fast? Michael thought, feeling slightly unnerved. Don't be annoyed by my earlier reaction, the old man said apologetically. The crack is vital to Woodstone City and the Federation. I can't help but be alarmed if I think something has gone wrong with it. Besides, I'd be in a lot of trouble if it had. His genuine tone and remorseful expression dissolved Michael's sour mood. If I were in his position, I'd probably act the same, Michael admitted to himself. Michael nodded at the apology, pondering how to ask the old man if the pharmacy had a place where he could clean up. Before he could gather his words, the old man's attention shifted from the crack to him. "You're quite ruthless, boy. But calm down, your murderous intent is too strong. If you go home like this, you will probably scare the living daylights out of everyone. Unless you live alone. And what's with this gloomy aura around you?" Michael blinked, taken aback by the old man's blunt remarks, and was just about to respond when the man continued. "Still, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with you. Just take a rest, or better yet, don't go home tonight if it'll take time for you to get your bearings. Now follow me, you need to clean yourself up." From start to finish, the old man moved at his own pace, leaving Michael no choice but to comply. Besides, Michael was too drained to take the initiative in the conversation. Fortunately, after leaving the crack, the old man led him to another hidden room, this one a spacious bathhouse, clearly designed to accommodate multiple people. It seemed bathing services were common for hunters who frequented the area. However, there was still one glaring issue. "You didn't bring a spare set of clothes." The old man gave Michael a strange look before adding mercilessly, "What kind of newbie are you?" Michael's face flushed with embarrassment. It was careless of him to not bring extra clothing when heading into a monster-filled crack, but mistakes were inevitable on a first try. He was just about to ask if the old man had spare clothing when the man interrupted again. "All right, never mind. Just get yourself cleaned up, you stink. I'll find you something to wear, but hurry up. I've got other matters to deal with." "Thank you," Michael said quickly, grateful despite the old man's gruff tone. "This fits you really well," the old man said, gazing at the oversized clothes he had picked out for Michael from a nearby store with a look of satisfaction. Michael could only roll his eyes discreetly at the old man's attitude. The clothes were of high quality. Michael figured they must have cost quite a bit, but the problem was that they were too big. Not so oversized that they looked like hand-me-downs from an older relative, but just enough to feel like they'd been passed down from an older brother. Still, Michael felt touched by the old man's gesture. After trying the clothes on, he had intended to ask how much they had cost so he could pay the old man back later. However, the old man had looked ready to flare up at the mere suggestion. Apparently, asking about the price was considered insulting, and the old man had firmly insisted that Michael accept the clothes as a gift rather than talk nonsense. Michael recalled his aunt saying that older people often had peculiar temperaments, but this was the first time he had encountered such an instance himself. He reasoned that perhaps older people, whether they were ordinary humans or cultivators, tended to be well off and prone to such behavior. Regardless, Michael made a mental note to remember this favor. He also reminded himself that unless he wanted to wander the streets naked in broad daylight, he should make better preparations before entering another crack. Not everyone in charge of a crack would be as kind as this old man. "Thank you, sir. But before I leave, may I ask what I should call you?" Michael asked. He was genuinely curious about the old man and felt it would be improper not to at least know the name of someone who had helped him. "Just call me Old Man Lou. Now get going and return to the association so you can submit your corpses for sale. And remember, if you want to collect the other corpses from the crack, your transportation better be here within an hour. After that, those corpses will start to rot, and you won't get much for them." Michael was momentarily stunned by the old man's words. Coincidentally, Old Man Lou had answered a question that had been on Michael's mind: how did non-awakeners transport their corpses from cracks? Sure, they could bring their own storage bags, but unless they functioned like his unique storage space, Michael doubted the bags could hold much, especially not enough monster corpses for a large team. Of course, it was also possible that most people didn't take entire monster corpses, instead opting to harvest only valuable parts. He remembered the list attached to the email the association had sent him about Goblin World. It didn't just specify goblin corpses, it also included items like their blood and other materials. Perhaps that was what most people gathered. If so, it made sense that a team's storage bags would suffice for a crack visit. But what if someone wanted to bring more? The old man's earlier comment provided the answer. Visitors to cracks could bring their own transportation. When Old Man Lou mentioned this, Michael couldn't help but think of trucks. No wonder there's a garage attached to the pharmacy, he muttered to himself. I thought that was a weird design. Michael figured this was likely another hidden function of the pharmacy. Considering it already had doors to another dimension and even a bathroom, it wasn't far-fetched to assume it could also provide a cover for transporting harvested monster parts for sale. Michael had only recently become a part of the supernatural world. Before that, he had been a struggling youth, so it was natural for him to be unaware of these logistics. Perhaps wealthier and more influential people, like Leovanni, who had even suggested he buy corpses from the association, would know much more about this society. Michael hadn't forgotten about the existence of places that bred monsters either. He figured that, just like him, most average people were probably oblivious to such things. Only the rich and powerful would have access to that kind of information. Even in the supernatural world, there were differences. There's no need for that, Old Man Lou. I already have them all packed, Michael said. Okay, that's good. Then get going. You've been interrupting my business for too long. Michael wanted to retort that there probably wasn't any business happening at the pharmacy. He'd been here for so long and hadn't seen a single customer. But he was wise enough to keep that thought to himself. All right, Old Man Lou. Take care. See you later, Michael said with a wave. See you later too, the old man replied gruffly. Just like that, Michael finally left the pharmacy, the crack, and Old Man Lou behind. He hailed a taxi and headed back to the association. Once there, he made his way directly to the trade center. It was finally time to earn some money. After this, he planned to visit the receptionist to apply for more crack entries. With that gargoyle blocking his way in the land of origins, he had no choice but to focus on making himself stronger in the real world while accumulating evolution points. Leveling up through battles alone would be too slow, but Michael figured that with enough evolution points, it wouldn't take long to create an undead strong enough to deal with the gargoyle. It would need to be either a higher rank undead or a level 21, 3-star rare rank 1 to stand a chance without taking a severe beating. As for going home, Michael had reconsidered after hearing Old Man Lou's comment about his murderous intent. It didn't seem like something ordinary people would react well to, so he decided to delay his return. He'd messaged Aunt Mia about it, and to his surprise, she'd immediately called him. Wasn't this woman supposed to be busy at work? After he'd vaguely explained that he had some business to take care of, Aunt Mia hadn't flared up as he'd expected. Instead, she simply told him to take care of himself several times. Michael could hear the subtle sadness in her voice, which made him feel a little guilty but also somewhat relieved. Unfortunately, this meant he wouldn't be able to enjoy her cooking today. Apparently, his cousin was in for a good meal instead. Michael knew that girl would never let his share go to waste, especially when it involved beast meat. Michael had another purpose at the trade center. It was related to his evolution points, and he placed the highest priority on anything that could help him with them. He didn't believe there were only a few limited ways to increase his evolution points. There had to be other methods beyond simply waiting for them to refresh daily or absorbing spirit crystals. Michael's theory about his evolution points was that they were generated from the overflow of soul energy absorbed by his talent from him and his undead. This gave him a potential direction to explore. If he could find items that could recover or enhance soul energy, would his evolution points also increase? Whatever the case, it had to be more cost-effective than relying on spirit crystals. Not only did it need to be cheaper, but it also had to be efficient enough to make the investment worthwhile. Soon, Michael arrived at the trade center, where a slight surprise awaited him. The person he encountered wasn't the man he had seen an hour ago but the scarred man from yesterday. Michael couldn't deny that the man intimidated him a little. "Good afternoon," Michael greeted as he approached. "Good afternoon. What do you want?" the scarred man replied curtly. There was no recognition in his tone or demeanor, which made the atmosphere feel even more strained as he got straight to business. "I'm here to sell monster corpses and buy some items as well." "The corpses are quite a lot," Michael explained. I see," the man muttered with a slight look of interest before asking, "What type of monster?" "Goblins," Michael replied, watching as the faint interest in the scarred man's eyes instantly vanished. But then Michael added, "I have about 300 corpses here." "You what?" For the first time since they'd met, a different expression appeared on the man's face. Michael felt a flicker of satisfaction. Finally, he had cracked the stoic demeanor of the scarred man. It made him feel like his near genocide of goblins in their world was worth it, not just for the income, but for this reaction as well. However, he quickly shook his head. Why do I care about changing this guy's expression? Michael didn't have time to reflect further, as the scarred man recovered from his shock and finally spoke. "Did you hunt them yourself?" the scarred man asked. For some reason, Michael noticed that his tone seemed less cold. "Yes. I went to the Goblin World Corrupted Crack today and, kind of wiped them out," Michael replied hesitantly. As he spoke, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Maybe I was a bit too murderous. No, they were just EXP and money. Killing them isn't a sin, Michael told himself firmly. Yeah, I'm not the problem here. Oddly enough, the scarred man seemed to follow a similar train of thought. He even let out a short laugh, startling Michael. "Haha, that's great. This is how our Federation's youths should be, domineering." Michael got the distinct impression that if he had been standing closer, the man might have given him a pat on the shoulder. Thankfully, after making his statement, the scarred man switched back to business mode. This time, though, he seemed a bit kinder. "Follow me. We need to check the quality of the corpses and determine the price." Though Michael found the scarred man's accommodating behavior a bit unfamiliar, he quickly adapted. They walked side by side, bypassing any doors this time, until they reached a staircase leading to a well-lit underground space. The area was surprisingly spacious. Or rather, the Supers Association branch itself was massive. If this was just a branch, Michael couldn't help but wonder how enormous the headquarters would be. Under the scarred man's supervision, Michael began summoning the goblin corpses he and his undead had killed. The process took some time, especially since he had to transfer the corpses from the land of origin to the real world via his mark of origin, a process involving multiple steps. By the time the scarred man finished appraising the corpses, nearly 2 hours had passed. The results, however, left Michael thrilled. $100,000. Michael felt overwhelmed with emotion. $100,000. The past him wouldn't have imagined earning this much in a day. Even the current him hadn't expected goblins to fetch such a sum. This was thanks to Michael's deliberate strategy of delivering intact corpses. The large quantity he sold, each goblin corpse averaging at least $300, had added up quickly. Had they been significantly stronger, like at the peak of their potential, the amount might have been a little higher. Most of the goblins didn't even surpass level 4. "I can see you killed these monsters with some sort of spear-like weapon," the scarred man said. "But even the one-hit kills show your inexperience. Since you've got money now, I suggest buying a spear technique manual and a decent weapon to go with it. Of course, this is just advice." "Thank you," Michael replied earnestly, surprised at how much the man could deduce just by examining the corpses. As he suspected, this scarred man was most likely an expert. As for the suggestion, Michael decided to give it a try. Training with a manual seemed far better than fumbling around without guidance. He might even unlock the spearmanship skill. The scarred man wasn't finished yet. Also, while it's good to push yourself, you need to control your emotions. If not, You risk losing yourself to the madness of killing, or worse, turning demonic. Look at yourself now. Don't you feel better? Michael paused, stunned. Though the man hadn't said it outright, he was likely referring to the murderous intent that Old Man Lou had mentioned earlier. He focused inwardly, just as the scarred man suggested, and noticed something. His thoughts felt calmer, clearer. It was hard to describe, but his mind felt more peaceful than it had hours ago. Is it because my murderous intent is subsiding? Michael wondered. Still, he thanked the scarred man. For some reason, two people had gone out of their way to help him today, and Michael was genuinely grateful. What he didn't realize was that their goodwill stemmed from him, too. Okay, let's head back. Someone will come and take care of the corpses, the scarred man said to Michael as he approached a wheel-like controller on the wall and turned it. Instantly, the space grew colder. The room had already been cold, which was why no smell emanated from the corpses, but now the temperature plunged further. Michael guessed it was as cold as the storage room he'd been led to before, a temperature perfect for preserving bodies. After adjusting the cooler, the scarred man led Michael out of the room. They moved quickly, making their way to the front of the trade center. All right, what do you want? I remember you saying you were here to buy something, the scarred man asked. Yes, Michael replied. What is it you're looking for? The man asked again. Let's start with the spear manual. Do you have one here? Hearing Michael's request, the scarred man paused for a moment, a slight smile creeping onto his face. I do have some, he said. But I wonder, are you willing to hear another piece of advice from me? Was Michael willing? Of course, he was. While he didn't know the exact rank of the scarred man, Michael felt it had to be at least commander level, equivalent to rank 3 in the cultivation system. It could even be higher, as the scarred man exuded a far stronger presence than Old Man Lou. However, Michael, still inexperienced, was cautious about jumping to conclusions. Regardless, to the current Michael, both the scarred man and Old Man Lou were figures worth listening to. Please, advise me, Senior, Michael said reflexively, taking the role of a junior. His subconscious, influenced by countless readings on forums where high-ranking members were addressed as seniors and lower-ranking ones as juniors, had shaped this respectful response. Haha, it's okay. Just call me Teacher Brian, the scarred man said. Strangely, when Brian spoke and introduced himself as a teacher, it didn't feel out of place. It was as if he was simply stating a fact about himself. Michael, though confused as to why the scarred man had suddenly given a name, and one with teacher in it, quickly reacted. Please advise me, Teacher Brian, Michael said, his tone just as enthusiastic as before. Good, Brian nodded in satisfaction before continuing. Right now, what you need is not fancy spear techniques but a strong foundation in the fundamentals. Only when you truly understand the basics of spearmanship can you advance smoothly on this path. Especially as an awakener, though I won't claim to know everything about your kind, I do know that you progress best when you fully grasp a skill. So, master the basics first before diving into the more elaborate techniques. And don't dismiss the basics just because they seem simple or weaker. In the end, even the most advanced techniques are just combinations of fundamental moves. Think of it like boxing: an uppercut, a jab, a side punch. They're all just punches, but they're incredibly effective when executed well. Listening to Brian's explanation, Michael felt as though he'd been enlightened. At the same time, it made him even more curious about Brian. Maybe he really is a teacher, Michael thought. Everything he says is simple to understand, yet profound enough to open new perspectives. Brian's advice made Michael happy, but it also deepened his desire to enter an academy. One piece of advice from Brian had already clarified and solidified his plans regarding spears. He couldn't help but imagine how much an academy could contribute to his future. Though Michael didn't doubt that his talent would allow him to grow independently, he knew that the path to power would likely be twice as difficult without the structured guidance an academy could offer. It reminded him of something his principal had once said: while it's possible to cultivate alone, it's foolish to ignore the easier path laid down by the efforts of countless ancestors to make the journey smoother and less troublesome. Beyond just knowledge, an academy would also grant Michael access to resources and opportunities he couldn't easily find on his own, like rituals for undead summoning, for instance. Then, is there any manual that teaches the basic techniques of spears, Senior? Michael inquired. There is, Brian replied, but you don't need to buy it here. You can just purchase the PDF version from the forum store. PDF. Michael was stunned. Yes. What's wrong with that? Nothing, Michael stammered. To be honest, Michael had expected manuals like this to only exist in physical form. But a virtual version. Where was the respect for martial arts? The solemnity? Did none of that matter anymore? Had technology advanced so much that it had completely ignored tradition and feelings? As a flood of nonsensical thoughts ran through his head, Michael composed himself and spoke again. Thanks for your advice, Teacher Brian. It's okay. Now that the manual is settled, is there anything else you want, or should I transfer your money to you? Actually, I'd still like to get something else. I wonder if there's anything here that can substitute the effect of a spirit crystal, especially something that affects the soul or enhances or recovers it. Brian contemplated for a moment before replying. For the latter, items that enhance or recover the soul don't exist in a branch like this. But for the former, there is one item that can substitute the effect of a spirit crystal and even recover soul energy. What is it, sir? Michael asked, excitement creeping into his voice. It's called Spirit Source Liquid. It's made by mixing the powder of a spirit crystal with other materials. It can boost the effectiveness of cultivation by 3 times for several days and costs about the same as a mana crystal, $500. It's mostly used by knight apprentices and rank 1 knights. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. For rank 1 mages, it can recover 20 Fantram of their soul energy, though it's rarely used by mages since spells requiring soul energy are usually beyond their reach at that rank. Why does it cost the same as a mana crystal when it's only as effective as a mana stone? Michael asked curiously. It's because it's easier to absorb than a mana stone, Brian explained. Mana stones contain impurities, so drawing energy from them takes time and effort. Spirit Source Liquid, on the other hand, works immediately. You just need to ingest it, and the effect kicks in right away. Hearing this, Michael finally understood. However, his primary concern wasn't cultivation, it was whether this liquid would be effective in gaining evolution points and how efficient it might be. Could you please bring one for me to see? Michael asked politely. Sure, Brian replied. But just so you know, we have different grades here. There's one that works for cultivator apprentices and rank 1 cultivators, and another for rank 2 cultivators. They have the same effects, but as you'd expect, the stronger the person, the need for a stronger resource and the higher the cost. The rank 2 version is slightly more expensive, priced at $7,000. Michael thought for a moment before responding. Then please bring me one of each to see. Both prices were cheaper than an unranked spirit crystal, but Michael still needed to confirm whether the liquids were effective for his talent and, more importantly, how well and if they could help him gain evolution points. After hearing Michael's request, Brian stepped to the side and brought out several transparent bottles filled with blue liquid, placing them on the counter. On this side, Brian said, gesturing, is the Spirit Source Liquid that works for apprentices and the rank above them. And on this side is the one effective for rank 2 cultivators. And don't ask why I brought out several bottles, you're probably going to use those eyes of yours to figure out which one's better. So, check them out. If you like them, I'll bring out more. I'm not going to waste time fetching extra bottles if you're not even planning to buy one. Brian's blunt words made Michael feel slightly embarrassed since they were entirely true. Michael had fully intended to use detect to determine the quality of the liquids and, if he found a better one, would have asked for more. Thankfully, Brian had read his intentions from a mile away. Without wasting any more time, Michael activated detect on the bottles displayed before him. Unranked spirit source liquid, rank, common, it has a rank. Michael thought excitedly. If the liquid had a rank, it meant there was a chance for higher quality versions. Sure enough, after inspecting the other bottles, Michael found one. Unranked spirit source liquid, rank, common, however, this higher quality was only found among the bottles of liquid effective for rank 2 cultivators. So to the panel, they're all unranked items, Michael noted. It made sense, though. These liquids were far inferior to an unranked spirit crystal, so it wouldn't make sense for them to be ranked higher unless they had something special about them. Still, this wasn't Michael's main concern. It was finally the moment of truth. Would spirit source liquid have any effect on his talent and increase his evolution points? Under Brian's suspicious gaze, Michael nervously picked up the highest quality spirit source liquid, unscrewed the cap, and swallowed the contents in one gulp. 1 second passed. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. +1 evolution point, +1 evolution point, Michael could hardly believe his eyes. He had hoped for something like this to happen, but now that it had, he found himself frozen, unable to react immediately. Noticing Michael's odd behavior, Brian spoke up. "Is something the matter?" he asked. Michael shook his head. "No, it's nothing," he replied, brushing off the question. Without wasting another moment, he grabbed another bottle of the better quality source liquid and drank it. Brian's gaze lingered, suspicion deepening, but Michael couldn't care less. He needed to confirm it, whether or not he had truly gained an evolution point. He knew he had. The notification panel confirming an additional evolution point had flashed before his eyes. But seeing it once wasn't enough. He needed reassurance, a second confirmation. Without hesitation, Michael unscrewed the cap of the source liquid bottle and downed its contents. It tasted bitter, but the thought that this could be another source of evolution points made it feel almost sweet. +2 evolution point, it works. Michael felt like jumping up in excitement, but he managed to control himself in the end. However, the panel that had just appeared puzzled him. Why had he gained 2 evolution points this time, while the previous bottle had only given him 1? A little confused, Michael turned his gaze to the spirit source liquids below 3 stars. Of course, he completely ignored the 1-star bottles. As he studied the source liquids and reflected on the inconsistency in evolution points from the 2 he had just consumed, a suspicion formed in his mind. But to confirm it, he needed to test his theory. Although Michael had plenty of money, spending it on experiments like this was far from economical. Yet, this situation was different. It was directly tied to his talent. If spending more money could help him gain evolution points or uncover a pattern, then it was worth every coin. To Michael, nothing money could buy compared to the effect of his talent. He was starting to view money as a mundane tool, a resource to fuel his growth. This was currently its only use and the reason it was still important to have. With this mindset, Michael selected 3 2-star common rank source liquids and began consuming them one by one. The first bottle. Am I wrong? Michael wondered, doubting his suspicion for a moment. But it was only the first try, too early to draw conclusions. Setting the empty bottle aside, Michael reached for the second source liquid. This time, a notification flashed before his eyes. Another evolution point. Excitement surged within him. Unfortunately, the third bottle yielded nothing, leaving Michael with mixed emotions. However, his current experience made him believe his suspicion a little. Even within the same star rating, there are differences, Michael thought, and it made sense. For the 2-star source liquids, the ones that gave him nothing were likely inferior, barely meeting the 2-star threshold. Meanwhile, the one that granted him an evolution point was probably near the 3-star level, making it excellent. This also explained the variance in the 3-star source liquids he had consumed earlier. One had been inferior, while the other was either standard or excellent. Still, it was clear that 3-star source liquids were a better investment overall. At least, they seemed to guarantee a single evolution point most of the time. "Are you okay, boy? Isn't taking too many of these going to harm you?" Brian's voice broke through Michael's thoughts, pulling him back to the present. "No, nothing like that, Teacher Brian. The source liquids don't affect me," Michael said casually, brushing the concern aside without offering further explanation. Then, he added, "Also, could you bring out more of your stock for me to pick from?" Brian paused and said nothing for a while. "All right, but you do realize it's quite a hassle to move all this around, don't you? I'm only doing this because you're an Awakener, and because I don't feel like making a fuss right now." "Thank you, Teacher Brian." Michael quickly expressed his gratitude. He understood the man's frustration. To Michael, even the thought of someone asking him to bring multiple cups of milk just to pick a few and return the rest was annoying. Having to do it himself would have been better. Unfortunately, he couldn't be the one to grab the source liquids himself. Fortunately, Brian didn't seem to mind, at least, not yet. As Brian went to retrieve more spirit source liquids from a corner, Michael turned his focus inward, calling up his status screen. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Necromancer Apprentice, EXP, 112 Fan 2000, Strength, 7, 3, 1, 2 carat, Agility, 13, 1, 2, 0 carat, Constitution, 8, 9, 1, 2 carat, Intelligence, 34, 3, 4, 0 carat, Attribute Points, 24, Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 10 Fan 18, Gift, Mark of Origin. He quickly navigated to the Talent section, eager to confirm his progress. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Evolution Points, 15 Lucky, Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 11, Insufficient Evolution Points, Can't Be Evolved, Prince Undead Verdant Wolf LV. 11, Insufficient Evolution Points, Can't Be Evolved, Undead Forest Wolf LV, 5, Sufficient Evolution Points, Can Be Evolved, Undead Goblin LV, 5, Sufficient Evolution Points, Can Be Evolved. Since leaving the crack, Michael had gained another 4 evolution points. It might not seem like much, but it was significant. Just one more point would allow him to evolve a 3-star common rank undead into a rare rank, and 2 more points could elevate a 1-star common rank creature to rare rank. For evolution points were a big deal. Michael was filled with happiness, yet it was tinged with frustration. The issue wasn't that he was reluctant to spend money now, it was that he didn't have enough. "I still need to hunt more." Michael clenched his fists in determination, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Anyway, Michael had already decided to apply for more crack entries after this. He couldn't help but sigh as his list of tasks continued to grow, evolving his undead, boosting their strength, and his own, to finally explore the land of origin and entering dimensional cracks to earn money, which was now essential for acquiring evolution points to further enhance his power. It all felt overwhelming, but Michael knew he had to tackle every single task. Ah, Lucky. Oh, Lucky. You guys better work harder so your dad can buy more drugs. Michael earned a total of $100,000 from selling the goblin corpses to the association. In truth, the actual amount was a few $100s less, but Brian had rounded it up to an even $100,000 for him. To this, Michael didn't feel particularly appreciative. A single goblin corpse sold for $1,000, so in reality, Michael had given the association at least twice the value of the amount he received. As such, Brian's gesture didn't mean much to him. When Brian returned, the two of them began the process of selecting spirit source liquids. Fortunately, Michael managed to secure 10 more evolution points just as Brian's patience wore thin, and he was ready to send him off. The purchases included 5 bottles he used earlier, costing $24,000 in total, 3 bottles at $3,500 each, and 2 at $7,000 each. Additionally, Michael spent $70,000 on 10 more bottles. By the time he was done, of the $100,000 he had earned today, only a little over $6,000 remained. Just like that, Michael went from being a rich youth to a near pauper. Worse still, from the way things were going, he doubted this pattern would change anytime soon. If anything, he suspected he'd only get poorer in the future. Another thing was that Michael didn't sell all the corpses he had on hand. He kept 15 of them to attempt reviving later. After saying his goodbyes to Brian, who responded with barely more civility than before, Michael made his way to the receptionist. She greeted him with a teasing smile. Following a brief discussion, Michael booked the next 2 days for a grueling schedule of entering and exiting dimensional cracks. Though he would have to spend much of this time working with other teams, making money and gaining experience points was important. As for the toll of his murderous intent, Michael admitted to himself that he wanted nothing more than to take a break, to stop killing, and to stay still for a while. But the reality of his situation didn't allow for that luxury. Dimensional cracks were his only way to progress now. Between the pressing issue of the land of origin and his lack of qualifications to enter an Awakeners Academy, Michael simply couldn't afford to take things slow. All he could do was hope for the best, move with the flow, and pray that everything would turn out fine in the end. After wrapping up his business with the association, Michael made his way out of the building. This time, he didn't hail a taxi, as he wasn't planning to head home. Instead, he turned his attention to finding a hotel nearby. It took a while, and by the time Michael finally booked a room, nearly an hour had passed since he'd left the association. The delay was partly because he wasn't just looking for a hotel close to the association but one that also promised comfort. After a long day of killing, the last thing he wanted was to deal with 2 loud dogs making noise next door. He feared he might lose control and do something crazy. Admittedly, Michael could have found a hotel much faster if he'd used his phone, but it was dead. It was an old device, and since he had used it extensively in the Goblin World crack to check the time, it had run out of battery by the time he reached the association. Luckily, the hotel he chose had a room equipped with multiple charging cables, so Michael plugged in his phone as soon as he settled in. After a quick shower to refresh himself in the hotel bathroom, Michael connected his consciousness to the land of origin. In another world, a pair of green eyes opened. It was evening in the real world, but in the land of origin, it was noon. The abandoned dorms Michael inhabited still carried a faint stench from the corpses he had left there, but thankfully, the smell was beginning to fade. Before starting anything, Michael fed his body an energy supplement, the last one he had on hand. While this body didn't feel hunger, he figured it wouldn't be fair to let it starve. Conveniently, he ignored the fact that this body hadn't had real food in 3 days. After feeding himself, Michael eagerly brought out all 10 bottles of source liquid he had purchased from the association and began consuming them one by one. By the 5th bottle, Michael had grown used to the bitter taste, but his stomach churned, and he felt like throwing up. Of course, he didn't give in. With tears in his eyes, he forced himself to finish the remaining bottles. When he was finally done, Michael felt awful. Between the energy supplement and the 10 soul energy recovery potions, he wondered if he was starting to turn into a drug addict. But as he checked his talent section, a sly grin spread across his face. It's worth it. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Evolution Points, 29 Lucky, Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 11, Sufficient Evolution Points, can be evolved, Prince Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 11. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Undead Forest Wolf LV, 5. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Undead Goblin LV, 5. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Michael was ecstatic at the sight of his increasing evolution points. If not for the fact that it cost so much to accumulate them this way, he would have preferred this method over the daily refresh of points. However, his happiness remained undiminished. The next figures he saw beneath his total points made his heart race with excitement. Lucky Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 11. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Prince Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 11. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. I can evolve them. I can evolve them again. It felt like suddenly receiving double happiness, which made Michael grin a lot. Michael had always wondered about the evolution patterns of his undead. Evolving Lucky from a 2-star forest wolf to a 3-star common rank forest wolf had consumed 1 evolution point. Then, evolving Lucky to a rare rank undead had consumed 5 evolution points. Beyond that, Michael had no clue how many evolution points would be required for higher levels. When his evolution points accumulated to 10, there was no sign of being able to evolve Lucky or Prince. Even when it reached 15 at the association, there was still no indication that his 2 rare rank undead could evolve further. Though Michael didn't dwell on it too much, it still weighed heavily on his mind. Evolving his undead was the fastest way for him to gain power, and since his undead were an extension of his strength, this also meant it was the quickest way for him to grow stronger. If his supposed shortcut to quick power turned out to be a long and arduous process, Michael couldn't help but feel a twinge of despair. However, the sight before him now reassured him a little. At least it didn't seem like evolving his rare rank undead again would require an absurd 100 evolution points. The question now was, how many evolution points did it require? Unfortunately, Michael hadn't been keeping track of his accumulated evolution points. If he had, he might have noticed the exact amount required when Lucky and Prince could evolve again. But since he hadn't done that, the quickest way to get his answer was simple: he had to evolve one of his undead again. Lucky! Michael called out excitedly. Calling out his undead's name wasn't necessary to summon them from the netherworld, but Michael was too thrilled to care. A greenish-black magic circle appeared in front of Michael, and his current favorite undead emerged from it. Unlike the last time, when it had immediately gone into a combat-ready state due to sensing its master's anxiety, Lucky seemed much more relaxed this time. It began to inspect its surroundings and quickly recognized the familiar place, the one with moss growing on the walls. With slightly bouncy steps, Lucky made its way to a section of the wall covered in moss and tore off a piece to chew on. A second later, it spat the moss out in confusion. Through the connection Michael shared with Lucky, he could vaguely understand its current thoughts. Why moss look tasty, but moss no have taste. Michael's mouth twitched as he watched. Lucky, come and stand in front of me, Michael said aloud. In fact, based on his previous experiments, Michael already knew it wasn't strictly necessary for his undead to be physically in front of him in order to evolve them. Though he hadn't figured out the exact range limit yet, he had a feeling that if his talent allowed it, he might be able to evolve any of his undead from a distance. Still, for now, he preferred to have them close by. This way he could observe their changes up close. Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 11, rank, rare, evolved to rare for 25 evolution points. 25 evolution points. Michael nearly screamed. He had expected the next evolution requirement to be at least 20, but the additional 5 points felt manageable, yet daunting. Reflecting on the previous evolution patterns, Michael noticed something. The first evolution required 1 point, and the next required 5 times that amount. Now, the same pattern seemed to hold true. 25 evolution points were 5 times the previous requirement. This realization made Michael's forehead break out in a sweat. It can't be. Though he knew it was likely the case, Michael couldn't help but groan. If each subsequent evolution required 5 times the previous amount, then evolving Lucky again would demand at least, no, exactly, 125 evolution points. Ugh! Michael groaned in frustration. Even if he managed to fill all his contract slots by reaching level 10, giving him 20 undead and generating 21 evolution points per day, it would still take him 6 days to accumulate the required 125 points. While 6 days wasn't an unbearably long time, especially if he wasn't in a rush, Michael couldn't help but feel greedy for faster progress. At least he had uncovered a pattern. The next step was clear. Evolution points. Show me your limit. Once again, a bright light emitted from Lucky's body, assaulting Michael's eyes. However, just like before, he made sure to observe the changes occurring to his undead. Lucky let out a howl of pain, and Michael felt a pang of guilt, his chest tightening slightly. Lucky, you must know I'm doing this for your good, he reassured, as much for himself as for his companion. Yes, it was definitely for Lucky's benefit, nothing else. The light grew brighter, and Michael watched as his undead's body expanded, becoming bulkier and larger until it reached an imposing height of 3 meters before finally stopping. Fortunately, I can dismiss you back to the netherworld, Michael muttered with slight relief, otherwise, it'd be a challenge to manage you at this size, big guy. He waited with growing anticipation for the light surrounding Lucky to fade. When it finally dimmed, Michael got a clear view of his undead's new appearance. Lucky now towered at 3 meters tall, stretched about 4 meters in length, and was roughly 2 meters wide. Its presence was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, exuding an intimidating yet strangely captivating aura of primal beauty. Its skin retained its grayish-green hue but was now adorned with striking red spots scattered across its body. Around its neck, a mane of brown vine-like growths with crimson-tipped ends had sprouted, giving it an even more feral and majestic appearance. Above all else, Lucky radiated a dangerous aura that sent chills down Michael's spine, though it also filled him with pride and excitement. This aura. Even Michael couldn't tell exactly how strong his undead had become. It was already powerful before, but now it felt overwhelmingly so. Before he could pull up Lucky's profile to check its updated stats, several panels of information materialized in front of him. Your rare undead verdant wolf has evolved to rare undead redthorn wolf. Your undead redthorn wolf has gained the skill, poison. Your undead redthorn wolf, plant control, skill has advanced to intermediate mastery. Michael saw the new rank of his undead, and the grin on his face widened further. Spending 25 evolution points had not only increased Lucky's star rating but also elevated it to 3 stars. Michael had always suspected that evolution didn't simply increase a star rating but instead progressed the undead to the start of a new rank, reaching the upper limit of that rank before advancing further. However, he couldn't jump to conclusions just yet, not until he tested it by evolving one of the 1-star common goblin undead he had. What caught Michael off guard, though, was the new skill Lucky had gained. Not only had Lucky changed race again, but it also gained another racial skill, a particularly vicious one at that. Michael glanced at his undead, who was now eyeing the moss on the wall in front of it, seemingly debating whether to eat it or not. Michael decided not to call it back. With such an innocent demeanor, there was no need to worry about Lucky suddenly poisoning him. Aside from gaining a new skill, Lucky's previous ability, plant control, had advanced in mastery, delivering yet another dose of joy to Michael. But what made him the happiest was when he checked Lucky's profile panel and saw its new level. Redthorn Wolf LV, 18, name, Lucky, EXP, 0 fan 59,800, rank, rare, skills, bite, plant control, poison, new. Master, Michael Norman. Evolving his undead truly made them stronger, but Michael hadn't expected it to be this strong. Level 18. A whole 7-level increase. What made this even more impactful was the looming presence of the bigger problem outside this abandoned dorm. The gargoyle, a level 21 monster. It was now only 3 levels above Lucky. Michael couldn't help but think. Was there a chance, a good enough chance, that he could take the initiative to attack now? Plant Control, Intermediate Mastery, Proficiency, 14. 2 Fantram, a racial ability of the redthorn wolf species. Plant Control allowed them to manipulate plants within their surroundings and use mana to influence growth or movement. At its current mastery, the skill had a range of 100 meters. Poison, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 7, 5 Fantram, a racial ability of the redthorn wolf species. Poison enables the wolf to secrete a potent toxin through the thorned mane around its head. When the thorns make contact with the target, the poison spreads into their system, causing progressive weakening and damage over time. At its current mastery, the poison has limited potency, causing minor damage and reducing the target's mobility slightly. The toxin's effect lasts for 10 seconds and can only be inflicted at close range, requiring direct contact with the thorned mane. Was there a chance he could take the initiative to attack now? Michael couldn't help but entertain the thought after seeing Lucky's new level. Both were rare rank creatures, with the main difference being a 3-level gap. From personal experience, Michael knew levels didn't mean everything. Since they were both of the same rank, the gargoyle should only pose a troublesome challenge for Lucky, but defeating him outright would likely require it to be exceptionally powerful or particularly special among 3-star rare rank species. It's not impossible to act now, Michael reasoned, but there are still many factors to consider. For one, the gargoyle might not be the only monster beyond the door. If I attract another creature allied with it, Lucky could probably escape alone, but I wouldn't stand a chance. Moreover, Lucky might not necessarily be a match for the gargoyle yet. Taking the initiative would mean sacrificing the time I need to prepare, and right now, preparation is my biggest advantage. Just to be safe, I should have at least 2 more undead as powerful as Lucky. That way, victory would be far more achievable, and we'd have backup for any surprises. Michael thought it over carefully and ultimately decided to wait. The risks were still too great, and dying without claiming a single reward from these ruins after so many days of effort was an outcome he would regret for years. It was better to play it safe and wait a little longer, at most 3 more days. In that time, by selling corpses to earn money for more source liquids, he might even be able to evolve more than 2 undead to Lucky's current level. In a way, Michael felt a twinge of jealousy toward his undead. Their ability to grow stronger so quickly through evolution was enviable. If he could do the same, he wouldn't just be confident about qualifying for the Academy entrance exams 3 months from now, he'd be wondering if he might already be too powerful. After making his decision, Michael proceeded to check Lucky's newly updated status profile. Redthorn Wolf LV, 18, Name, Lucky, EXP, 0 Fan 59,800, Rank, Rare, Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Poison, New. Master, Michael Norman. Aside from the new race and level that had first caught his attention, the next thing Michael noticed was the experience points, which made him break into a sweat. Almost 60,000 experience points. If I were to kill goblins that give at least 45 EXP per kill, I'd need to kill at least 1,300 of them just to gain a single level. And that's just for 1 level after so many already. He thought grimly. Unless I find a place teeming with nothing but monsters to slaughter all day, leveling up at this stage isn't something that can realistically be done in a day. Thankfully, he only needed evolution points to strengthen his undead, making their progression more manageable. As for himself, Michael resolved to do what he could within his current limitations. For now, that meant entering more cracks and preparing to finally explore the land of origin. The real world had strict restrictions on hunting, though the benefit was that the monsters there were renewable. However, this didn't make leveling up any faster. Worse, since his member level wasn't high enough, he couldn't hunt stronger monsters freely in the real world. That wouldn't be an issue in the land of origin, though. Michael knew that if he specifically targeted stronger monsters and ensured Lucky or his other undead helped him land the finishing blow, The multiplier for defeating stronger creatures would significantly boost his EXP gain. This strategy gave him hope that reaching rank 2 within 3 months was still possible. Of course, if Michael could come up with this plan, other Awakeners in a similar situation might think of it too. But few would have the resources to execute it. Fortunately for Michael, he had his unique talent, and he intended to make full use of it. Michael then moved on to check Lucky's skill section. At the moment, Lucky only had 2 skills, Plant Control and Poison. While the number was low, both skills were highly practical. Plant Control could be utilized in a variety of ways, and thanks to Lucky's recent evolution, the skill's mastery level had improved significantly. The range had also increased from 10 meters to 100 meters, greatly enhancing its utility. Meanwhile, Poison added diversity to Lucky's attacks. However, the skill's description was somewhat vague, and Michael would need to test it out to determine the strength and effectiveness of its effects. Overall, Lucky's evolution had undoubtedly made him stronger than before. Michael couldn't quantify exactly how much stronger, but just standing near Lucky now gave him a sense of security. Shifting his focus away from Lucky, Michael turned his attention back to his talent section. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Evolution Points, for Lucky, Undead Redthorn Wolf LV, 18, Insufficient Evolution Points, can't be evolved, Prince Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 11, Insufficient Evolution Points, can't be evolved, Undead Forest Wolf LV, 5, Sufficient Evolution Points, can be evolved, Undead Goblin LV, 5, Sufficient Evolution Points, can be evolved. Michael looked at his accumulated evolution points and couldn't help but shake his head. I'm broke again. To think there would come a day when money was no longer his only measure of wealth. Michael had never imagined such a thing could happen. He also couldn't help but see the association as an incredibly stingy organization. One of his earlier motivations for wanting to get stronger was the monthly stipend of $15,000 they offered. I was truly blind, he thought with a bitter laugh. That amount couldn't even buy him 5 evolution points, a sum he could easily earn by entering a crack and hunting monsters. Though he still had enough evolution points to upgrade a few of his undead, Michael decided not to rush. As a level 9 Necromancer, he had 18 contract slots, with 8 of them still open. He wanted to fill them now rather than leave the task for later, which would only make it more of a hassle. Michael also planned to start another round of using Undead Summoning, which would likely force him to invest attribute points into his intelligence stat. The skill itself was little more than a scam in his eyes, but for now, he had no choice but to rely on it until he gained access to better alternatives, like rituals. He decided to prioritize evolving monsters he could summon and dismiss at will. That way, even if they became too large as a result of evolution, it wouldn't be a problem. Of course, his second baby, Prince, took top priority. Hopefully, it wouldn't take too much time to successfully transfer Prince into the Netherworld. No, Michael thought with conviction, he'd rather spend extra time to ensure success than having the skill fail at the end of the day. By the time Michael was done finalizing his plans, more than 2 hours had passed, and the land of origin was already blanketed in darkness, and Michael had no choice but to call it a day. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Necromancer Apprentice. EXP, 112 Fan 2000, Strength, 7, 3, Agility, 13, 1, Constitution, 8, 9, Intelligence, 45, 3, 11, 0 carat, Attribute Points, 13, Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 18 Fan 18, Gift, Mark of Origin. In the end, Undead Summoning did require Michael to spend some of his attribute points, though this was largely because he had used the skill multiple times on Prince. Fortunately, his efforts paid off, and Prince was successfully summoned. He also managed to bring 6 more undead into the Netherworld. One of them was the third wolf that had come along with Lucky and Prince, while the others were all goblins. With that, his contract slots were now completely filled, and he had only used 12 out of the 15 corpses he'd prepared. However, he hadn't evolved any of them yet. By the end of the process, Michael was utterly exhausted. A terrible headache also assaulted him. Apparently, physical exhaustion was far better than mana exhaustion. The latter wasn't just physically taxing but also mentally draining, and Michael would argue that the mental toll was far worse. The feeling of not gaining a new skill when his intelligence reached 40 points also made his mood a little terrible, though he had expected something like this to happen. After returning to the real world, Michael didn't even bother to fight the sleep that tugged at his eyes. He simply fell asleep. Evolution routes Forest Wolf, common rank, 1 to 3 stars, Verdant Wolf, rare rank, 1-star species, Red Thorn Wolf, rare rank, 3-star species, Goblin, common rank, 1-star monster, Poison, basic mastery, proficiency, 7, 5 Fantram, a racial ability of the Red Thorn Wolf species. Poison enables the wolf to secrete a potent toxin through the thorned mane around its head. When the thorns make contact with the target, the poison spreads into their system, causing progressive weakening and damage over time. At its current mastery, the poison has limited potency, causing minor damage and reducing the target's mobility slightly. The toxin's effect lasts for 10 seconds and can only be inflicted at close range, requiring direct contact with the thorned mane. Michael woke up the next morning feeling refreshed. The lights of the hotel room were on, just as he had left them, thankfully, but the window covers were drawn tightly, concealing whatever lay beyond. Though the thick covers obscured the view, Michael could tell the sun had yet to rise. After stretching a little in bed, he got up and reached for his phone. It had been charging for hours and was now fully charged. Disconnecting it, he checked the time. "I woke up pretty early," he murmured. The last time he'd passed out from mana exhaustion, he'd slept in until 9. It seemed the stronger he grew, or rather, the higher his stats climbed, the more efficiently his body could recover. This realization brought a smile to Michael's face. At least this way, he'd have more time to get things done. Oddly enough, Michael's first action wasn't to take a bath or freshen up. Instead, he returned to bed, phone in hand, and logged into the Supers Association forum. Yesterday, he hadn't had the chance to browse, but Brian's suggestion about acquiring a manual lingered in his mind. It was time to cross that off his list. Heading directly to the store section of the forum, Michael typed Spear Manual into the search bar. A flood of results appeared. However, he had forgotten to include the word basic in his search, and the results were far from beginner-friendly. Instead, a list of illustrious and advanced manuals filled his screen. The Art of the Thrust, a treatise on spearcraft and strategy, Piercing the Veil, Mastery of the Spear in Combat and Form, the Iron Fang Codex, Secrets of Spear Warfare, Dancing with Shadows, The Elegance of the Spear, The Eternal Point, A Spearman's Guide to Precision and Power, From Ash to Steel, the definitive manual of spear techniques. Curiosity got the better of him, and he tapped on a few to learn more about them. The Art of the Thrust, a treatise on spearcraft and strategy, fundamentals of spear handling, thrusting, and parrying. Strategies for using the spear in formation and single combat. Lessons on adapting to different terrains and opponents. Piercing the Veil, Mastery of the Spear in Combat and Form, Advanced Techniques for Precision Strikes and Feints. Combat Stances and Fluid Movements for Offensive and Defensive Maneuvers. Philosophical Insights into the Discipline and Mental Focus Required for Mastery. The Iron Fang Codex, Secrets of Spear Warfare, Close-Quarter Techniques and Counters for Swords and Shields. Effective Use of the Spear in Mounted Combat. Maintenance and customization of spears for maximum effectiveness. After browsing through the descriptions of the first few manuals from the search results, Michael had only one thought for all of them. Really fancy. Of course, they were undoubtedly impressive. Michael could tell from their descriptions that they were also highly practical. Had he not received Brian's advice yesterday, he might have been tempted to drool over them. But he knew better now. Though these manuals were meant to teach, it was clear they were designed for people who already had some foundation in spearcraft. Michael. He had nothing. The fact that spearmanship didn't even appear in the skill section of his panel was proof enough. These types of manuals weren't for him. Instead of speeding up his training with the spear, they'd only serve to distract someone like him, who still needed to master the basics of handling one. Shaking his head, Michael redirected his focus back to the search bar. This time, he made sure to add the word basic to his query before hitting search. A new list of results popped up almost immediately. The point and the pole, Beginner's Guide to Spearmanship, Steps of the Spear, Learning the First Forms, Straight as an Arrow, Spear Basics for Young Warriors, The Spearman's Handbook, Volume 1, Fundamentals, Hold the Line, Foundations of Spear Wall Tactics. Just from the names of the manuals alone, it was clear these were meant for beginners like Michael. As he did with the fancy manuals earlier, Michael went through the details of a few top results. The Point and the Pole, Beginner's Guide to Spearmanship, a straightforward manual covering basic grips, stances, thrusts, and spear maintenance. Perfect for first-time users. Steps of the Spear, Learning the First Forms, focuses on footwork, stability, and basic sparring techniques with an introduction to foundational combat forms. Straight as an Arrow, Spear Basics for Young Warriors, a beginner-friendly guide designed for younger or less experienced warriors, featuring simple drills and safety tips. The Spearman's Handbook, Volume 1, Fundamentals, a comprehensive look at the basics, including defensive techniques, spear anatomy, and positioning in group combat. Hold the Line, Foundations of Spear Wall Tactics, specialized for teamwork. This manual teaches the essentials of forming and maintaining effective spear walls in battle. These were the top 5 results, and aside from the last one, the first 4 seemed to overlap somewhat, though each had its own unique focus. After a moment of thought, Michael decided to buy all 5. After all, Brian had never specified how many manuals he should purchase, only that he needed something to help him with the basics of spearmanship. Besides, Michael's interest was primarily self-defense, so he'd likely focus on one manual while taking references from the others. Moments later, Michael watched as more than $5,000 disappeared from his account yet again. As expected, I can only be broke, not rich, he muttered. Even the PDF versions of the manuals were pricey. If he'd opted for physical copies, he'd probably be in debt by now. Sighing, Michael decided to start reading while it was still early. He opened The Spearman's Handbook, Volume 1, Fundamentals, as it felt more like a book he could study without requiring immediate physical practice. He had only intended to read a little, but before he knew it, morning had come. Even the thick curtains of the hotel room couldn't fully block out the sunlight streaming in. And that wasn't all. You have understood the basic essence of spearmanship and gained the skill, spearmanship. Spearmanship, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 2.0 Fantram, a fundamental skill for wielders of the spear. Spearmanship improves the user's control, balance, and precision with this versatile weapon. It focuses on the physical mechanics and practical understanding of spear handling, making it easier to execute basic techniques. At its current mastery level, the skill grants increased handling. The spear feels lighter and more balanced in the user's grip, reducing fatigue during prolonged use. Steady strikes, thrusting and sweeping motions are smoother, with a slight boost to accuracy and follow-through. Beginner's Insight, basic flaws in stance or grip are easier to recognize and correct, improving overall combat readiness. This works too. Though Michael felt he now had more knowledge about spears and how to use them, it was still just knowledge. It didn't mean he suddenly knew how to apply it. That was why the notification about gaining the spearmanship skill caught him completely by surprise. No, this should be expected, Michael murmured. He recalled reading on the forum and even in some of his skill descriptions that understanding a skill could influence how it was used. Looking at it from this perspective, it made sense that knowing more about something could grant one the ability to acquire a skill. However, this clearly required either a vast amount of knowledge or exceptional comprehension. Between the two, Michael could only assume he possessed great comprehension, though his grades in school would strongly disagree. In the end, he chalked it up to luck. It could also be that spearmanship was a relatively simple skill to pick up, making it easier to acquire related abilities. Michael thought back to how he had quickly gained the basic shot skill after firing a gun only a few times. Perhaps this was a similar case. But if that were true, how could he explain spending hours using a spear in the goblin world and not gaining a skill back then? Ultimately, Michael realized he didn't know enough about how these things worked. After thinking about it briefly, he decided to let it go. Looking at the bright light filtering through the thick curtains, Michael instinctively checked the time on his phone. "It's this late already," Michael exclaimed. When had he ever enjoyed studying so much? Several thoughts passed through his mind as he got out of bed. It was daytime now, which meant it should be a little lighter in the land of origin, where time ran 3 hours behind the real world. In a place as unfamiliar as the dorm his other body resided in, Michael didn't feel comfortable performing any major activities while it was still dark. That was why, when he woke up earlier, he hadn't considered evolving his undead with the points he'd accumulated. It wasn't suitable to do that here in the hotel either, where he was surrounded by ordinary people. He had no choice but to wait. Now, with conditions likely more favorable in the land of origin, Michael got into a comfortable position on the bed and connected his consciousness to his other body. Michael felt his vision shift, and once again, he was back in the land of origin. Having traveled between the two worlds several times now, he was beginning to settle into the routine of switching. So far, there hadn't been any significant issues, but only time would tell what would happen when both versions of him started living completely separate lives. Michael had thought about this before and could only hope that, when the time came, he wouldn't develop something like an identity crisis. From the way things were going, however, it felt like a real possibility. Even now, despite having barely started anything in the land of origin, he already felt a growing sense of detachment from everything. Worst of all, even from his family. The land of origin was still shrouded in darkness. Being in an enclosed space only made it seem darker than what little Michael could glimpse of the outside world. Still, thanks to his enhanced eyesight, he could see reasonably well. While there didn't appear to be any immediate danger in staying where he was, Michael wasn't one to take unnecessary risks. He summoned Prince and Lucky out of the netherworld to stand guard. Then, he selected a random level 5 undead goblin from the group he had previously captured in the netherworld. Coincidentally, every monster Michael had ever turned into an undead shared a common trait, green skin, which became a dull grayish hue after being reanimated. The goblin standing in front of him was no exception. It stood at around 2 feet 8 inches to 3 feet tall, with disproportionately long arms, short legs, and a twisted, grotesque face resembling that of a deformed, elderly human. In comparison to the goblins, forest wolves were much more pleasant to look at. "I hope you look a little better after evolving," Michael muttered to the undead goblin. Its weak strength and low species rank didn't inspire much confidence. Of course, he wasn't expecting a reply or even a reaction, so before the thought could linger, Michael began using his talent on the undead goblin. Undead Goblin LV5, rank, common, evolved to common for 1 evolution point. Michael wasn't surprised to see an evolution point take an undead directly to 3 stars instead of 2 stars, which was the next level above, because he had already considered the possibility. Still, it felt satisfying to have his theory confirmed. What this essentially meant was that his evolution points didn't simply increase an undead's power incrementally, they either gave them an entirely new rank, pushed them to the peak of that rank, and then repeated the process. It was great to know there were no hidden obstacles. The light radiating from the goblin's body slowly dimmed, revealing its transformed figure. Standing at 4 feet tall, a grayish-green monster now stood before Michael. Its race changed. Michael muttered, slightly surprised but quick to understand. He had initially expected a situation similar to the forest wolves, where a race change only occurred when they ranked up. But evidently, goblins had far lower innate potential compared to wolves, making their evolution path less restrictive. Undead Hobgoblin LV 6, rank, common, its level increased, but unlike the excitement Michael had felt when his forest wolves, Lucky, and Prince evolved to 3-star common rank undead, he couldn't muster the same enthusiasm this time. Unless it was a rare rank form, it seemed hard for him to feel truly excited. That said, the hobgoblin's new appearance was certainly something to behold. Evolution routes Forest Wolf, common rank, 1 to 3 stars, Verdant Wolf, rare rank, 1-star species, Redthorn Wolf, rare rank, 3-star species, Goblin, common rank, 1-star monster, Hobgoblin, common rank, 3-star monster. Goblins were truly ugly, and even if they were part of Michael's undead army, that didn't mean he would deny it out of camaraderie. It wasn't to the extent that one would vomit at first sight, but they pretty much fit the image of the monsters told in stories to scare children into behaving. However, the hobgoblin was a little different. It was taller, for one, resembling an early human teenager. Its previously long arms now looked proportional, and its legs, which had been abnormally short, appeared normal. At first glance, it could almost pass as a lanky teenage human of its height. But these were just minor changes. Yes, minor changes. What truly took Michael aback was its face. It was still ugly, but compared to before, it seemed almost handsome. Michael squinted his eyes, observing the undead more closely. It was indeed a little handsome, but it seemed shrouded in a faint layer of ugliness. Its face now bore a closer resemblance to a human's compared to its twisted goblin form. It felt like each evolution was steadily refining the goblin's appearance. Michael couldn't shake the suspicion that he'd be in for a major surprise if he evolved one more time. Well, I'll find out after my daily points refresh, Michael thought. Since this goblin had already evolved once, he only needed 5 more points to evolve it again. Even if he didn't take more source liquids today, his regular daily evolution points should suffice. Michael named the hobgoblin beginning due to it being the first of its kind under him to be evolved. Since he still had 3 evolution points left, Michael used them on his other summons. He evolved the 3rd undead wolf he had to 3-star common rank undead and evolved 2 more goblins into hobgoblins. Seeing how they started to look slightly more attractive after evolving, Michael couldn't help but anticipate what future evolutions would bring. This curiosity was especially strong because he had deliberately evolved a female goblin to see if there would be any differences. To his surprise, the female goblin's appearance shifted even further toward a human-like form. She still looked ugly, but there was a strange illusion that another evolution might result in something unimaginable. Right now, she resembled a human preteen. After thinking about it for a moment, Michael decided to name her Lily. Why Lily? It was his younger cousin's name, and he thought it was a funny joke, one that, unfortunately, only he could appreciate. It would be nice to have some humanoid undead around me. It would be even better if they could talk too. Don't look at me like that, Lucky, you know I love you. It was still quite early, and Michael found himself wondering what to do. If not for the fact that cracks had restrictions, he would have entered one the moment he woke up. Unfortunately, he'd have to wait until 11 a.m. in the real world to join a team and enter a crack, which was still about 2 hours away. Feeling restless and uncomfortable doing nothing, Michael considered whether he should give cultivation another try and see if there had been any changes when this thought reminded him of the skill he had awakened earlier. Spearmanship, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 2-0 Fantram, a fundamental skill for wielders of the spear. Spearmanship improves the user's control, balance, and precision with this versatile weapon. It focuses on the physical mechanics and practical understanding of spear handling, making it easier to execute basic techniques. At its current mastery level, the skill grants increased handling. The spear feels lighter and more balanced in the user's grip, reducing fatigue during prolonged use. Steady strikes, thrusting and sweeping motions are smoother, with a slight boost to accuracy and follow-through. Beginner's insight, basic flaws in stance or grip are easier to recognize and correct, improving overall combat readiness. This was the first weapon-focused skill Michael had awakened since becoming an Awakener, even though it had only been barely 3 days. Though he had no intention of abandoning the path of a mage to become a close combat fighter, he still wanted to take this skill seriously. In the future, if he ever faced a mage in a situation where neither party could use their magical abilities, it would be their close combat skills that would set them apart. The space around him was wide and visible, making it a suitable place to practice. Michael dismissed all his undead aside from Lucky and Prince, then retrieved his spear from his storage space. Since spearmanship seemed to be a passive skill that didn't require conscious activation, Michael immediately got to work practicing. Following the basic moves outlined in the PDF of The Spearman's Handbook, Volume 1, Fundamentals, he had read earlier, Michael carefully practiced each movement while adhering to the instructions in the manual. As he continued, he began to feel his handling of the spear improving. He knew this was the skill's effect kicking in. Just like with his other skills, there was an almost innate awareness guiding him, letting him know what he should be doing as he moved the spear. His prior knowledge from reading The Spearman's Handbook, Volume 1, Fundamentals, also seemed to accelerate his progress. Spearmanship proved to be also highly adaptable, guiding him in the right direction while staying consistent with the movements described in the manual. After moving and practicing for around 20 minutes, Michael called out his skill panel to check his progress. Spearmanship, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 3.0 Fan Tram, a 1% increase. It wasn't that the amount was small, it was actually higher than he had expected. Seeing his progress in real time sparked something within Michael. Some people didn't fear hardship, they feared hardship without progress. But if those same people had a clear indicator of their success, like Michael was currently experiencing, they would only work harder. Michael was no exception. Fueled by this newfound determination, Michael gripped his spear with renewed focus and started practicing again with burning resolve. Compared to waiting around and doing nothing, this was the best way to spend his time. For the next hour, Michael did nothing in the land of origin but practice. He never knew practicing could be so enjoyable. Back in school, their physical education classes had focused on close combat tactics and fitness. This was why Michael could at least use spearmanship in the first place. But no one really loved physical education. To most, it was just a way for the school to keep them fit. Sure, there was a chance students could become cultivators or, even more rarely, awaken, professions tied to physical prowess, so the class wasn't unneeded. Yet, the class itself wasn't enjoyable. It felt more like a chore to pass, just like most other subjects, except food and nutrition. Or maybe it wasn't that the classes were boring. It was just that, back then, everyone practiced for long periods without knowing if they were progressing. Most of the time, they felt stagnant. Now, however, Michael could detect even the slightest progress. The feeling of grinding a skill was beyond words. Spearmanship, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 6.5 Fan Tram, Michael didn't know why, but it felt easier to level up this skill compared to some of his others. Perhaps it was because some of his skills were at Intermediate Mastery, a level higher than Basic Mastery, where the gap in progress felt vast. Even other skills at Basic Mastery, like Basic Shot, barely had a proficiency above 1%. Regardless of the reason, Michael was thrilled to see himself improving. After an hour and a half of training, he still felt full of energy. If anything, it seemed like the session had merely warmed him up and left him feeling great. Unfortunately, while he'd have loved to keep training and raising his proficiency, there were other things he needed to do. It should be close to 11 now, Michael thought, as he put his spear back into his storage space and moved to sit at the side of the room. He dismissed Lucky and Prince back to the Netherworld and summoned his third forest wolf alongside a few other undead goblins to guard him. These goblins were ones he hadn't managed to store in the Netherworld yet and had to keep in his storage space instead. For now, though he identified as a horde-type necromancer, Michael clearly favored quality over quantity most of the time. At least until he gained more evolution points to strengthen his undead and expand the Netherworld's capacity. To the outside world, Michael would most likely be seen as a necromancer who valued quality over quantity, or at least, that's what people would think if they saw his undead. With his precautions set, Michael connected his consciousness back to his body in the real world. He got out of bed and stretched, feeling his body. It felt slightly uncomfortable. Having a good warm-up really does make a difference. Unfortunately, he couldn't practice in the cramped space of his hotel room, nor did he have the time. Michael took his phone and checked the time. It was currently 7 minutes after 10. Great, I still have an hour to get ready. Thanks to the receptionist's efforts yesterday, who helped him contact teams with reservations for crack exploration to see if they needed an extra teammate, Michael had managed to secure bookings for the next 2 days. His first appointment was in an hour, where he would meet the team that agreed to take him on. If everything went smoothly, they'd head straight into a crack. Michael took this seriously. He needed the money to buy items that would grant him more evolution points. He also needed to reach the max level in the unranked stage and prepare for his advancement to rank 1, bringing him closer to his ultimate goal of rank 2. Though he felt uncomfortable with how his real-world body wasn't as warmed up as his body in the land of origin, he could only ignore the sensation and get dressed. The hotel provided toothpaste, but Michael had forgotten to buy a toothbrush. He made do with the only option he had, using his finger. It was uncomfortable, and he still didn't feel like his mouth was properly clean. I need to buy mints after leaving the hotel, he reminded himself. Since he planned to stay away from home for a few days, he also needed other basic supplies like toothpaste and additional clothes. Speaking of clothes, the ones he had on hand were still the old set that Old Man Lou had given him. He'd already decided yesterday to get some new clothing before heading into a crack. Fortunately, there was a mall nearby, close to both the hotel and the association branch, so it wouldn't take much time. After freshening up and putting on the same clothes he'd worn the previous day, Michael made his way out of the hotel. He stopped by the mall to get the items he needed and then headed straight to the association. By the time he arrived at the association building, it was 2 minutes to 11. He had barely avoided being late. While being a little late wouldn't have been a huge issue, Michael knew it wasn't his place to take that risk. If anyone could afford to be late, it was the team he was tagging along with, not him. After all, he needed them far more than they needed him, except he was willing to wait. Upon entering the association, Michael made his way to the familiar receptionist whose counter was currently empty. As he walked over, he couldn't help but wonder if this lady ever took a day off. He hadn't paid much attention to the other staff in the building, so he wouldn't have noticed if someone else was absent or working in shifts. However, seeing this woman at work for 3 days in a row was a different level of dedication. Back on Earth, this would be called the grind. Finally reaching her counter, Michael was just about to greet her when she turned to look at him. Mr. Norman. By now, she had already memorized his name. Seems like you managed to arrive at the same time as your team, she added, her eyes lingering on something behind him. Confused, Michael turned to look over his shoulder to see who his team was, and the familiar faces behind him left him momentarily speechless. 2 girls stood behind Michael, and they were familiar. Not people he knew personally, but ones he could claim a shared connection with. Schoolmates. Yes, Michael's teammates turned out to be the 2 girls who had awakened alongside him in class, along with the genius knight, Brian Lien. Michael didn't know the name of one of the girls, but he recognized the other, Lillian. Lillian Stone. Though they'd never interacted directly, she had left an impression on him. Despite everything that had happened since then, it had only been 3 or 4 days since their awakening ceremony, and his memory of Lillian was still fresh. Why? Because during the ceremony, she was the first to be chosen and the first to awaken. If that was luck, it was a peculiar kind of luck. Even so, in all his speculation about potential teammates, Michael had never once imagined that his teammates would turn out to be his former classmates. However, after his initial surprise, Michael quickly regained his composure. He didn't know their reasons for entering a crack, but it wasn't exactly strange to encounter them. They were all members of the same association, lived in the same region, and had awakened supernatural abilities. In a way, it was inevitable that their paths would cross. It just happened a bit sooner than expected. "Hi," Michael began, choosing to introduce himself first. "I'm going to be your teammate today." He extended a hand toward the girl who had arrived with Lillian since she was standing closer. With his oversized clothes, Michael gave off a sunny and approachable vibe, but as the girl stepped closer, they felt something off. A faint chill hung in the air around him, subtle but impossible to ignore. It wasn't just the physical temperature, it felt slightly gloomy, almost threatening. "I'm Mira, your teammate," the girl said, hesitating briefly before reaching out to shake Michael's hand. The moment their hands met, Mira flinched and pulled back quickly. His hand was ice cold. Michael noticed her reaction but chose not to dwell on it. What he didn't realize was that his class wasn't just a source of power, it also defined him in ways he hadn't yet come to understand. Classes didn't just shape abilities, they influenced identities. As a weak, budding necromancer, Michael remained unaware of this truth. In time, though, the question would arise, would Michael maintain his sunny disposition or fully embrace the darker traits that came with his chosen path? Even now, his subconscious was showing signs of adaptation. Not everyone would feel comfortable around corpses, but to Michael, they already felt like essential resources, ones he didn't yet have enough of. Turning to Lillian, Michael extended his hand again. "Hi Lillian, I'm Michael. You recognize me?" Lillian asked as she hesitantly shook his hand. "You expected me not to?" No," she stammered, quickly withdrawing her hand and falling silent. She seems difficult to converse with, Michael thought, noting her reserved demeanor. He, too, wasn't someone who enjoyed talking unless necessary, but now he had to make an effort. Building some rapport with his teammates was important, not just for teamwork but for achieving his goals. More than anything, Michael was eager to get into the crack and accomplish what mattered most, getting stronger. And if some money came along with that, well, all the better. Though brief, the three had already grown somewhat familiar with one another. After Mira, the team's designated leader on paper, accepted the application document from the receptionist, they made their way out of the association building. Once outside, they didn't immediately hail a ride. Instead, they gathered under the shade of a nearby tree to discuss their plans. "We're going to a corrupted-type crack, ape region," Mira began. "Isn't this the level 2 crack?" Michael interrupted, unable to hide his surprise at the familiar name. Yesterday, when he had asked the receptionist to help him join teams with reserved crack schedules in Woodstone City, he hadn't asked for the specifics of which cracks he'd be entering. However, he was able to know their names. But it was just this. Aside from that, he knew nothing more. It was a risky decision, but Michael wasn't the type to shy away from calculated risks now. While cautious by nature, he wasn't a coward. He had confidence in his strength, or rather, in the strength of his undead companions, Lucky and Prince. With the two of them by his side, Michael felt that, short of something completely overwhelming, he could handle himself. And if there was something so dangerous it could still harm him, well, that was no longer his problem, it was the world against him. Noticing his reaction, Mira frowned slightly. "Is something the matter?" she asked cautiously. Mira was usually nonchalant about most things, but something about Michael kept her on edge. It wasn't something she could easily explain, but her instincts told her to stay on guard around him. Unfortunately, her feelings alone weren't a valid reason to dismiss him. Besides, Mira wasn't the type to act purely on emotion. At least Michael wasn't a complete stranger. As schoolmates, there was a faint sense of familiarity, even if they hadn't interacted much before. Interestingly, Mira and Lillian weren't initially acquaintances either. The two only got to know each other after chatting a few times in the class group chat Brian had added them to. Unlike Brian, who had started his journey near a village with access to quests and an abundance of low-level monsters to hunt in the nearby forest, Mira and Lillian had been unlucky. One of them had been transported to a barren desert, while the other found herself on a desolate, abandoned island. Both situations were miserable in their own ways, and neither provided an ideal starting point. Having struggled through their misfortunes, they decided to try hunting monsters in dimensional cracks. Yesterday had been their first attempt, and they had barely made it out alive. Since they hadn't leveled up yet, they were barely different from ordinary humans without considering their skills. Fortunately, they survived and grew stronger as a result. However, leveling up was a slow process, so they decided to tackle a level 2 crack instead. They were lucky to secure it, as the team scheduled to go this morning had postponed their plans. However, a level 2 crack was a bit too much for them now. Realizing they needed more support, they decided to reach out to Brian for help. However, just as they were making plans to contact him, Mira received a call from the association asking if her team needed another member. As the registered leader of their group, Mira accepted, reasoning that whoever joined couldn't possibly be worse off than they were. To be honest, Mira hadn't been too thrilled about the idea of working with Brian again. Lillian felt the same. Though Brian's fame as a genius knight had painted him as a reliable ally, their interactions with him revealed something unsettling. He was overly enthusiastic, almost unnervingly so. They didn't know what it was about him, but something was differently off. Of course, Michael had no idea about the predicament of the two girls. If he knew, he might have even called them lucky. Had he not realized his initial location was within highly valuable ruins, he might have wanted to trade places with them, though perhaps not with the one stranded on an island in the middle of nowhere. But the desert. He would have gladly taken that instead. Compared to being guarded by a former rank 2 monster, a creature so powerful that even strong rank 1 Awakeners would struggle against it, being in the desert was clearly the better option. As Michael noticed Mira turning her attention toward him, he calmly addressed her. "I was just a little surprised by the location of the crack we're heading to, that's all," he said evenly. "I thought it would be level 1 at most." Mira nodded, her expression unchanging. She didn't seem suspicious of Michael's response. Level 1 cracks are a great place to level up, but they're too weak. The space a corrupted dimensional crack can hold is small, so rather than waste time hunting monsters like goblins, even forest wolves, we could do the same in level 2 cracks. The numbers are about the same, but they provide more experience points, more money, and generally better rewards. Michael nodded at her reasoning. As long as the monster rank was low, monsters of this level could still be found in abundance. This was especially true for corrupted cracks. If Michael had access to numerous level 2 or even level 1 cracks, leveling up would be the least of his concerns for a while. Unfortunately, only the Federation and perhaps a few powerful individuals could monopolize cracks. Michael also picked up something in Myra's tone. It sounded like she, too, was in a hurry to level up. He couldn't help but feel her urgency might also have something to do with the academy. However, while he was curious, he decided it wasn't his business to ask. "Are we taking transportation to carry our loot?" Michael asked, shifting the conversation. Compared to Myra's motives, his thoughts were preoccupied with costs. "There's no need. I can keep it in my location in the land of origin," Lillian stammered, answering in her usual timid manner. Michael nodded in reply but couldn't ignore the thought running through his mind. "TSK. Am I becoming so money hungry that I can't even afford to give basic trust anymore? You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Once they clarified the crack location and loot storage space, Mira moved on to provide details about the crack itself. Though level 2 creatures are technically still within the ability range of unranked Awakeners, we still need to be careful, Mira explained. If I'm not mistaken, they're likely all rank 1 creatures. However, their rank can't exceed common, otherwise, it would have been classified as at least a level 3 crack instead of level 2. She paused, her gaze shifting to Michael before continuing. From the corrupted crack's name, Ape Region, it's easy to guess what kind of monsters we'll be facing. And just like the Goblin World. Mira trailed off, studying Michael's reaction. I don't know if you've been there, but it's also a forest-type terrain. Michael met her gaze, unfazed. I've been to the Goblin World. Yesterday, in fact. Oh. Mira raised an eyebrow. Then, if you don't mind, could you tell me your level? I'd like to know so we can avoid any accidents. From the way Mira directly asked the question after his reply, Michael guessed this had probably been her main intention all along. I understand, Michael said. Level 9. Michael said honestly, seeing no reason to hide his level. However, when he noticed the astonished looks of surprise on both Lillian's and Myra's faces, he realized he might have said something remarkable. So fast. One exclaimed. "S so strong." Another added. The former was from Mira, the latter from Lillian. Michael sensed that something was off in the atmosphere. To clarify, he asked about their levels. Surprisingly, Lillian was the most powerful one. So low. Michael wanted to blurt out but opted to keep it to himself. Still, his expression must have given him away because Mira quickly went on to explain their situation in the land of origin. Michael could only twitch his mouth in response and choose not to comment further. It seemed he wasn't the only one dealt a bad hand when it came to his initial location. As for the girls, they were astonished at Michael's speed of growth. They knew even Brian, the so-called genius knight who had managed to awaken a dual class, was currently only at level 10. Of course, his progress was hindered by the nature of dual classes, which required double the experience to level up. Even so, on the surface, Michael's performance appeared only slightly inferior to Brian's. They didn't know what Michael had done to reach his current level so quickly, but it stirred a hint of respect for him in both of them. What's your class? Mira inquired. Necromancer. Mira was momentarily stunned by his reply. Although she didn't know much about the class, the name alone suggested it wasn't a close combat specialization. Hearing about his high level had initially led her to assume he was a close combat awakener. If he was a support type and had reached this level, then his overall strength might be even greater than she'd imagined. Still, a hint of suspicion lingered in her mind, and she decided to confirm it for herself. Level 9 Necromancer Apprentice, the result matched his words, but the reality of his class made her thoughts a little depressed. Turned out the leader was the group's weakest link. Michael was not Brian, so he had no idea that Mira had just peeked at him using her skill. Even if he did know, he wouldn't care too much, as detect wouldn't reveal anything overly sensitive about him. That said, if he were aware, he might feel a little uncomfortable, and perhaps even understand why Brian hated his eyes. From an offhand point of view, detect seemed like the kind of skill a pervert might use to snoop into someone else's personal information. It was undeniably an unsettling skill from the perspective of the one being observed. After revealing and saying a few more things, Mira decided it was time for them to head to the crack. Even with the time difference between a crack and the real world, time was still valuable. Anything else that needed to be said could be discussed once they arrived. Michael was more than happy with this decision. The location of the level 2 crack was even closer than the level 1 Goblin World corrupted crack. At his current speed, 10 times faster than the average human, Michael could get there in seconds if he ran at full speed. This proximity made Michael suspect that the placement of the association branch was deliberate, given how close it was to the level 2 crack. A level 1 crack, even if an accident occurred, was manageable. Monsters like goblins could be resisted by ordinary people, and with supervisors as strong as Old Man Lou, the chances of a disaster were slim. Of course, casualties might still happen, but if the situation was favorable and the people in the area were prepared, the threat could be controlled. This was part of the reason humanity had survived the first wave of monsters on Aurora, because the monsters, like goblins, were relatively weak. The same couldn't be said for level 2 cracks, which were filled with rank 1 monsters. Even among rank 2 cultivators, few would willingly risk their lives entering one alone. With the association so close to such a crack, it ensured that, in the event of an emergency, the strong cultivators stationed there would be able to respond in time. Since running wasn't an option for everyone, Michael and the other two chose between walking or taking a ride. They naturally opted for the obvious choice. Life wasn't a place to make unnecessarily hard decisions. The location of the level 2 crack, unlike the level 1 crack, was not a place Michael was very familiar with. However, familiarity with the area wasn't necessary to enter the crack. Unlike the Goblin World corrupted crack, which had hospitals nearby, the only notable feature of this area was the number 9 public school of Woodstone City. Judging by the school's number, it was clear that either the quantity of students was extremely high or the quality varied significantly. Schools ranked number 1 were comparable to private institutions with abundant resources, while number 9 had the largest student body but far fewer resources. Well, technically, a school is a pretty good place to harvest negative emotions. Forget the students, even the teachers are depressed. The location of the crack was even more absurd than Old Man Lou's pharmacy. It was in a hotel. Is this the positive balance for the crack? Michael thought, his expression turning odd as the idea crossed his mind. Of course, the crack wasn't within the hotel building itself, but inside the VIP mansion at the back. This was where Michael and the two girls headed immediately upon arrival. When they approached the mansion, guards at the gate stopped them. They asked to see the person in charge, and soon, a relatively old woman appeared. What followed was exactly the kind of covert behavior one would expect from a secret association. Michael couldn't help but wonder as he observed the old woman leading them toward the crack's entrance. Why are all the strong people I've met from the association so old? And why were they still working? Did the word retirement make them sick? While these thoughts ran through his head, he tuned into what the old female supervisor was saying. Since you'll be entering the crack now, I can't show you around the mansion. However, once you're out, we offer basic amenities for your convenience, places to bathe, food, and clothes if you don't have any. Additionally, we provide advanced benefits, like buying your corpses here instead of transporting them to the association, and selling certain items. However, these options aren't as advanced as what the association's trade center can offer. The old woman continued, listing a few more features that left Michael impressed. Compared to the services near this level 2 crack, Old Man Lou's offerings seemed like they were made for poor people. Or perhaps it had something to do with the nature of cracks and the type of people who visited them. A person capable of clearing a level 2 crack was already an elite, and perhaps certain benefits came with that status. Soon, they arrived at the crack's location. Like the entrance to the corrupted Goblin World crack, this one also looked like a tear in the void. However, it was much larger, at least a whole round bigger, and the chaotic energy it emitted was far more intense. At first glance, anyone could tell it was bad news, but the sight of it only made Michael excited. Michael didn't know what awaited him inside, but what he did know was that everything in there would translate to money for him. Okay, it's currently 11:53 a.m., and you have until 3 p.m. to be out. The time difference is 1:8, so you have a full day inside, which equals 3 hours here. I don't need to explain what happens if you exceed the time, do I? No. "Thank you for leading the way," Mira, the group's assigned leader, replied. As for what would happen if they exceeded the time, the answer was simple. Someone strong from the outside world would enter the crack to drag them out. If there wasn't a good reason for the delay, like a sudden appearance of a powerful monster, they'd face punishment from the association. This was another duty of a crack supervisor, to monitor and provide assistance to those inside the crack. When inside a crack, Michael only knew one way to open the exit, killing 1/3 of the original creatures within. 1/3 of the monsters is calculated from the moment someone first sets foot into the crack after the previous group has exited through the exit. Without meeting this requirement, it was difficult for the average supernatural to leave. According to some of the posts Michael had read on the forum about corrupted-type cracks, it wasn't uncommon for people to find themselves trapped without any way to escape. This was where the crack supervisor came into play. The time allocated to supernaturals inside cracks wasn't just to manage the crack but also served as an indirect signal of when rescue would arrive if they were trapped. While the people inside the crack couldn't leave without killing the required number of monsters, this limitation didn't apply to those outside. However, once someone entered the crack, they would be considered part of the group inside. From that point onward, they would also need to kill 1/3 of the total monsters in the crack to leave, regardless of when they arrived. This was why the supervisors assigned to these cracks by the association were always individuals capable of single-handedly clearing the cracks themselves. If they lacked the strength to handle such situations, they would only endanger themselves and others. Supervisors, therefore, needed to meet a high standard of power to be entrusted with overseeing a crack. Of course, being rescued by the association from within a crack was not free. The association had a reliable way to extract value from rescued supernaturals. Because of this, most people tried to leave within the designated time if they could help it. However, Michael didn't think they'd need to worry about extending the time limit. They had a full day to spend inside the crack. Before entering, Michael immediately summoned his spear. The sight of the weapon in his hand surprised the two girls beside him, especially Lillian. "Aren't you a necromancer?" she stammered. "Yeah, is that a problem?" Michael replied naturally, not finding anything odd about it. For some reason, even as a mage, he didn't feel out of place wielding a weapon like that. "And no, and nothing," Lillian said, her voice faltering. Mira, too, chose not to comment. She was the group's weakest link and didn't feel it was her place to question how the strongest member chose to fight. As the team of 3 prepared to enter the crack, the old woman in charge decided to leave them to their own devices. She walked out of the room where the crack was located, casually pointing out the button they should press to summon her once they were done. All in all, it was no different from what Old Man Lou had done for Michael. After the old woman left, Lillian also drew her weapon, a long katana that made Michael's eyes glint for a moment. Slowly, Michael was starting to appreciate weapons. Unfortunately, there was nothing particularly special about the katana itself. It was of the same grade as Michael's refined iron spear. It made sense for Lillian to use a weapon like a katana, given that her class was martial artist. Michael still clearly remembered that. He wondered about the specifics of her class and how it differed from his own, Necromancer. However, the person who caught Michael's attention the most out of the two girls was Mira. Unlike him and Lillian, what Mira pulled out of her storage space wasn't a weapon. Instead, it was a set of bright red potions and a strap to secure them around her body. The sight puzzled Michael, and he couldn't help but entertain a few curious thoughts. Unable to contain his curiosity, he addressed Mira just as she finished strapping the last potion onto herself. "What's your class?" Michael asked. Since he had openly shared his own class with them, he figured it wouldn't be a big deal to ask in return, at least, as long as it wasn't something too personal, like whether they had a talent and, if so, what it was. Of course, he could have just used Detect on Mira, but ever since his incident with Brian, Michael had been hesitant to use the skill on humans, reserving it mostly for monsters. "Alchemist," Mira answered truthfully. There wasn't much point in hiding it, especially since she knew the method she had used to peek at Michael could just as easily be used on her. Besides, it wasn't a big deal to share. Michael was a little surprised at her class. It didn't sound like a general one. Judging by the way she carefully arranged her potions, he figured this was likely a rare one, and perhaps even a special class. Michael wanted to know more about it, but unfortunately, that would be getting into personal matters. Still, since they were teammates, he assumed she'd eventually reveal a few details. While he couldn't ask about the specifics of her class, he figured it wouldn't hurt to inquire about the potions hanging across her chest. "What are those?" Michael asked, gesturing at them. "Bombs." Mira suddenly replied, a bit too enthusiastically, while fondly patting the potions as though they weren't the explosives she had just claimed them to be. Instinctively, Michael took a step back. Even Lillian, who seemed to have some prior knowledge about Myra's potions and her class, followed suit and stepped back as well. Hey, you both don't have to worry. The bombs won't just go off the way you think they will," Mira reassured them with a smile. For some reason, her words brought no relief to either Lillian or Michael. Instead, they both took another step back. After a brief moment of thought, they each took one more step, finally feeling slightly safer. However, their unease lingered. The mischievous smile on Myra's face gave the distinct impression that she was itching to blow something up, which only heightened her teammates' nerves. "Is this a specialty of your class?" Michael couldn't help but ask. "Yes, it is. This is the red mushroom potion, your number one choice for blowing something up." If someone unfamiliar with Mira saw her for the first time, their impression would likely be that she was a cold individual. In reality, however, the truth was far from how she appeared. Mira had been a problematic child who loved to fight. She never attended public school at the start, instead studying in private schools, yet her combative nature caused her to change schools every year. Her penchant for fighting made it impossible for her to stay in one place for long. Everything changed when her father died. Her mother fell into debt and depression, and her father's already small business was snatched away by relatives. In a world unlike the one before the Dark Age, owning a personal business was a rare privilege for the average person. Myra's world collapsed, and it was then she decided it was time to get serious, not just for her own sake but for her mother's as well. Determined to take responsibility, she began suppressing the violent tendencies in her heart. In this new world, cultivators and awakeners were the most respected professionals, and Mira aspired to join their ranks. However, like most people, she lacked the talent for cultivation. While her talent was slightly better than Michael's and his cousin Lily's, they were still nothing remarkable. Accepting this reality at a young age, Mira didn't place her hopes on the slim chance of becoming an awakener. Instead, she focused on excelling in her studies, channeling her efforts into academics and further burying her wild side. Year after year, she failed to awaken, growing calmer with each passing ceremony. That was until her third awakening ceremony when, against all odds, a panel suddenly appeared before her eyes. In that moment, the wildness she had buried deep within her heart began to resurface. Unfortunately, her awakening didn't do much to help her control it. Name: Mira George. Race: human. Class: alchemy apprentice. EXP: 0 Fan 100. Strength: 1, 4. Agility: 1, 4. Constitution: 1, 3. Intelligence: 4, 8. Attribute points: 0. Skills: crafting, talent, damage maker, unlocked formula, unlock 1 every 5 levels, red mushroom potion, gift, mark of origin. Mira was one of the few awakeners to possess a talent. Her talent was also quite special. If not for Brian, she wouldn't have understood what it was about. While she was suspicious of how Brian had knowledge beyond what his membership level should allow, she had no choice but to believe him after crafting the only potion she could make. As an alchemist, Mira unlocked a formula every 5 levels, and the one she awakened with was the red mushroom potion, an offensive-type potion. Thanks to the mysterious nature of Awakeners, the knowledge of the formula was already in her head. However, the potion's success rate depended heavily on the mastery level of her only skill, crafting, and her understanding of the formula itself, which was even more crucial. Unfortunately, while the materials for the potion were available in the real world, even the money she got from the association wasn't enough to cover the cost of a full set of ingredients. It wasn't until her return from the corrupted goblin world crack yesterday, after annihilating all the goblins there, thanks to Lillian's brutality, Awakeners are ruthless, that she was finally able to afford the materials to make some. She tested the potion on the outskirts of the city, in the mountain ranges. The result. The resulting explosion and destruction reignited something within Mira. However, for Lillian, who had been invited to join Mira since she was an orphan living alone, the explosion startled her fragile heart. Explosion is art. For the wild girl, she had found her true love yesterday. Unfortunately, she was still too weak to unlock more formulas and too poor to create more of the one she had, leaving her hungry for both money and power. Though she wasn't certain, Mira believed that if she could gain admission to an academy, she'd gain access to more explosive formulas. Not only would this allow her to revel in her newfound passion, but it would also make her mother proud. After all, unlocking a new formula every 5 levels didn't guarantee another explosive one like the red mushroom potion. She needed to extend her connections, and the academy was her best chance. Additionally, her talent relied on formulas like the red mushroom potion. According to Brian's description of her talent, Damage Maker, you have an aptitude for highly destructive creations. Any creation related to destruction will have its effects boosted by 200 Fantram. If Michael knew about this, his eyes would have popped out. Though he wouldn't trade his own talent for anything, he would have to admit that hers was something exceptional, one that would only grow stronger over time. What would happen if she could create a nuclear-like weapon, with its destructive power qualitatively boosted by 200 Fantram? It was an incredibly powerful talent, but its drawback was equally obvious. It was a profession that burned through money. Of course, Michael knew none of this and continued to eye Mira with skepticism. It wasn't until a moment later, after using Detect on a potion she was holding, that he finally spoke. Red Mushroom Potion, a special liquid that becomes explosive after a brief, intense vibration for 2 seconds before being thrown. Though confused by the vague description, Michael felt a bit relieved knowing the potion required deliberate action, vibration, or throwing to explode. At least it wasn't an instant hazard. Besides, he trusted that Mira wasn't crazy enough to kill herself. Still, he wondered why she hadn't placed the potion in her storage space but chose not to comment on it. As long as you keep it on you. We've spent enough time here, let's enter the crack. Yes, Mira replied. Okay, Lillian added. After exchanging a quick glance, the 3 of them leapt into the crack, with Mira volunteering to take the lead. Just like with the Goblin World's corrupted crack, the moment Michael stepped through, his vision shifted, and in the next instant, he found himself in a completely different location. Beside him, Mira and Lillian immediately assumed defensive stances as they arrived. Teleportation within cracks was random, and teammates could occasionally find themselves separated. However, there was a trick to minimize this. Everyone had to enter the crack within 1 minute of the first person. Any delay beyond that risked teleporting to another location entirely. Currently, Michael wasn't focused on his surroundings. After ensuring there was no immediate danger, he became more aware of the air in this world. It felt different. Compared to the chaotic nature of the Goblin world, the atmosphere here was more complete, as though the world itself was more stable. The mana in the air wasn't as turbulent either, though it was still far from the real world or the land of origin. Cracks are a mystery in themselves. The time difference in the Goblin world was 10 hours inside for every 1 hour outside. Here, it's 8 hours instead, yet it feels more whole and alive, Michael thought. This realization puzzled him, sparking intrigue, but he quickly brushed it off. Now wasn't the time to get lost in thought, nor did he possess enough knowledge to truly understand these nuances. In truth, it wasn't just Michael who sensed these differences. Awakeners with even modest perception could feel the contrast between cracks, particularly when they were weak. Only those with truly dull senses would fail to notice. For now, Michael set aside the strange feeling and refocused on the task ahead. "The trees here are quite huge," Mira remarked, observing her surroundings. She didn't seem to notice anything odd about the crack, but Michael couldn't be too sure. Either way, he wasn't too interested in finding out. It was time to make money. The thought had just formed in Michael's mind when two circles appeared beside him, and two undead emerged, startling the girls. Both Mira and Lillian instinctively leaped into action. "Wait, they're mine!" Michael yelled, breaking out in a cold sweat. Mira already had a red mushroom potion clutched in her hand, ready to throw, while Lillian had suddenly appeared just a meter away, katana drawn and glowing with a crimson aura that made Michael's heart race. The threat he felt from that blade was very real. Thankfully, both of them stopped just in time, one narrowly avoiding blowing up his undead and the other refraining from slicing them into pieces. "These are your summons?" Mira asked, raising an eyebrow with clear interest. She tucked the potion back with a disappointed look, as though hoping for some action. Meanwhile, Lillian quickly stepped back, almost fearfully, like she wasn't the same person about to carve something in half moments ago. "These girls are not normal." Michael groaned internally as he tried to calm himself. "Yes, they're my summons," he replied. "Only these two?" "No, just a part of them." Mira gave a slightly complicated look as she activated Detect on the two undead. Her brows twitched. The first one was of a higher level than her, while the other matched her exactly. Undead Forest Wolf LV 6, Undead Goblin LV 4, of course, as an Awakener, even though her class wasn't explicitly combat-oriented, Mira was still far stronger than the two undead in terms of raw stats alone. However, their appearance hinted at the potential of the Necromancer class, and the realization was terrifying. Mira, though wild by nature, had spent years tempering that part of herself to focus on intelligence and achieving good grades. It had become second nature to her to seek knowledge. This habit persisted, especially after she gained access to the Super Association Forum, a treasure trove of information about the supernatural world. Compared to her first 18 years of ignorance, she now knew much more about how this new reality operated. Right now, Michael could only contract common rank monsters, which were far weaker than most Awakeners. She has no idea. But the horrifying part was the potential for growth. As Michael got stronger, so would the rank of his undead. For most Awakeners, there was only one of them. For Michael, there could be dozens, no, hundreds, of powerful beings under his command. It was an intimidating concept, but Mira scoffed internally. So what? When I get stronger, no matter how many undead he has, I'll blow them all up. She didn't feel inferior at all. In fact, her wild confidence stemmed from both her personality and her special class. Though it gave the same attribute points as general classes, its uniqueness and versatility made it far superior to some rare classes. Mira fully believed in her own potential and future. However, this confidence also led to a common flaw among intelligent people, overthinking or over-reasoning based on existing knowledge. In this case, Mira had done the latter, evaluating Michael through the lens of common sense. She didn't realize just how wrong she was or how terrifying Michael would eventually become. For now, though, the three of them were focused on one shared goal, earning money. It was a shared problem. They were all too broke for this profession. Michael had summoned two undead from the netherworld to scout the area. He wasn't about to test his health bar against a creature that was likely rank 1, unlike the goblins in the previous crack, whose attacks he could shrug off. After explaining his plan to Mira and Lillian, Michael led the group away from their initial spot, using share senses with his undead to gain a better understanding of their surroundings. A few minutes later, the trio encountered their first monster in this crack, one of its native creatures. A black ape. "Mira, did you check the price of a complete corpse for this monster?" Michael whispered, his voice low but tinged with excitement, as they crouched behind a massive boulder. At this point, he had withdrawn his undead back to the netherworld. He occasionally peeked around its edge to observe the towering black ape just a few meters away. The creature lay sprawled on the earthy ground, deep in slumber. "Yes, I did," Mira replied, her tone calm and measured despite her own alertness. "A complete corpse, regardless of the ape's strength, is priced at $4,500. And how many apes do you think are in this crack?" "At least a few hundred, definitely more than 200. Michael quickly did the math in his head, and his breathing grew heavy as the numbers began to add up. "So, we're talking about $1 million if we wipe out every single monster, yeah." Hearing his question, Mira turned to him with a sharp gaze, her wild instincts momentarily overshadowed by genuine concern. Excitement seemed to radiate from Michael's entire being, an energy so palpable it made her uneasy. She may be wild, but she wasn't suicidal. Taking on over 200 rank 1 monsters, even with a strong team, was an idea bordering on madness. Just as she opened her mouth to dismiss any dangerous notions Michael might have been entertaining, her breath caught in her throat. Her heart clenched tightly as she noticed something emerge beside him, a shadowy, menacing figure. Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 11, rank, rare, a rare-ranked undead. Myra's eyes widened as she stared at the wolf. Beside her, Michael whispered something in an almost inaudible tone, his words strange and disjointed, as if spoken in a forgotten language. She couldn't quite understand what he was saying, but amidst the whispers, Mira swore she caught a phrase like, "evolution points." "They're all evolution points." Mira couldn't wrap her head around how a rank 1 creature of rare rank had suddenly appeared beside them. No. That wasn't even the real question. The real question was, how did Michael have an undead of this level in the first place? Was he cheating? Weren't they all just 3 days into being Awakeners at most? Was this guy secretly skipping steps while the rest of them struggled through the basics? Was bro flying too? It wasn't that Mira didn't believe Michael could have a rank 1 undead under his control. In fact, she had suspected it when he mentioned being level 9, so close to level 10, the max level of the unranked stage. However, Mira dismissed the idea because of the little time Michael had been an Awakener. But while she hadn't ruled out the possibility of him having a rank 1 undead, what she never imagined was that not only did he have one, but it was also at rare rank. She didn't know much about necromancers or how they operated, but she understood the significance of rare-ranked creatures. At this level, monsters were not much different from Awakeners who used attribute points. In other words, standing beside Michael now was essentially a genuine rank 1 Awakener. Lillian, on the other hand, shared a similar train of thought as Mira. Michael, unaware of their distress, didn't have time to worry about them. He had never considered hiding his powers. Maybe he'd keep the specifics of his talent a secret. It felt too unique and powerful, likely linked to his transmigration, but he didn't see much issue in revealing his capabilities. For one, while obtaining a rank 1 undead might seem fast, it wasn't impossible. Awakeners grew stronger quickly. If they didn't, they'd barely be more special than cultivators. So, this shouldn't raise too many questions. As for the rank of his undead, that was the simplest question to answer. It was because of an opportunity. What else could anyone say to that? Wasn't the land of origin said to be full of opportunities? Could they force him to explain further? For these reasons, Michael saw no benefit in hiding his powers. Why would he deliberately make himself seem weaker just to avoid unsettling others? Of course, there was a limit to how much he could reveal. This was why he summoned Prince instead of Lucky. Prince's existence could be rationalized, but Lucky pushed well beyond the boundaries of common sense. revealing it might even draw unwanted attention. Though Michael didn't actively avoid attention, he wasn't keen on it either. His cautious nature made him paranoid about the possibility of being kidnapped. He didn't know. Maybe demonic cultivators. Or someone with ulterior motives who saw value in him. They might even notice something connected to his talent and approach him with bad intentions. While the Federation was portrayed as a righteous faction, Michael, with the experience of his past life even though short, wasn't so quick to trust that image. Unless it was an extreme cult-like organization where everyone was brainwashed from birth, all organizations had their share of different people and agendas. Because of this, Michael felt it was wise to keep part of his full power hidden as a trump card. But showing some of his strength. That was fine. Anyway, what was so special about a one-star rare-ranked creature? If given enough time, all his undead would eventually reach this stage. Another reason Michael didn't want to engage the Black Ape himself was that, while he didn't doubt his team's ability to handle it, he disliked the risks involved. A prolonged battle could also lead to unnecessary damage to the monster's body. If it was too damaged, how could he maximize his profit? Moreover, while one day inside the crack seemed like plenty of time to hunt and exit, Michael wanted more. The monsters in the crack were renewable anyway, why settle for only killing a third of them? There was also the part with sharing the profits with his teammates. Every monster here represented potential evolution points, and it would be a sin to let them live, or worse, let them get sold by someone else. The moment Prince arrived, the Black Ape, previously resting peacefully, immediately woke up, fully alert. It couldn't be helped, Prince's presence was overwhelming, and Michael hadn't bothered to hide it. Black Ape LV, 12, rank, common, it was a tough monster, which was why Michael was reluctant to waste time on it. Take care of him, Prince, Michael commanded calmly. The instant the words left his mouth, a faint, violent gust of wind swept past him as Prince disappeared from his position. Prince hadn't grown significantly stronger since their last visit to the Goblin World corrupted crack. Only its skill control had clearly improved. Yet, even when moving at the same speed Lucky had shown back in the Goblin World, the generated wind wasn't nearly as intense. This had nothing to do with Lucky being weaker. Both moved at the same speed. The difference lay in the worlds themselves. This level 2 crack was clearly more stable than the level 1 crack. But Michael didn't have the time to ponder this detail. He watched as thick, robust plant vines materialized, entangling the Black Ape. Prince had used its plant control skill to completely immobilize the creature. It seemed Prince had interpreted Michael's command the same way it had back in the Goblin World, where he and Lucky had restrained goblins for Michael to kill personally. This was further reinforced by the fact that Prince, who could easily end the Black Ape with a single swipe of its claws or a bite, refrained from doing so. The command phrase had been the same, so it made sense Prince acted accordingly. Well, this works too, Michael muttered. I needed to level up anyway. With his spear in hand, he calmly walked toward the struggling Black Ape, which thrashed violently against its bindings. Seeing Michael head toward the Black Ape, Mira and Lillian stared at each other for a second before rushing after him. They were in shock. Lillian had already prepped herself for a tough battle, while Mira was ready to throw some explosives if needed. But in the blink of an eye, the monster, formidable at their current level, was so easily resolved that they couldn't accept it immediately. I'm sorry, guys, I'll be taking the kill for this one. After I level up, I'll have my undead do the same for you guys. Is that okay? Yes, yes. Mira and Lillian replied excitedly, recovering immediately. From Michael's words, it was obvious he planned to carry them, and such luck wasn't something they'd turn down. Only Mira felt a little uncomfortable. Not because of being carried, but because of the inability to set something ablaze. Still, she was smart enough to know what was better for her. At least by being carried, she could level up safely and save her bombs for another time. Mira glanced at Michael, who was intently focused on the black ape, a creature that stood a meter taller than him, with a complicated expression on her face. She wasn't sure how to feel, especially since she had been so confident a moment ago. The black ape's figure was imposing and its form was tough, but this was all useless in the face of absolute power. Knowing that the monster's thick skin was difficult to penetrate, Michael targeted the weakest spot in its body, its eye. His hands moved in a blur. With a perfect, standard posture, the spear in his hand drove directly into the black ape's left eye, piercing straight into its brain and killing it instantly. You have killed a common level 12 black ape. You've gained 398 experience points. You killed a monster 3 levels higher than your own, earning a 4x experience multiplier. You've gained 1,592 experience points. Level up. You have leveled up to level 10. You have reached the max level of the unranked stage. Rank up to accumulate experience points again and level up. You have reached max level for Necromancer Apprentice. To rank up to Adept Necromancer and continue leveling, complete your rank advancement quest. Generating rank advancement quest. Quest generated. Advancement quest. Have 10 rank 1 undead, 2 fan 10, name, Michael Norman, class, Necromancer Apprentice, max, level, 10, max, EXP, 2000 fan 2000, max, strength, 7, 6, 0, 3 carat, agility, 13, 6, 0, 5 carat, constitution, 9, 2, 0, 3 carat, intelligence, 46, 3, 1, 0 carat, attribute points, 19, skills, undead summoning, undead revival, detect, basic shot, share senses, talent, infinite evolution, class skill, contract slot, 18 fan 20, gift, mark of origin, Necromancer class advancement route unranked. Necromancer Apprentice, level 1 to 10, rank 1, Adept Necromancer, level 11 to 25, rank 2. Rank 3. Evolution routes Forest Wolf, common rank, 1 to 3 stars, Verdant Wolf, rare rank, 1 star species, Redthorn Wolf, rare rank, 3 star species, Goblin, common rank, 1 star monster, Hobgoblin, common rank, 3 star monster. Michael felt a familiar surge of power coursing through his body as he leveled up. Yet, his focus wasn't on that sensation. It finally arrived. There was a true sense of balance in everything. An advancement quest. The equivalent of a breakthrough obstacle for cultivators, but tailored for awakeners. At the maximum level of every rank, one could not progress further without completing an advancement quest. The difficulty varied wildly, depending on one's class and luck. However, completing the quest granted immense power, pushing one closer to becoming a higher being. Fortunately for Michael, he had been hit with an easy rank advancement quest. A task that might seem daunting to others but was manageable for him. Advancement quest, have 10 rank 1 undead, progress, 2 fan 10, this is great, Michael muttered. I was hoping I wouldn't get something that'd slow my leveling down for weeks, or worse, months. Thankfully, it's not that bad. The thought of being stuck at the same level for too long was frustrating for any awakener. Michael had read in forums that any experience points gained while at the max level of a rank were completely wasted. They wouldn't even accumulate. Right now, even if you wiped out every black ape in this crack, the effort would amount to nothing since the experience couldn't be used to level up. I already have 2 rank 1 undead thanks to my evolution points. It only takes 6 points per rank 1 undead, so at most, I'll be done with this in another 2 days. For any other Necromancer Apprentice, this quest would have been extremely challenging. They'd have to make 10 of their undead reach rank 1. With each undead requiring an average of 2,000 experience points to level up, completing this task would demand significant effort and time. Still, it wasn't the worst kind of advancement quest he could have gotten. Something like learn 10 necromancy spells would have been much worse. Without a strong foundation in necromancy, largely due to the short time he had spent as an awakener, Michael knew he'd have no hope of completing such a task. If that had been the case, entering an Awakener Academy would be nothing more than a distant dream. It's also said that starting from the first advancement quest, subsequent ones might be follow-ups based on the description, Michael thought. Either way, this quest was perfect for him. It was like killing two birds with one stone, making it the best outcome he could have hoped for. For classes like Necromancer or Beast Tamer, it was commonly known that their minions shouldn't be more than 2 ranks above them. If they were, there was a significant risk of the creatures breaking free from their control, and in most cases, turning against their master. Even if Michael were to accumulate 125 evolution points, which he suspected was enough to evolve Lucky into an extraordinary rank undead, there was a high chance it might break through to rank 2 instead of stopping at peak of rank 1. That would be a problem. Michael didn't want to face a situation where the undead he had heavily invested in turned against him, nor did he want to risk going head-to-head with an extraordinary rank creature. Thanks to his advancement quest, though, he now had even more reason to focus on his other undead. There was something fascinating about advancement quests. They didn't just signify progress, they also presented opportunities. In a sense, an advancement quest was like laying a solid foundation. Every rank advancement boosted all stats by at least 29 Fantram, with the most important stats increasing by as much as 50 Fantram. The stronger your stats were before advancing, the more powerful you became afterward. Michael figured this was one of the reasons Awakeners were encouraged to cultivate. Unfortunately, he didn't have the luxury of time. Still, there were ways to make a rank advancement more rewarding than usual. One direct method was to surpass the quest requirements, increasing its difficulty. Just because the reward for completing an advancement quest was rank advancement didn't mean there wasn't more to gain. Michael theorized that hidden and unique classes were likely so strong because their advancement quests, and the rewards from them, were on a completely different level. This also showed another reason why strength depended on the Awakeners themselves. No one knew who was who. Anyway, Michael muttered, I'm still far from reaching 10 rank 1 undead. It was said that if someone exceeded the quest requirements without advancing, the quest description would change, turning into a limited-time challenge with higher rewards. Rank advancement not only brought an increase in power but also made the Awakener gain new skills. So higher rewards than this had to be very good. Michael decided it was better to accumulate enough evolution points to complete the remaining undead required for his quest in one go after reaching the basic requirement. There were still many things to consider about his rank advancement, but for now, he had other priorities. You leveled up. Michael heard a voice beside him and turned to see Mira addressing him. Yes. I'm already at max level. "It's so amazing," Lillian stammered shyly, all evident in her tone. Does she always have to stammer? Michael wondered, briefly speculating whether Lillian was just chronically shy. Can you store the body now? He asked, directing the question to Lillian. Why yes, she replied immediately. Since there was someone else to handle the task, Michael didn't see a reason to make things harder for himself. Lillian quickly stored the gigantic body of the black ape. Michael spoke again, his tone taking on a commanding edge. Subconsciously, due to his strength, the team leader role had subtly shifted to him. We only have a day here, so let's try and make the most of it, he said with a serious expression. Internally, though, he added, and by making the most of it, I mean clearing out everything that lives in this crack. The two girls had no objections to Michael's words and followed him as they resumed their exploration. With his scouting undead leading the way, Michael quickly located the crack monsters. However, since he was already at max level and killing them would waste experience points, he stuck to his earlier plan. He let Mira and Lillian handle the kills, ensuring the two divided the experience between themselves. Before long, after eliminating several more monsters, both girls reached max level as well. This was hardly surprising. The monsters in this crack were far stronger than those in the goblin world, which was overrun with weak goblins. For Awakeners, experience points multiplied based on how much stronger the defeated monsters were compared to the Awakener. The crack was teeming with rank 1 monsters, which were at least 5 levels higher than even Lillian, the strongest of the 2 girls, who had entered the crack at level 5. Each kill practically guaranteed an instant level up. Naturally, the 2 reached max level in no time. Compared to Michael's calm demeanor, Mira and Lillian were overwhelmed by the rapid pace of their growth. They hadn't done much, barely anything, really, and yet, they'd grown significantly stronger. The feeling was dangerously addictive. If they weren't careful, they might find themselves unable to resist the urge to always invite Michael to be their teammate whenever they planned to enter a crack. If Michael knew their thoughts, he'd be thrilled. Why wouldn't he? More invitations meant more crack entries, and more entries meant more money to buy evolution points. He might even suggest they disband the team entirely and individually apply for crack entries, offering to lend them his undead for assistance. The association wouldn't stop them either. It felt like exploiting a loophole, but only Awakeners could take advantage of such opportunities. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even consider soloing a crack. There was also no rule stopping him from being a teammate to multiple teams. While Mira and Lillian wrestled with their conflicting feelings, Michael was fully satisfied with the speed of their advancement. Though he was somewhat curious about how other Awakeners fought and their methods, he wasn't particularly interested in watching them. His focus was firmly on the countless monsters he could kill in the next 24 hours. Spending his time searching for more monsters in the crack felt far more rewarding than observing others' performances. As for what rank advancement quests Mira and Lillian received, Michael couldn't care less. With Michael leading the way and his undead scouting ahead, the group spent the next few hours efficiently hunting down dozens more black apes. Name: Michael Norman. Class: Necromancer Apprentice. Max: Level 10. Max: EXP 2000 Fan 2000. Max: Strength 7, 6, Agility 13, 6, Constitution 9, 2, Intelligence 46. 3. Attribute points 19. Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot 18 Fan 20, Gift. Mark of Origin, Advancement Quest, have 10 Rank 1 Undead, Progress 2 Fan 10, Necromancer Class Advancement Route Unranked, Necromancer Apprentice, Level 1 to 10, Rank 1, Adept Necromancer, Level 11 to 25, Rank 2. Rank 3. Since the entire team had already reached max level, Michael decided to direct all the experience points to Prince. Aside from being the only truly deserving individual in his immediate vicinity, Michael had another reason. He wanted to run an experiment. Does a stronger undead lead to a more powerful form after evolution? Michael suspected this was the case, but he needed to confirm it through first-hand testing. How many corpses do we have now? Michael turned to Lillian and asked. 70, she replied. 4 hours had passed, and they had managed to kill this many rank 1 monsters. For most people, and even for Mira and Lillian, this was an impressive number. However, to Michael, it felt far too slow. The only thing that gave him some solace was that, despite the amount they'd killed, the portal to exit the crack had yet to appear. This meant they hadn't even killed 1/3 of the monsters yet, implying there were at least 200 in the crack. More monsters meant more money. Michael had also ensured that all the corpses were in good enough condition to fetch at least $3,000 each. If they sold all 70 for that price, the total would come to $210,000, more than double what he had earned from an entire level 1 crack. Sure, that crack had been filled with goblins, but still. This realization made Michael even more eager to hunt for more monsters. Also, the number Lillian quoted was the one that she placed in her location in the land of origin. Michael had a few slightly more damaged Black Ape corpses in his Mark of Origin 4, Undead Revival. He hadn't forgotten he needed 2 more undead to reach his max number of undead at level 10. After Mira and Lillian had reached max level and saw how much they stood to gain, they decided on the profit share. They proposed a 90-10 split, with Michael receiving 90 Fantram. While this might sound excessive, it made sense given that it was largely thanks to Michael that they were likely to leave the crack unscathed, and alive without doing much but tagging along. However, as greedy as Michael was, he wasn't that greedy. He had after all taken a few monsters to himself. Michael had them revise the split, and in the end, they settled on an 80-20 division, with the 2 girls sharing the 20 Fantram of whatever profit they made. Michael couldn't have been happier with the outcome. Since everyone wanted to maximize their gains, with barely any rest, they swept through the entire crack. In the next 15 hours, the exit portal opened for the 4th time, signaling that the last monster in the crack had finally been killed. "How many now, Lillian?" Michael asked, placing the freshly killed Black Ape aside. 340, I believe, Lillian replied, a little unsure. Michael, who had been keeping rough track himself, felt it should be about that number as well. Lillian wasn't as shy around him anymore, so she didn't stammer as much, though her voice was still soft. 340, huh? If they all sell for at least $3,000, we're looking at over $1 million, Michael said excitedly. Mira and Lillian's eyes lit up as well. One thing the 3 of them had in common was poverty. Though Mira and Lillian were only going to split 20 Fantram of the total income, if everything sold for at least $1 million, each would walk away with at least $100,000, and for barely doing anything. This was exactly the kind of life they dreamed of. The trio wasn't the only one who benefited, though. Even Prince had its share of gains. Michael had been tracking its progress. After personally killing over 300 rank 1 monsters, Prince managed to level up 6 times, accumulating about 112,000 experience points. Now, it was at level 17, just 1 level behind Lucky. Michael was thrilled by its rapid growth, though he also felt a bit anxious. While it seemed like reaching rank 2 might not be too hard, the reality was very different. He noticed that starting from rank 1, every level required 50 Fantram more experience points than the previous one, level 11 to 12, 3,500 EXP level 12 to 13, 5,250 EXP. Michael did a quick mental calculation. To reach level 25, the peak of rank 1, starting from level 11, would require at least 2 million EXP. The number was daunting. Worse, as a Necromancer, unless he wanted to sacrifice the advantage of his class, his own progress would be even slower. Fortunately, he had evolution points from his talent to rely on. With this, his undead progressed much faster than he did. Okay, let's leave the crack. We've spent too much time here already, Michael said, a mix of excitement and fatigue in his voice. Though they hadn't fought much themselves, moving around non-stop for hours was mentally exhausting and physically draining, regardless of how high their stats were. As they made their way to the exit, Michael couldn't help but wonder just how vast cracks could really get. Maybe there's even one out there that's basically an entire world, he mused to himself. The idea didn't feel far-fetched. Perhaps the Aurora realm itself was nothing more than a crack. With nothing left to do in the crack, the team of 3 stepped through the exit portal and returned to the real world. The moment they were out, they tapped the button to summon the supervisor. The room housing the level 2 crack was much larger and more refined compared to the one Michael had seen with Old Man Lou. This place felt like a palace in comparison, almost heavenly. Michael couldn't help but wonder, if this is how the area around higher-level cracks looks, how extravagant must the ones for the truly high-level cracks be? He sat on a sturdy metal chair with Mira and Lillian, waiting for the supervisor to arrive. Despite spending nearly 20 hours in the crack, close to an entire day, it had been barely 3 hours in the real world. As he idly opened his status menu to check his talent section, Michael froze for a moment, staring at the screen in a daze. Apparently, without his noticing, his daily evolution points had already refreshed. In less than 4 hours, they would refresh again. Currently, Michael had 18 undead under his control, which, when including himself, gave him 19 evolution points daily. If he didn't contract any new undead in the next few hours, he would receive another 19 points, bringing his total to 38 evolution points. It was quite the haul. Enough, in fact, to evolve Prince into a 3-star rare rank undead or to create at least 5 more rank 1 undead at 1-star rare rank, bringing him significantly closer to completing his advancement quest. Either choice wasn't a loss, but Michael had already decided on the latter. Currently, Prince was at level 17, and Michael feared that evolving him now might cause an immediate breakthrough to rank 2. Though he hadn't confirmed this suspicion yet, it was a risk he wasn't ready to take. Rank 2 creatures were no joke, and if he lost control over Prince, it would be a disaster. For now, it was better to focus on creating more rank 1 undead to strengthen his forces and ensure steady progress toward his quest. As several thoughts flashed through Michael's mind, the door to the crack containment space opened, and the familiar old female supervisor walked in alone. A few men in black waited at the entrance, standing silently. Michael noticed the woman frowning slightly as her gaze swept over the relatively less chaotic appearance of the crack. After a moment, her expression relaxed. Michael had a good guess about what she might be thinking but was thankful she hadn't reacted the way Old Man Lou had. "I'm too exhausted to deal with anyone trying to show off by pressuring us," Michael thought. "Seems like you had a good time," the supervisor remarked, glancing at Michael and the others. Their relatively clean and unruffled appearance made them look as though they'd been on a casual, slightly dusty trip rather than a killing spree. "It's modest," Mira replied, her tone neutral. Then, as if on cue, she added, "You buy monster corpses here, right?" The old woman nodded, gesturing for them to follow as she began to lead the way. Signaling to the men at the entrance to secure the space containing the crack, she responded to Myra's question. "Yes, we do. We buy monster corpses or anything else of value that you may have brought out of the crack. What are you looking to sell?" "Corpses of the black apes," Mira replied simply. "It must be a lot, isn't it?" "It is," Mira confirmed. The old supervisor chuckled softly at the response, seeming to be in good spirits. Michael, walking slightly behind, couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. This interaction reminded him of how Brian and Old Man Lou had reacted to his crack exploits. Is there something about going on a killing spree that impresses these older supervisors? Michael wondered. Compared to the others, though, this woman hadn't mentioned anything about killing intent. Maybe she doesn't care, or maybe the team doesn't have much to begin with, he mused, considering that Prince had done most of the killing anyway. Michael soon dismissed these thoughts as the supervisor led them into an underground space. The cool, controlled atmosphere reminded Michael of the Supers Association branch. "All right, let's get to business," the woman said, turning to face them with a calm but expectant expression. Lillian's earlier count of the black ape corpses had been slightly off, but not by much. The accurate total came to 346, a number slightly higher than what he had brought back from the Goblin world. However, there was a distinct difference between level 1 and level 2 cracks that worked in their favor. Level 1 cracks, like the Goblin world, regenerated monsters much faster compared to higher-level cracks such as the Ape region. Michael had learned from the Super Association receptionist that cracks like the Goblin world could be visited 3 to 4 times a day, depending on the day, with monsters respawning fairly quickly. In contrast, level 2 cracks like the Ape region rarely allowed for more than 2 entries per day. These cracks took significantly longer to regenerate, and the association ensured they recovered to a sufficient degree to sustain exploration, but not enough to risk a crack break. The old supervisor handled the sale of the corpses, while Mira took charge of the negotiations. As Michael watched the two women haggle, he couldn't help but sweat. He hadn't realized how much room there was for negotiation, and Myra's skill left him impressed. Initially, the old supervisor had offered $3,800 per corpse, a flat rate regardless of condition or strength. But Mira disagreed, arguing that the excellent condition of the corpses should factor into the price. After several minutes of back and forth, they eventually agreed on $4,350 per corpse. It would have been $4,400, but the old woman had refused to budge on Myra's exact demand. Regardless, Michael was more than satisfied with the result. The total profit from the sale was finalized at a staggering $1,500,000 plus. Michael couldn't remember ever seeing such an amount in either of his past life. As per their agreement, he gave Mira and Lillian their 20 fan tram share, which came out to a bit over $300,000. Each of them pocketed approximately $150,000, a sum that left them ecstatic. Michael, however, now had over $1 million in his account. While he knew the money wouldn't last long, most of it would soon be spent on strengthening himself, it didn't dampen his excitement. Staring at the many zeros in his account, Michael couldn't help but grin. The future held terrifying possibilities, and he couldn't wait to make them his reality. With his experience from the goblin world, Michael had been careful about managing his phone's battery. He kept it turned off most of the time and only powered it on when necessary, mainly to check the time spent in the level 2 crack. Even then, it was mostly Mira who used her phone to check for the team, following the same battery-saving method. Thanks to this, Michael was able to transfer money to Mira for her to divide between herself and Lillian. Fortunately, Aunt Mia had forced him to increase his bank limit after he turned 18. In this world, there was no such thing as a student bank account. 16-year-olds could have fully functioning accounts, albeit with lower limits. Despite the large sum of money now in his possession, Michael found out that what he wanted couldn't be purchased at the level 2 crack facility. Perhaps this was what the old supervisor meant when she said their resources weren't as advanced as those of the Supers Association. Though a bit disappointed, Michael wasn't too concerned. He simply needed to take a cab to the Supers Association to make his purchase. Besides, he had to head there anyway for his second appointment with a team to enter another crack at 4:30 p.m. It was close to 4 p.m. now, so after saying goodbye to Mira and Lillian, though Mira insisted he give them his contact information first, Michael left the level 2 crack facility and hailed a taxi to the Supers Association. Upon arriving, Michael immediately made his way to the trade center, where he spotted Brian. Seeing the familiar face, Michael felt a wave of relief. He wasn't sure he'd get the best out of his trade if someone else had been handling it. "Good evening, Teacher Brian," Michael greeted as he approached. As always, Brian gave only a curt nod in reply. "What do you need, boy?" Brian asked, his tone direct as usual. Familiar with Brian's no-nonsense demeanor, Michael quickly responded, "I want to buy some more source liquid." The moment Michael made his request, he noticed Brian's expression twist slightly, as if an unpleasant thought had crossed his mind. Michael wasn't wrong. Brian was recalling the hassle of fetching the liquid for him the previous day. "Is it a lot?" Brian asked suddenly, startling Michael, who had begun to worry that his purchase of high-quality source liquids might not go through. "Yes," Michael answered cautiously. "Great. Follow me, then," Brian said abruptly, leaving no room for Michael to refuse. If anything, it seemed as though Brian had already decided that even if Michael didn't need much, his response would have been the same. Once again, Michael was led to the familiar corridor lined with doors. This time, however, he wasn't taken to a cold room or basement but to a storage room filled with potion bottles and boxes. It didn't take long for Michael to understand what was happening. Despite Brian's cold demeanor, it seemed he was kinder than he appeared. It wasn't Brian's responsibility to cater to Michael's requests, nor did Michael have the power or authority to demand such things. Yet, knowing the specialty of Michael's abilities, Brian had gone out of his way to assist him again. Brian said little as usual and led Michael to a particular section of the storage room. "This is where we keep our stock of source liquid. Pick what you need. I'll tally it up, and we'll settle at the counter. Be quick. I don't have much time." "Yes, sir." Michael immediately got to work. He specifically requested access to the section with source liquids effective for Rank 2 cultivators. Here, he occasionally spotted 3-star quality bottles. Excited, he began selecting his future evolution points, all while Brian stood by, observing and calculating the total as Michael added each bottle to his selection. It was just as Michael suspected, Brian was operating in line with his unspoken assumptions. This was because Brian had started to form a good impression of him and had speculated a few things about Michael based on what he had seen these past few days. After about 20 minutes, Michael had picked as much source liquid as his money allowed. When they returned to the trade center counter, he settled his bill of $1,200,000, acquiring 173-star common rank source liquids. Michael was thrilled with the purchase. These 170 source liquids would provide him with 170 evolution points. Combined with his previous points, he would soon have over 200 evolution points. The thought filled him with excitement. With this many points, he could not only complete his rank advancement quest but even exceed its requirements. Perhaps, at the end of it all, he might even have enough to evolve Lucky again. The future seemed full of possibilities. However, Michael couldn't help but worry about the future. Source liquid was vital to his progress, but with the large purchase he had just made, it wasn't feasible to return to the trade center for more anytime soon. Bothering Brian too much might also come to bite him in the ass in the future too. Still, he consoled himself. With over 200 evolution points at his disposal, it was more than enough to significantly boost his strength for now. Unfortunately, this wasn't the right moment to use the source liquids. He still had appointments to attend. After thanking Brian, who responded in his usual curt manner, Michael headed to meet the association receptionist he was familiar with. As he approached her counter, he noticed she was surrounded by a group of middle-aged men. Michael didn't initially intend to eavesdrop on their conversation, but after hearing a few words, he realized something. This group of middle-aged men were his teammates for the upcoming crack expedition. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Evolution Points, 38 Lucky, Undead Redthorn Wolf LV, 18, Insufficient Evolution Points, can be evolved, Prince Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 17, Sufficient Evolution Points, can be evolved, Undead Forest Wolf LV, 6, Sufficient Evolution Points, can be evolved, Hobgoblin Goblin LV, 5, Sufficient Evolution Points, can be evolved, Name, Michael Norman, Class, Necromancer Apprentice, Max, Level, 10, Max, EXP, 2000 Fan 2000, Max, Strength, 7, 6, Agility, 13, 6, Constitution, 9, 2, Intelligence, 46, 3, Attribute Points, 19, Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 18 Fan 20, Gift, Mark of Origin, Advancement Quest, have 10 Rank 1 Undead, Progress, 2 Fan 10, Necromancer Class Advancement Route Unranked, Necromancer Apprentice, Level 1 to 10, Rank 1, Adept Necromancer, Level 11 25, Rank 2. Rank 3. Michael was a little taken aback by the appearance of his teammates. It wasn't that there couldn't be strong old cultivators or awakeners. Old Man Lou, for example, looked pretty aged. But the aura emitted by these men was different. It was the kind of vibe you'd expect from a typical store owner. Even the receptionist had more presence than them. Then again, working for an organization like the Supers Association, she was probably not ordinary herself. These men might have become supernaturals at a mature age, Michael thought, but he didn't dwell on it. His thoughts were mostly passing observations. Realizing these were the people he was meant to meet, Michael moved closer to them. Fortunately, he didn't need to introduce himself, which would have made things awkward. The receptionist saw him immediately and addressed the group. "This is your teammate for today, Mr. Mill," the receptionist said, gesturing to a tall man with a slightly muscular build, carrying a huge bag on his back. Michael's first impression of Mr. Mill was weak. Ridiculously weak. As Michael's stats had grown, so had his perception, and looking at Mr. Mill now, he felt that even his level 5 self could overpower the man. Of course, it was just a thought. Him. Mr. Mill glanced at Michael with suspicion, his expression clearly disapproving. "Miss Grace, when you said you had a reliable teammate for us, I expected more. What do I need a new cultivator for? To die." Even Michael, who was an experienced fighter, died. Michael's eye twitched. He wanted to retort but managed to hold himself back. It was obvious this man was referring to someone else who happened to share the same name as him, but it still made him feel uneasy. It felt like a bad omen. Still, from Mr. Mill's words, Michael learned the name of the receptionist, Grace. The one he always went to. She seemed quite popular. But what really caught his attention was the mention of death. Michael's expression darkened slightly. Someone had died. He'd always assumed such things were normal in this new reality. It was why he was cautious about hunting in the real world. But hearing it directly made his chest feel heavy. To be honest, as his powers grew, so did his confidence. Subconsciously, he'd started to dismiss the dangers of the cracks. Mr. Mill's words, however, served as a wake-up call. That didn't mean Michael planned to become cowardly or lose confidence in his powers. After all, what was the point of growing stronger if his mindset didn't improve? But just because he could level up like it was a game didn't mean this was one. This was the real world. And here, he could die for countless reasons. As for Mr. Mill's disdain, Michael didn't really care. With over 200 evolution points on him right now, losing out on the income from a level 1 crack, especially one he'd have to share with others, wasn't worth his time. The earnings he'd gotten from the level 2 crack in the Ape region had exceeded his expectations even before entering the crack. Of course, this was also thanks to Mira and Lillian. Even if he tried to take a similar approach with this team, the payout would likely be far lower. Worse, they might not be willing to share as Mira and Lillian had. That was understandable, given the smaller pot to split and the possible entitlement of people who might contribute nothing yet expect equal rewards. The thought immediately repulsed Michael. Before Grace could respond, Michael spoke up. "He's right, Miss Grace. It's better for him to go with people he's comfortable with." Michael felt a small sense of relief at finally learning the receptionist's name. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. He'd never asked, nor had she offered it, as their conversations always went straight to business. Besides, they'd only known each other for 3 or 4 days, not nearly enough time for the kind of familiarity Mr. Mill had just displayed. But Michael wasn't done. "Also, please cancel any schedule I have with the team tomorrow and apologize to them for me. Please try to apply for a solo crack entry in the next few days. I'll come by tomorrow to confirm." "Okay, Mr. Norman." "Thank you." With that, Michael left. At the moment, he didn't need much money beyond what was required for his basic needs, which was why he still planned to enter cracks. Even though he had more funds now, it wasn't the right time to purchase source liquid from the association. As for going to the other Supers Association branch in Woodstone City, he doubted he'd get the same treatment Brian could provide. So making money wasn't urgent, but it was still needed. For now, he had everything he needed, evolution points and a few $100s to sustain himself. Michael saw no benefit in joining a team to enter cracks at this point. But that wasn't the only reason. With the evolution points he had now, Michael was finally confident enough to attack the gargoyle that had held him back in the land of origin. After so many days, he was ready to take the initiative. After saying what he needed to, Michael left the group of 4 and exited the association. The sun was already setting, and though Michael still felt the weight of the day's work, the anticipation bubbling inside him for what was to come gave him a surge of energy. Without wasting time, Michael headed back to the hotel where he was staying. On the way, he stopped by the mall to grab something for himself, and for his body back in the land of origin, to eat. Watching Michael leave, Mr. Mill felt a twinge of unease. For a moment, he thought he might have made a mistake, but after considering it, he scoffed. Though he had become an official cultivator later in life and hadn't gained access to the mysterious forum rumored to exist, years of experience as a cultivator had taught him a few things. The boy's appearance clearly showed he was very young, and in a backward place like Woodstone City, where even ordinary people struggle to find enough resources to cultivate properly, that boy couldn't possibly be very strong. The fact that he was registered with the Supers Association only meant he had backing, likely from someone wealthy or influential. Without such support, a young cultivator wouldn't have been able to register so early. Sure, he might also be a genius, but so what? Anyone could be a genius with enough resources. What Mr. Mill needed wasn't some inexperienced prodigy. He needed a strong and reliable teammate. Entering cracks was highly profitable. 1 month's earnings from a crack could match years of income from a normal job. The temptation was hard to resist, even with the constant risk of death. Just last week, his good friend and teammate of 2 years had died in the goblin world. They had been ambushed by 2 groups of goblins while already engaged in a fight. Encounters like that were common, but this time they hadn't been lucky enough to escape unscathed. The goblins' cunning tactics and crude weaponry had sealed his friend's fate. It was a harsh reminder of the risks, but also of the kind of strength and experience Mr. Mill needed in a teammate, not some untested young cultivator. Mr. Mill was about to dismiss the matter concerning Michael entirely when something clicked, and he turned to his friend. "Leo, you have a child in school, right?" "Yeah," Leo replied cautiously. "When did they have their awakening ceremony?" The moment Mr. Mill saw the expression on Leo's face, he and the 2 other middle-aged men beside him immediately understood what had happened. The boy being an awakener hadn't even crossed Mr. Mill's mind. He'd only heard about the awakening ceremonies in passing over the last few days. Preoccupied with his own life and still grieving his friend's death, he hadn't paid much attention to the news. Now, it seemed to have come back to bite him. Still, Mr. Mill reconsidered. Even if he's an awakener and they're said to grow stronger quickly, how strong could he possibly be after just a few days? With this reasoning, Mr. Mill convinced himself he hadn't made a mistake. Judging by the expressions on the other men's faces, they seemed to share his thought process. All this happened under Grace's subtle observation, and she shook her head silently, guessing what was going through their minds. It wasn't entirely their fault. Their severe lack of information about Awakeners played a major role. Though they called themselves cultivators, this group of men didn't even know the full ranks of the cultivation system. This ignorance was largely due to the Federation's deliberate manipulation of information. But lack of patience, poor judgment, and bad communication skills had cost them a potentially powerful ally. Just as Michael had suspected, the staff of the Supers Association weren't ordinary. Even as a receptionist, Grace herself was a mid-stage rank 3 cultivator. Yet, despite her power, she could no longer see through Michael as clearly as she had when he first came to register. Today, his aura felt even vaguer, more elusive. It was clear that he was growing stronger rapidly, and given what she knew about Awakeners, she wouldn't have been surprised if he already had a deal with her. Well, at least from what his mana levels suggested. And yet, this group of men had missed a chance to work with such a promising helper. Grace felt it was a pity and a waste. Still, as a professional, Grace didn't wear her thoughts and feelings on her sleeve, so the group of men didn't notice anything amiss. It didn't take long for Michael to return to his hotel room. Forcing down his excitement and anticipation, he headed straight to the bathroom to freshen up. Afterward, he changed into one of the new sets of clothes he had bought earlier that morning. They were meant for potential use after the dimensional crack, but he hadn't needed them after all. Once refreshed and dressed, Michael didn't immediately enter the land of origin. Instead, he brought out some bread and a drink he had purchased from the mall. Though he noticed his need for food had been gradually diminishing as his stats improved, Michael didn't want to forget the joy of tasting good food. Lately, his thoughts had been so preoccupied that he could see himself skipping meals entirely if he wasn't careful. Better to enjoy it now while he could. There was also the matter of his body in the land of origin, which was facing a similar situation. Aside from surviving on energy nutrition alone, Michael felt it was time to treat himself to something better tasting in that world too. He also considered the toll his taste buds would endure once he started consuming larger quantities of source liquid for his growth. I just hope I don't end up vomiting it out. That would really be a waste. As he ate, Michael called up his status in his mind to review his personal progress and talent. Name: Michael Norman. Class: Necromancer Apprentice. Max: Level 10. Max: EXP 2000. Fan 2000. Max: Strength 7, 6, Agility 13, 6, Constitution 9, 2, Intelligence 46, 3, Attribute Points 19, Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot 18. Fan 20, Gift, Mark of Origin, Talent, Infinite Evolution, Evolution Points 38. Lucky, Undead Redthorn Wolf LV 18, Insufficient Evolution Points, can be evolved. Prince Undead Verdant Wolf LV 17, Sufficient Evolution Points, can be evolved. Undead Forest Wolf LV 6, Sufficient Evolution Points, can be evolved. Hobgoblin Goblin LV 5, Sufficient Evolution Points, can be evolved. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Evolution Points 38. Michael muttered, staring at the accumulated evolution points displayed in his status window. In about an hour, after enduring yet another torturous session of drug intake, the number would finally break into 3 digits. He wondered if anything significant would happen once it reached that milestone. So far, he hadn't felt anything as the numbers increased, but he remained hopeful. More changes to his talent, assuming they were positive, meant more power, and Michael was eager to see just how far he could go. Once he finished his meal, Michael cleaned up and prepared to lie down on the bed, ready to connect his consciousness to the land of origin. Just as he was about to do so, his phone vibrated, notifying him of a new message. Michael grabbed the phone and glanced at the screen. When he saw it was from his aunt, a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. In his focus on today's events, he had completely forgotten about his family. What a bastard, Michael muttered, throwing a small jab at himself. Opening the message, he found it to be short, yet it managed to leave black lines on his forehead. Aunt Mia, have you forgotten about us? You don't want to come home again. You don't like it here, do you? It's okay if you don't. Please take care of yourself. What kind of thoughts has she been having? Michael sighed, feeling a pang of guilt. He quickly began typing a response, carefully crafting his words. He tried to be as honest as he could, which wasn't much, but wrote in a way that would hopefully reassure her. Michael paused for a moment after sending the message, reflecting on his current state. His mental health seemed stable enough for a visit home, but it hadn't even crossed his mind. He had been too focused on getting back to his hotel and diving into the land of origin. Though he could leave now, he didn't feel like it. He loved his family, but they weren't going anywhere. On the other hand, the thought of his evolution points steadily growing caused his heart to beat with excitement, something that home didn't quite manage to do at the moment. After sending a message on his phone, Michael noticed another notification, one he must have missed earlier. It had probably come in while he was in the bathroom. It was from an unknown number. "Hi, it's Mira. Reply when you see this." Michael's finger hovered over the screen for a moment before he locked the phone. "Well, I don't have to reply immediately." Putting the device aside, Michael decided to stop delaying. He lay down on his bed and connected his consciousness to the land of origin. The moment he arrived, the land of origin greeted him with its usual dim atmosphere. The sky was still bright, with no sign of evening approaching anytime soon. His undead were stationed nearby, but after giving them a quick glance, Michael redirected his focus. Taking a few deep breaths, he prepped himself mentally and physically. It was time to continue his love-hate relationship with the source liquids. Michael pulled out a bottle of source liquid from his mark of origin and downed it in one go. The taste was as awful as ever, and familiarity did nothing to make it more bearable. However, the notification that flashed across his vision immediately lifted his spirits. +2 evolution points, talent, infinite evolution, evolution points, 40 with renewed determination. Michael didn't stop. +1 evolution point, +1 evolution point, +2 evolution points, +1 evolution point, +1 evolution point. For the next 2 hours, Michael did nothing but consume source liquids, resting whenever the process became too overwhelming. He had tried to combat the terrible taste by snacking on something he'd prepared earlier, but the moment he retrieved it from his storage space, the smell alone made him nauseous. He gave up on the idea altogether. Unlike his original body, which seemed to gain power smoothly with minimal obstacles, this avatar bore the brunt of every advancement. Every improvement came with sacrifices, and it wasn't just physical, it chipped away at his sanity. Michael's mental state during this process was unsettling. His eyes held a hint of madness, born from his sheer determination to push through. Even when the taste of the source liquids made him gag, he continued, unwilling to quit. In the end, the torturous journey proved worth it. Talent, infinite evolution, evolution points, 269. Every one of Michael's undead, including Lucky, was now ready to evolve. Although his talent didn't show any significant changes after his evolution points broke into 3 digits, Michael wasn't too disappointed. He had been monitoring his talent closely, and as expected, it took exactly 125 evolution points to elevate Lucky into an extraordinary rank undead. The thought of what Lucky would become filled Michael with anticipation. It would surely be far more powerful than the current version of his loyal undead. What Michael found remarkable was that, despite his undead's growing strength, they had never reached a point where they had to go all out. For this, Michael was grateful and hoped it would remain the same. However, considering the ruin he was exploring, a place where rank 2 monsters had once guarded doors in the past, Michael doubted the process of conquering it, even after centuries, would be easy. Still, he hoped all the delays would be worth it. Even if he didn't find any treasures valued by other Awakeners but instead unearthed bags of spirit crystals, to Michael, this would make the ruin the most rewarding one in his life. Granted, it was the only ruin he'd ever been in. While eager to evolve his undead, Michael decided to first attempt filling his open contract slots. At level 10, he had 2 of 20 slots open, with 8 black ape corpses prepared to try and fill them. Though the number of corpses was small, and there was a chance none would succeed, Michael was somewhat confident. To achieve the 18 undead he currently had, he'd used Undead Revival on nearly 100 corpses. Since then, his mana manipulation, experience, and understanding of the skill had all improved significantly. The steady increase in his skill proficiency was proof of this progress. However, Michael was far less confident about undead summoning compared to Undead Revival. The former was simply a lost cause for now. In the end, Michael was fortunate to fill all his contract slots with just 5 black apes. The remaining 3 corpses could still be used for Undead Revival. Michael decided that after advancing in rank, he'd attempt to use them as materials to create undead. Additionally, he planned to sell the goblin corpses he had stored in his Mark of Origin, those that had failed to revive as undead and could no longer be used for crafting new undead, at the association tomorrow when he checked if the receptionist had managed to secure him a crack entry. Now, Michael had a plan. Initially, after filling his contract slots, he intended to begin evolving his undead, but then he remembered something important. The higher the rank of the undead, the more likely it was for the undead summoning skill to fail. If Michael decided to evolve all his undead to rare rank, which should advance them to rank 1, that would make using undead summoning much harder. Perhaps he could also attempt it once he reached rank 1, and with all his undead in him at the same level, it might not be such a big issue. But it felt like a waste not to at least try now. I have 20 undead now, but only a few can be summoned and dismissed in the netherworld. Michael could summon a total of 7 undead, meaning he only had to use the skill on 13 of them. Aside from the 2 black apes, the rest of his undead were weak. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision. I'll try 3 times for each undead. If I still can't succeed, I'll have to postpone it until after I advance. Anyway, I need to spend all my attribute points so my stats can be boosted when I rank up. Even the unimportant stats would receive at least a 29 Fantram boost, so the higher the stats before advancing, the stronger they would be afterward, with varying differences depending on the individual awakened. Holding onto attribute points wasn't a smart move in this system. With that in mind, Michael called out his status to begin distributing his points. Strength, 7, 6, Agility, 13, 6, Constitution, 9, 2, Intelligence, 46, 3, Attribute points, 19. Michael was now much stronger in many ways than when he first awakened, and he would only continue to grow. Unlike a few days ago, when increasing the intelligence stat felt like a waste, Michael now had no reservations about doing so. This was evident in how his agility, his second most important stat, was now significantly behind intelligence, whereas before it had looked like it might even surpass it. 19 attribute points, how do I distribute this? Michael thought. Intelligence was surely going to receive the most, but his other attributes shouldn't be too far behind lest he get humbled by a physical class with one punch. After contemplating for a few seconds, Michael finally decided on the distribution. Strength, 10, 6, 3 carat, Agility, 15. 6, 2 carat, Constitution, 10, 2, 1 carat, Intelligence, 59, 3, 13 carat, Attribute points, 0. Michael's stats already looked impressive, and they would only improve after evolving his undead to rank 1. By then, his intelligence stat would surely surpass 60 points, potentially granting him another skill. Perhaps after advancing in rank, his intelligence could even reach 100 points, a truly monumental number, 100 times the average human's. For now, Michael didn't have any offensive spells and only used his mana for a few things. However, once he did acquire such spells, his terrifying mana pool would begin to show its full potential. After distributing his attribute points, Michael prepared to start using undead summoning. Even though it was getting dark, he didn't plan to leave the land of origin just yet. He was prepared to stay a while longer and had come prepared with 3 large lamps purchased from the mall. Michael had stored them in his Mark of Origin in a discreet alley to avoid any unnecessary attention at the hotel he was staying in. Michael placed the lamps around him, adjusting their brightness until the area was just bright enough to dissolve the surrounding darkness. Once the setup was complete, he began using his skill on his undead. 2 hours passed. Out of his 20 undead, Michael successfully enabled 12 to be summoned and dismissed into the netherworld, leaving 8 on which the skill had failed after 3 attempts. Some of these failures weren't even the first time he'd tried. Still, Michael was satisfied with the overall result. Using undead summoning over 30 times in quick succession had left him slightly drained. Fortunately, his increased intelligence stat prevented him from developing a splitting headache, though even if he had one, it wouldn't have deterred him. There was still work to be done. because it was finally time to mass evolve his undead. Not only that, it was also time to advance in rank. Evolution points. Show me your limit. Michael's first target wasn't the female hobgoblin or the black ape that, undead summoning, had worked on, but one of his earliest undead, the third forest wolf he'd brought alongside Lucky and Prince. Your common undead forest wolf has evolved to rare undead verdant wolf. Your undead verdant wolf has advanced to rank 1, level 11. Your undead verdant wolf has gained the skill, plant control. You have received feedback from your undead verdant wolf's rank advancement. Your strength stat has increased significantly. Your agility stat has increased significantly. Your constitution stat has increased significantly. Your intelligence stat has increased significantly. Necromancer class advancement route unranked, Necromancer apprentice, level 1 to 10, rank 1, Adept Necromancer, level 11 to 25, rank 2. Rank 3. Evolution routes Forest Wolf, common rank, 1 to 3 stars, Verdant Wolf, rare rank, 1 star species, Redthorn Wolf, rare rank, 3 star species, Goblin, common rank, 1 star monster, Hobgoblin, common rank, 3 star monster. Michael felt a familiar surge of power course through his body as his stats increased once again. However, the change felt a little less defined compared to the previous times with Lucky and Prince. The newly evolved verdant wolf also radiated a strong presence, but to Michael, who was already accustomed to such auras, it felt more like a stormy breeze than an overwhelming force. Curious, he turned to check his stats. Strength, 11, 8, 1, 2 carat, agility, 16, 9, 1, 3 carat, constitution, 11, 2, 1 carat, intelligence, 60, 8, 1. 5 carat, attribute points, 0. Noticing how minimal the feedback from his undead advancing in rank was becoming, Michael realized that after one more advancement, his stat increases might start appearing in decimals. However, even that was still progress. Most necromancers likely didn't enjoy similar growth. Not everyone was capable of having rare rank undead below rank 1 at the unranked stage, let alone benefiting from them. As Michael grew stronger, he became increasingly aware of the terrifying potential his talent held. This realization only reinforced his decision to keep its specifics to himself. The additional benefits of his talent ensured that, even as a necromancer, Michael would continue to grow stronger physically, something that wasn't common for his class. It was a widely accepted fact that the stronger a necromancer became, the weaker the feedback from their undead would be. However, Michael's case defied this norm. His undead consistently stayed stronger than him, with high ranks, allowing him to remain a relatively low-level necromancer while receiving immense feedback from high-rank undead like extraordinary and even epic rank undead. And this wasn't a one-time occurrence, it happened repeatedly. Other necromancers with similar ranked undead likely acquired them much later, when they were already strong. The most impressive part was that Michael could still allocate attribute points on top of his upgraded stats, further compounding his strength. At the current pace, with more of his undead advancing to high ranks, Michael speculated that before he even reached rank 2, half of his undead might already be extraordinary ranked creatures at rank 2. By then, his physical stats might not be that far behind those of a physical class Awakener. If an undead became an extraordinary rank creature and advanced to rank 2, granting him at least 4 stat points overall, Michael calculated that even if the increases diminished with more undead evolving, the 10th undead might still provide slightly over 1 stat point. With 10 extraordinary rank 2 undead, Michael could gain at least 20 stat points. Adding that to his current stats that'll increase after advancing in rank, it was difficult to determine if Michael would fall short compared to general class physical-based classes. While he might not measure up to rare class physical classes yet, the future remained uncertain. Michael didn't think he was overestimating the potential stat feedback from extraordinary rank creatures. If a 1-star rare rank could provide such gains, it stood to reason that a 1-star extraordinary rank, a tier above, would yield even more. After waiting a few seconds following his latest stat increase, Michael realized there was no notification about gaining a new skill. Sighing in disappointment, he gave up the hope for now. Having accumulated 20 intelligence stat points 3 times, yet only gaining 1 skill across those 3 instances, Michael wasn't sure whether he was lucky or not. Advancement Quest, have 10 rank 1 undead, progress, 3 fan 10, a small smile crept onto Michael's face as he glanced at the quest's progress. He stretched lightly before turning his attention to his next target for evolution. A hobgoblin. To be honest, Michael was quite expectant about this undead. From the way they evolved and became more human-like, Michael had his suspicions, especially about Lily, his female hobgoblin undead. However, for now, she wasn't first in line. Since the newly evolved verdant wolf could be sent to the netherworld, Michael dismissed it and summoned Beginning, the first goblin he had ever evolved. Without wasting any time, Michael immediately chose to evolve it. This time, he felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. This was going to be his first goblin at rare rank. Undead Hobgoblin LV, 6, rank, common, evolved to rare for 5 evolution points. The familiar blinding light began to radiate from Beginning's body. Through the glow, Michael could vaguely make out Beginning's frame growing significantly larger, his silhouette expanding until he was taller than Michael and appeared far more muscular. One had to remember that Michael stood at 5 feet 9 inches, so for Beginning to now be taller than him, he had to be at least 6 feet. From the way he towered over Michael, his height was easily estimated at 6 feet 5 inches. That was a giant now. It was unimaginable to think he had once been a goblin. A few seconds later, as Beginning's screams subsided, his new form was revealed, accompanied by several notifications. Beginning's skin remained a grayish green, but his once grotesque face now looked slightly more presentable. It was rough and menacing, giving him an intimidating appearance rather than being outright unsightly. His body was massive, resembling that of a bodybuilder, with bulging muscles and an imposing frame. It also had hair now. They were gray in color. Its race has changed again, Michael muttered, staring in awe at the hulking figure before him. Your common undead hobgoblin has evolved to rare orc. Your undead orc has advanced to rank 1, level 11. Your undead orc has gained the skill, Berserk. You have received feedback from your undead orc rank advancement. Your strength stat has increased significantly. Your agility stat has increased. Your constitution stat has increased significantly. Your intelligence stat has increased moderately. Strength, 12. 3, 1, 5 carat, agility, 17, 9, 1, 0 carat, constitution, 13, 2, 2 carat, intelligence, 61, 7, 0, 9 carat, attribute points, 0. From the way his stats had increased, Michael could easily deduce what his new undead, or rather, what orcs, specialized in. For one, their strength was remarkable. Even with how powerful he already was, his strength stat had still risen by 1.5 points, a significant boost at his level. Next was Constitution. The increase was even more astounding, a full 2 points. This race was clearly built like cockroaches, tough and hard to kill. Michael couldn't help but be impressed. He didn't think orcs were better than verdant wolves, but it was clear that the wolves were more balanced overall, while orcs excelled in raw strength and durability. However, there was something wrong about this undead. It had a reproductive organ. The moment Michael noticed it, he dismissed the creature back to the netherworld without hesitation. That thing intimidated him far more than the undead's initial appearance ever had. I thought creatures from the cracks didn't have reproductive organs. Monsters birthed in cracks lacked reproductive organs, so they couldn't reproduce. The reason was simple. Their existence was solely for destruction. This made sense given their origin from negative emotions. Born of negative energy, they grew by consuming it. Once strong enough, they used the energy and the strength of their fellow monsters to break out of the crack, causing a crack break and preying on creatures outside. That was their entire purpose. Nothing about them required reproduction. So why now? Did my talent fix them during evolution? Michael couldn't help but suspect. But if that were the case, why didn't beginning show any signs of this when it evolved into a 3-star creature? Did the change only happen during a major evolution stage, like increasing in rank rather than stars? Michael felt this might be the case but decided to confirm it. Spending a small amount of mana, he summoned Prince. Without a word or even a greeting, not that it was necessary, Michael casually raised one of the verdant wolf's back legs. And there it was. A reproductive organ. Michael quickly lowered Prince's leg, dismissing the bewildered wolf as he fell into deep thought. Undead can't give birth. This was a known fact. So the question wasn't why his undead had reproductive organs, but rather how they now possessed them when they hadn't before, especially since they were created from crack monsters, creatures that never had such features to begin with. All his suspicions pointed to one thing: his talent. This realization also brought something else to light. After every evolution, his undead always appeared clean. If not for their hollow eyes and the eerie energy they radiated, one wouldn't even know they were undead. There were no signs of injuries, scars, or damage on their bodies. This sparked another thought. If I were to contract a monster with an incomplete body one day, maybe a one-armed goblin, would it recover after evolution? Michael felt a thrill of excitement at the idea. Typically, to create an effective undead, the corpse needed to be relatively intact. A severely damaged corpse, such as one missing a leg or other critical parts, was often deemed useless or only partially useful by most necromancers. In such cases, the corpse would either be discarded or repurposed, particularly if it possessed other redeeming features. But if his talent truly perfected an undead's body during evolution, then even a dismembered head could potentially grow an entirely new body, provided he had enough evolution points. This thought sent a shiver through him. If this were true, his talent wasn't just extraordinary, it was revolutionary. Is this even a talent? Michael murmured, his excitement giving way to awe. There was no way for Michael to know for certain, as the forum denied him access to such advanced information. As always, he could only take things step by step. However, if his assumption was correct and his talent could regenerate body parts to improve a corpse's condition, it meant he now had far more options when it came to materials for creating undead. Yet, there had to be a price for everything. Perhaps the evolution points required would double, or there might be another cost he hadn't considered. As for testing this theory with one of his current unevolved undead, Michael wasn't desperate enough for an answer to take that risk just yet. He could always experiment after advancing further and gaining more contract slots. My talent is truly amazing. There's still so much to understand about it. Despite its usefulness, Michael hadn't lost sight of his main focus. From the start, he'd suspected that his talent might not be exclusively tied to undead. Surely, there had to be a way to use it on other things. His talent only became active after filling a contract slot, and the key to filling a slot was the connection of souls. With each new connection to his soul, not only did his talent activate, but his daily evolution points also increased. Perhaps, if he could extend this soul connection to other beings, like beasts, as beast tamers did, he could evolve a living creature rather than just undead. After all, if others could create undead-like creatures without being necromancers, why shouldn't he be able to tame beasts? However, the method for connecting his soul to a living beast was entirely out of Michael's reach for now. Perhaps the Academy would offer some guidance in this area, especially since they seemed to possess knowledge about rituals. 3 months. Soon, I'll finally be able to explore the land of origin properly. I hope it surprises me. Suppressing his thoughts, Michael redirected his focus to the task at hand. With a thought, Michael summoned Lily, the female hobgoblin from the netherworld. Subconsciously, his eyes trailed over her body, but don't misunderstand, it wasn't for anything questionable. Michael was purely observing her physical condition. She currently looks like a teenage girl, but considering how beginning grew, those things, would she grow as well? He already knew the answer to that, but thinking about it still made him feel like a pervert. Seems like not only does the master need clothes, but even his undead do as well. Considering beginning's body is so large, using his fists would be a waste. I'll probably need to get him a weapon, and clothes, most importantly. Michael sighed, trying to focus on practicalities instead of awkward thoughts. He planned it out in his head, though part of him wished he could just go blind for convenience's sake. Aside from the forest wolves, whose organs were neatly concealed underneath their bodies, his other undead were all humanoid. That fact was becoming increasingly troublesome. While feeling mildly disturbed by the situation, Michael resolved to evolve Lily. As he confirmed the evolution, he took a quick glance at his quest progress, trying to distract himself from his spiraling thoughts. Advancement quest, have 10 rank 1 undead, progress, 4 fan 10, just 6 more, and I'll be able to advance. But I'm aiming for more. I wonder what you can offer me, Michael muttered, his voice tinged with anticipation. His gaze remained fixed on Lily as her body began to shift and transform before him, the evolution process taking hold. Your common undead hobgoblin has evolved to rare orc shaman. Your undead orc shaman has advanced to rank 1, level 11. Your undead orc shaman has gained the skill, fire manipulation. You have received feedback from your undead orc rank advancement. Your strength stat has increased. Your agility stat has increased moderately. Your constitution stat has increased. Your intelligence stat has increased significantly. Wait, what? Strength, 13, 2, 0, 9 carat, agility, 19, 3, 1, 4 carat, constitution, 14, 2, 1 carat, intelligence, 63, 2, 1, 5 carat, attribute points, 0. Michael even ignored the increase in his stats, something he was usually happy to see, as he focused entirely on the notifications he had just seen. Your common undead hobgoblin has evolved to rare orc shaman. Your undead orc shaman has advanced to rank 1, level 11. Your undead orc shaman has gained the skill, fire manipulation. You have received feedback from your undead orc rank advancement. Your strength stat has increased. Your agility stat has increased moderately. Your constitution stat has increased. Your intelligence stat has increased significantly. The race change was something Michael had expected. However, what he hadn't anticipated was a completely different evolutionary route. What happened? Is it because of the gender? Michael thought aloud as a realization struck him. It seemed plausible, but gender alone didn't feel like a sufficient reason for the divergence between beginning and Lily's evolutions. Instead, Michael suspected it might have more to do with their race. Both were still orcs, and shaman wasn't exactly a race, it seemed like a specialization. Perhaps male orcs leaned towards strength-based specializations, while females focused on magic. This explanation felt more logical to Michael. If gender indeed influenced evolutionary paths, then his talent might be somewhat sexist. Still, if it made him stronger, Michael didn't really mind his undead evolving based on gender differences. The potential advantage was increased versatility. Unfortunately, he couldn't immediately test his theory, as the only undead he had with both male and female examples were goblins. To confirm his suspicions, he'd need to observe another type of undead evolve in both genders to determine if the divergence was due to gender or the uniqueness of the race itself. As he mulled over this, Michael subconsciously turned to glance at Lily. His eyes lingered for a moment before he quickly looked away, feeling awkward. Just as he'd expected, she really did grow them. And not just grow them, she grew them huge. However, thanks to the quick peek just now, Michael could make out certain changes in her new appearance. For one, she was taller than him, though not as tall as beginning. She was probably around 6 feet, which was still plenty tall. Unlike beginning's bulky frame, Lily's figure was slender. If not for her white eyes and grayish-green skin, she could have passed for an elegant human woman. It seemed like the more male orcs evolved, the more intimidating they became, while female orcs grew more graceful and striking. Michael felt a headache coming on. Do I have to start buying female clothes now too? Wouldn't I look like a pervert shopping for underwear? He muttered. While undead had functioning bodies, it wasn't that kind of functionality. Still, skipping essentials like bras would just lead to awkward situations. Otherwise, Lily wouldn't need magic to defeat enemies. Her appearance alone could distract them, leaving beginning to smash their skulls in with his massive fists. You know what? It's not that bad, Michael thought to himself, feeling a little despicable for a moment. Speaking of magic, he said aloud, trying to shift focus, this new skill of hers seems to symbolize her specialization. Michael turned his attention to Lily's newly acquired skill. Fire Manipulation, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 7, 5 Fantram. Fire Manipulation allows the user to create, control, and shape flames. Current effects at current mastery, conjures flames strong enough to burn flesh and ignite flammable materials. Range, flames can be projected up to 3 meters. Burn damage, causes continuous pain and damage for 5 seconds after contact. The skill's effect was amazing, but Michael felt it would be far more effective when paired with an attack skill rather than just throwing flames around randomly. I have a mage now. No, that's not quite right. But it's also not accurate to consider the wolves mages either, he muttered. Michael decided not to dwell on it too much. After learning what he needed to about Lily, he hurriedly sent her back to the netherworld. Summoning another undead goblin, Michael chose to evolve it immediately, all while taking a quick glance at his stats and quest progress. Strength, 13, 2, 0, 9 carat, Agility, 19, 3, 1, 4 carat, Constitution, 14, 2, 1 carat, Intelligence, 63, 2, 1, 5 carat, Attribute points, 0, Advancement quest, have 10 rank 1 undead, progress, 5 fan 10, and just like that, Michael continued evolving his undead one after the other until finally, another type of notification appeared. Your rank advancement quest has been completed. Do you wish to advance to Adept Necromancer now? Michael didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pulled up his quest progress and upgraded stats to review them first. Advancement quest, have 10 rank 1 undead, progress, 11 fan 10, strength, 15, 4, agility, 21, 4, constitution, 16, 4, intelligence, 65, 4, attribute points, 0. Recalling the posts he had read, Michael ignored the option to advance for now and summoned another goblin to evolve. After waiting a moment, another panel appeared before him once the goblin advanced. Advancement quest, have 10 rank 1 undead, progress, 11 fan 10, special circumstances have been observed regarding your rank advancement quest. You have exceeded the limit. Creating a one-time limit break quest based on the conditions met. Quest generated, advancement quest, have 20 rank 1 undead, progress, 11 fan 20, time limit, 1 week reward, extra levels and other rewards depending on the overall situation surrounding the advanced undead. A wide smile spread across Michael's face, especially when he saw the reward section. The time limit was an afterthought. Why waste a week completing something he could handle right now? Without much thought, Michael continued evolving his undead. His evolution points steadily decreased, while the space around him gradually filled with powerful auras as his storage space reached its limit and could no longer hold any more undead. Evolution routes Forest Wolf, common rank, 1 to 3 stars, Verdant Wolf, rare rank, 1 star species, Red Thorn Wolf, rare rank, 3-star species, Goblin, common rank, 1-star monster, Hobgoblin, common rank, 3-star monster, Orc/Orc Shaman, rare rank, 1-star monster, Necromancer class advancement route unranked, Necromancer Apprentice, level 1-10, rank 1. Adept Necromancer, level 11-25, rank 2. Rank 3. As time went on and as Michael evolved more of his undead, two things became increasingly apparent. First, the goblins could no longer remain in his storage space in large quantities after evolving into orcs. The sheer size of the orcs made it impractical. Eventually, Michael decided to let most of them stay outside, roaming freely. Only the orcs he could summon and dismiss into the netherworld stayed within the storage space. Second, Michael found himself surrounded by hulking men and women. Their body made it hard for him to meet their gazes. It reached the point where he had them stay far away from him, confined to one of the abandoned dormitory rooms nearby. This arrangement highlighted a glaring issue: clothing. Michael added "get the orcs decent clothing" to his growing list of priorities. Unfortunately, he was flat out broke and would have to wait until he could clear another crack to gather enough resources. Even if he had the money, sourcing liquids from the Supers Association wasn't feasible in the short term due to his recent large purchase. Brian might not be willing to make the same arrangement again, and approaching him with such an intention could strain their relationship. Let's not even talk about how suspicious it would seem for Michael to still need source liquids after buying 100 of them. These weren't drugs that could be consumed so quickly for just any reason. He could lie or tell the truth, but Michael preferred to do neither. Unless he found another source to acquire the liquids, he'd have to rely on his daily evolution points until he could make another large purchase. So, Michael shifted his focus to another investment, equipping the orcs with proper weapons. While not as impactful as evolving them further, arming the orcs would still provide a significant boost to their combat strength. The thought brought a smile to Michael's face. This was the type of necromancer he aspired to be. One whose undead were all usable. Finally, it would be time to give Lucky and Prince, his most senior undead, the respect they deserved. They were meant for serious situations, not the mundane tasks he often assigned them. However, the orc's clothing issue needed to be resolved first. For now, he'd settle with normal ones which he could still afford dozens of. After evolving so many goblins, Michael arrived at the two last undead he had saved intentionally for last, the Black Ape. Undead Black Ape LV 11, rank common. Undead Black Ape LV 12, rank common. This was a new type of monster for Michael, and curiosity flickered in his eyes. He wondered what their evolution form would be at the 3-star common rank and 1-star rare rank. If the result was particularly interesting, he'd reserve some contract slots specifically for these apes. While Michael wasn't overly concerned about the specific types of monsters in his undead army, since all of them would become strong through his evolution points, he couldn't deny the appeal of diversity. This idea grew stronger in his mind after seeing his orc shamans. He started envisioning an undead for every role: flying, riding, offense, defense, and more. This was the true path of a horde necromancer. Jack of all trades, and, with his talent, master of all. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Michael made his choice. It was time to evolve the Black Apes. Michael discovered he could evolve multiple undead at once at his last evolution before these two, a slow realization on his part. Undead Black Ape LV 11, rank common, evolved to common for 1 evolution point. Undead Black Ape LV 12, rank common, evolved to common for 1 evolution point. The usual chorus of painful roars echoed in the space once more. Though Michael wasn't cruel to his undead and didn't see them as mere tools, especially since they were growing smarter and developing individual personalities that made them feel more alive, he couldn't help but feel numb to their screams during the evolution process. He had heard it too many times. But he couldn't stop. Nor did he think his undead would want him to stop after experiencing the benefits of a single evolution. Not all the orcs were sent to rooms distant from him. Some guarded the door to his room, while others roamed the corridors. This served two purposes. Based on his experience, Michael had learned that having his undead live or follow orders helped their intelligence awaken or grow gradually. Lucky, for instance, didn't feel smarter after emerging from the netherworld, but its behavior changed as though it were alive, and its intelligence grew when it spent time outside. Michael often wondered what the netherworld truly was. Was it merely a subspace, like his storage space, stale? The same applied to Prince. After nearly an entire day hunting in the level 2-dimensional crack in the ape region, Prince's intelligence had visibly grown. The undead no longer needed Michael's direct commands to act, it simply knew what to do. This could be seen as either a pro or a con by others, but for Michael, it was currently a positive development. Of course, a few hours outside weren't enough to cause significant growth. For now, his undead's intelligence remained stagnant at most when they spent too much time in the netherworld without activity. Anyway, with the growing intelligence of his undead, Michael had recently caught one sneaking a peek into the room while he was evolving another undead. With his connection with that undead, Michael had sensed something he never thought he'd feel from a dead being. As Michael pondered these things, the transformation of the black apes finally ended. They still stood at about 3 meters tall, just slightly bulkier than before. Most of their body remained black, its changes subtle. It was clear. Only their star rating had increased. Without hesitation, Michael chose to evolve it again. Undead Black Ape LV, 11, rank, common, evolved to rare for 5 evolution points. Undead Black Ape LV, 12, rank, common, evolved to rare for 5 evolution points. And with that, Michael began waiting again, his heartbeat quickening with excitement and anticipation. This time, he wasn't eager to see if the Black Apes race would change. He was waiting for what would come when they advanced to a rank 1 creature because, when that happened, they wouldn't be the only one to evolve. Michael would advance, too. It was close. Very close. Your common undead black ape has evolved to rare blue ape X2. Your undead blue ape has advanced to rank 1, level 11, X2. Your undead blue ape has gained the skill, Berserk, X2. You have received feedback from your undead blue ape rank advancement. X2, your strength stat has increased. X2, your agility stat has increased. X2, your constitution stat has increased. X2, your intelligence stat has increased. X2, and that wasn't all. The notification Michael had been eagerly anticipating finally appeared. Rank advancement quest has been completed. Though this was his first time receiving and completing one, Michael knew the basics about quests. It was one of the first things he'd read about, as he hadn't expected his starting location to be in the middle of nowhere. There were 4 possible ratings for a quest. From lowest to highest, average, excellent, exceptional, and perfect. The rating determined the reward. According to the forums, most quests rewarded experience points, with a few giving direct level-ups. His special quest had mentioned extra levels, so Michael couldn't help but feel both anxious and excited. Michael didn't know what rating he'd receive, but he hoped it would be good enough to shave some time off his journey to becoming a rank 2 Awakener. He had done his best. Now it was time to let fate decide. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait long. And the results? The results made Michael tremble with excitement. Rank advancement quest, type, special/time limited/limit break, status, completed, rating, perfect, it's perfect. It's perfect. Michael exclaimed, his voice trembling. The panels didn't stop there. Another one appeared, this time carrying a detailed summary of the quest. Average rating quest, objective, have 20 rank 1 undead in a week, progress, 20 fan 20 reward, 1 level up, plus 3 attribute point to all stats, hidden, excellent rating quest, objective, have 20 rank 1 undead in 5 days, progress, 20 fan 20 hidden requirement, 10 3-star common rank, rank 1 undead reward, 2 level up, plus 3 attribute points to all stats, hidden. Exceptional rating quest, objective, have 20 rank 1 undead in 3 days, progress, 20 fan 20 hidden requirement, 23 star common. Rank or 5 rare rank 1 undead reward, for level UPS, plus 5 attribute points to all stats, 1 random skill, hidden, perfect rating quest, objective, have 20 rank 1 undead in a day, progress, 20 fan 20 hidden requirement, 10 rare rank 1 undead reward, for level UPS, plus 8 attribute points to all stats, 3 random skills. The average rating quest was essentially the standard version of the quest Michael had received, while the higher ratings were hidden. After all, if Awakeners knew the requirements for higher ratings, wouldn't they just aim for that instead? That would defeat the entire purpose of striving to complete a quest to the best of their ability, which also included finding ways to extract as much value from it as possible. Even if someone completed a quest with a higher rating, like an excellent rating, they would only be able to see the requirements for that level. The requirements for ratings beyond what they achieved, such as perfect, would remain hidden. But this wasn't an issue for most Awakeners. Why would they want to know the requirements for a rating they didn't achieve and risk feeling regret? Also, not all quests even offered a perfect rating. Michael had seen an example of this on the forums. It was about a beginner-level quest many new Awakeners received if they happened to start near civilization, hunting game for local cooks. In this case, the target would be low-level monsters like rabbits. What kind of perfect rating could there be for hunting rabbits? By hunting 3-star rabbits. Putting aside whether there was even such a thing as a 3-star common rank rabbit, do you think the cook issuing the quest would care about the star rating? Or if you exceeded the required number, would they appreciate the extra effort? What worked for one quest didn't necessarily apply to another. Not all quests were like rank advancement quests, and even among those, not all were the same. Michael could consider himself lucky. Everything had aligned perfectly, and this particular quest suited him exceptionally well. For most necromancers, having even 1 rare rank undead at the unranked stage was already considered an achievement. Rare rank undead were leagues apart from common rank ones, able to dominate them even with significant level differences. For example, if a beginner necromancer tried to use Undead Revival on a level 11 rare rank monster, assuming they even encountered one at that stage, it would be akin to using the same skill on a level 16 3-star common rank monster. And while some Awakeners with combat-oriented abilities could match weaker common rank 1 monsters, a level 16 opponent was far too much for most. Even if another necromancer could fulfill all the conditions for a perfect rating before receiving their rank advancement quest, they might not get the same quest as Michael. This highlighted how unique and tailored a special rank advancement quest could be, and how perfectly it suited Michael's talent. At least he didn't have to scour for monsters to individually elevate his undead to rank 1, search for undead capable of advancing, a minimum of 2-star common rank, or hunt for rare rank monsters to fulfill this quest. For level ups, 8 attribute points to all stats, and 3 random skills. Michael couldn't be any happier. The first reward alone brought him immense satisfaction. Advancing would make him a level 11 necromancer, and the 4 instant level ups would boost him to level 15. This significantly shortened the time required to push toward rank 2, a milestone Michael was far more concerned about. Then there were the attribute points. Gaining 8 attribute points in all 4 stats was equivalent to leveling up 4 times and heavily investing in a single stat. Combined with the previous 4 level ups, it felt like leveling up 8 times in total. On the surface, the 8 attribute points seemed like the better reward, but for Michael, the immediate level ups were more critical since he had a clear goal in mind. His choice might have been different had he awakened years ago, but now, with his circumstances, every moment mattered. Of course, what made it even better was that he didn't have to choose, he was receiving both rewards. And just like the previous 2, the third reward didn't lose out in value. 3 random skills. Though random, they represented an incredible opportunity for Michael to expand his arsenal, particularly with magical skills. He lacked proper means to defend himself directly, and this reward held the potential to change that. Unfortunately, all these rewards would only activate after advancing. The chilling night wind did little to calm Michael's bubbling excitement. After glancing at the quest summary, his eyes shifted to another panel that had appeared moments ago, following the quest summary. "Do you wish to advance now?" Michael didn't need to be asked twice. It was finally here. His first advancement. Michael forced himself to calm down as he summoned Lucky and Prince. It was said that an Awakener advancing through ranks was at their most vulnerable. Having Lucky and Prince, his two strongest summons, by his side gave him a sense of security. With his preparations complete, Michael took a deep breath. He was ready. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Evolution Points, 165. Advancing to rank 1 as an Awakener wasn't complicated. According to what Michael had read on the forum, advancing was akin to unlocking a power chain, allowing oneself to grow further. The more chains were unlocked, or rather, the more one advanced, the closer they came to becoming a higher being. A warm sensation coursed through Michael's body as he prepared to advance. He had seated himself in a lotus position, as recommended in the posts he had read. It was suggested either to sit or lie down during the advancement process, since many things could happen during it. Michael had often wondered what those things could be, but now that he was experiencing it firsthand, he understood. The warm sensation grew hotter until it felt like his head was on the verge of bursting from the heat. Sweat began dripping from his body, but he couldn't even groan in protest. His body became sluggish, so sluggish that even his thoughts started to slow down. Panic welled up inside him as he tried to resist the overwhelming sensation, but it was futile. His body betrayed him, and he fell into a deep sleep. Lucky and Prince, who stood at opposite ends of the room flanking their master, kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. They made no move to disturb him as he remained seated, his breathing steady despite his unconscious state. To them, there was nothing wrong with their master. If anything, their senses told them the opposite. Their master's aura was slowly growing stronger. Negative energy, the very essence that fueled their existence, seemed to gather around him in increasing amounts. The connection between master and summon deepened with every passing moment, becoming more tangible. To their simple minds, their master was perfectly fine. In fact, Prince's attention was more focused on the moss growing on the walls. Having watched his elder brother nibble at it several times before spitting it out, he assumed it must not taste very good despite its appealing appearance. Lucky, on the other hand, was seriously considering giving it another try. And so, the two undead stood in silence, contemplating moss and keeping their silent vigil while their master underwent his advancement. The hours passed quietly, with only the faint sound of Michael's rhythmic breathing to break the stillness. "Ugh, what happened?" Michael muttered as he stretched his body, feeling a strange but invigorating sensation. He felt different. Strength coursed through him, and his mind was unusually sharp, as if it were processing several thoughts simultaneously without effort. "Yes, I finished my advancement quest," and his voice trailed off as he took in his surroundings. The room seemed brighter than before, the dim glow of dawn filtering through cracks and crevices. Startled, he stood up in a rush, only to launch himself upward with unexpected force, slamming his head into the ceiling above. A cloud of dust erupted from the impact, and Michael tumbled back down to the ground with a loud thud. The noise startled Lucky and Prince, who had been vigilantly guarding him. Both rushed to his side. "Yes, I advanced," Michael exclaimed, finally piecing together the situation. His excitement was palpable, though he didn't dare move again, wary of his newfound strength. The earlier mishap had proven how much his physical capabilities had increased, and fortunately, his tougher body had prevented him from being injured. "I didn't know advancing could cause unconsciousness." Judging by the brightness of the surroundings, it was already morning. Michael realized a significant amount of time must have passed since he fell unconscious. However, any concern he had was quickly replaced by excitement and anticipation. Sure, he had been strong before, but his strength had always been under control. This lack of coordination could only mean one thing: a significant leap in his physical power. Ignoring Lucky and Prince, who stood protectively by his side, Michael turned his attention to the glowing panel before him. The notifications he had missed. You have advanced to rank 1, level 1, level 11. Your class has advanced to Adept Necromancer. Your soul has grown stronger. You have gained 10 extra contract slots. You have gained the skill, Acid Shot. You have gained the skill, Bone Spear. Your stats have significantly increased from your advancement. Your strength stat has increased. Your agility stat has increased. Your constitution stat has increased. Your intelligence stat has increased. Michael couldn't help but laugh foolishly. Advancing through ranks was a good feeling. If only it could happen every day. I got 2 new skills plus 10 extra contract slots. These extra contract slots meant they were not included in the 2 he'd unlock every level, making them a great addition. The skills must have come from the increase in stats, while another likely came from his class advancement. He'd need to check which was at Intermediate Mastery to confirm which was which. As for his stats, even without the panel telling him, Michael already knew. The dust clinging to his body was enough proof. However, though he was curious about how much his stats had increased, there were still more notifications to check, ones that excited Michael greatly. It was time for the special quest rewards. You have advanced to rank 1. Your reward is being distributed. Level up. You have leveled up to level 12. Level up. You have leveled up to level 13. Level up. You have leveled up to level 14. Level up. You have leveled up to level 15. All your stats have increased by 8 points. You have gained the skill, Slow Curse. You have gained the skill, Bone Armor. You have gained the skill, Corpse Explosion. Status updated. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 15. EXP, 0 Fan 17,718. Strength, 30. 42. Agility, 41. 16. Constitution, 31. 72. Intelligence, 110. 1. Attribute points, 30. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 20 Fan 40, Gift, Mark of Origin, Better Stats. He had them. More skills. He had those too. The land of origin felt like heaven for a moment as Michael struggled to contain his excitement. Looking at his updated stats, he was confident he could beat the hell out of his pre-advancement self. Of course, that was if his strength as a necromancer wasn't factored in. Also, Michael felt there was something much more about his rank advancement. Advancing to rank 1 had done more than just grant him better stats and new skills. It felt like something fundamental within him had changed. Perhaps because he was still relatively weak, Michael couldn't fully grasp the deeper transformations that had occurred, those that weren't explicitly reflected in his panel. But one thing he did notice: his senses had become sharper. His perception improved alongside his agility stat, but the enhancement now felt like more than just an increase in numbers. For one, he could now detect something in the air that had been imperceptible before. It clung to him, so close it felt almost intimate. Michael couldn't help but wonder if advancing a few more times might allow him to actually see mana. Was that even possible? He had no idea. Michael turned his attention back to his newly updated status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 15. EXP, 0 Fan 17,718, Strength 30, 4, Agility 41, 1, Constitution 31. 7. Intelligence 110, 1, Attribute Points 30, Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 20 Fan 40, Gift, Mark of Origin. The name of his class had changed. It wasn't that his class itself had changed, but rather his rank among those considered necromancers. Just like how, as a cultivator, you were only considered a supernatural being upon reaching rank 1, even though you might already be twice as strong as an ordinary human before awakening your life seed. Awakeners followed a similar pattern. However, the latter was much more extreme. Even in the unranked stage, they wielded great power, but the current Michael was a prime example of the stark difference between ranks. Just the stats increase alone was overwhelming. From the beginning, stats weren't just simple arithmetic like 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, they were more like 1 plus 1 is equal to 3. The stronger one became, the more exaggerated the difference. Sometimes, 1 plus 1 could even equal 10. Every increase in stats represented a qualitative change, both physically and magically. Michael, for instance, had 30 points in his strength stat, which made him 30 times stronger than the average man. Yet, despite his enhanced physical capabilities, he didn't appear to be a bulky hulk. His physique was more muscular and defined than before his awakening, but his body hadn't swollen unnaturally. This was because the increase in strength changed his internal structure. It transformed the properties of his blood and flesh, made his bones denser, and toughened his skin. On paper, it seemed like his power was only 30 times that of an average human, but in reality, it was much greater due to these internal enhancements. The same applied to his intelligence stat. Beyond the changes it may have brought to his brain, the improvements to his mana pool were not about sheer size or volume. Instead, his mana had undergone a transformation, becoming denser, purer, and more efficient. This was why Awakeners' skills often scaled naturally with their progression, rarely falling behind despite their mastery level. Purer and denser mana enhanced the potency and efficiency of their abilities. In contrast, cultivator mages had to actively study and create tiers of magic to wield stronger spells, a labor-intensive process that Awakeners could bypass entirely if they wished. This disparity often felt unfair to the cultivators, but it was the reality of their differing paths to power. Michael only took a glance at his stats, only pausing at his intelligence stat, and went to what interested him next on his panel, his skills. Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion. Ignoring the skills he was already familiar with, Michael started checking out the new ones. Acid Shot, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 007 Fan Tram. Acid Shot allows the user to launch a corrosive projectile that melts through materials and deals continuous damage. Range, can be launched up to 5 meters. After reading the description of the skill, Michael's eyes twitched slightly. The skill reminded him of a particular type of monster he loathed, acid slimes. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Acid slimes were annoying creatures, and this skill seemed strikingly similar to the abilities they possessed. However, Michael was confident that his version would be far superior due to his strength. Still, it needed to be tested. Since this is at basic mastery, the next one should be the skill that likely came from advancing, he muttered to himself. And Michael was right. Bone Spear, Intermediate Mastery, Proficiency, 15, 2 Fan Tram. Bone Spear summons a sharp, ethereal spear made of bone to pierce through enemies. Travels up to 10 meters. Finally, an actual Necromancer attack skill. Michael exclaimed inwardly, a smile spreading across his face. Compared to Acid Shot, which he was still grateful to have, this one sounded far more effective. Even its mastery level was higher. But, as always, he'd need to test them all to gauge their true effectiveness. Still riding the wave of excitement, Michael turned his attention to the other skills he had received as rewards for his perfect quest rating. Slow Curse, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0, 5 Fan Tram. Slow Curse reduces the target's movement and reaction speed, weakening their ability to evade attacks. Decreases target speed by 20 Fan Tram. Duration lasts for 8 seconds. Bone Armor, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0, 3 Fan Tram. Bone Armor forms a protective layer of bone over the user, absorbing damage from physical attacks. Corpse Explosion, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0, 7 Fan Tram. Corpse Explosion detonates the remains of a defeated enemy, causing a devastating area attack. Explosion Radius, 4 meters. All three skills were diverse and useful in their own ways. At least compared to Acid Shot, Michael felt no oddness or hesitation about them. His personal favorites were the Bone series skills, Bone Spear, and Bone Armor. One provided protection, while the other offered a long-range attack. They were perfect for someone like Michael, who wanted some action but didn't want to be the action. "I'll have to test these skills out when I can," he muttered to himself. Though he could test them immediately, since they required mana, and he had plenty of that now, his current priority lay elsewhere, controlling his strength. If the current him returned to the real world, destroying a building would be the least of his concerns. Killing someone by accident wasn't out of the realm of possibility. And then there's also that. Michael's eyes shifted to his talent section. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Evolution Points, 165. It's still a lot. Though he had expected to retain some evolution points after upgrading all his undead to rare rank creatures, it was reassuring to confirm it. This should be enough to evolve both Lucky and Prince. Now that he had reached rank 1, he no longer feared his undead advancing to rank 2 ahead of him. Currently, Lucky was at level 18, with Prince just a level behind. Evolving them would undoubtedly boost their prowess, but to what extent was still a mystery. Either way, after their evolution, dealing with the gargoyle outside was more than possible. The thought filled Michael with excitement. Though it had only been a few days, he felt like he'd been living in a cage in the land of origin. Hopefully, today would be the day he finally left it behind. First, I need to get better control over my strength. If every move he made sent him crashing into walls and breaking his surroundings, he wouldn't need to worry about whether Lucky and Prince could defeat the gargoyle. Instead, his biggest concern would be accidentally delivering himself straight into the monster's jaws. Michael slowly turned himself to the ground and began a series of push-ups, deliberately moving at a snail's pace to avoid launching himself off the floor. Each repetition was measured, allowing him to acclimate to his newfound strength. After several minutes of finding a steady rhythm, he transitioned to other exercises, focusing on full body control. Eventually, he brought out his spear, intending to hone his balance and control further. Training with the weapon would not only improve his coordination but also increase his proficiency in spearmanship. 2 hours passed like this, and the once dim surroundings had brightened considerably. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Michael's body dripped with sweat, but unlike before his awakening, he felt a renewed connection with his movements. His control over his body had returned. Oh, why was someone as strong as him still sweating? Well, even gods would perspire under enough pressure. Ha! Ha! Michael panted, returning his almost broken spear to his storage space. He'd done his best to restrain his strength and avoid damaging the weapon, but it had been a losing battle. The spear, made from ordinary materials, had held up admirably but was clearly reaching its limit. No wonder it's advised that an Awakener should retreat after advancement, he muttered. If this is what being rank 1 feels like, then what about rank 2 Awakeners? And above that, how the hell do cultivators later manage to match them? Do they go through heavenly tribulations or something? Random thoughts flitted through Michael's mind as he cooled down. Once he steadied his breath, his gaze sharpened. It was time. His undead companion appeared before him, tilting its head in puzzlement. Michael studied his strongest undead closely. It had only been a few days, but the bond they shared was undeniable. It hadn't yet developed into emotional attachment, but Lucky was a creature he could trust to guard his back. Michael wasn't naive. He might not have lived long on Earth or amassed much experience in life, but he wasn't foolish. On Earth, death could come in countless ways, so in a magical world, the dangers were surely magnified. Companions here had even more reasons to betray one another. But not his undead. They lived to serve him. These silly, loyal creatures were ones he could trust implicitly. Undead Redthorn Wolf LV, 18, rank, rare, evolved to extraordinary for 125 evolution points. The familiar blinding light erupted once more, this time so intense that Michael had to keep his eyes tightly shut. Even so, his senses picked up on the changes happening around him. Lucky's aura became violent, surging with power as it grew stronger by the second. So did his size. That familiar feeling of oppressive strength washed over Michael again, but instead of fear, it brought him joy. His undead was definitely getting stronger. However, the situation took a turn when Michael sensed Lucky's body expanding so much that it began to press against the ceiling of the dorm room, which stood nearly 6 meters high. Dust and debris fell from above, creating a cloud of smoke that signaled the completion of Lucky's transformation. A few moments later, as the dust settled, Michael could finally get a clear view of his undead's new form. Lucky now towered at an imposing 5 meters, his massive frame radiating raw power and menace. His once green-tinted fur had transformed into a grayish, stone-like texture with subtle streaks of vibrant green running through it. The thick mane of thorned vines around his neck had grown even more fearsome, writhing as if alive, each thorn dripping with toxic sap. The vines now extended across his back and legs, forming a living, venomous cloak that moved with eerie fluidity. Lucky's claws had elongated, becoming razor-sharp and gleaming with a poisonous sheen. The first thought that crossed Michael's mind was, yeah, Lucky's a walking poison factory now. And the second. There's no way I'm ever riding you. He stared at the massive creature in awe, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. What a beast! Your rare undead Redthorn Wolf has evolved to extraordinary undead Venomthorn Ravager. Your undead Venomthorn Ravager, plant control, skill has advanced to Advanced Mastery. Your undead Venomthorn Ravager, poison, skill has advanced to Advanced Mastery. Your undead Venomthorn Ravager has gained the skill Viral Growth. Your undead Venomthorn Ravager has gained the skill Toxic Resurgence. Advanced Mastery. Michael wondered what kind of power it held. To be honest, a part of him felt like he was gaining strength too quickly as a necromancer. Aside from the gargoyle, there hadn't been anything else in the past few days capable of challenging him if he marked them as an opponent. But Michael loved this kind of progress. Though the ratio of effort to reward seemed skewed due to his talent, he believed he had worked hard for it too. And that wasn't entirely wrong. He was a drug addict now because of everything. While instructing his dangerous-looking undead to remain still, Michael pulled up Lucky's status panel, Venomthorn Ravager LV, 25, Max, Name, Lucky. EXP, 798,789 Fan 1,021,752, Rank, Extraordinary, Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Advanced Mastery, Poison, Advanced Mastery, Viral Growth, Basic Mastery, New, Toxic Resurgence, Basic Mastery, New. Master, Michael Norman. Just like its master, Lucky's status panel was beginning to look luxurious. Michael's eyes immediately went to Lucky's level. Seeing level 25 written in bold brought a grin to his face. The peak of rank 1, he muttered. This was Lucky's strength on paper, but Michael firmly believed his undead was stronger than most rank 2 monsters. Otherwise, the concept of ranks would be a joke. How strong exactly? Michael had no clue. Neither he nor his undead had been pushed far enough to go all out, leaving his sense of power levels somewhat distorted. What he did know, however, was simple. That gargoyle is so screwed. At this point, Michael wasn't worried about facing the gargoyle anymore. Instead, he began to wonder what challenges might await him after defeating it. Unfortunately, evolving Lucky hadn't pushed him to rank 2, but he was close. The gap between rank 1 and rank 2 was massive, and the sheer amount of experience points required made that clear. Thinking about how much grinding he'd need to do in the future to ascend to rank 2 almost ruined his mood. However, when his eyes shifted to Lucky's skill section, his excitement returned. Skills: Bite, Plant Control, Advanced Mastery, Poison, Advanced Mastery, Viral Growth, Basic Mastery, New, Toxic Resurgence, Basic Mastery, New. Lucky's 2 previous skills had directly advanced to Advanced Mastery, and 2 new skills had been unlocked. Michael didn't yet know how powerful these new or upgraded skills were, but their appearance alone brought him joy. After all, the more skills, the better, right? Without wasting time, Michael eagerly began inspecting each skill, starting with the new ones. He moved quickly, though, as there was still another undead he was eager to evolve, Prince, to test if his theory was correct. Viral Growth, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0, 5 Fantram. Viral Growth enables the summoning of venomous plants to serve as environmental hazards. Current effects at Basic Mastery: Summon Radius. Plants emerge within a 20-meter radius of the user. Spore Effect: Summoned plants release toxic spores into the air, dealing damage over time to enemies within range. Toxic Resurgence, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0, 8 Fantram. Toxic Resurgence activates when the user is injured, releasing venomous spores to harm enemies and enhance the user's regeneration. Current effects at Basic Mastery: Spore Burst Radius, 10 meters around the user. Regeneration Boost, regenerates minor wounds more quickly while the ability is active. Then the previous skills that advanced in mastery level. Poison, Advanced Mastery, Proficiency, 26, 2 Fantram. At Advanced Mastery, Poison becomes significantly more potent, enhancing both offensive and debilitating capabilities. Current effects at Advanced Mastery: Potency Increase, Toxin deals moderate damage per second and heavily weakens the target's physical abilities, strength, agility, and mobility reduced by up to 30 Fantram, depending on the target's strength. Effect Duration, persists as long as the toxin is active. Potency increases over time as more poison accumulates in the target's system. Fatal Potential, can outright kill weaker opponents or severely cripple stronger ones if left unchecked. Plant Control, Advanced Mastery, Proficiency, 42, 5 Fantram. At Advanced Mastery, Plant Control evolves into a highly versatile ability, granting enhanced range, precision, and manipulation. Current effects at Advanced Mastery: Extended Range. The ability's range increases to 300 meters, enabling control over plant life across a much larger area. Growth Acceleration. Plants can grow to full maturity within seconds, allowing the user to summon massive vines, trees, or thorny barricades for combat or defense. Complex Manipulation allows for intricate movements such as forming weapons, e.g., vine whips or spear-like branches, or creating traps, e.g., snaring enemies with roots. Life Force Drain. Certain controlled plants can drain the vitality of enemies, restoring a small portion of the user's mana or stamina with each successful attack. Lucky's skill set was becoming ridiculously strong. Michael could only mutter, as expected of an extraordinary rank creature. Looking at Lucky, Michael realized he didn't want to see another in the same rank anytime soon. The power that came from evolving Lucky made Michael crave more evolution points, though. However, his mind soon cleared. If evolving Lucky again required 5 times the previous amount, he would need 625 evolution points. With his current daily rate, it would take about a month to save up enough for Lucky's next evolution, not considering his other undead, especially not Prince. Though high combat prowess was tempting, having multiple strong undead was even more attractive to a necromancer like him, if not most, if they could afford it. For now, there's no need to evolve Lucky, Michael decided. His experience points are close to advancing to rank 2, so we can accumulate them slowly. Michael's priority now was to strengthen his undead and increase his level. Of course, there was still another undead to evolve before the others could compete for a piece of the cake. With that in mind, Michael dismissed Lucky to the netherworld and summoned Prince, whom he had put away during the commotion of Lucky's evolution. Evolving Prince didn't cause as much commotion as Lucky, but the increase in power was still significant. I was right, Michael mused. Being stronger before evolution results in a stronger form afterward. However, it seems that's all it is, a stronger self, not a more advanced evolution. Michael smiled as he examined the transformed Prince. Gaining a deeper understanding of the rules surrounding his talents always brought him a sense of satisfaction. Name, Prince. EXP, 235,789 Fan 1,021,752, Rank, Rare, Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Intermediate Mastery, Poison, Basic Mastery, New. Master, Michael Norman. Prince's skill set was less impressive than Lucky's, but it was only a matter of time before he caught up. Of course, compared to Lucky's rapid ascension, Prince's progress would take longer since Michael planned to focus on his other undead as well. As Michael glanced at the poison skill on Prince's panel, an odd expression flickered across his face. It all began with this evolution. During the first and second evolutions, Michael had assumed that the entire evolution route for forest wolves would revolve around nature. And while it still did to some extent, it wasn't in the way he had initially expected. The once nature-bound forest wolves had now turned into poison sacks, and judging by the direction of their evolution, it was only going to become more extreme. Though the irony was amusing, Michael didn't mind having such undead in his arsenal. The only real concern was ensuring he didn't accidentally succumb to their poison himself. Now that all the undead requiring evolution were taken care of, Michael took one last look at his talent before heading out. It was finally time to see what the ruin and the land of origin had to offer. Talent, infinite evolution, evolution points, 15. Michael tried not to feel disheartened as his evolution points dropped from 3 digits to 2. However, thinking about how much strength these points had brought him, he couldn't help but feel that all his sacrifices so far were worth it. In the end, he could always regain the points he spent. The real issue was his own impatience. Michael retraced his steps to the exit of the abandoned building, where the gargoyle he had encountered a few days ago awaited. Prince stood at the ready in front of him. The sky was brightly lit now, making it the perfect time to battle a strong monster while keeping an eye on his unfamiliar surroundings. For an inexperienced explorer like Michael, it was far better to venture out during the day than at night. As for why he was already thinking about exploring when he hadn't even dealt with the gargoyle yet, Michael considered his victory a given. He didn't believe Prince would struggle to handle the gargoyle in a one-on-one fight under normal circumstances. Not only was there a 4-level difference between them, but their ranks were also the same. There was no scenario where the gargoyle could punch above its level, even if its species was high-ranked among 3-star rare monsters. The only real annoyance might be breaking through its stony body. It did look extremely sturdy. After some time walking through the corridors, Michael finally came face to face with the monster that had hindered his progress in the land of origin for days. Well, not exactly face to face, it had its back turned to him, standing eerily still like a statue. If Michael didn't have detect, even he might have been deceived. Gargoyle LV, 20, rank, rare, an old gargoyle, weakened after years of neglect. Oh, it's even dropped a level. Michael thought, surprised. He recalled the words of a senior on the forum, who had mentioned that it took an incredibly long time for artificial creatures like gargoyles to degrade. According to the post, such creatures wouldn't even lose a level after 50 years. Based on this and how Michael had described the abandoned dorm, the senior had estimated this ruin to be at least 200 years old. That was plenty of time for valuable things to be destroyed. However, with his growing understanding of ruins from the forum, Michael knew one thing: the older the ruin, the more extraordinary any treasure within it would be if it was still intact and usable. Of course, finding something was another matter entirely, but if he did, it would be an absolute treasure. The thought of exploration and treasure hunting filled Michael with anticipation. He mentally commanded Prince to advance while stepping back and summoning his rank 1 undead, a verdant wolf, to guard him. Once ready, Michael gave the command to attack. Prince vanished in an instant. Despite moving faster than he had in the level 2 dimension crack at the ape region, there was no violent gust of wind accompanying his speed. This oddity barely registered with Michael, as his attention was quickly diverted. The moment Prince disappeared, a loud sound echoed, the clash of two heavy objects colliding, followed by another crash. Something had slammed into the ground. Michael quickly activated Share Senses on Prince to grasp what was happening. He had no chance of keeping up with a battle fought at such terrifying speeds with his own eyes. Luckily, Prince was within 100 meters, so the skill worked perfectly. Michael's vision shifted to the familiar black and white world of Share Senses. He saw that Prince standing a few meters away from the gargoyle, which had been sent crashing into the ground and created a shallow pit. Strangely, Prince didn't approach the downed creature. Michael didn't need to ask why. A short distance beyond the fallen gargoyle stood a tall, tower-like structure. But what made Michael's heart race wasn't the tower itself, it was the two massive statues guarding the entrance. Each statue stood about 4 meters tall and bore an uncanny resemblance to the gargoyle in the pit, with one glaring difference: they had wings. And those wings were spreading. Through Prince's vision, Michael didn't need to activate Detect to recognize the danger in front of him. The two massive gargoyles looked like the bigger, stronger siblings of the one Prince had just ambushed. It was safe to assume they were much more powerful than the one that had just shrugged off Prince's attack. Michael's instincts kicked in immediately. Stretching out his hand, he activated Undead Summoning to call forth his strongest undead. Lucky. The area near the exit of the abandoned dormitory was spacious, so there was no risk of Lucky being cramped upon summoning. A towering, hulking figure appeared, immediately scanning the surroundings. Though Lucky didn't know what he was up against, he could sense his master's urgency through their bond and prepared to act. Lucky. Go help Prince. Michael commanded sharply. Lucky didn't hesitate. With a burst of speed, he barreled toward the exit. The entrance itself was too narrow for his massive frame, so he tore through it, demolishing the structure as his bulk forced its way outside. Michael maintained Share Senses, with Prince observing the situation through his eyes. The two gargoyles had already taken to the skies, hovering about 7 meters above the ground. Their flapping wings created powerful gusts of wind that swirled violently. Michael didn't bother questioning how creatures made of stone could fly. This was a magical world where anything was possible. Prince, on the other hand, wasn't concerned at all. It wasn't out of indifference, his limited intelligence simply didn't allow for such thoughts. All Prince knew was that his master had ordered him to kill the smaller gargoyle, and now these two larger ones were interfering. That made them enemies. With a loud howl, Prince activated Plant Control. Thick, powerful vines erupted from the ground, growing rapidly and surging toward the two airborne gargoyles. As for the original gargoyle his master had ordered him to kill, Prince had momentarily shifted focus. It wasn't that he had forgotten, but his limited intelligence only allowed him to focus on one task at a time. To Prince, the two new, stronger enemies were the immediate threat. His goal was clear. Destroy them first, then deal with the original target afterward. Just because Prince didn't know how to handle the situation and was acting on his limited intelligence didn't mean there wasn't someone who could do it for him. The moment Michael sent Lucky out, he immediately took control of Prince's actions. Though he didn't know exactly how powerful the two gargoyles were, the pressure radiating from them was undeniable. Even from where he stood, Michael could sense they were leagues above Prince. Something within the gargoyles seemed to be awakening. Even in Prince's black and white vision, the colors around them darkened ominously. Not wanting to lose his undead after so much investment, Michael acted quickly. Just as Prince summoned vines from the ground, the area erupted with thicker, larger vines that grew even faster. They shot toward the air, aiming to entangle their targets. Lucky had arrived. Prince's movements came to a halt mid-action as Michael asserted full control. The vines paused in the air for a brief moment before adjusting their trajectory. Everything was happening so fast, yet Michael felt his brain working overtime to keep up. While his eyes couldn't track the rapid movements of the monsters and his undead, his enhanced intelligence allowed his mind to calculate and adapt in real time. For the first time since his awakening, Michael felt like he was truly fighting as a necromancer, leveraging the speed and processing power that came with his improved intelligence stat. He issued 2 quick orders. One for Lucky to deal with the 2 flying gargoyles in the air and another for Prince to finish off the injured level 20 gargoyle before it could recover and complicate the battle. The undead sprang into action immediately. Prince's vines, which had initially targeted the air, redirected toward the grounded gargoyle. The creature's body was covered in cracks, but Michael noticed through Prince's vision that they were slowly mending. Is it regenerating? What kind of monster is this? Is that even stone? While Prince charged toward his designated target, Michael shifted his focus to Lucky. With his current mastery of the share senses skill, he could only link his vision to 2 undead at a time, but in this scenario, it was enough. Lucky's mastery of his abilities was far superior to Prince's. His vines were not only faster but also thicker, longer, and more durable. They moved like a living forest, chasing the 2 airborne gargoyles as they darted through the sky at incredible speed. Despite Lucky's overwhelming power, the flying gargoyles skillfully avoided the writhing mass of vines, weaving through the air like predators teasing their prey. The once clear sky was now filled with an intricate web of Lucky's vines, twisting and turning under his control. Michael was in awe. This was the true power of a creature that could contend with a rank 2 beast. The display was breathtaking, and for the first time, Michael fully understood the power of his undead. If a being like Lucky ever appeared on Earth, it would be no exaggeration to call it a god. For a while, the gargoyles did nothing but circle in the air, skillfully staying out of Lucky's range. However, through Lucky's eyes, Michael noticed the colors around the creatures darkening further. He didn't know what it signified, but it didn't feel like good news. Fortunately, Prince had managed to finish off the level 20 gargoyle. Michael quickly ordered him to move closer to Lucky and assist in any way possible. There was no time to check whatever notification panel had popped up or savor the satisfaction of overcoming a major obstacle. Just as Michael was starting to believe the airborne gargoyles wouldn't make an immediate move, they acted. In an instant, several magic circles of varying sizes appeared in the sky around the 2 gargoyles. The sight sent a shiver down Michael's spine. He didn't know what the circles were for, but he didn't need Lucky's enhanced senses to understand they weren't good news. Even from within the dorm, the overwhelming mana emanating from the magic circles was palpable. Is this why they didn't retaliate earlier? Michael clenched his fists, uncertainty gripping his mind. These creatures, seemingly made of stone, weren't mindless. They could think, strategize, and now, apparently, wield magic. He had no idea what concept governed their existence, but it was far beyond what he had anticipated. Acting quickly, Michael used his connection with the verdant wolf beside him, commanding it to create a dome of thick vines around them for protection. At the same time, he sent a mental order to his other undead within the building to brace themselves. Even though the magic circles were clearly aimed at Lucky and Prince, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. The moment Michael issued his command, the purpose of the magic circles became clear. Stone spears materialized within the circles and, without warning, shot toward Lucky and Prince at incredible speeds. Fortunately, Michael had already commanded Lucky to protect them, and a dome of thick vines surrounded the two undead. However, the spears came in overwhelming quantities to strike the dome from all angles, slowly chipping away at it. But it would take more than this to bring Lucky down. As sections of the dome weakened or broke apart, Lucky immediately replaced them with more vines, maintaining the barrier. For a while, this exchange repeated, stone spears breaking through, only for new vines to grow in their place. Inside the dome, Michael was surrounded by darkness, unable to see what was happening outside. The vibrations and tremors, however, were unmistakable. Just as he had suspected, his side had indeed been caught in the crossfire. The vibrations weren't just from the ongoing attacks, but from the abandoned building collapsing around them. At least, for now, they were safe. Neither Lucky nor Prince appeared to be in immediate danger. Then, the vibrations stopped. Before issuing any further commands, Michael activated another one of his skills. Bone armor. Immediately, skeletal bone structures began forming around his body, wrapping him in a protective shell. The armor wasn't comprehensive, covering only key areas such as his head, chest, arms, and legs, but the sturdy bone plating gave him some reassurance. Satisfied with his protection, Michael turned his attention back to Lucky. "Clear the dome and remove the debris," he ordered. The verdant wolf responded immediately, vines pulling away to reveal the aftermath of the attack. Dust and rubble shifted and fell as the dome opened, the debris on top of it pushed aside. Michael reconnected his vision with Lucky, ready to assess the situation and give the next set of commands. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 15, EXP, 0 Fan 17,718, Strength, 30, 42, Agility, 41. 16, Constitution, 31, 72, Intelligence, 110, 1, Attribute Points, 30, Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 20 Fan 40, Gift, Mark of Origin. Though it was not the appropriate situation to be feeling happy, Michael was grateful he had not decided to take action when Lucky had become a 3-star rare rank undead and was at level 18. The Lucky of then would have had a tough battle against the level 20 gargoyle, but there was still a chance to win. After years of neglect, the gargoyle's prowess should be weaker than what its level even suggested. However, had Michael been impulsive back then because of his newly upgraded strength and went after the gargoyle, just to awaken these two strong gargoyles that were surprisingly very close by, he would have tasted his first death on the land of origin. Thankfully, he had waited long enough to significantly grow to a stage where he could contend with them. However, the current situation still wasn't looking good. A good monster was always one that was dead. With the dome released, Michael was now exposed to the scene outside. Lucky and Prince were still hidden with the vine dome Lucky had made, but seeing as several vines still sharply tried to get the gargoyle in the air when they attempted getting closer, it showed Lucky didn't need its eye to attack. Its vines could act as eyes for it. Though the sun was shining bright, the atmosphere around Michael was dim due to Lucky's vines that covered the sky. The sight immediately brought a thought to Michael. It strangely seemed like a domain. To be honest, Lucky wasn't fully going all out since it didn't use its poison abilities. From Lucky's race name alone, it was obvious what its strong point was. However, Michael didn't have Lucky activate anything poison-related. For one, he was close by, and wasn't stupid to think that being Lucky's master made him immune to the poison it had. 2. The gargoyles were not flesh and blood monsters. Michael figured using such a skill was purely a waste of time. Also, those two had to be closer to Lucky for the skill to work, but it was obvious they weren't going to throw their advantage away. For a moment, both sides were in a stalemate. Michael thought hard about how to go about the situation when something caught his eyes. The tower those two gargoyles had been initially guarding caught Michael's attention. The sight was quite impressive. It was huge and pitch black and reached an impressive height of 10 meters. It also seemed suspiciously sturdy for a building that should have been abandoned for centuries. Michael also noticed that the area around the building didn't seem to have been spared from Lucky's rampage with plant control. Michael was just about to take it as a coincidence when he found out that somehow it also seemed to be the only area around Lucky that didn't get bombarded with the stone spears from earlier. Michael noticed this and inspected a bit more. It's deliberate. Michael could see it clearly. They're protecting the tower. Michael figured. Their initial location had been guarding the entrance of the tower, so if it was a creature whose purpose was to guard the tower, it would make sense they wouldn't try to destroy it themselves. Them leaving the area of the tower might have much to do with not wanting to get caught in vines. The behavior brought an idea to Michael, and he mentally sent a command to Lucky. A moment later, Lucky suddenly released the dome around it and also withdrew the vines that scattered around in the sky, letting the sun above finally shine its grace better on the surroundings. However, the gargoyle didn't come closer on top of all this and continued flying in the sky. Michael had already expected this, so it wasn't surprising. I want to see if you'd still stay up there, Michael thought to himself. Of course, Lucky only withdrew his vines a little back to the ground and did not cover the sky like it did before. It didn't mean it dismissed the skill. While mentally commanding the undead verdant wolf beside him to guard him, Michael gave his command to his undead to act. If protecting the tower was their purpose, then Michael did not believe the gargoyles would watch as it got destroyed. But since he was trying to bait them into coming down, he had to make his intention to attack the tower very obvious rather than actually destroying it and turning these monsters berserk if they had that mode. The tower was a restriction on that part, and Michael figured that even if he couldn't defeat these monsters, he should have no problem leaving since the gargoyle won't follow him too far if guarding the tower was their purpose and first priority. Suddenly, Prince, who had been inactive for a while, activated his skill and spread out thick, long vines that hurtled towards the tower. It looked fast, but in the midst was unnecessary movement or rather fancy ones that actually slowed the speed. However, this was enough. And as planned. Just as Michael had guessed, the gargoyles were meant to defend the tower. The moment they saw Prince's target, they charged forward at him immediately in a blink. As this was something Michael had already anticipated, he had already given an order to Lucky, who had his vines spread out, that the moment the gargoyle came within range, he should use his vines to create a dome cage, trapping them all in it and battling it out. Of course, Michael wasn't going to throw away the lives, his undead, just for a chance to kill the gargoyle if the possibility wasn't big, and such possibility also had to be with his undead coming out safe and complete. If the plan succeeds and Lucky can trap them, Michael would connect their vision with his and plan based on the moment. Just as Lucky and Prince were making moves, Michael was also having the other undead in the bottom more ruined building move too. Michael once again felt the inconvenience of not having all of his undead inside the netherworld, where he could summon and dismiss them at will. Right now, if he didn't want to accidentally lose one of them in the crossfire between Lucky, Prince, and the two flying gargoyles, it would be better if they weren't even outside in the first place. Even he wasn't safe outside, but he had no choice but to take everything head-on. Fortunately, the gargoyle's sights were never on him. However, this didn't mean that just because they weren't targeting him, they couldn't kill him. After all, those stone spears earlier seemed like magical rockets with the destruction they laid down. If one were to accidentally touch him, he knew he'd die. At that point, the only undead he'd be able to use would be the ones he had in the netherworld, since he could just tug at their connection with the netherworld to summon them back to him, even if they were far away in another world. The mana cost would be terrifying, though. However, for the ones he couldn't summon into the Netherworld before, and who died while reviving in another part of the Land of Origin, it was best to forget about them. The Land of Origin was very vast. Michael had seen a post on the forum once from someone who shared his experience of being best friends with another Awakener in the real world. Despite this, they didn't meet again in the Land of Origin until they both advanced to rank 3, 10 years later. For all Michael knew, if he died now, he could be 7 big continents distant from here. If they were any ordinary undead, Michael wouldn't care much, but his undead just happened to be special. Regardless of whether his talent could always make more, just like how a rich man making $10,000 a day didn't mean he'd feel normal throwing $5,000 away. Okay, maybe it was that Michael was as selfish as he was greedy. But it certainly wouldn't feel great to die and, on top of that, lose access to his undead and be forced to break the soul contract he shared with them, while taking multiple backlashes due to this as well. There was also the part that his daily points would reduce, and 10 fan-tram of his stats, which the current Michael was extremely unwilling to lose. All in all, he wasn't trying to die in this fight but to win it, and if he couldn't, to come back another day when he was stronger, which wouldn't take long. All these thoughts flashed through Michael's mind. Using the Share Senses skill, he saw what was happening in the dome in front of him through the eyes of Lucky and Prince. Inside the vine dome, the 2 gargoyles had little room to fly. Numerous vines surrounded them, trying to entangle them. The dome also seemed to be getting smaller, further cornering them. They tried to cast spells in haste, getting hit every time they were interrupted by vines. Even if they successfully cast a skill, it did little damage to the vines in a place where there were more than enough. All this was Lucky acting against the gargoyles, with Prince occasionally harassing from the side. From what Michael could see, it seemed that if one could reduce the gargoyles' advantage of flight, they weren't so scary anymore. Of course, this was only possible because his undead held a weakness against the gargoyles. If the gargoyles had nothing to be concerned about except for attacking, Michael could foresee a long, drawn-out, difficult battle. Fortunately, it seemed things were finally going to his advantage. Moments passed like this, and the vine dome grew smaller and smaller until finally, Lucky was able to entangle the 2 gargoyles. They struggled hard, but was Michael going to let them go after so much effort? Tear them to pieces, Michael ordered in a cold tone, and Lucky obeyed without hesitation. Surrounded by vines, Lucky pulled and pulled until finally, like stones, the gargoyles were torn into pieces. Your undead, Lucky, has killed a level 25, level 39, winged gargoyle and gained 3654 EXP. You've received feedback from your undead, Lucky, and gained 448 EXP. Your undead, Lucky, has killed a level 25, level 37, winged gargoyle and gained 3547 EXP. You've received feedback from your undead, Lucky, and gained 389 EXP. Michael then looked at a notification he had ignored before. Your undead, Prince, has killed a level 20, level 27, gargoyle and gained 2888 EXP. You've received feedback from your undead, Prince, and gained 257 EXP. Knowing that experience points would only ever come from the dead, Michael's troubled heart was finally at ease. Mentally commanding Lucky to remove the dome, he turned to check both his and his undead's progress. Venomthorn Ravager LV, 25, Max, Name, Lucky. EXP, 805,990 Fan 1,021,752, Rank, Extraordinary, Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Advanced Mastery, Poison, Advanced Mastery, Viral Growth, Basic Mastery, Toxic Resurgence, Basic Mastery, Master, Michael Norman, Undead Redthorn LV, 25, Max, Name, Prince. EXP, 238,677 Fan 1,021,752, Rank, Rare, Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Intermediate Mastery, Poison, Basic Mastery, Master, Michael Norman. The experience points gained from killing the gargoyles were not insignificant. It brought Lucky and Prince closer to rank 2, especially Lucky. Right now, Lucky only needed about 200,000 more experience points to advance. Basically, about 100 more gargoyles and Lucky would be able to advance, Michael thought, shaking his head. Though it seemed difficult, at least Lucky was closer to ranking up than he was. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 15. EXP, 1094. Fan 17,718. Strength, 30, 42. Agility, 41, 16. Constitution, 31, 72. Intelligence, 110. 1. Attribute points, 30. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 20. Fan 40, Gift, Mark of Origin. Looking at how his experience points to level up had almost filled by 1/10, Michael deduced that, just as Lucky would require about 100 gargoyles to advance, he himself would likely level up alongside his undeads. Advancement based on the experience points feedback alone. Dismissing the panels in front of him, Michael hopped onto the back of the undead verdant wolf at his side and mentally commanded it to head toward Lucky's position, not sparing a single thought for how the undead beneath him might feel. Unnamed Undead, Frustrated Face. As Michael made his way toward Lucky and Prince's position near the remains of the gargoyles, rather than summoning them to come to him, he took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. With the undead having withdrawn their vines, his view of the land of origin was no longer obstructed. What greeted him was a desolate expanse of ruins, much of it newly devastated by his undead skills and the gargoyles' barrage of stone spears. Behind him lay the remnants of a white building, something he had taken note of after spending so much time in the abandoned dormitory. However, as he scanned the area further, it became clear that only 2 structures still bore any semblance of their former glory, the now ruined dormitory behind him and the shiny black tower looming ahead. Every other building had long since collapsed, with their remains further reduced to rubble by the rampage of the undead wolves and the gargoyles. The ruins appeared to be situated within a forest, as beyond its crumbling premises lay a wide expanse of dense greenery. While Michael was curious about whether civilization lay beyond the forest, exploring it was far from his current priority. If he was going to investigate anything, it would be these ruins. You all should spread out and bring me anything that's not stone or sand. Don't break anything. And you there, gather the remains of those gargoyles, Michael commanded the 7 undead standing behind him. For the task of collecting the gargoyle remains, he assigned it to the humanoid undead with functional hands. He didn't trust Lucky or Prince with such a task. The ruins themselves seemed largely devoid of anything noteworthy, except for the shiny black tower in the distance. Even then, there was no guarantee that it would yield any rewards. The remains of the gargoyles, however, were a different matter entirely. Despite their stone-like appearance, Michael suspected their bodies contained special materials. Given the gargoyles' rank and strength, he was convinced their remains might be worth a significant amount. Michael had no concrete understanding of the power level of a rank 3 creature, but he estimated the gargoyles his undead had defeated were at least on par with that level of cultivation. His commands were also deliberately simple to avoid confusion. If he had told the undead to bring back anything valuable, it would have depended entirely on their limited understanding of value. One might think a random stone was precious and present it proudly. Still, Michael didn't harbor much hope. The ruins looked desolate, and even if there were valuable items hidden within, his basic undead would likely overlook them. In the end, this was just the first round of screening. If nothing else, it served the secondary purpose of cleaning up the space and making the search later easier. It wasn't until the remains of all the gargoyles were brought together and placed in front of Michael that he used Detect on them. Gargoyle LV, 20, rank, rare. This was the one that had blocked his entrance for days. Finally, after the battle, Michael felt the satisfaction of overcoming such an obstacle. It would have been easier had it not been for the 2 additional gargoyles, but fortunately, everything had ended well. Next, Michael checked the 2 other gargoyles he was curious about. Winged Gargoyle LV, 25, rank, rare. Winged Gargoyle LV, 25, rank, rare, just 3-star rare creatures. Michael muttered, a bit surprised. He had suspected that having wings might imply a higher rank, possibly the same as Lucky's, but that wasn't the case. In fact, they were at the same level as the wingless gargoyle. Michael wasn't shocked by the revelation, though. He already knew that even within the same rank, there could be variations. A normal slime was a 1-star common rank, just like a goblin, but the goblin is generally more versatile in many aspects. If they were extraordinary ranked creatures, even if Lucky's race happened to be ranked higher, it would have been a 2 versus 1 fight with a very high chance of losing, Michael mused. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. Unfortunately, the gargoyles dropped no loot like spirit crystals or anything. Is it because they were artificially made? Michael wondered, uncertain, but felt that might be the reason. Regardless, it wasn't like he hadn't gained something of value from the gargoyles. After dismantling the bodies and using detect on each part individually, Michael discovered the following loot. Obsidian Forge Alloy, a blend of dark metals and obsidian-like minerals, offering a stone-like texture combined with flexibility and high durability. Commonly used for constructing durable constructs or golems. Vein Shard, a lightweight yet durable fragment with blue-green veins, often used to craft maniconductive tools. Featherplate, flexible, metallic plates as light as feathers, ideal for creating aerodynamic constructs. Corestone, dense, black material prized for its ability to store and stabilize mana. Crystal Sphere, a smooth, patterned stone utilized in crafting energy detectors and amplifiers. Etherstone, a pale, translucent stone with anti-gravitational properties, frequently used in levitation devices. Runed Core, an irregular core marked by glowing runes, functioning as a power source for advanced machinery. Somehow, reading the description of everything felt like looking at a technological invention. Seems like the gargoyle is referred to as a golem. This made Michael recall Mira and her class, Alchemist. With his knowledge of fantasy from Earth, this felt like a magical scientist version, but he could be wrong. However, if he was right, Michael briefly wondered if Mira could one day create something like this. If she can, then Alchemist is probably a strong, rare class. Assuming it's even a rare class. Looking at the nature of his loot, Michael wore a thoughtful expression. His gaze shifted to the towering black structure in the distance. Was this place some sort of research site in the past? The intricate design and functionality of the gargoyle's internal mechanisms amazed him. Even after years of abandonment, they still functioned, albeit at a diminished rank. This alone was a testament to the skill and ingenuity of its creators. However, the strength of the gargoyles also gave him pause. The ruins had clearly been abandoned for many years, yet the signs of decay were natural, not the aftermath of a violent conflict. So, where did all the people who once lived here go? Michael frowned, considering the possibilities. Did they evaluate, taking everything valuable with them? However, what could make people with such resources evaluate? Michael wasn't the best at analyzing such things, and after some fruitless speculation, he gave up. Whatever happened here is long in the past. The place is abandoned now. But I should still be cautious. Who knows what kind of inventions might still remain? Michael's expectations weren't high. This wasn't a place destroyed suddenly, but one that seemed systematically evaluated. Anything of real value would have been taken long ago, and whatever wasn't would have likely deteriorated into dust by now. Still, he clung to the hope of finding something worthwhile to sell and make some money. Unbeknownst to Michael, his sense of value was slowly being warped. Compared to the evolution points his talent provided, everything else seemed trivial. Where others might feel disappointed at the likely lack of treasure, Michael simply shrugged and continued with the flow, focusing on potential sales. With such a skewed mindset, only time would tell what Michael might consider valuable. Michael stopped dwelling on the possible history of the ruins and stored all the remains of the gargoyles in his storage space. It's a pity they're non-flesh monsters, so I can't use undead revival on them, he muttered. The thought frustrated him. After witnessing the gargoyles' prowess and flight capabilities, his wish to add a flying undead to his arsenal increased. Unfortunately, it seemed that wish would not be easily fulfilled. If only I could evolve normal animals like eagles, Michael abruptly paused, his expression shifting as he clenched his teeth. Did I seriously only think of this now? As long as it was a living creature with flesh, it could be turned into an undead. Eagles, or even something as mundane as fish, fit the criteria perfectly. The thought struck him as both simple and ingenious. Most necromancers wouldn't bother with ordinary animals, seeing it as a waste of a valuable contract slot. But Michael, with his unique ability to acquire high-rank undead without much difficulty, could afford to think differently. An ordinary animal is probably, at best, a one-star common-rank creature. But after becoming an undead, surely I could use my evolution points on it, right? The moment the idea took hold, Michael couldn't shake it. His mind spun with possibilities. Ants. Bees. Countless other creatures with fascinating traits. What would happen if he evolved them? The thought filled him with a newfound curiosity and excitement for experimentation. However, knowing he had tasks to focus on, Michael forced himself to calm down. Once he settled his thoughts, Michael shifted his gaze toward the Black Tower. Taking a deep breath, he mentally commanded Lucky and Prince to follow him, positioning them in front as he approached the entrance of the imposing structure. The entrance was a black, metal double door that appeared heavy and formidable at first glance. But Michael wasn't particularly concerned. Whether metal or stone, enough brute force would bring it down eventually. Scanning his surroundings briefly, he called over one of the orcs nearest to him, interrupting its search for items. "Break it down," Michael ordered, pointing directly at the doors. The orc, without hesitation, followed the command. It reeled back its fist and delivered a powerful punch to the door. A loud impact echoed, but the door remained undamaged. Instead, intricate magic circles glowed faintly on its surface, absorbing the force of the attack. Magic circles. And they're still functional. Michael murmured, a mix of surprise and intrigue in his tone. Despite the apparent obstacle, Michael remained unfazed. "Continue. Don't stop." The orc obeyed, hammering the door with relentless punches. Bang. 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 The once quiet ruins, briefly tranquil after the battle with the gargoyles, were now alive with noise again. Michael observed silently as the orc's attacks persisted. Gradually, he noticed the light from the magic circles dimming with each strike. Not surprising, Michael thought. After so many years, they shouldn't be at their peak. It's only a matter of time. The orc, being undead with infinite stamina, can keep this up for days if necessary. The fact that the magic circles were still operational gave Michael hope. If the tower's defenses had lasted this long without maintenance, there was a good chance valuable treasures might still lie within. As the orc continued its relentless assault, Michael briefly considered scouting other parts of the ruins. However, he quickly dismissed the thought when he noticed faint mist seeping from the orc's body. The orc's body also increased slightly, and it was visible. Curious, Michael tugged at his connection with the orc and realized it had become frustrated with its lack of progress. In its irritation, the orc had instinctively activated one of its skills. Bang. Bang. The strikes became harder, faster, and more forceful. The magic circle's light dimmed at a noticeably quicker pace. Momentarily shifting his focus from the door, Michael checked the details of the skill the orc had activated. It was one he hadn't checked before, despite all the time spent evolving his undead. Berserk, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0, 7 Fan Tram. Berserk temporarily increases the user's physical strength and agility by 25 Fan Tram each, at the cost of reducing defense by 10 Fan Tram and significantly increasing aggression. Stamina is rapidly drained when the skill is active. The Berserk skill was powerful. Observing the heightened ferocity of the orc, Michael decided to join in the attack. At the moment, he had only one skill suitable for this situation, and it was from the same spell series as Bone Armor, the Bone Spear skill. Bone Spear, Intermediate Mastery, Proficiency, 15, 2 Fan Tram. Bone Spear summons a sharp, ethereal spear made of bone to pierce through enemies. It travels up to 10 meters. This was the skill he had gained upon advancing to rank 1, starting at Intermediate Mastery, a level Michael could rely on even in combat. Bone Spear. Michael activated the skill, and 5 magic circles materialized behind him in midair. From these circles, white bone spears emerged, sharp and menacing. Without hesitation, Michael launched them at the metal door. Boom! Bang! The spears struck the door with immense force, complementing the orc's relentless punches. Michael observed the magic circles on the door's surface shake violently under the assault. "It's working," he noted, feeling a surge of motivation. Spurred by this progress, Michael channeled more mana and began to repeatedly fire bone spears at the door. While he considered involving Lucky and Prince, he refrained, concerned that their raw power might risk damaging anything valuable inside the tower. The tower structure itself was unusual. Aside from the entrance, the tower had no visible openings. Out of curiosity, Michael had used Detect on the walls. Blackstone, a highly durable material and an excellent conductor of mana. Ideal for creating defensive tools. Even the walls were formidable, akin to a tortoise shell. The entire tower was designed like a fortress. For the same reason he didn't have Lucky or Prince attack the entrance, Michael refrained from targeting the walls. However, a thought lingered in his mind. If this building doesn't yield anything useful, I'll lay the whole thing bare just to collect some blackstone. He didn't know if this material existed in abundance outside the land of origin, but its impressive properties suggested it would fetch a high price. That was all that mattered to him. He was way too broke. A few minutes later, just as Michael's mana pool had been reduced to about half its total, the last remnants of energy in the magic circles on the metal door finally faded away. The orc, still under the effects of Berserk, a skill that consumed mostly stamina, which it has more than enough of as an undead, delivered another punch. This time, without the magic circles to absorb the impact, a massive dent appeared on the door. Michael's eyebrows raised slightly at the sight. Even the material used to make the door is special. I guess that's expected if it was capable of holding magic circles for years. He was genuinely delighted by the discovery. At this point, it felt like the entire tower itself might be the real reward of this ruin. With the magic circles destroyed, it only took a few more punches and a hard pull for the orc to completely dislodge the door, leaving the entrance wide open. As he stored the fragments of the black metal door in his storage space, Michael activated Detect to learn more about it.